Sweet pet marriage after love mail. Lead pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. The day before the wedding, Jinchu witnessed her fiancé cheating on her, rolling in bed with a strange woman in their wedding house. Your fiancé is doing my girlfriend. A man who came to catch the cheating leaned closer, whispering in her ear. Jinchu felt both wronged and heartbroken, yet the wedding the next day couldn't be canceled. I can marry you. Under the cold mockery of the scumbag, the man she had only met once pulled her to the Civil Affairs Bureau. From the very beginning, Jinchu suspected that Gu Mingchen, who had a flash marriage with her, was not an ordinary person. He had a noble demeanor, was generous, lived in a mansion, drove luxury cars, and could afford to support female models. However, she never expected that at the company's annual meeting, when the long mysterious heir made an appearance. It was the man who had slept in the same bed with her last night. Our future boss is so handsome, but unfortunately, he's not into women. The female employees displayed infatuated expressions, gazing starry-eyed at the man on stage. Jinchu, thinking about the man who had clung to her and wanted her so badly last night. It turned out the rumors were not to be trusted. Chapter 1. A temporary flash marriage with a stranger. Jinchu stood outside the door, listening to the lewd sounds coming from the room, shaking with anger. This was her wedding house, the wedding house of her and Lin Siyuan. Every item in the room was carefully chosen by her, and every decoration was decided after much consideration. The wedding bed inside had just been delivered yesterday. Tomorrow was their wedding. But today, her fiancé was passionately entangled with another woman on their wedding bed. Clothes were strewn from the door to the bedroom, and the door was ajar, allowing her to clearly see the two people tangled on the bed. Your fiancé is doing my girlfriend. A tall man stood behind her, his sharp eyes piercing. Like an eagle in the night, he was cold and proud, yet imposing. I'm also a victim. Jinchu came back to her senses, her eyes reddening with grievance. There was still a wedding photo of her and Lin Siyuan hanging on the wall, and the banquet had already been booked. She was sadder than anyone else. Xiao Chu. Lin Siyuan finally noticed someone at the door, scrambling off the woman in fright. The woman remained calm, covering herself with a blanket, showing no panic at being caught with her boyfriend. Xiao Chu, let me explain. Lin Siyuan, wrapping himself in the bed sheet, rushed over, his face flushed as he spoke urgently. Jinchu looked at him. This was the man she was about to marry, yet he felt so unfamiliar at this moment. With a slap, she struck Lin Siyuan across the face. Go ahead, explain. I didn't mean to, I just want to try if the bed was comfortable, and I couldn't help myself. Jinchu. If he had said he was forced or drugged, she might have believed him. But now he was telling her he just wanted to try if the bed was good? Lin Siyuan, do you think I'm a fool? Lin Siyuan's face turned red with anger, and he shouted, yes, I cheated, so what? It's all your fault for pretending to be aloof when we were about to get married, only willing to hold hands and not even kiss. Do you think this is elementary school romance? I'm a man. I need to vent if you don't let me touch you, of course. I can only touch someone else. So, you think your cheating is all my fault? She never expected Lin Siyuan to be so shameless. Not only did he not repent, but he also shifted the blame onto her. Her chest felt like it was about to explode with anger, her mind blank, tears welling in her eyes. Of course, it's your fault. If you had let me touch you earlier, I definitely wouldn't have messed around with someone else. Lin Siyuan said with righteous indignation. After a moment, he softened his tone to coax her. Jinchu, we're getting married tomorrow. Let's pretend this never happened. You wouldn't want to disappoint your grandma, would you? She's been looking forward to your wedding. If you cancel it last minute, she'll definitely worry about you. You're right, Jinchu said, her eyes red. I can't let grandma worry about me, so the wedding can't be canceled. Lin Siyuan showed a smug expression. He knew that girls like Jinchu were the easiest to control. I'll marry you. The man behind her suddenly spoke, shocking everyone. Jinchu turned around in surprise. The man was exceptionally handsome, with sculpted features that were very attractive. Are you joking? Whether it's a joke or not, you'll find out. The man took her hand. Who are you? This is my woman. Lin Siyuan, in a fit of rage, reached out to separate them. But unexpectedly, the man was forceful and waved Lin Siyuan away. He coldly glanced at the woman on the bed and pulled Jinchu away. An hour later, they arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Do you have her ID? The man asked. I always carry it with me, Jinchu replied. Good habit. The man praised her and continued walking inside. At this moment, Jiangsheng was in the midst of summer, and today was exceptionally hot. Walking from the car to the entrance, Su Jinchun had already broken into a light sweat on her forehead. Her cheeks were flushed, and her eyes looked darker and brighter. The man held her hand, his fingers long and strong, giving a sense of reassuring strength and warmth. But she was still very nervous and a bit uncomfortable. After hesitating for a long time, she finally mustered the courage to shake off the man's hand. Raising her flushed face, her bright eyes looked at him, uncertainly asking, "Are you really going to marry me?" "I don't like jokes," the man replied. "But I don't even know who you are. I don't understand you. Presumably, you don't understand me either. I think it's not appropriate to just get married like this." Just now, in front of Lin Siyuan, she had impulsively agreed. Now that she calmed down, she felt it was inappropriate and unfair to the man. "My surname is Gu Mingchen." After introducing himself, the man said, "For tomorrow's wedding, which one will you choose, me or Lin Siyuan?" Su Jinchun thought to herself, neither. But she knew that was impossible. Tomorrow's wedding had to go on as planned. If it was canceled, Grandma would worry, and she had no right to be willful. "I choose you." Thinking of Lin Siyuan's betrayal, a feeling of anger welled up in her chest. What the future would hold was no longer important. She just wanted to get through this immediate crisis. Although she felt that the name Gu Mingchen sounded somewhat familiar, as if she had heard it somewhere before, but she couldn't think too much about it for now. She couldn't find anyone more suitable than him. This man had a noble demeanor and was exceptionally handsome. As for herself, apart from having a pretty face, she had nothing else, so he probably had no need to deceive her. The process of getting the marriage certificate was quick, and they soon walked out. As soon as they stepped outside, Gu Mingchen took her marriage certificate from her. "I'll hold on to it." Su Jinchun wanted it back. "Let me keep it." The man's tone was firm and left no room for refusal. Su Jinchun bit her lip, not wanting to argue with him over this matter. "By the way, about tomorrow's wedding. Leave that to me." "Oh, okay." Su Jinchun nodded obediently. "I'll have the driver take you home." At some point, another car pulled up, and the driver stood by the road to help her open the car door. Su Jinchun wanted to ask him what he was going to do, but after thinking about it, she decided not to ask. Although they had already obtained the marriage certificate, they were still unfamiliar with each other. Indeed, asking too many questions would not be good. After getting into the car and giving her home address, she began to think about how to explain this matter to her family. On the day before the wedding, she changed the groom, and she should be the first in the whole city to do so. Chapter 2. Making her look good at the wedding. What? Change the person? Su Jinchu, are you crazy? Sure enough, as soon as the idea of changing the person was mentioned, her stepmother, Zhao Xiuli, began to shout loudly. Su Jinchu lowered her head, waiting for her to finish yelling before mustering the courage to say, "Lin Siyuan cheated. I cannot marry him." "Humph, I knew brother Lin wouldn't like you." "I guessed it right." Her half-sister Su Yaoyao said gleefully. "Are you going to get the betrothal gifts back? Who is this person you're switching to? Will you give the betrothal gifts back?" Zhao Xiuli asked eagerly. Su Jinchu hadn't even had time to consider this question. However, the betrothal gifts from Lin Siyuan would definitely be returned. As for whether Gu Mingchen would return the gifts, she didn't dare to ask. "The money is in my hands, and I certainly won't return it. If Lin Siyuan asks you for the betrothal gifts, you can figure it out yourself," Zhao Xiuli said unreasonably. Su Jinchu clenched her fists. Although she had already guessed that she wouldn't return the betrothal gifts, she was still very angry. Su Daji impatiently said, "Eat, the food is getting cold. Stop discussing these irrelevant matters. You all eat slowly. I'm going to the hospital to accompany Grandma," Su Jinchu said sullenly. Su Daji scolded, "You're getting married tomorrow, and you still want to go to the hospital? Aren't you afraid of bad luck? What is it to you? She is a good granddaughter. If she wants to be a filial child, let her be," Zhao Xiuli mocked. Su Jinchu quickly left the place, and the moment she walked out the door, her eyes turned red, and tears couldn't help but fall. She had overthought it. In this family, besides Grandma, no one cared about her. But that is fine. It saves a lot of trouble. "Miss Su, aren't you getting married tomorrow? Why are you here visiting Grandma?" A nurse looked at her in surprise. Su Jinchu smiled awkwardly and explained, "I've finished all my tasks, just came to accompany Grandma." "So considerate," the nurse complimented. But after turning around, she sighed regretfully. Grandma Su had been here for 3 months, in the late stage of lung cancer. And now it was just a matter of time. "I heard she has 3 children, but the only one who often comes to take care of her is this granddaughter. Grandma, I'm here to see you." Su Jinchu sat by Grandma's bedside, holding her bony hand. Grandma Su, like the nurse. showed a surprised expression and asked with difficulty, "Why are you here at this time?" "It's nothing. I've finished everything." Jinchu forced a smile in response. Grandma Su murmured, "It's a pity my body is not good. Otherwise, I would really like to see you get married." Jinchu's eyes turned red. The Lin family looked down on Grandma's poor health, believing that having someone with late-stage cancer attend the wedding would bring bad luck, and refused to let Grandma attend. Lin Siyuan was even more dismissive of the hospital, never having come. It was her that let Grandma down. "Grandma, you don't have to worry. He is a good person and treats me very well." To reassure Grandma, she could only choke back tears and promise again. Jinchu didn't return home until dawn, and the makeup artist had already arrived. Su Yaoyao deliberately annoyed her. "If Brother Lin doesn't want you, who will pay the makeup artist's fee?" Jinchu frowned. Indeed, the makeup artist and hotel were arranged by the Lin family. She had been too flustered yesterday to think about these issues. She hadn't even discussed with Lin Siyuan whether the hotel arranged by the Lin family would let her change grooms. "Miss Su, don't worry. It was Mr. Gu who asked us to come." The makeup artist quickly came to her rescue. At that moment, her phone rang. It was an unknown number. "Hello, I am Gu Mingchen. How did you get my number?" She was sure she hadn't exchanged contact information with him yesterday. "The makeup artist is hired by me, so you can use it with confidence. Don't worry about the hotel. It has already been taken care of." Gu Mingchen didn't answer her question, but said reassuring words. "If you regret it, there is still time." Jinchu hesitated for a moment, but still couldn't help but kindly remind him. She thought he must have been angry yesterday, which was why he impulsively wanted to marry her. But a whole night was enough to calm down. If he changed his mind now, she could completely understand. "I never regret my decisions." The man spoke firmly and hung up the phone. Jinchu stood there in a daze, holding her phone, thinking speechlessly. Does he have quite the temper? Forget it. Just get married first. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain today. "Mom, her wedding dress is really beautiful. I want to dress like that when I get married." After Jinchu finished her makeup and came out, she saw Su Yaoyao wearing a beautiful white wedding dress. Arguing with Zhao Xiuli. This wedding dress was brought by the makeup artist, and it complemented Jinchu beautifully. What is there to envy? Getting dumped by the Lin family is embarrassing enough. Who knows what kind of person they found at the last minute? "It'll probably be older than your dad. Our whole family will be embarrassed." Zhao Xiuli mocked. Jinchu turned around and explained to her stepmother. "It's not the Lin family that dumped me. It's me who called off the engagement with the Lin family. Besides, he is very young. Don't worry, he won't embarrass you." "Humph, who believes that?" Zhao Xiuli rolled her eyes. Wow, what a grand occasion. Suddenly, it became lively downstairs, with many people poking their heads out of the windows. "Miss Su, the wedding car has arrived." The makeup artist reminded her. Just as Jinchu was about to go out, Zhao Xiuli dragged Su Yaoyao and squeezed out ahead of her. However, when they got downstairs, they saw that leading the way was a long Rolls-Royce, followed by luxury cars, leaving them stunned. It must be an old man. Otherwise, who has the money to rent such good cars? Zhao Xiuli said decisively. "Mom, they're coming down." Su Yaoyao was extremely excited, expecting a lecherous old man to get out of the car. But unexpectedly, the man who got out was very young and quite handsome, with exquisite features, sharp and deep facial contours, cold and elegant eyes. He exuded an air of authority in the business world. He gave off an aura of undeniable strength. After getting out of the car, he simply adjusted his clothes and walked over gracefully. Just in time, Gu Mingchen walked up to Jinchu and extended his hand to her. Jinchu blushed. Although they had obtained their marriage certificate, she had never dared to look at him closely. She knew he was good-looking, but today, dressed in a white suit and appearing as the groom, he looked like a prince from a fairy tale. The whole person seemed to be enveloped in a dazzling light, making it hard to look directly at him. "Mom, didn't you say he was an old man? How could he be so young and so handsome?" Su Yaoyao was almost crying with envy. Zhao Xiuli's expression also darkened, angrily pushing his hand away and saying, "It must be fake. Maybe he is a temporary hired actor. Stop talking nonsense. Let us get in the car and go to the hotel." Su Daji was extremely excited. He had never been in such a nice car and couldn't wait to get in. "What is with such a big deal?" Jinchu asked the man quietly as she got into the car, feeling uneasy. "It's too ostentatious. Everyone in the neighborhood has come out to watch." "Don't like it?" the man asked. Jinchu blushed and couldn't help but smile. Of course, she liked it. In her whole life, no one had ever made her look so good. Chapter 3. Who on earth is he? Jinchu, where did you hire such a handsome man? Auntie asked maliciously during the toast. "Hired?" Jinchu was puzzled. Auntie said, "We're all family, so don't hide it from us. Your aunt has already told us. The Lin family called off the engagement, and you found someone to fill the scene at the last minute. You silly child, we're relatives, We wouldn't mock you. Why spend this money? Is it rumors from your stepmother again? Jinchu bit her lip in anger, just about to explain. However, Gu Mingchen put his arm around her shoulder and answered before she could. Su and I are a legal couple. Auntie, do you believe your own eyes or someone else's words? After saying that, his gaze sharpened, warningly glancing at her. Zhao Shili trembled in fear. Eat. Uncle-in-law tried to smooth things over, cheerfully beckoning everyone. Wait a moment. There's still an important person who hasn't arrived, Gu Mingchen said. Su Daji complained unhappily. Who is so important that they're late for such an occasion? They're here. Gu Mingchen looked towards the door, ignoring Su Daji's complaint, and took Su Jinchu's hand to walk over. Su Jinchu thought it was his family, but when they were about to reach the door, she saw that it was actually her grandmother. Grandma Su was dressed in a bright red tang suit, joyfully sitting in a wheelchair, being pushed in by a caregiver. Su Jinchu was moved to tears. The man squeezed her palm, reminding her, "Say hello to Grandma." Su Jinchu nodded with tears in her eyes, bending down to excitedly hug her grandmother. With Grandma present, this wedding was the most perfect for her. After the banquet, Su Jinchu and Gu Mingchen sent Grandma back to the hospital together. Grandma Su was very considerate and refused to ride in the same car with them. There was a pleasant fragrance in the car, which seemed to be emanating from him, making her so nervous sitting next to him that her palms were sweating. How did you know to bring my grandma over from the hospital? Su Jinchu, 24 years old. Her parents divorced when she was 6 months old, and soon her father remarried, sending her to her grandmother's house, where her grandmother raised her. Since we're getting married, I had to investigate your matters thoroughly, Gu Mingchen said slowly. Su Jinchu was surprised and asked, "Who exactly are you? Ordinary people wouldn't find out all my information in such a short time." "We met at the company," Gu Mingchen replied ambiguously. Su Jinchu thought to herself, their chairman's last name is also Gu. Could it be that the person she is marrying is a relative of the chairman? After the car arrived at the hospital, the two got out. However, they didn't go to Grandma's hospital room, but went up 2 more floors. "Here, I arranged for Grandma to have a VIP room and found a senior caregiver to take care of her," Gu Mingchen explained. "Thank you, Mr. Gu." Su Jinchu looked at him, so moved she didn't know what to say. No words could express her gratitude. "You are my wife. These are what you deserve." Gu Mingchen looked deeply into her eyes, meaningfully saying. Su Jinchu felt shy under his gaze, her face turning red. Biting her lip, she quietly asked, "Can I ask you for one more favor?" "What is it?" "After settling Grandma in, could you say some comforting words to her to put her at ease? I know this request is a bit excessive, but please." Su Jinchu clasped her hands together, looking at him earnestly. She had asked Lin Siyuan for similar things before, but no matter how she pleaded, Lin Siyuan never agreed. "I don't even want to see someone with late-stage lung cancer, and you want me to make promises to her? What if I can't do it later? And she comes looking for me after she dies?" "I'll do my best," the man replied. "Thank you." Su Jinchu was moved to tears. Even though he only promised to do his best, she was already immensely grateful. At that moment, the caregiver pushed Grandma over. Su Jinchu quickly took the wheelchair from the caregiver to take care of Grandma. The VIP room was spacious and bright, with the bed being twice as wide as the previous one. There was also a caregiver's accompanying bed, allowing for 24-hour care. After settling in, although Grandma Su was tired, she still held Su Jinchu's hand and said, "It's so good to see our Su getting married. I can die in peace now." "Grandma." Su Jinchu lowered her head, her eyes reddening. Gu Mingchen held Grandma Su's other hand, showing no signs of disdain, and gently said, "Grandma, don't worry. I will take good care of Su and will never let her suffer any grievances." Su Jinchu looked at him in surprise, not expecting him to say such touching words. Moreover, he called her Su. No one had ever called her that affectionately besides her grandma. "Rest assured, Grandma. I'll take care of Su," Grandma Su said contentedly. Gu Mingchen made many promises until Grandma Su became tired. Then he stopped to let her rest. "Let us go." Gu Mingchen took Su Jinchu away. When they left the hospital, the streetlights were already lit. With Grandma's matters settled, she felt relieved about a major issue and couldn't help but fall asleep in the car. Wake up, not knowing how long she had been asleep. She suddenly heard someone calling her. Upon opening her eyes, she saw the man's handsome face close at hand. "I'm sorry, I fell asleep." Startled, she quickly woke up and leaned back. Gu Mingchen said calmly, "We're home." Just being close made her so nervous, like a startled little rabbit. If he had held her just now, she would have definitely been even more frightened and might have escaped from his arms. "I'm sorry. I'll get out of the car right away." Su Jinchu apologized again and quickly got out of the car. However, after getting out, she froze at the unfamiliar environment. This was not her home, nor her dormitory. "Where's this place?" "Our home," Gu Mingchen answered. Jinchu looked at him in surprise. Gu Mingchen said, "Did you think that after marrying me, you would still go back to your own home? But we can't live together. Go in." The man took her hand. His large palm firmly grasped her delicate little hand, not allowing her to break free. Jinchu was thus forced to follow him inside. The house was magnificent and luxurious. She had been to the Lin family and thought their villa was already quite impressive, but after entering here, she realized what it meant to see a small witch meet a big witch. Who on earth is he? Able to afford luxury cars and live in such a splendid villa? "Sir or madam." The servants stood in 2 orderly rows, bowing and greeting them as they entered. Jinchu was startled. "Butler Wu, arrange for a clever person to take care of my wife tomorrow," Gu Mingchen instructed in a deep voice. The leading uncle nodded respectfully and led everyone away. "I don't need anyone to take care of me. I can, you will need it. Now come upstairs and rest with me." The man interrupted her before she could finish, taking her hand upstairs. Chapter 4: A Night of Pain and Confusion. Jinchu did not expect that he would even arrange the wedding room. Looking at the festive room decorated with several happiness characters, she showed a surprised expression. "Your wardrobe is on the right. If you walk forward and turn, there's the bathroom. Do you want to wash first, or should I? Or we could wash together." The man finally let go of her hand, but leaned slightly closer, asking her in a low voice. Jinchu showed a horrified expression, truly frightened this time. 2 patches of red appeared on her fair cheeks as she stepped back in terror. Seeing her reaction, the man actually smiled. "What's wrong? Didn't you think about being intimate with me? Mr. Gu, aren't we in a fake marriage?" "Who said it's a fake marriage? Do you think I'm that idle?" Gu Mingchen raised an eyebrow, a hint of displeasure in his tone. Jinchu suddenly thought of the scene where Lin Siyuan was entwined with that woman. He must really love his girlfriend. That's why he was so angry about Lin Siyuan sleeping with his girlfriend. It wasn't just about getting married. He definitely wanted to sleep with her to feel psychologically balanced. "Actually, Lin Siyuan doesn't like me that much," Jinchu weakly explained. "Otherwise, he wouldn't listen to his mother and insist on having a son before getting the marriage certificate, and he wouldn't let my grandmother attend the wedding." "What are you trying to express?" the man asked. Jinchu thought to herself, "I want to express that even if you hate Lin Siyuan for stealing your girlfriend, sleeping with me won't achieve your revenge, because Lin Siyuan doesn't care about me that much, and he wouldn't be sad." But she couldn't bring herself to say these words. "I'm going to take a shower. You get familiar with the environment here first." The man turned and went into his wardrobe, taking sleepwear into the bathroom. Hearing the sound of running water in the bathroom, Jinchu became even more nervous. She wanted to escape, but didn't know where to go. The man told her to get familiar with the environment. What was there to get familiar with? It was just a bedroom, nothing to familiarize herself with. As for the wardrobe he mentioned, she didn't want to get familiar with it either. So when the man finished his shower and came out, she was still standing at the door, motionless. The man frowned slightly, turned, and went to her wardrobe, quickly bringing her a set of sleepwear and handing it to her. "Go take a shower." I'll go." The man's tone was not to be refused, seemingly mixed with a hint of impatience. Jinchu was a bit scared and quickly reached out to take the sleepwear, rushing into the bathroom. Seeing her run so fast, the man was stunned for a moment, then smiled. She really looked like a frightened little rabbit. He thought this little rabbit would take a long time to wash and would dawdle for a while before coming out of the bathroom. He picked up a book, opened it, and prepared to read for half an hour. Unexpectedly, after just reading a dozen pages, she came out of the bathroom. "Mr. Gu, where do I sleep?" The little rabbit stood by the bed, blinking her big watery eyes, and timidly asked. Gu Mingchen put down the book and looked at her. Jinchu was very beautiful, with a face that was both delicate and elegant. Her small, straight nose and naturally red lips gave her a modern charm, while also possessing the classical grace of traditional Chinese ink paintings. The combination of these 2 contrasting beauties should have been discordant, yet it was incredibly harmonious. Her skin was fair and delicate, as if it could be broken by a light touch. The long and thick eyelashes under her beautiful double eyelids made her eyes appear even deeper, like beautiful black phoenix feathers that carried a hint of fragile beauty, stirring one's heart. Looking at her for too long could calm one's restless spirit. "Come here." He patted the spot next to him, inviting her to bed. Jinchu's face turned red. Her cheeks flushed as she stared at him wide-eyed. "Come here." The man invited again, this time with a slightly firm tone. Jinchu bit her lip, and although she was reluctant and very nervous, she still walked over, planning to slowly clarify things with him. However, before she could speak, he leaned down and pinned her beneath him. "Mr. Gu, why you shouldn't. If you do this, Lin Siyuan won't be sad." Jinchu was frightened, pushing against his chest with both hands, her eyes filling with tears and panic. Why bring him up at this moment? Gu Mingchen was not happy, grabbing her hands and pressing them above her head. Jinchu bit her lip in grievance. This forced action made her even more anxious. Be good, don't be afraid. The man's tone suddenly became incredibly gentle as he leaned down to kiss her lips softly, coaxing her in a low voice. Su Jinchun closed her eyes. She knew that the day she had been preparing for would eventually come. She had already mentally prepared herself. It was just a change of partner. She was only worried that he would regret it later and blame her for it. But soon, she found that she didn't have the energy to think about these things. The man's lips wandered over her cheeks, his hot kisses igniting her skin. Her body temperature gradually rising. It hurts. The skin pressed tightly together, entangled. It was more painful than she had imagined. Tears flowed uncontrollably, accompanied by sobs. Be good. It will be over soon. The man nibbled on her earlobe, still coaxing her, his voice low and magnetic. The pain mixed with numbness left her at a loss. She simply bit down on his shoulder, as if that could alleviate her discomfort. The next afternoon, Su Jinchun woke up in bed. The room was still pitch black. When she first opened her eyes, she thought it was still deep night, but soon realized something was off. She picked up her phone and glanced at the time. It was already 10 in the morning. She was so frightened that she quickly got up, the blanket slipping off and revealing her shoulder covered in marks. Her face flushed, and she quickly pulled the blanket around her. Although there was no one else in the room, she still felt shy. How could she sleep in so late? Thinking about what happened last night, she couldn't help but blush. She had no idea when she fell asleep last night, and of course, she didn't remember when he finished. Madam, you're awake. I'm Xiaowen, and I will be responsible for taking care of you from now on. With no clothes, she could only find yesterday's outfit to wear. As she stepped out, she saw a round-faced girl standing at the door, respectfully greeting her. Please don't call me madam. It sounds strange. Just call me Jinchun. Su Jinchun blushed and said shyly. Xiaowen shook her head. That won't do. Mister will get angry if he hears it, and so will Butler Wu. Madam, your clothes are a bit wrinkled. Why not change into a new set? Breakfast is ready, and we can eat as soon as you change. But I don't have any other clothes, Su Jinchun said. Xiaowen was taken aback and quickly reminded her, there are plenty prepared in the wardrobe. Haven't you been in there? Su Jinchun remembered that Gu Mingchen had said her wardrobe was on the right. However, she hadn't been in there and had no idea what was inside. Xiaowen suggested, let me take you in to see if you like anything. Su Jinchun nodded. Xiaowen led her into the wardrobe. Su Jinchun initially thought it was just an ordinary closet, but after entering, she realized that the wardrobe alone was twice the size of her dormitory. There were not only clothes of various styles and colors, but also a dazzling array of jewelry, bags, and accessories. What kind of wardrobe was this? It was clearly a luxury goods exhibition. Chapter 5. Just married and wanting a divorce, Su Jinchun didn't dare to touch any of the luxury brand clothes and accessories. After quickly changing into a familiar brand, she hurried downstairs to have dinner with Xiaowen. Besides being hungry, she was also worried that if she stayed too long, something might go missing and people would misunderstand her. Madam, this is what the kitchen prepared according to the master's instructions. If there's anything that doesn't suit your taste, please let me know and I will have them improve it, Butler Wu said as he approached her, respectfully greeting Su Jinchun before introducing a table full of sumptuous dishes. This is already very good. I'm not picky, Su Jinchun replied. Furthermore, when she looked at the food, she found that most of it was actually her favorite. It seemed that Gu Mingchen had similar tastes to hers. At least this meant they wouldn't have to worry about food in the future. That's great. Enjoy your meal. The master is in the study upstairs. He asked you to join him after your meal. Su Jinchun, he's at home? Yes, Butler Wu nodded. Su Jinchun was initially very hungry, but suddenly lost her appetite. She thought he had already gone to work. But unexpectedly, he was at home and wanted her to find him. What did he want with her? Remembering what happened last night, her face involuntarily turned red. She really didn't want to see him today. The food suddenly lost its appeal, and she took her time finishing her meal before being led by Xiaowen to the man's study. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. You wanted to see me? After entering, Su Jinchun stopped at a distance from the man's desk, lowering her head to look at her toes as she asked. The man glanced at her, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly as he asked in a low, teasing voice, Is my face on the floor? Su Jinchun's face turned red, and she slowly raised her head in shame. She knew she should maintain eye contact when speaking, but she felt a bit shy. Come here. The man waved her over. Su Jinchun bit her lip and took a small step forward. It was as if taking a larger step would cost her. That tiny step was exceedingly touching. How is your body? The man asked. However, his question made Su Jinchun even more embarrassed, her ears turning red as she wished she could find a hole to hide in. Forget it, you can go out first. Perhaps the man also felt that her demeanor was quite dull, and with a disappointed expression, he asked her to leave. Su Jinchun bit her lip, knowing that she was a boring person. Lin Siyuan had also told her to be bolder and not always be so shy and hesitant. Mrs. Lin also looked down on her small-town attitude. If it weren't for a fortune teller who said her destiny was favorable for men and would enhance the Lin family's business fortune, she wouldn't have agreed to Lin Siyuan marrying her. Can I make a request? She asked cautiously. The man was taken aback, not expecting her to ask for something. And with interest, he said, what is it? Can I continue to work? You want a promotion? Gu Mingchen misunderstood her meaning. Su Jinchun quickly shook her head to explain. No, I just want to continue working. I really like this job and don't want to lose it. Xiaowen had just asked her about her hobbies. If she wasn't working, having a hobby at home wouldn't be boring. She mistakenly thought Gu Mingchen didn't want her to work anymore. That's your freedom. You just married me, not sold yourself to me. You can do whatever you want without needing to seek my opinion, Gu Mingchen said. Su Jinchun looked at him gratefully. So excited she didn't know what to say. Thank you, don't worry, I definitely won't tell anyone about our relationship. I won't let anyone know. Gu Mingchen, you want a secret marriage? You said you've seen me at the company, so you're also one of the people at the company, right? Don't you remember, the company has a rule against office romances? Su Jinchun quietly reminded him. Gu Mingchen's face darkened. How could he not know about this rule? I know marrying me was very sudden. Although I don't know when you might regret it, I can assure you that if you help me, and ever regret it, you can propose a divorce at any time, and I will definitely agree immediately. Plus, I guarantee I won't disclose our relationship and embarrass you. Su Jinchun gathered her courage and looked at him, raising one hand to solemnly swear. Aren't rich people afraid of being tied down? If she clarified her intentions, he would surely be pleased. Huh? Thinking about divorce just 2 days after getting married? The man snorted coldly, his expression revealing displeasure. Su Jinchun pursed her lips. Was he angry? Why? Shouldn't he feel that she was being sensible? She had heard that the chairman's temperament was unpredictable, and she didn't expect his relatives to be the same. It's nothing, I'll go out first. Since he wasn't happy, staying there would only make him more upset, right? The man responded lightly, lowering his gaze to avoid looking at her. Su Jinchun quickly left, and as she stepped out the door, she couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. Madam, your phone is ringing. Xiaowen came over to remind her. Su Jinchun remembered her phone was still in the dining room and hurried downstairs. She was worried it was the hospital calling, but fortunately, it was a colleague, Han Jing. Xiaochu, how was your wedding? I was swamped while you were gone. Just thinking about your week-long wedding leave makes me miserable. Jingjing, don't worry. I probably won't need a week of leave. I'll be back to work in a couple of days. In fact, she wanted to go back to work tomorrow, but she was afraid it would raise suspicions, so she decided to wait a couple of days. Originally, she had taken a week of wedding leave because Lin Siyuan said he would take her to Sanya for their honeymoon, which would take a week round trip. Now that there was no honeymoon, she definitely wanted to return to work sooner and save her leave for when grandma needed it. Their company was very humane in that leave could be accumulated instead of expiring. Only 3 days of wedding leave. That is too short. Xiaochu, I was just complaining a bit. Don't shorten your leave because of my words. Your husband will be angry, Han Jing quickly explained. Jingjing, don't overthink it. It has nothing to do with you. You know I like working. I actually want you to come back soon so I can have someone to help me fight against the big boss, Han Jing said with a laugh. By the way, Jingjing, how many people with the surname Gu are there in our company? Su Jinchun asked again. She didn't dare to directly mention Gu Mingchen's name for fear of Han Jing asking questions. Han Jing said, there are quite a few with the surname Gu. Our chairman's surname is Gu. Several branch company heads are also from the Gu family. But Xiaochu, why are you asking this? Oh, it's nothing, just curious. Su Jinchun quickly explained. She had wanted to chat a bit more with Han Jing, but suddenly saw Xiaowen making faces at her. It seemed there was something she wanted to tell her, so she had to hang up on Han Jing. Xiaowen, what's wrong? Madam, Miss Dai has arrived, Xiaowen whispered. Miss Dai? Su Jinchun was puzzled. At that moment, a tall, beautiful woman walked in from outside. She looked somewhat familiar, but Su Jinchun couldn't recall where she had seen her before. What? Now that you're dressed, you don't recognize me? Dai Lu, seeing the confusion in her eyes, snorted lightly and asked mockingly. Su Jinchun was startled and suddenly remembered who she was. Wasn't she the woman who had an affair with Lin Siyuan and betrayed Gu Mingchen? Chapter 6. The technology in that aspect is too poor. She looks decent, but nothing special. Dai Lu arrogantly sized up Su Jinchu and disdainfully commented, curling her lip. Su Jinchu's face turned red with anger. How could she have the audacity to come here and say such things to her? You should leave. He probably doesn't want to see you. No man would want to meet a woman who betrayed him. Sharing the same plight, she could understand Gu Mingchen's feelings very well. How do you know he doesn't want to see me without even asking him? Dai Lu said. Su Jinchu confidently replied, I don't need to ask. You did something wrong to him. How could he possibly want to see you again? Come up. Gu Mingchen suddenly appeared upstairs, his voice deep as he spoke to Dai Lu. Dai Lu smirked and swayed her hips as she went upstairs. getting slapped in the face so quickly. Jinchu felt both embarrassed and furious. What does Gu Mingchen mean? Has he forgiven her so soon? Madam, please don't be angry, Xiaowen comforted her. Jinchu took a deep breath and said, I'm not angry. Why should I be? It has nothing to do with me. After saying that, she ran to sit in the garden outside. Dai Lu came out of Gu Mingchen's study after half an hour. As she was leaving, she deliberately ran to the garden to show off to Jinchu. He gifted me a house and promised to help introduce me into the film industry. Although it's a pity to lose such a quality man, at least I've gained a lot. How can you be so shameless? Jinchu angrily reprimanded. After doing something wrong to others, how can you still shamelessly accept things from them? Dai Lu scoffed. Look at your high-mindedness. No wonder Lin Siyuan said you have nothing but a pretty face and no. Isn't it all about this between men and women? Mutual consent, each getting what they need. Jinchu's face turned red with anger, and she didn't know what to say. Oh, right. Dai Lu continued. If Lin Siyuan comes looking for you again, don't be soft-hearted and forgive him. I tried it for you. It's not worth much, and his stamina is poor. The technology in that aspect is too poor. Jinchu, watching Dai Lu's departing figure, she felt both angry and speechless. She thought she wouldn't forgive her after seeing her betrayal, but unexpectedly, he forgave her so easily. During dinner, Jinchu couldn't help but murmur to Gu Mingchen. Gu Mingchen picked up a shrimp and placed it in her bowl, asking with deep eyes, Are you jealous? No way, how could that be? Jinchu immediately looked up and denied it eagerly. Gu Mingchen slowly said, It's not really forgiveness, it's better than a breakup. I bought peace with money to prevent her from bothering me again in the future. Besides, I have to thank her. Thank her? If it weren't for her, I wouldn't be with you, the man said. Jinchu's face flushed, and she lowered her head, muttering softly, There's no need for such a way of knowing each other. You should also break up with Lin Siyuan. He's a scumbag. Don't get entangled with him again in the future, the man said again. Jinchu replied, Don't worry. I definitely won't be like you, entangled with my ex, generously giving money and houses. The man smirked. This sweet and sour fish is pretty good today. The flavor is just right. Can I ask you a question? Jinchu asked again. Are you from the head office or the branch office? What position do you hold in the company? She searched for Gu Mingchen's name in the company intranet, but couldn't find anything. Now she was beginning to doubt whether he was actually someone from the company. It's not counted. I haven't decided yet whether to stay in Gu's group, Gu Mingchen answered. Jinchu, what an arrogant tone. Their company is one of the top groups in the country, and so many people are trying their best to get in. How dare he say such things? But listening to him, he hadn't joined the company yet, which explained why she couldn't find his name. Actually, you don't need to rush. Gu's group is a big group, and the chairman has high standards. It's normal not to be allowed into the company right away. I heard that other members of the Gu family also had to go through rigorous tests to work in the company, seeing that he liked eating fish. Jinchu actively picked a piece of fish for him, comforting him gently. Gu Mingchen smiled and nodded. Seeing his reaction, Jinchu thought to herself that she guessed correctly. He wasn't qualified to join the company yet. Thinking that she was part of the company, she couldn't help but feel proud. By the way, do you have time tomorrow? My dad called me, hoping we could go back together tomorrow. Suddenly remembering her father's call, she hurriedly inquired. The man looked at her, the corners of his lips curling slightly, saying, I have something to do tomorrow, but if you really want me to accompany you back, that's not impossible. Hearing him say he had something to do tomorrow, her eyes dimmed. Then hearing him say it wasn't impossible, her eyes suddenly brightened. I want to ask you to accompany me back, please. Okay, I can accompany you back, but with conditions. What conditions? Jinchu asked hurriedly. The man looked at her with deepening eyes, continuing to eat slowly. When he didn't speak, Jinchu couldn't help but frown in confusion. However, by evening, she would know what the man's condition was. Kiss me, and I'll accompany you back. How can you be like this? So shameless. Jinchu was both ashamed and furious, wishing she could find a hole to hide in. She had been serious for over 20 years and had never encountered such a brazen person. No, Dai Lu was also very thick-skinned, daring to say anything. No wonder they were once a couple. Both had thick skin. We're already married. Why are you still so shy? The man grabbed her wrist and pulled her towards him, making her collide with his embrace. Jinchu bit her lip, looking at him with a face full of shame and anger. If you don't want to, then forget it. I have something to do tomorrow. The man released his hand and sat up straight, picking up a book to read. Jinchu bit her lip again. In fact, she didn't necessarily want Gu Mingchen to accompany her home. It was just because Su Daji told her that bringing Gu Mingchen home would allow her to learn about her mother. Her mother left when she was 6 months old, and even her grandmother didn't know the specifics about her mother. The only person who knew was Su Daji. She wanted to know about her mother so badly that she didn't want to miss this opportunity. How about this? Blushing, she leaned in. her lips trembling slightly as she quickly pressed a kiss on the man's cheek. After the kiss, she didn't dare to look at his face, only lowering her head and tremblingly asking, "What do you say?" The man leaned closer, his voice deep and magnetic, making one's heart race. "I don't know. That's okay. I'll teach you." The man's long fingers lifted her chin, forcing her to look up. His hot lips descended, making her head spin as if she were lacking oxygen. This kiss was delicate and prolonged, causing her to emit soft moans involuntarily as she fell into him. Yet the remaining sliver of rationality still thought, "I don't want to learn. I don't want to become thick-skinned like Dai Lu." Chapter 7 sold for 2 million. Put these on. After Su Jinchun changed her clothes and was ready to leave, Gu Mingchen took out some jewelry for her to wear. "I won't wear them. I don't like jewelry." At a glance, the jewelry looked very valuable, and she didn't dare to wear it. "Wear it, otherwise I won't go," Gu Mingchen threatened. Su Jinchun frowned. How could he do this? He was actually threatening her? However, clearly his threat was effective. In order to make him accompany her home, she decided to wear the jewelry. It looked good, but it was a bit eye-catching. Looking at her jewel-adorned self in the mirror, she felt so embarrassed that she wished she could dig a hole and hide. Gu Mingchen, however, showed a satisfied expression as he took her hand and walked out. "Finally, you're here. Your dad has been talking about you since early morning." As soon as they entered, Zhao Xiuli greeted them warmly, and when she saw the gifts they brought, her smile became even brighter. "Auntie, there's no need to go through so much trouble." Su Jinchun was taken aback. She rarely visited her father's house, and every time she came, she was met with cold shoulders and disdain. Never before had she been treated so warmly. "Not a hassle at all, Xiaogu. Don't be polite. Eat whatever you want. Make yourself at home," Su Daji said. Su Yaoyao, dressed flamboyantly, shyly approached and greeted Gu Mingchen. Gu Mingchen had seen all kinds of people. At a glance, he could tell what this family was up to. He sat down expressionlessly, waiting for them to reveal their intentions. Su Jinchun was touched, thinking that after her marriage, she was finally receiving attention. "Dad, you said you would tell me about my mom. Don't be anxious. Eat first. We'll talk after the meal." Su Daji waved his hand, interrupting her. Su Jinchun had to stop her questioning. Su Daji looked at Gu Mingchen and asked, "Xiao Gu, what does your family do?" "Just a small business," Gu Mingchen replied lightly. "You see, Jinchun just got married, and the jewelry she's wearing must be real, right? How can it just be a small business? We're all family now." "There's no need to be shy," Zhao Xiuli said, her gaze falling on Su Jinchun's jewelry, making a shrewd judgment. Su Yaoyao tugged at her hand, acting cute. "Sister, the bracelet is really beautiful. Can you give it to me?" "I can't. This isn't mine." Su Jinchun refused. She had said she didn't want to wear these, and now it was causing trouble. Su Yaoyao pouted unhappily. "Sister, you're so stingy. It's just a bracelet." After saying that, she stood up and sat beside Gu Mingchen, acting cute with him. "Brother-in-law, look at my sister. She's so petty. She doesn't deserve you at all." "You got it wrong," Gu Mingchen dodged her, saying, "The bracelet is a gift from me to her. I won't allow her to give it away." Su Yaoyao pouted and angrily stood up to leave. "This brat is really rude," Zhao Xiuli scolded. She quickly turned to apologize to Gu Mingchen. "Xiao Gu, don't mind her. She's just a child and doesn't understand." "Jinchun, don't be angry with your sister. You know her well." "I'm not angry," Su Jinchun said. She just wanted to finish the meal quickly and ask about her mother. But after the meal, Su Daji still didn't bring up her mother. Su Jinchun became anxious. "Dad, you called me here today to tell me about my mom, right?" Su Daji's expression stiffened. Zhao Xiuli quickly smiled. "Jinchun, don't be anxious. It's not that your dad doesn't want to tell you. It's just that he's in trouble and wants your help. If you're willing to help, he'll definitely tell you." "What trouble?" Su Jinchun asked, frowning. Zhao Xiuli looked at Su Daji, signaling him to speak. But Su Daji refused to say anything, making Zhao Xiuli anxious as she shot him a glare and had to say it herself. "Actually, it's not a big deal. Your dad's factory ran into a little trouble and needs 200,000. Since Xiao Gu just married you, and he didn't even give a bride price. This 200,000 can be considered as your bride price." Su Jinchun stood up angrily, scolding. "The Lin family gave 18,000 as a bride price, and you kept it without returning it, and now you still have the nerve to ask for more bride price? No wonder you called them back. No wonder you were so warm. It turns out it was all about money." "Su Jinchun, why are you shouting?" Zhao Xiuli also stood up, scolding sternly. "Your dad raised you, and it wasn't easy. What's wrong with giving your bride price to your dad to use?" Xiaogu didn't say anything, and you just started shouting. "It's true what they say, once a daughter is married, she's like spilled water, not supporting her family at all. Yes, he gave birth to me, but I was raised by my grandmother, who took care of me all these years. You took the 18,000 from the Lin family, and you're still not satisfied? Oh, so 18,000 bought you off. then you really were cheap. Zhao Xiuli rolled her eyes sarcastically. Su Jinchun was trembling with anger. Just as she was about to argue further, Gu Mingchen pulled her down to sit. So today you called us over to discuss the bride price? Gu Mingchen asked in a deep voice. Su Jinchun wanted to speak, but was stopped by him. Leave it to me. Su Jinchun bit her lip, her eyes reddening with grievance as she lowered her head, having to let him handle it first. Zhao Xiuli chuckled. Xiao Gu, I see you're not a short of money person. Marrying such a beautiful wife, giving a bit of bride price to your father-in-law, is only right. We don't want much, just 200,000. You ask around. Who doesn't give at least 200,000 bride price these days? You're right. Being able to marry someone as beautiful as Su, 200,000 is not much. Gu Mingchen said. Right. I knew Xiao Gu was a reasonable person. Zhao Xiuli saw the opportunity, and her eyes lit up with excitement. In my eyes, she is priceless. 200,000 is too little. I'll give 1 million. Gu Mingchen said. What? 1 million? What? 1 million? Several people exclaimed in surprise at the same time. Are you crazy? Why would you give so much money? Su Jinchun hurriedly pulled Gu Mingchen's sleeve. Zhao Xiuli and Su Daji were excited. I knew Xiao Gu was extraordinary. I really didn't look at him wrong. Wait, I'll send you the bank account number right away. Wait, I have a condition. Gu Mingchen said. What condition? Just say it. We can agree to anything. Zhao Xiuli said readily. 1 million means you have to sever ties with Su Jinchun. From now on, she can only be mine and no longer be disturbed. 1 million to buy off the relationship. Isn't that a bit low? Zhao Xiuli hesitated, wondering if this deal was worth it. 2 million. Gu Mingchen raised the price. Su Daji was excited. He had never seen 2 million in his life and hurriedly agreed. Okay, it's a deal. Gu Mingchen called a lawyer to come over and brought a contract for them to sign. Zhao Xiuli felt it was a bit low, but Su Daji had already signed. Though she was unwilling, she had no choice but to go along with it. After the money arrived, Zhao Xiuli and Su Daji were overjoyed, not caring about them anymore, and hurried out to withdraw the money. Gu Mingchen had the lawyer put away the contract, and when he turned around, he saw Su Jinchun with red eyes, staring at him angrily. Chapter 8. While he's away, back to the dorm angry? Gu Mingchen asked knowingly. All the way, Su Jinchu wore a serious face and said nothing. Anyone could tell she was angry. Are you upset because I offered to buy out your relationship? You think I don't respect you? So you knew? Su Jinchu finally spoke, her eyes red with anger. Gu Mingchen said, You're so obvious. How could I not know? But don't you think that although the method is rough, it solves your worries? You won't have to worry about them harassing you again, just like you used money to solve Dailu. In your eyes, can all relationships be solved with money? Su Jinchu retorted. Isn't it? Gu Mingchen countered. Su Jinchu wanted to argue back, but felt powerless, because he had already proven twice in his way that he was right. However, she couldn't prove in her way that he was wrong. I'm doing this for your own good. I will have someone investigate your mother's situation. Even if I hadn't bought out your relationship, your father wouldn't tell you. Otherwise, he would have told you long ago, Gu Mingchen said knowingly. Su Jinchu lowered her head. Tears fell uncontrollably. He didn't understand that what made her most upset was that her father agreed to his conditions without hesitation, knowing he never cared about her, yet still felt heartbroken. Okay, I understand. Gu Mingchen answered a phone call, and his expression suddenly became serious. After hanging up, he told the driver to turn at another intersection. There, a car was waiting for him. I have something to do. I'm not going home today. If you need anything, you can tell Butler Wu. After the car stopped, Gu Mingchen placed both hands on Su Jinchu's shoulders, forcing her to look up at him, and he reminded her. Su Jinchu was still angry in her heart and didn't want to talk to him, so she pressed her lips together and remained silent. Gu Mingchen had no time to coax her, so he pulled her into his arms and gently bit her lips before letting her go. Su Jinchu was bitten and covered her mouth in anger. Is he a dog? Why is he still biting people? Madam, are we going home now? After the driver saw the boss leave and didn't hear Su Jinchu give an order, he couldn't help but ask. Not going home. Take me to Changqing Road. Su Jinchu came back to her senses and quickly told the driver. The driver nodded, started the car, and took her there. It was working hours, and Han Jing was not home. This apartment was arranged by the company for employees, very close to the company, a 2-bedroom apartment, where she lived with Han Jing. After a few days away, the dormitory was still the same. Han Jing hadn't touched her things, and the familiar environment made her relax immediately. After not resting well for a few days, she took a shower and fell asleep on the bed. When Han Jing got off work and found someone in the dormitory, she thought a thief had entered. When she saw Su Jinchu had returned, she was both surprised and delighted, shouting, Xiao Chu, why did you suddenly come back? You didn't tell me in advance. Su Jinchu was woken up, stretched lazily, and explained, It was a bit sudden. I didn't have time to tell you in advance. Please don't be angry. I'm not angry. I'm just happy. But did you have a fight with Lin Siyuan? Han Jing guessed. Su Jinchu bit her lip. She didn't know how to explain to Han Jing that her fiancé was not Lin Siyuan at all. It's nothing. It's normal to have friction when just married. You can stay in the dormitory for a few days. It's close to the company, making it convenient for work. You haven't had dinner yet, right? There's a new spicy hot pot place next door. Shall we go eat? Okay, it's my treat. Su Jinchu nodded with a smile. Han Jing said, you should treat me. You didn't invite me to your wedding, and I even prepared a wedding gift for you. You have to treat me to a meal alone. Jingjing, I'm sorry. Su Jinchu apologized guiltily. Han Jing said, it's fine, I understand. Besides, I don't want to attend the Lin family wedding banquet either. Han Jing had met Lin Siyuan a few times and didn't like him at all. She didn't want to see Su Jinchu jump into the fire pit. Su Jinchu changed her clothes. Han Jing placed the clothes she had changed out of next to the washing machine on the balcony. Wow, unbelievable. The Lin family is indeed wealthy. This brand of clothes is very expensive. Only letting you treat me to spicy hot pot seems a bit unfair. We should go for a seafood buffet instead. We'll have spicy hot pot today, and on the weekend, we'll go for a seafood buffet. Su Jinchu said generously. Han Jing joked, this is acceptable. The two went out to the new spicy hot pot restaurant next door. But unexpectedly, they ran into Lin Siyuan there. He was with a woman, and it was obvious they were close. Xiaochu, am I blind? Isn't that your husband? Han Jing shook Su Jinchu's arm. Her expression surprised as she reminded her. Su Jinchu saw it too. She originally wanted to pretend she didn't see. Unexpectedly, Han Jing's voice was so loud that Lin Siyuan heard. Su Jinchu. Lin Siyuan let go of the woman and walked over with a fierce expression. Xiaochu, what's going on? Han Jing asked. Su Jinchu lowered her voice and said, I'll explain later. Su Jinchu, weren't you being kept by a rich man? Why are you still coming to a place like this to eat? Lin Siyuan mocked loudly. Ah, being kept? What is going on? Other customers in the restaurant heard such explosive words, and they all showed surprised expressions and whispered to gossip. Su Jinchu's face turned red with anger, and she said angrily, Lin Siyuan, what nonsense are you talking? Clearly, you were the one who cheated first, and we called off the engagement. It's bad enough you don't feel guilty. You even slander me for being kept? How shameless. Su Jinchu, don't make it sound so nice. We're both the same. You must have been flirting with that man long ago. Otherwise, how could he be willing to take out $1 million to make my parents agree to cancel the wedding? I never expected. Looking so serious, yet behind the scenes, you're so promiscuous, eating from one bowl while looking at another pot, preparing to marry me while flirting with a wealthier man. You're talking nonsense, I didn't. Su Jinchu retorted. Lin Siyuan coldly snorted. If you didn't, would he be willing to spend $1 million on you? Do you think I'm a fool? But I can understand you, with a face like yours. If you don't sell yourself early, in a few years, when you grow old and lose your value, it would be a loss. We are already married, legal spouses. Do you think everyone is as shameless as you? Married? Impossible. A rich man who hands out $1 million at a time would be willing to marry you? Su Jinchu, are you dreaming? If you can, show me the marriage certificate. Don't say he is that kind of rich man. He is definitely just playing with you. Even I, if it weren't for your face, wouldn't be willing to play the wedding game with you. Do you think my mom wanted us to hold the wedding banquet first and get the certificate after getting pregnant? Our Lin family never looked down on you from the beginning. Even if you got pregnant, we wouldn't let you truly enter the door. Su Jinchu trembled with anger. This must be Lin Siyuan's true thoughts. Holding a wedding banquet was just to fool her. From the very beginning, he never intended to marry her legally. Chapter 9. Dare to hit him with a bottle, Xiaochu. What are you waiting for? Hit him. Han Jing shouted, swinging a chair from the side and smashing it onto Lin Siyuan. You dare hit me? The chair hit Lin Siyuan, and he was furious. He retaliated with a slap to Han Jing's face. Han Jing was stunned. Not satisfied, Lin Siyuan raised his foot and kicked Han Jing again. Su Jinchu watched this scene, momentarily frozen. However, she quickly regained her composure and, not knowing where she found the courage, grabbed a bottle of beer from the table and smashed it onto Lin Siyuan's head. Lin Siyuan had known Su Jinchu for half a year and always thought of her as a soft-spoken person, despite her good looks. He never expected that she would dare to hit him with a bottle to save Han Jing. Crimson blood flowed down from his forehead. He wanted to curse. But before he could open his mouth, he collapsed, darkness enveloping him. Ah, Wee killed him, Wee killed him. A woman beside him screamed, startling the customers in the restaurant, who rushed out. Someone had already called the police. Su Jinchu was also a bit dazed, holding the beer bottle, unsure of what to do. What should we do, Xiaochu? Han Jing finally reacted, crying as she shook Su Jinchu's arm. Seeing her so scared made Su Jinchu calm down instead. She comforted her. It's okay. It was me who acted. It has nothing to do with you. Jingjing, you hurry and leave. I'll handle this. What nonsense are you talking? I was the one who acted first. We should bear the responsibility together. Although Han Jing was terrified and tears streamed down her face, she still stood by her side. However, they were overthinking it. Lin Siyuan was not dead. He had just fainted. He fainted at the sight of his own blood. Seeing it flow down from his forehead scared him into unconsciousness. Even so, Su Jinchu and Han Jing were still taken to the police station. What happened? The police asked in a gentle tone. Two beautiful girls, pale and frightened, made it hard for anyone to be too harsh on them. Officer, we know we were wrong, but this matter isn't entirely our fault, Han Jing choked out, explaining to the police. The police handed her a cold towel to place on her face, urging her to speak slowly. Han Jing and Su Jinchu detailed everything that happened in the restaurant, including the grudge with Lin Siyuan. Han Jing also learned that Su Jinchu had not married Lin Siyuan, but had instead had a spontaneous marriage with a stranger. This scumbag, so shameless. If I had known he was this kind of person, I should have been harsher earlier. You two did not go easy on him either. He received 11 stitches on his head. Fortunately, it's not a major issue. However, if he insists on suing you for intentional injury, both of you will have to bear legal responsibility, the police reminded them. It was me alone who hit him. It has nothing to do with Han Jing. She was also hit by him. Can't she sue him for intentional injury? Su Jinchu said. Han Jing quickly replied, Xiao Chu. I said it was me who acted first. If we have to bear responsibility, we will do it together. At that moment, another police officer entered and whispered a few words to the officer questioning them. The officer's expression gradually turned to one of surprise as he looked at the two girls. Han Jing and Su Jinchu were puzzled. Did Lin Siyuan not make it? Officer, Lin Siyuan isn't dead, right? Han Jing asked, her voice trembling. The officer replied, no. He fainted from the sight of blood, but he is fine now. That's good. So, the look you gave us earlier. Someone has come to bail you out. You can leave now, the police said. Huh. Su Jinchu and Han Jing exclaimed in surprise at the same time. The procedure was quickly completed, and the two left together. However, once outside, they were still in a daze. They thought they would be inside for 24 hours. Who bailed them out? Madam. Butler Wu approached and greeted Su Jinchu. Su Jinchu looked at him in surprise. What are you doing here? Sir is in the car, Butler Wu reminded her. Su Jinchu saw a black business car parked by the roadside and felt a pang of anxiety. Wasn't he busy today? How did he know she was here? Xiao Chu. What happened? Han Jing asked. Su Jinchu bit her lip and said, Jingjing, the person in the car is the one I had a spontaneous marriage with. I'll go talk to him and get you to the hospital first. No need. It's just a small injury. I can buy some medicine myself. You hurry and go. Don't keep him waiting. He doesn't look easy to deal with. Han Jing said the last two sentences quietly, afraid Butler Wu would hear. But I'm leaving first. Han Jing didn't give her a chance to argue and ran off. Su Jinchu felt helpless and could only walk toward the business car. Butler Wu opened the car door for her. As she bent down to get in, she saw the man sitting inside with a calm and handsome face. After hesitating for a moment, she finally sat down. Weren't you supposed to be busy today and not come home? How did you finish so quickly? Once in the car, Su Jinchu saw Gu Mingchen say nothing, so she had to find a topic. Hearing her question, the man snorted coldly. I left for only half a day, and you managed to get into such trouble. Why do you think I came back? It wasn't intentional, Su Jinchu muttered, lowering her head. The man stared at her for a while and then sighed helplessly. He pulled her hand and carefully examined her, asking, Are you hurt? No, Han Jing got hurt. She was hit by Lin Siyuan while trying to help me, Su Jinchu replied softly. In fact, he already knew she wasn't hurt, otherwise. She wouldn't be so calm now. I've warned the Lin family, and 1T let him trouble you again. But you dared to return to the dormitory as soon as I left. That won't be allowed in the future, the man said in a low voice. Warned the Lin family? So what Lin Siyuan said was true. You gave the Lin family $1 million to agree to the annulment? Su Jinchu asked. The man remained silent, which was tantamount to admitting it. Su Jinchu pulled her hand back angrily, her face stern as she questioned, Why? It was clearly Lin Siyuan who wronged me. Why did you give them money, making others think I was in the wrong? Today, you also saw Lin Siyuan's true face. Do you think that with the Lin family's level of shamelessness, they would let our wedding proceed smoothly out of guilt? If it weren't for that money, they would definitely have caused a scene at the wedding. Why waste effort on something that can be solved with money? The man said with justification. Su Jinchu was once again speechless, but even so, she felt that his way of handling things was wrong. Not everything in this world can be bought with money. You're not wrong, Gu Mingchen said in a low tone. I never believed all problems could be solved with money. But I can't deny that money can solve 99% of troubles. For example, today you injured someone with a beer bottle, yet you can still sit here and argue about it. Su Jinchu. She suddenly felt deflated, like a balloon losing air. Chapter 10 Rumors of her being supported by someone Gu Mingchen sent Su Jinchu home and left without even getting out of the car. Jingjing, how are you doing now? Back in her room, Su Jinchu took out her phone to call Han Jing. Han Jing was so angry that she cursed. That bastard Lin Siyuan is so ruthless with girls. My teeth are almost loosened from his hits. You're lucky you didn't marry him. What would you do if he abused you later? Are you okay? I'll accompany you to the hospital, Su Jinchu said anxiously. It's fine. I've seen a doctor. I'm lucky. It's not a big deal. But how about you? Your flash marriage partner didn't even get out of the car. I didn't see what he looked like. Did he blame you? Han Jing said. Su Jinchu thought of what Gu Mingchen had said to her and felt a bit guilty. He had rushed away the first time. Definitely because there was something urgent he needed to handle. But he hurried back because of her matter. Now he had sent her home and left in a hurry. She wondered if she had delayed his work. Mr. Gu, you finally arrived. You left suddenly, and President Chun is very angry. He was just inside shouting that he wants to cancel cooperation with our Gu Corporation. The car stopped, and Tan Yuanshen quickly walked over to personally open the door for Gu Mingchen. After Gu Mingchen got out, Tan Yuanshen hurriedly reported the situation inside to him. I know. I'll handle it, Gu Mingchen promised in a deep voice. Tan Yuanshen whispered, this project is very important to our Gu Corporation. Young Master Yun has already messed it up, which is why we asked you to come. You can't let things get worse. Otherwise, the young lady will know and won't blame you. But she won't let young Master Yun off easily. I said I would handle it. You're really chatty, Gu Mingchen said impatiently as he walked inside. Tan Yuanshen was surprised. This was the first time he had seen him so impatient. Shaoli, what's going on? Mr. Gu left in a hurry and then rushed back. Do you know where he went? Tan Yuanshen was curious, asking Gu Mingchen's driver. The driver shook his head, indicating he didn't know. Tan Yuanshen knew he was lying. He had taken Gu Mingchen away. How could he not know where he went? It must be that Gu Mingchen had instructed him to keep it a secret, which is why he wouldn't say. Forget it if you don't want to say, Tan Yuanshen mumbled and hurried inside. Gu Mingchen was decisive in his work. He appeared calm and easy to get along with, yet he was inherently domineering and tough. The people he brought out were all tight-lipped. As long as he didn't allow anything to leak, no one could find out. President Chun was furious inside, with a very arrogant attitude. The senior executives accompanying him were all silently cursing, wishing they could faint right there. Even being sent to the hospital would be better than putting up with such a difficult person. Mr. Gu is here. Someone shouted, and everyone's eyes lit up. A stone in their hearts finally fell. President Chun, who had just been furious, immediately changed his demeanor to one of warmth upon seeing Gu Mingchen enter. Mr. Gu, you're finally back. Is everything handled? Is it serious? Do you need my help? If it's tricky, you didn't need to rush back. President Chun, I'm really sorry for leaving you suddenly. I'll drink a cup as punishment to apologize to you. Gu Mingchen raised a glass and drank it all in one go. President Chun was flattered and said, Mr. Gu is too polite. If you have things to do, just go ahead. Why let Mr. Gu apologize? Everyone, please take a seat. Let's continue discussing. Gu Mingchen invited everyone to sit and continued discussing the project. This discussion lasted for 2 days and 2 nights without returning home. Su Jinchu returned to work on the 3rd day, originally wanting to consult Gu Mingchen. However, she couldn't reach him by phone, and he didn't come home, so she had to make her own decisions. She refused to let the driver take her to the company entrance, getting out at the second-to-last intersection and walking the rest of the way to work. Xiaochu. Han Jing greeted her while wearing a mask. Su Jinchu quickly asked, How's your face? Is it okay? It's fine now, just a bit swollen. I'm wearing a mask to avoid being seen by those gossipy women. Who knows how they would twist the story, Han Jing said. I'm sorry, it's all because of me, Su Jinchu apologized with guilt. Han Jing wrapped her arm around her shoulder and said, What's there to say between us? Is your husband not coming back today? Do you want to go back to the dorm after work? I'm so bored living alone. I've missed you. Is it because you want me to cook for you? After work, I'll go back to the dorm with you. Cook, and then go back, Su Jinchu said with a smile. Han Jing excitedly hugged her. Darling, you're the best. Only you understand me, Su Jinchu. Stop it. If President Li sees us, he'll have something to say. Su Jinchu quickly pushed her away and walked properly. However, as they walked, they felt that the people in the company were looking at them strangely, whispering and pointing. Upon entering the office, everyone gathered together, unsure of what to say. When they saw the two of them come in, they quickly dispersed. Su Jinchu and Han Jing exchanged glances, confused. This is my wedding candy. Everyone have a taste. Although she didn't understand why her colleagues were behaving this way, Su Jinchu still took out the wedding candy to share. Thank you, Xiaochu. But it's really a pity I couldn't attend your wedding, Sister Hua said, taking the candy with regret. Sister Hua, you're so funny. There wasn't even a wedding. What are you regretting? Mo Meiying said sarcastically. Mo Meiying, what do you mean? How could Xiaochu not have a wedding? She just didn't invite everyone to save on the expenses. That doesn't mean she didn't have one, Han Jing immediately retorted, not able to stand Mo Ming's sarcastic tone. Han Jing, I wasn't talking about you. Why are you meddling in other people's business? Mo Ming shot back, wearing a mask in the office. Are you too embarrassed to see people? Yeah, you can't change your habit of meddling in others' affairs. Next time it won't just be a slap, Mo Ming sneered. Jinchu was taken aback. She knew Han Jing had been hit. Mo Ming, you weren't there that night, were you? Han Jing questioned. Mo Ming snorted. So what if I was? It's not your family's place. It was hard to get the chance, and I didn't even get a bite before you scared me away. You still have the face to say that. But it wasn't a total loss. At least I found out that someone didn't get married at all, but was being supported by someone. You're the one being supported. A dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. No wonder everyone looked at us strangely on the way. It turns out you were spreading rumors. Han Jing's temper flared, and she was about to confront Mo Ming. However, other colleagues stopped her. Mo Ming, the someone you mentioned, is it me? Although Jinchu wasn't as hot-tempered as Han Jing, she couldn't allow herself to be slandered. She took a couple of steps forward, coldly questioning Mo Ming. Chapter 11. Show her the marriage certificate, it's you I'm talking about. Mo Ming said confidently. Since you can do it, why be afraid of what others say? What have I done? What do you know? You know nothing. So what right do you have to speak nonsense here? Jinchu clenched her fists and angrily questioned. Mo Ming snorted. How could I not know? I heard your ex-fiancé say that you are being kept by a man. How could it be false? Of course it's false. Han Jing scolded. That scumbag cheated before marriage and was caught by Xiao Chu. Xiao Chu broke off the engagement, and he harbors resentment, which is why he is making up lies. Mo Ming, you're just a fool who believes anyone's words because you want to look tall. Who knows if what you say is true? If you want us to believe you weren't kept, then show us your marriage certificate, and we'll believe you. Mo Ming demanded she produce evidence. Han Jing immediately looked at Jinchu and said, Xiao Chu, show her the marriage certificate, slap it on her face, and blind her dog eyes. I didn't bring it, Jinchu quietly replied. Oh, that makes sense. Who brings their marriage certificate to work? Han Jing mumbled. Sister Hua advised, stop arguing. Ming, you really shouldn't say such harsh things without evidence since we're all colleagues. Xiao Chu, just post a photo of your marriage certificate on social media, and we'll all know. Okay, I'll post it. Jinchu glanced at Mo Ming and promised everyone. Mo Ming didn't expect her to actually agree. She snorted coldly, feeling guilty, and left with her documents. At that moment, Manager Yuan arrived. As soon as everyone saw him enter, they sat down at their desks, pretending to work diligently. Han Jing quickly sat up straight, staring intently at her computer, fearing that the manager would find fault with them again. Manager, I'm back to work. I want to cancel the remaining days of my marriage leave and save them for later. Here are my wedding candies. Please accept them. Jinchu immediately picked up a bag of wedding candies and approached him, respectfully offering it with both hands. Yuan Bowen took her wedding candies and said, Congratulations. Since you're back to work, you and Han Jing will continue to be responsible for the heir project. I need the latest proposal by tomorrow afternoon at the latest. It must be effective and usable. Understood. Jinchu nodded. Yuan Bowen took the candies into his office. As soon as he entered, Han Jing immediately slid her chair over to Jinchu's side. This big boss wants a proposal as soon as you return. And it has to be effective and usable. Does he think we're gods? How can it be so easy to produce? We can definitely complete it together. Let us work overtime tonight. Jinchu encouraged her. In fact, she liked working overtime because it meant she didn't have to rush home. If it got too late, she could even find an excuse to stay in the dormitory. So, just before leaving work, she sent a WeChat message to Gu Mingchen, telling him she would be working overtime. He hadn't been home for the past 2 days. And every afternoon she would send him a message asking if he would be coming back. However, he never replied. The record of their WeChat messages still only showed the 3 sentences she had sent. This time, Gu Mingchen still did not reply. Jinchu was used to it. So she put down her phone and continued working. However, after Mo Ming's commotion, she would still be pointed at throughout the day. When she went to the break room with Han Jing, they almost got into a fight with people from other departments. Fortunately, Manager Yuan passed by and scolded a few times, preventing an argument. Jinchu, this is your private matter, and I shouldn't interfere. But now your issue has affected work, so to clarify the rumors, you should quickly bring your marriage certificate to prove you're not lying. Yuan Bowen said with a cold face. Jinchu nodded. I understand. Thank you, Manager Yuan. Yuan Bowen made a cup of coffee and left. As soon as Han Jing saw Yuan Bowen leave, she leaned in close to Jinchu to complain that Yuan boss is meddling in what shouldn't concern him. He knows it's a private matter and still interferes. Manager Yuan is also doing it for my own good. Jinchu was not ungrateful. Han Jing pouted. Anyway, she didn't have a good impression of Yuan Bowen. especially after working until 9:30, when everyone else in the office had already left. It was just her and Su Jinchun left, which made her hate Yuan Bowen even more. Xiao Chu, let us go home. I'm almost dead from exhaustion. I'm hungry and tired, and I feel like if we don't finish the proposal, I'll die young. Han Jing leaned back and complained. Su Jinchun saw that she was really tired and remembered that this project was originally their responsibility. She had delayed for a few days because of her marriage, and Han Jing had been doing it all alone. So she said, Jingjing, you go back first. I'll take care of the rest. No way, this is our project. How can I leave it to you alone? I'm just complaining a bit. Let me rest for a moment, I can still manage. The proposal is almost done. We just have the final summary left. You go back first. I'll finish this and then come back. My husband just called and said he would come pick me up in half an hour. We don't go the same way, so we don't have to leave together. Oh, is that so? All right, Xiao Chu, then I'll leave first. The bakery has discounts at 10 o'clock. And if I leave now, I can just make it. Han Jing looked at the time, quickly packed her things, and left. Su Jinchun smiled and shook her head, then continued working. In fact, Gu Mingchen hadn't replied to her messages at all. She just wanted Han Jing to leave work early. After writing until 10 o'clock, she finally finished. After checking it once more, she turned off the computer and left. The streetlight at the company entrance was broken for some time. It was quite dark outside. A gust of wind blew by, making it feel a bit eerie. She couldn't help but wrap her coat tighter and walked quickly to the corner. Oh, running too fast, she almost bumped into someone. The person hadn't expected her to suddenly appear and immediately reached out to support her shoulder. Are you all right? I'm fine, sorry, Manager Yuan. Su Jinchun didn't expect it to actually be Yuan Bowen, and she quickly took a step back to apologize to him. Yuan Bowen withdrew his hand and said, It's good if you're fine. It's too dark. I was at fault too. You're working so late. Are you alone? I just finished the preliminary proposal with Jingjing. She went in another direction. Manager, I will definitely submit the proposal to you by tomorrow afternoon. Go home early. I'll leave first. Yuan Bowen nodded and walked in the other direction. Su Jinchun patted her chest, relieved, and hurriedly took out her phone to find a car. Since she had told Han Jing she was going home, she obviously couldn't go back to the dormitory today. However, before she could contact a taxi, a business car parked on her right suddenly honked. I've been waiting for you for ages, and you didn't notice? The window slid down, revealing a man's displeased face. Su Jinchun was startled by the honk and was even more surprised to see the man. What are you doing here? Of course, I'm here to pick you up from work. It's so late. If I don't come, how will you get back? The man replied. Su Jinchun shook her phone and said, I was just about to take a taxi. I could get back even if you didn't come. So you think I shouldn't have come? The man asked unhappily. Su Jinchun pressed her lips together, thinking, I didn't say that. Are you in a bad mood? She asked cautiously and tentatively. Chapter 12 How Can You Bite? Su Jinchun sensed that the man was in a bad mood. Although they had known each other for less than a week and were not familiar, she could still feel from his expression that he was upset. Get in the car first. The man did not answer her question, but instead urged her to get in the car first. The driver had already come over to open the door for her. She had no choice but to bend down and sit inside, trying to stay close to the car door and maintain some distance from the man. Are you afraid of me? The man looked at her pressed against the car door, frowning slightly in displeasure. Of course not. Why would I be afraid of you? Su Jinchun immediately denied. Then you must dislike me, otherwise. Why are you sitting so far away? The man said. Su Jinchun bit her lip, wanting to say that she didn't dislike him. However, she felt that such an explanation was too weak. After thinking for a moment, she slowly moved closer to him, using her actions to prove that she did not dislike him. The man slightly curved his lips, a beautiful arc forming at the corners of his mouth. He looked really good when he smiled. Su Jinchun blinked, momentarily captivated. Han Jing loved to chase after stars, especially male celebrities. She liked any man who looked handsome. So, the walls of their dorm were plastered with various posters of male stars, along with many magazines related to them. Although she didn't like chasing stars, she had, under Han Jing's influence, admired various handsome men. However, she had never seen a man as strikingly handsome as Gu Mingchen. What are you thinking? Gu Mingchen noticed her daze and frowned slightly, waving his hand in front of her eyes. Su Jinchun came to her senses, her cheeks involuntarily flushing. Nothing. How could she dare to say that she was mesmerized by his good looks? Are you thinking about that man from earlier? That man from earlier? Su Jinchun was puzzled. She didn't know which one he was referring to. Gu Mingchen cleared his throat and reminded her, you were hugging a man when you came out of the company. Hugging? Don't say that. I was just in a hurry when I came out, and it was dark, so I didn't see clearly and bumped into Supervisor Yuan. I don't know what happened to the light at the entrance. Otherwise, I definitely wouldn't have bumped into him. Su Jinchun was almost scared to death by his words. How could she dare to hug Yuan Bowen? Supervisor Yuan? He's also from the company? Yes. He is our department's supervisor. Don't be fooled by his youth. He is quite capable. He always has a stern face. And everyone in our department is afraid of him, even people from other departments. Su Jinchun explained. Gu Mingchen smirked and said, Aren't you afraid of being found out for talking about your boss behind his back? I didn't tell anyone else. I was just talking to you. Su Jinchun's face turned red. She wasn't someone who liked to gossip behind others' backs. She just wanted to clarify things and couldn't help but say those words. Gu Mingchen noticed her flushed cheeks and chuckled, nodding. I know, it's quite cute. Cute? Su Jinchun was a bit confused. Who was he calling cute? Ahem. What do you think of your company, boss? The man coughed lightly, changing the subject. Su Jinchun asked, Is it the boss of our branch? Or the boss of the headquarters? Branch. Isn't the branch managed by the manager? Why do you call him the boss? Because he is. Let us not talk about it. You are from the Gu family, right? Our boss's last name is Gu, and you also have the last name Gu. So you must be from the Gu family. I don't want to discuss company matters, especially not about my boss. Su Jinchun suddenly turned serious and stated firmly. Gu Mingchen didn't expect her to bring this up suddenly. For a moment, he didn't know how to explain it to her. However, I also know that although you are from the Gu family, you must not be a core member. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been out of the company until now. So, you are a distant relative of the Gu family? At the last wedding, you didn't introduce me to your parents and other family members. Do you have parents and other family members? Su Jinchun asked curiously. You seem not to be afraid of me anymore, the man said. Otherwise, you wouldn't have asked so many questions and said so much. I'm not afraid of you to begin with. Su Jinchun blushed and lowered her head, mumbling quietly. If you're not afraid, then come a bit closer. The man's hand covered her hand, softly commanding her. Su Jinchun saw the distance between them and thought that if she moved closer, she might end up touching him. This position is fine, don't move too much, he said softly with his head lowered. However, the man held her hand and pulled her closer. After 2 attempts to pull her, he found that he couldn't move her, so he directly held her waist with both hands and lifted her onto his lap. Let go of me. Su Jinchun didn't expect him to make such a move. She was startled and immediately pushed him away with both hands in a panic. Don't move. The man lowered his voice, reminding her in her ear. His voice was deep and magnetic, ringing in her ears like a current spreading throughout her body. She felt a strange tingling sensation, which made her too scared to move. Haven't you seen me for a few days? Do you miss me? The man saw that she had finally calmed down and revealed a satisfied expression, then quietly asked in her ear. I don't miss you. Su Jinchun silently answered in her heart. However, she didn't dare to say it out loud, although she could now talk to the man about many things. For some reason, the powerful pressure he exuded always made her hesitant to speak. It felt less like being with a husband and more like dealing with a superior. You definitely don't miss me. Otherwise, you wouldn't have even called me. The man continued to talk to himself, acting as if he was angry. He even gently bit her delicate, small ear. At this point, the tingling sensation intensified. Su Jinchun couldn't take it anymore and hurriedly covered her ears. Panicking as she rolled off his lap, she clawed at the car door. If it hadn't been locked, she might have fallen out of the car. I sent you a WeChat message. It's you who didn't reply, so how can you blame me for not calling? Come here. The man looked at her flustered and angry expression, his eyes deepening as he reached out to her. I don't want to come over. You bite people. Su Jinchun sat properly but still pressed against the car door, unwilling to get closer to him. The man was at a loss whether to laugh or cry and was just about to explain when the driver suddenly slammed the brakes. What is going on? The sudden stop caused both of their bodies to lurch forward. Fortunately, Su Jinchun grabbed the door handle, or she would have bumped into the front. Gu Mingchen was very angry and immediately sternly questioned the driver. Sorry, boss, Yin Xiao's car is blocking the way. At this moment, a person got out of the car in front. Gu Mingchen immediately pulled Su Jinchun into his arms. Soon, there was a knocking sound from outside the car window. You dare to block my car? Gu Mingchen cracked the window just enough to see outside, where he could see clearly but not the other way around. However, even though they couldn't see inside clearly, the people outside noticed that there was someone else in the car. Is there someone in your car? Since there is someone in your car, let us talk another day. I'll come to find you tomorrow afternoon. You must see me. Okay, Gu Mingchen agreed. Only then did the person outside leave and drive away. Chapter 13 Worrying, he is a marriage scammer. The man left, and the car window closed. Gu Mingchen finally released his grip, letting Su Jinchu go free. Huh. Su Jinchu gasped for air. He had suddenly pulled her into his arms, pressing her against his chest, nearly suffocating her. Now, she could finally breathe. Who was that person just now? After calming her breath, Su Jinchu curiously asked. Cousin. Your family? Jinchu was surprised, but soon realized that he had hidden her away. Does that mean you don't want your family to know about my existence? There's no need for that at the moment, the man replied. Jinchu thought to herself, so he doesn't want to. No wonder she felt strange during the wedding banquet. Although there were over 20 tables of relatives on his side, they did not toast. She thought it was because his family didn't have the custom of toasting. Now that she thought about it, not only did they not toast, but he also didn't introduce her to any family members. The guests on your side at the wedding banquet were all extras brought in to fill the space. The man answered candidly. Jinchu suddenly thought of a term, marriage scam. She had seen such cases before, where the man faked everything, including his parents and family, just to deceive the woman into marriage. After many years of marriage, the woman would find out she had been living in a scam all along. Would she be so unfortunate to encounter something like this? What expression is that? Do you think I'm scamming you into marriage? The man frowned in displeasure, accurately guessing her thoughts. Jinchu's face turned pale with fright, and she quickly shook her head, fearing he might get angry and do something terrible. However, the man saw her reaction and further confirmed his suspicion. What do you think I would gain from scamming you into marriage? What do you have that's worth my deception? There are only two reasons for marriage scams, for money or for sex. Which do you think you belong to? Jinchu. I didn't say you were scamming me, she mumbled quietly, lowering her head. He was truly despicable, capable of saying such heart-wrenching things. So, you don't have to worry about me scamming you into marriage. I will let you meet them eventually, but not right now. Don't rush. You will see them sooner or later. I'm not in a hurry, Jinchu quickly explained. In fact, she felt that her marriage with the man wouldn't last long. They were too different in terms of appearance and wealth. The man held a significant advantage in the marriage market. The reason he rushed into marriage with her was probably due to being impulsive after getting angry that day. Plus, she wasn't unattractive, so he didn't feel he was losing out. But upon reflection, he probably regretted it in his heart, which is why he didn't want his family to know, opting for a secret marriage with her. This way, when he eventually found a reason to divorce, he wouldn't be seen as a remarried man by relatives and friends. His earlier statement about taking her to meet his family sooner or later was probably just a comforting excuse. She understood everything without having to say it out loud, but she was too lazy to expose him. However, did that mean she couldn't share their marriage certificate in her friend group? No wonder he took the marriage certificate right after they got it. He probably didn't want her to post it on social media for others to see. What are you thinking about? The man reached over, curling his finger to stroke her cheek. Jinchu was startled, coming back to her senses, and her face turned red upon seeing his hand. That was so unfair. It was one thing for him to be good-looking, but why did his hands have to be so handsome too? I wasn't thinking about anything. Are we home? She glanced outside and realized they had arrived home, feeling surprised. How long had she been lost in thought that she hadn't even noticed they had arrived? Get out of the car. The man waited for the driver to open the door for him before getting out, but just as he was about to open the door for her, she had already pushed the door open and got out. After a few days away, the man immediately pressed her against the door and kissed her as soon as he entered. Jinchu felt both nervous and scared, pushing against his chest with both hands. We are husband and wife. The man caressed her slender neck with one hand while the other rested on her waist, slipping beneath the hem of her clothes. While he caressed her, he softly reminded her. She was too anxious. As he touched her skin, he could clearly feel her trembling. The man could only helplessly kiss her while trying to soothe her. But his attempts at comfort didn't have much effect. Not now. I'm too tired today. Can we? Jinchu finally couldn't take it anymore, pressing down on the man's increasingly daring hand, pleading softly. No. The man replied firmly, his tone resolute. No sooner had he spoken than he bent down and picked her up, carrying her straight to the bathroom. He was so domineering, giving Jinchu no chance to refuse. This made her very upset. The more she thought about it, the sadder she felt, and tears began to flow uncontrollably. The man held her, noticing her tears. For a moment, he seemed lost, but quickly suppressed that feeling. Don't cry, you'll get used to it slowly. He kissed her tears, soothing every inch of her skin with his lips. When desire reached its peak, Jinchu clung tightly to the man's shoulders, leaving scratches on his back. Although she still shed tears, the reason for crying this time was completely different from before. The next day, Jinchu was awakened by the alarm clock, her body feeling sore and weak as she opened her eyes. What time is it? She tiredly reached out to grab her phone, bringing it closer to check the time. When she saw the hour, her whole being was in disarray. It was already 8 o'clock. Their company started work at 9, and they had to clock in on time at 9, otherwise, it would count as being late. It was already 8 o'clock, and she was still lying in bed. She would definitely be late today. She quickly got out of bed and rushed into the bathroom for a quick wash. Fortunately, Her youthful skin didn't require too much time for makeup. Once she dashed out of the bedroom, Xiaowen looked at her in surprise and asked, "Madam, you're up? I'll prepare breakfast for you right away. I want to eat. I'll be late for work. Is Driver Lee at home? Can he take me to the company?" At this time, taking a taxi would be too late, and taking the bus would take too long. She could only ask the family driver to take her to avoid being late. "Okay, I'll tell Old Lee right away." Xiaowen nodded immediately. This time, Jinchu didn't let Driver Lee stop at the intersection, but went directly to the company entrance. Fortunately, she arrived just 2 minutes before clocking in, so she wasn't late. Of course, aside from her clocking in just in time, there were others as well. For instance, Mo Maying clocked in successfully just 1 minute before the deadline. "The man who just dropped you off, is he your husband?" Mo Maying asked. "What?" Jinchu ran, panting, her mind a bit foggy, and she didn't immediately understand what she meant. Mo Maying said, "Don't pretend. I saw it all. You got out of an Audi. The man driving was your husband?" Jinchu didn't know how to explain and felt embarrassed to say he was just the driver. "He is really ugly." Mo Maying rolled her eyes mockingly, swaying her hips as she walked past her. "You're the ugly one." Jinchu was speechless and only thought of a retort after she walked away. Driver Lee's features might be a bit rough, but he wasn't ugly, was he? Chapter 14. Mocking my ugly husband. Xiao Chu. Why are you only just arriving? I was about to call you. If you don't come soon, you'll be late. Han Jing sighed in relief as Jinchu walked into the office. "Sorry, I overslept," Jinchu explained, her face turning red. Han Jing asked in surprise. "Isn't your biological clock usually very accurate? You have light sleep. How could you oversleep?" That. Jinchu's face reddened even more. She didn't know how to explain it. "Xiao Chu, I waited for you all night yesterday. Why didn't you post anything on your moments?" Sister Hua asked. "My husband doesn't like to post on moments." Jinchu found an excuse. "But you didn't make him post. You can post yours yourself. Can he really control you from posting on moments?" Sister Hua said. Mo Maying sneered. "Sister Hua, don't make it hard for her. I saw at the door just now. Her husband really isn't suitable for posting on moments. He could scare people." Mo Maying, what are you spouting? Did you forget to brush your teeth? You reek first thing in the morning, Han Jing scolded angrily. Jinchu advised her, "Forget it, don't argue with her." Although her words were indeed unpleasant, it did provide a reasonable explanation to prevent Sister Hua and the others from probing into her marriage certificate. That's how it is, but men, whether ugly or handsome, are pretty much the same. In 3 to 5 years, they'll all look equally ugly. Sister Hua chuckled awkwardly. "By the way, did you see the new streetlight at the entrance when you came in? They replaced it with a much bigger one. When I arrived this morning, the workers were repairing it, saying it's 5 times brighter than the original." Another colleague, Zhao Gu, casually changed the topic to ease the awkwardness. However, not many believed him. "How is that possible?" Han Jing said. "The light at the entrance has been broken for so long. You all know our general manager Liu. He feels heartbroken just seeing us use an extra piece of printing paper. We've asked him to replace that entrance light countless times, but he still won't replace it, let alone upgrade to a brighter one. Don't doubt it. You'll see I'm not lying when you leave work," the colleague said angrily when he saw her disbelief. Xiao Wang also chimed in. "Zhao Gu is right. I saw it too when I came in." Han Jing frowned and whispered to Jinchu. "Has Lu Daping taken the wrong medicine? He's actually willing to spend money? Replacing it is good. I almost bumped into Supervisor Yuan yesterday because there was no street light." Jinchu said softly. "What happened? How were you so unlucky?" Han Jing asked curiously. Just as Jinchu was about to explain, Yuan Bowen walked in. The two quickly shut up and focused on their work. Jinchu revised her summary from yesterday and sent it to Yuan Bowen even earlier than he had requested. Yuan Bowen was very satisfied with their proposal and instructed them to run an errand that afternoon to initially implement the plan. Han Jing was extremely happy to have an opportunity to go out. Not having eaten lunch yet, she dragged Jinchu out, and they had lunch outside. After finishing their business, they strolled around for a while before returning to the company. However, unexpectedly, when Han Jing was looking for the finance department to reimburse her taxi fare, Lu Daping happened to be there. "The taxi fare is so expensive. Why didn't you take the bus?" "General Manager Lu, we were doing work for the company. Of course, we wanted to get there early and finish quickly. Taking the bus would require transfers, which wastes time," Han Jing patiently explained. Lu Daping disagreed. "There are clearly more economical ways. Why do you have to spend more money? The extra expenses will be borne by yourselves. The company won't reimburse you." After saying that, he ignored whether Han Jing was angry and walked away with his hands behind his back. Once he left, the finance staff quietly comforted Han Jing. "Don't be too angry. You know General Manager Liu is always stingy. He doesn't just target you. I know he's always stingy, but he can't refuse to reimburse taxi fares. I'm not being greedy. I'm not asking to reimburse for lunch. By rights, since Jinchu and I went out in the morning, we should get a subsidy for lunch. Jing, what's wrong? When Han Jing returned to the office, Jinchu saw her indignant expression and quickly asked with concern. It's just Lu being stingy. Han Jing gritted her teeth in anger. He's really too stingy. He won't even reimburse our travel expenses. It's just a few dozen yuan. What big profit can he make by saving that? Besides, it's not his money. He just wants to save every penny for a good reputation at the head office, completely disregarding our well-being. Don't be too angry. It's just a few dozen yuan. We can split it, Jinchu comforted her. Han Jing replied angrily. It's not just about a few dozen yuan. He's gone too far. Just wait. I'm going to find General Manager Lu. Jinchu also felt Lu Dapeng was being unreasonable, thought for a moment, and took the receipt to the General Manager's office. Su, come in. Lu Dapeng's eyes lit up when he saw Jinchu, and he immediately stood up to greet her enthusiastically. General Manager Lu, I'm here about the taxi fare reimbursement, Jinchu said. The company has regulations that all expenses for company business should be covered by the company. So, could you please let finance handle the taxi fare? You went out with Han Jing? Lu Dapeng asked. Jinchu nodded. Lu Dapeng walked around the desk to her side, smiling. If I had known you were going out too, I would have definitely asked finance to reimburse you. Su, you just got married and are back at work. Doesn't your husband mind? You know, after getting married, you seem even more charming. General Manager, since you agree, I'll go to finance for reimbursement right away. Seeing him lecherously reaching out, wanting to touch her, Jinchu quickly reacted, shouting and stepping back. Before he could react, she swiftly left the office. You. Lu Dapeng watched as the duck that was almost in his grasp flew away. He was both angry and frustrated. Mo Ming walked in, saw his expression, and recalled how Jinchu hurriedly left. Her eyes twinkled as she quickly figured out the reason. General Manager, do you like Jinchu? After closing the door, Mo Ming asked with a smile. Do you have a good plan? Lu Dapeng's eyes brightened, his expression gaining a hint of lewdness. Mo Ming said, Of course I have a good plan, but what benefits can you offer me, General Manager? Jinchu took the receipt to finance for reimbursement, telling them that General Manager Lu had already agreed. As the finance staff processed her paperwork, they said, Don't blame General Manager Lu for not agreeing at first. He really isn't targeting you on purpose. Our general manager has always kept company expenses to a minimum for a good image at the head office. But who would have known? Today the head office suddenly called him, asking him to repair the streetlight at the entrance, and they wanted the best. The expenses suddenly increased. So he had to find ways to save from elsewhere. The head office asked to repair the streetlight? They even manage such trivial matters? Jinchu asked curiously. The finance staff shook their heads, who knows? It seems someone from the head office came for a surprise visit, and because there was no streetlight, they almost fell. That's why they called General Manager Lu to quickly fix it. General Manager Lu is also puzzled as to why the head office cares about such small matters. Chapter 15 Suddenly asking them to sing tonight. I'm treating everyone to go to KTV to sing. Just before getting off work, Mo Ming suddenly stood up and announced loudly. Ming, really? Are you really treating us to sing? Beauty, it's rare today. Is the sun coming out from the west? The colleagues teased as soon as they heard. Mo Ming said, Just tell me if you're going or not. Of course we're going. How can we not go when the beautiful Mo is treating? Right. It's rare for you to treat us once. I'm going to call my husband right now and have him take care of the kids today. We're not going. You guys go have fun. Han Jing didn't want to accept Mo Ming's favor and immediately refused. She thought that based on Mo Ming's personality, she would definitely say, I didn't invite you. Who cares if you go? But unexpectedly, as soon as Mo Ming heard that they weren't going, she immediately said, I'm treating the whole office. Isn't it too disrespectful to me if you two don't go? Mo Ming, did you take the wrong medicine today? We're not going to save you money. Why are you so generous today? Han Jing looked at her suspiciously. Mo Ming explained confidently. Is it wrong for me to be generous? Anyway, you two must go. We can't do without anyone in our office. Han Jing, Xiaochu, you two just go. Our office hasn't gathered for a long time, and it's rare for Ming to treat us. Don't spoil everyone's fun. Hua Jie stepped in to persuade. Jinchu also probably didn't want to go, but before she had a chance to refuse, Han Jing had already said it for her. Now that Hua Jie was also persuading, she hesitated a bit. Xiaochu, why don't we just go? Mo Ming has been targeting you since you entered the company, and it's a rare opportunity to take her down a notch. Such chances don't come often. Han Jing saw that Hua Jie was saying this, and also quietly persuaded Jinchu. Jinchu nodded. At this point, it would be a bit out of place to refuse again. Although she didn't like such socializing, occasionally she had to go with the flow and bond with everyone. After all, they were colleagues in the same office, and there were many things that needed cooperation in work. Okay, I'll call my husband. You go make the call. Han Jing nodded. Mo Ming felt relieved secretly when she saw the two of them agree. This gathering was set up for Su Jinchu. If she didn't go, it would be meaningless. Su Jinchu ran to the bathroom and took out her phone to call Gu Mingchen. After a while, he answered, "What is up?" His voice was low and concise, without any unnecessary words. "Ahem, it's like this. Tonight our office colleagues are treating, so I can't go home right after work. I have to go sing, and I don't know what time it will end. If it's too late, I'll go back to the dorm with Han Jing and not disturb your rest." Su Jinchu reported softly. The man chuckled softly and said slowly, "Actually, you really want to stay out, don't you?" Su Jinchu's face flushed, and she pursed her lips. She certainly wanted to stay out. Since getting married, they had only seen each other for 2 nights. But those 2 nights, wasn't she exhausted by him? She was scared. If she could avoid him, she wanted to. It would be best if she didn't see him for 10 days or half a month. "I'll come back to sleep at night, don't worry. I won't touch you again," the man assured in a low voice. Su Jinchu's face turned even redder. She didn't expect he would know. "I have no other intention. I'm mainly afraid of disturbing your rest. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up." After saying that, she quickly hung up the phone and ran out with a flushed face. After work, everyone first went to a restaurant to eat together. Since Mo Ming was only treating for singing, the meal was split among everyone. After dinner, about 10 people went to KTV together. There was a good one nearby, and Mo Ming had already booked a big private room. "Why didn't you invite Supervisor Yuan? Everyone from their department is here, but only Yuan Bowen is absent." Hua Jie asked Mo Ming. Mo Ming awkwardly explained, "I invited him. But Supervisor Yuan said he had something to do today and didn't have time to play with us. It's good he didn't come, otherwise everyone would be uncomfortable," Han Jing said upon hearing this. Mo Ming smiled and said, "Exactly, everyone is quite afraid of Supervisor Yuan. Without him, everyone can be more relaxed." She made a good point. With Yuan Bowen not there, everyone indeed felt more at ease. After ordering fruit platters and drinks, several male and female colleagues were eager to sing. Soon, the whole room was filled with loud singing. Han Jing also liked singing and rushed into the crowd to grab the microphone. Su Jinchu had never liked such noise and quietly sat in the corner, eating sunflower seeds. "You just got married, and you're not going home after work. Won't your husband be angry?" Mo Ming didn't know when she came over to chat with Su Jinchu. Su Jinchu looked at her in surprise. Mo Ming curled her lips and said, "You don't have to show that kind of expression. I don't like you, but at least we're colleagues. Is it wrong to care about you a bit? I just didn't expect you would care about me." After all, she had always disliked her, and everyone in the office knew. It felt strange for someone who had always targeted her to suddenly start caring. "So, will your husband be angry or not?" Mo Ming asked. "No." Su Jinchu thought for a moment. Gu Mingchen probably wouldn't be angry. After all, it had only been a couple of days since their marriage. And he had also been away for a few days. She hadn't been angry, so why would he be? "That's good. Come on, I'll toast to you." Mo Ming poured 2 glasses of wine and handed one to her. Su Jinchu shook her head and said, "I don't drink." Mo Ming's face darkened, and she said unhappily, "Su Jinchu, you're really disrespecting me. I'm toasting you for the first time, and you actually refuse? If it weren't for the fact that you're married and no one is competing with me for the title of the office's first beauty, do you think I do want to toast you?" Su Jinchu thought, what does her getting married have to do with competing for the title of the first beauty? It's not like she became ugly just because she got married. However, she had never been interested in the title of the office's first beauty. It was Mo Ming who had always regarded her as a rival and targeted her. Now that she was finally willing to let go, it wasn't a bad thing. Although she didn't drink, she still took it and said, "Okay, I'll drink it. Let us work well together in the future and not create emotional burdens for each other. All right, cheers." Mo Ming clinked glasses with her and downed her drink in one go. Since she was being so generous, Su Jinchu couldn't be stingy either and drank hers in one go. However, she didn't know what kind of wine it was. At first, she didn't feel anything, but after a while, she started to feel dizzy and weak all over. Plus, everything looked blurry, and she couldn't see the people in front of her clearly. "Su Jinchu, how are you? Do you still recognize me?" Mo Ming saw the drug taking effect and waved her hand in front of her eyes, tentatively asking. Chapter 16. Seeking help before losing consciousness, Su Jinchu felt heavy-headed and light-footed. As she was being supported by Mo Ming to go outside, she heard Sister Hua ask, "What happened to Xiaochu?" Mo Ming replied, "She got drunk. I'm taking her to the restroom to sober up." Su Jinchu wanted to tell Sister Hua that she wasn't drunk. Although her alcohol tolerance was poor, one drink shouldn't have gotten her this way. However, she had no strength in her body at all. She tried to make a sound, but she couldn't even open her mouth. After Mo Ming helped her out, they headed to the 5th private room on the same floor. Lu Daping was waiting in that room, as they had planned. She would help him get Su Jinchu, and in return, he would give her a promotion and a raise. Help me. It was only 100 meters away, but it wasn't easy for a woman like Mo Ming to help another weak woman to another room. Perhaps the fresh air outside helped a bit. It didn't feel as dizzying. Su Jinchu mustered all her strength to grab the hem of a passing man's clothing, seeking help from him. She didn't even know who he was or what he looked like. But she knew in her heart that she couldn't be taken away by Mo Ming. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. What is going on? The man, caught by her grip, stopped and asked them. Mo Ming's expression stiffened, and she awkwardly explained to the man, I'm sorry, my sister is drunk. Please don't mind her. She doesn't look drunk to me. The man looked Su Jinchu up and down with his bright, dark eyes, making a judgment. Mo Ming bit her lip, forcing herself to stay calm, and said, she is drunk, or what else could it be? I'm just a woman. What can I do to her? That is uncertain, the man said with a smile. In this day and age, men aren't safe outside, let alone women. I think I should call the police and hand her over to them. That's the safest option. Are you crazy? Mo Ming said angrily. We just came out for a drink, and you want to call the police? What are you guilty about? Who feels guilty? Mo Ming snapped. You look decent. But your brain doesn't seem to work well. Mo Ming was getting anxious and furious. Meanwhile, Lu Daping had been waiting in the private room for a while, and, not seeing Mo Ming bring Su Jinchu over, became worried and went out to look for her. He soon saw Mo Ming supporting Su Jinchu, arguing with a young man. He immediately walked over with a stern face and asked, what is going on? Mr. Lu, you're finally here. Hurry and take Xiaochu away, Mo Ming urged, trying to signal him with her eyes. Lu Daping was initially stunned, but quickly reacted and reached out to take Su Jinchu. However, he didn't expect the man to move faster, pulling Su Jinchu into his arms. Actually, I wasn't sure if I misunderstood before, but now seeing this, I think I was right. You two have bad intentions. Give her back to us, Mo Ming said angrily. Lu Daping felt like he was about to lose a sure thing and became furious. Where did this kid come from? Hand her over to me, or I'll call someone. Go ahead. Do you want to call the police too? The man suggested. Upon hearing call the police, Lu Daping panicked. He shot a resentful look at Mo Ming, as if blaming her for not handling the situation properly. Mo Ming felt wronged as well. She never expected to encounter such a reckless young man. At that moment, a few tall men walked out of a nearby private room and asked the man holding Su Jinchu, Junkie, what is going on? It's nothing, Zhou Junkie said with a bright smile, addressing them. This uncle wants to have a little competition with us. Since you're here, why not give it a try? Lu Daping's face darkened immediately, and he muttered under his breath, crazy. He left with a scowl. Seeing him leave, Mo Ming shot Zhou Junkie a glare in frustration and hurried back to her own room. What is going on? As the two left, Zhou Junkie, still holding a woman, puzzled the group. Zhou Junkie looked down at Su Jinchu, who had lost consciousness, gently resting on his shoulder. Her smooth, fair skin, with long curled eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings, and her soft red lips emitted a faint fragrance. This was the first time he had been this close to a woman, especially such a beautiful one, gentle and elegant like a lotus flower. His heart raced uncontrollably, and shaking his head, he said, it's fine. You all continue to have fun, I'll take her away. After saying that, he bent down and picked Su Jinchu up, walking into the elevator. There was a clinic nearby, and he took Su Jinchu there. Since the clinic was close, when the doctor saw Su Jinchu's condition and asked where they had come from, he immediately understood. I saved her, Zhou Junkie explained to the doctor as he noticed the way the doctor looked at him. The doctor nodded and said, we know you saved her, otherwise, you wouldn't have brought her here. Don't worry, it's nothing serious. Just apply a cold towel to her face. After she wakes up, give her some medicine to clear the heat and detoxify. She'll be fine. Is it that simple? How complicated can it be? Okay, I'll apply a cold towel to her face right away. Zhou Junkie quickly asked the doctor for a new towel, washed it with cold water, and came over to wipe Su Jinchu's face. Su Jinchu was incredibly beautiful, with skin that was white and tender. While wiping her face, Zhou Junkie was afraid of hurting her delicate skin. Soon, after a while, Su Jinchu really woke up. Zhou Junkie was overjoyed and quickly threw the towel aside, saying, you're awake? He was only 20 years old, still in that transitional phase between boyhood and manhood. Although he was tall and strong, he looked somewhat intimidating when serious. But when he smiled, one could sense he was just a sunny young man. Who are you? Su Jinchu asked weakly, furrowing her brows. The doctor approached and said, this young man saved you. Here is some medicine to clear the heat and detoxify. Take it and rest a bit more, and you'll be fine. Thank you. Su Jinchu took the medicine and slowly propped herself up. Zhou Junqi wanted to reach out to help her, but his hand quickly retracted. He had the courage to hold her when she was unconscious, but now that she was awake, he felt timid. You grabbed my clothing and sought help from me. I don't know what happened to you, but from the situation, it seems like you were drugged. Zhou Junqi cleared his throat and told her everything he knew. Su Jinchu's eyes turned slightly red with anger as she clenched her fists tightly. Based on Zhou Junqi's description, she guessed that the greasy middle-aged man with a big head and ears was likely Lu Daping. She never expected Mo Meiying to be so despicable and shameless. To please Lu Daping, she would actually offer herself to him? Do you want me to help you call the police? Zhou Junqi asked cautiously, observing her furious expression. Chapter 17, Attitude of Defiance. Don't call the police. Su Jinchu quickly shook her head, refusing Zhou Junqi's kindness. Without evidence, relying solely on her and Zhou Junqi's words. Even if they called the police, they couldn't do anything to Mo Meiying and Lu Daping. In cases of workplace sexual harassment, if there isn't solid evidence, the one who ends up suffering will only be her. After recovering, Su Jinchu planned to leave. Han Jing was still at the KTV, and she needed to go back to find her, so she wouldn't fall into Mo Meiying's trap as well. Mr. Zhou, thank you for saving me today. I've already paid for the medical expenses. Please add me on WeChat, and I'll transfer you some money as a token of my gratitude. Ah, no need. I don't want your money, Zhou Junqi said, blushing and quickly waving his hand to refuse. Su Jinchu replied, You saved me. It's what you deserve. I should have treated you to a meal to show my gratitude, but I really have no time. If you refuse to accept anything, I'll feel embarrassed. All right. You scan me. Zhou Junqi suddenly thought of something and quickly took out his phone for her to scan. Su Jinchu added him as a friend and transferred him 800 yuan as a good luck gesture. After completing the transfer, she hurriedly left. Zhou Junqi didn't rush to check the transfer, but looked at her WeChat with a shy expression. However, seeing her heading back to the KTV, fearing she might get into trouble, he quickly ran after her. Just as he was about to catch up with Su Jinchu, his phone rang. Okay, I'm heading home right away. After answering the call, he reluctantly glanced in her direction and had to leave in the opposite direction. Su Jinchu returned to the KTV, where everyone else had already left. Only Hua Jie, Mo Meiying, and Han Jing remained. Han Jing was drunk and was being supported by Hua Jie and Mo Meiying. Hua Jie saw her and asked in surprise, Xiao Chu, Meiying said you had something to attend to and left early. Why are you back? Mo Meiying was also surprised, not expecting her to dare to return, feeling a bit guilty. She looked away, avoiding eye contact. Hua Jie, I remember you live nearby too. Could you take Han Jing back to the dormitory? Su Jinchu said to Hua Jie. Seeing her pale face, Hua Jie nodded and struggled to help Han Jing leave. Su Jinchu, what do you want? Mo Meiying asked forcefully after Hua Jie and Han Jing left. Su Jinchu looked at her hypocritical face, clenched her fist, and in a fit of anger, slapped her hard. Was that person Lu Daping? Mo Meiying didn't expect Su Jinchu to dare to hit her. Su Jinchu, are you crazy? How dare you hit me? Why wouldn't I dare to hit you? Mo Meiying, based on the things you've done to me, let alone hitting you, even if I killed you, you would deserve it. I never expected that you would target me at the company and even dare to drug me. Su Jinchu said angrily. After being slapped, Mo Meiying calmed down instead, snorting coldly and justifying herself. You say I drugged you. What evidence do you have? Su Jinchu, don't casually accuse someone without proof. Everyone in the department is here today, and you have no injuries. You dare to accuse me without evidence. Believe it or not, I'll spread the word at the company that you left suddenly today not because of family matters, but because you left with a man. What will you say to everyone after you leave? There are surveillance cameras in the corridor that won't show me drugging you. They can only see you being carried away by a man. If that footage gets out, how many mouths do you have to explain? Will your husband believe you if he finds out? Su Jinchu, before you come to me for revenge, you better think about it. If this matter blows up, who will suffer more? Despicable. I'm despicable. What can you do to me? Mo Meiying said disdainfully. It's your own stupidity for believing my words and drinking the wine I gave you. Besides, President Lu really likes you. You're not a young girl anymore. What is the point of being with such an ugly husband? Even if you end up with President Lu, what is the difference? President Lu can promote you and give you a raise. What can your husband give you? Think about it. As long as you're willing. I'm happy to be a middleman and connect you with President Lu. Why don't you go to him yourself? Su Jinchu said angrily. Mo Meiying's expression stiffened, and an indescribable emotion flashed in her eyes. But soon, she coldly snorted and said, It's your fortune that President Lu can take a liking to you. Don't be ungrateful. Think it through. It's best to keep today's matter to yourself. Don't think about dragging others down. After saying that, she pushed past Su Jinchu and walked out. Su Jinchu trembled with anger. How could she be so shameless? And that Lu Daping, who had ill intentions toward her since she entered the company. She originally thought that after getting married, he would restrain himself. Unexpectedly, he was bold enough to have Mo Ming drug her, but as Mo Ming said, this matter couldn't be spoken of, it had to be kept to herself. When she first arrived at the company, a female employee exposed Lu Daping for sexual harassment. However, in the end, when the police and the headquarters got involved, there wasn't enough evidence, and Lu Daping faced no consequences. Instead, that female employee was charged with false accusations, was fired, and became infamous in the industry. It was said that no company dared to hire her. He was the manager, wielding great power, and it was rumored he had backing from the headquarters. What could they do but endure? Han Jing, with her fiery temper, could only swallow her anger in the face of Lu Daping's verbal harassment. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The vibrating sound of WeChat jolted her from her fury. To her surprise, the caller was Zhou Junqi, who she had just added on WeChat. Hello? How are you? Do you need help? Although I can't go over, I can send someone from my class. I'm fine. Thank you for your concern. I've handled everything here. Jinchu took a deep breath and said with a bitter smile. Oh, if you need my help, just let me know. Zhou Junqi said. Okay, I understand. Jinchu hung up the phone. Wiping away her tears, she took a deep breath and left. After returning home, Gu Mingchen was also back from outside. At that moment, he was in the study. Xiaowen saw that her face didn't look good and worriedly asked, Madam, are you feeling unwell? Should I call a doctor? No need. I'm just too tired. I'll go rest first. Jinchu shook her head and dejectedly returned to her room. Xiaowen thought for a moment and decided to report this matter to Gu Mingchen. After hearing it, the man frowned, put down the documents in his hand, and said, Okay, I understand. Xiaowen left. The man stood up and returned to the bedroom. Jinchu had already taken a shower and was asleep. Lying on the bed with the quilt pulled up, her thin body looking somewhat pitiful. He walked over and hugged her from behind. Jinchu shivered slightly and murmured, I'm sleepy. I'm just hugging you. The man replied. Although he couldn't see her expression, he could still sense her low mood from her reaction. However, he didn't ask further. He just quietly held her until she slowly fell asleep. Chapter 18. She was framed the next day. Mo Ming arrived at work and learned that Jinchu had not revealed the incident. She couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. However, although Jinchu swallowed this humiliation, Lu Daping was relentless. After calling her into the office, he grabbed her by the neck and questioned, Didn't you say you could help me handle this? What happened last night? Mr. Lu, please calm down. I don't know where that man came from who rescued Jinchu. Don't worry, I will definitely find another opportunity, Mo Ming explained, struggling to breathe as Lu Daping tightened his grip. He suddenly released her, and she leaned against the desk, coughing violently until she calmed down. Mo Ming, don't forget how you got into this company with your educational background. If it weren't for me, how could you have had the chance to join Gu's group and become an employee here? Yes, I will never forget Mr. Lu's great kindness. Please calm down. I will definitely help you get Jinchu, Mo Ming said, a hint of humiliation flashing in her eyes, but she quickly leaned closer, pressing her ample chest against Lu Daping's arm, softly assuring him. Lu Daping leered and grabbed at her chest, grinning insincerely as he said, I'll give you a few more days, sweetheart. Don't let me down. Mo Ming nodded with a forced smile. However, after the previous experience, Jinchu would not be easily fooled again. Back in the office, she racked her brain, trying to figure out how to make Jinchu submit. Xiao Chu, is the plan ready? Han Jing called out loudly. Jinchu replied, It's done, but Supervisor Yuan is not here, so I'll send it to him tomorrow. Mo Ming's eyes lit up as she suddenly thought of a good idea. The next day, when Jinchu arrived at the company, she saw Yuan Bowen already in the office. She opened her computer, ready to send him the completed plan. However, when she opened the folder, she found it was empty. Her plan was gone. What happened? Where did it go? Jinchu exclaimed in shock, quickly searching her computer. After several attempts, she still couldn't find it. When Han Jing arrived, Jinchu asked her about the plan. Han Jing said, Isn't it on your computer? Were you going to send it to Supervisor Yuan today? But now it's missing. Jinchu said anxiously. How could it be missing? Han Jing, not believing it, searched but found nothing. Just then, Yuan Bowen walked out of his office with a serious face and said to the two of them, Come to my office. Jinchu and Han Jing exchanged nervous glances as they followed him into the office. Once inside, Yuan Bowen instructed them to close the office door. Supervisor, I wanted to report something to you. Did you send the plan to the competitor? Yuan Bowen interrupted, questioning her sternly. Huh, what? I sent it to the competitor? Jinchu was shocked. Yuan Bowen maintained his serious expression and said, A moment ago, the competitor called me and said you sent them the planning document. Saying this, he turned his laptop around for her to see. Seeing the email history, Su Jinshui's face turned pale. She quickly ran out, opened her email box, and indeed found sent emails. She rushed back in, urgently explaining to Yuan Bowen, supervisor. It wasn't me who sent it. I was going to send it to you this morning, but I found it missing and couldn't find it anywhere. I didn't expect. Supervisor, you have to believe Xiao Chu. She would never do such a thing, Han Jing added, anxiously defending Su Jinshui. Yuan Bowen said seriously. I know she didn't do it. As long as she hasn't lost her mind, she wouldn't do something like this. Right now, only I know about this matter. I will investigate it thoroughly. However, I heard that your department's plan was leaked. What happened? Before Yuan Bowen could finish, Lu Daping burst into the office, looking furious. Mr. Lu, I will handle this matter well, Yuan Bowen immediately assured him. But Lu Daping ignored him and turned to Su Jinshui, asking, Did you leak the company's secrets? I didn't. Su Jinshui defended herself. Lu Daping said, I know whether it's you or not. I'll give you one day. If you can't provide evidence proving your innocence by tomorrow, the company will have no choice but to terminate you according to the regulations. What? Terminate me? Mr. Lu, that's too arbitrary. This is clearly someone framing Xiao Chu. Han Jing exclaimed. Lu Daping coldly snorted. You say someone is framing her? Bring out the evidence. If you can provide evidence, I'll believe her. If not, the company won't keep a traitor who eats from both sides. After saying this, he turned and left. Su Jinshui felt both angry and wronged, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Yuan Bowen clenched his fist, promising her in a low voice, Don't worry. I will find the evidence to prove your innocence. The surveillance. There are cameras in the office. We can check the footage to see who is messing around. Han Jing suddenly reminded them, her eyes brightening. Yuan Bowen replied, Since the other side is trying to frame you, do you think they would leave such obvious evidence on the surveillance? How do we know if we don't check? Han Jing insisted, not believing in bad luck, and immediately ran to the surveillance room to check the footage. Sure enough, nothing was found on the footage. That segment had been edited out. Who has the ability to cut the surveillance footage in the company? Han Jing said in disbelief. Su Jinshui suddenly thought of someone, and her face turned pale. Jingjing, you go back first. She composed herself and went to find Lu Daping. Unexpectedly, Mo Ming was also in Lu Daping's office. It was you too, right? Su Jinshui angrily questioned. Lu Daping signaled Mo Ming with his eyes to step out first. As Mo Ming walked past Su Jinshui, she looked at her with contempt and smirked as she left. When leaving, she even kindly closed the door for them. Jinshui, you should know that from the day you entered the company, I have treated you differently, Lu Daping said, walking around Su Jinshui slowly. Su Jinshui clenched her fists. How could she not know? From the first day she joined the company, his gaze towards her was filled with ulterior motives. In fact, no one else in the company knows about this matter. Only I and Supervisor Yuan know. As long as you and I can keep this under wraps. Preventing Yuan Bowen from pursuing it. Jinshui, since you are already married, you're not a young maiden anymore. Chastity isn't that important. It's either keeping this job or being fired. You choose. While saying this, Lu Daping placed his hand on Su Jinshui's shoulder. Su Jinshui instinctively recoiled as if electrocuted, glaring at him in shame and anger. Lu Daping coldly snorted, You don't need to look at me like that. I'll give you one night to think it over. How to choose is up to you. Young people should understand the times. It's hard to find a job outside, especially in a big company like Gu's group. Chapter 19. Pressing her about the reason for crying, Su Jinshan sent a leave message to Yuan Bowen and left work early. She originally planned to visit her grandmother in the hospital, but suddenly thought about her current appearance. If her grandmother saw her like this, she would definitely be very worried. So she took a taxi home and locked herself in her room as soon as she arrived. Madam, Xiaowen knocked on the door from outside. I'm fine. You don't need to worry about me, Su Jinshan choked out. Xiaowen thought to herself, she's crying and still says she's fine? But since she wouldn't open the door, there was nothing she could do. Fortunately, Gu Mingchen returned home quickly. Xiaowen hurriedly reported to him, Sir, Madam locked herself in her room as soon as she got back and seems to have been crying. I understand. The man unbuttoned his cuffs as he walked upstairs. However, when he reached the door, he still knocked. Su Jinshan thought it was still Xiaowen and said through her tears, Xiaowen, I don't want to eat right now. Just let me be alone. It's me, the man said in a low voice. Su Jinshan was taken aback, not expecting him to return so early. After recovering, she quickly stood up to wipe her tears, and fearing he would notice, she deliberately ran to the bathroom to wash her face. Her eyes were swollen from crying, and it would take a while to go down. There was no time to fix it, so she could only open the door like this. After opening the door, she deliberately lowered her head to avoid letting him see her face and quietly asked, Why are you back so early? What's wrong? The man did not answer her question, but instead asked her. Su Jinchun lowered her head even more and replied softly, "Nothing." The man reached out and forcibly lifted her chin. Su Jinchun initially wanted to resist, but his strength was too great, and she could only be compelled to look at him. Her eyes were red and swollen from crying, resembling two peaches. Her originally fair face had turned pale pink from weeping, and her lips were even redder, like they had been coated with thick lipstick. Crying like this and still saying nothing was wrong? The man raised his other hand and gently rubbed her cheek, his tone filled with dissatisfaction. Su Jinchun wanted very much to hold back and tell him she was really fine. She hadn't planned to tell him about this incident. Besides the difficulty in speaking about it, the most important thing was that even if she did, he might not stand by her side. He might even suspect that she had done something to provoke Lu Dapeng. However, as soon as she opened her mouth, she couldn't help but let the tears flow uncontrollably. The man didn't expect her to cry, and to cry so sadly at that. He was momentarily stunned and quickly loosened his grip, somewhat flustered as he held her in his arms to comfort her. "Don't cry. Tell me what happened. Why are you crying like a child?" He had never done such a thing before, and his movements were somewhat stiff. He had also never said comforting words, and what he said came out somewhat clumsily. Indeed, his attempts at comfort did not soothe her, but instead made her cry even more sorrowfully. From initially low sobbing to now wailing. It was as if she wanted to cry out all her grievances and sadness. What on earth happened? Su Jinchun cried for a long time. And when she could cry no more, the man picked her up and placed her on the sofa, bringing her a towel to wipe her face. "I'm fine, really fine." Su Jinchun took the towel, wiped her face, but still stubbornly said nothing was wrong. Gu Mingchen's expression turned grim. At that moment, his phone rang. He took the phone to the bathroom, and when he came out, his expression was even darker. He looked at Su Jinchun seriously and said word by word, "I don't care what you were like before, but now that you are married to me, I am your man, your support. No matter what happens. If there's any trouble you can't solve, you can tell me. Let me help you solve it." "Can I tell you?" Su Jinchun raised her head, looking at him through tear-filled eyes. When she was young, she was bullied. When she told her grandmother would only hold her and cry. When she told her father, he would scold her for causing trouble. So no matter what happened, she had to learn to bear it alone. Because she knew that in this world, she had no one to rely on. The only person she could rely on was herself. Yet he suddenly said such words to her, surprising and somewhat making her hopeful, but at the same time, she was also afraid. She remembered that she had a female teacher who was also sexually harassed. After telling her husband, he not only didn't feel sorry for her, but scolded her for being promiscuous, saying that was why someone harassed her. At that time, while they were still in class, her husband came to the school in a rage, completely disregarding the teacher's dignity. The teacher was forced to jump from the building to prove her innocence. This was also the reason she didn't dare to report to the police. There were too many helpless situations in this world. As a woman encountering such trouble, regardless of right or wrong, she easily became a target of violence. "Of course you can." Gu Mingchen held her hand, his tone firm. Su Jinchun looked at his resolute face and bit her lip. Maybe he was trustworthy. If she didn't try, how would she know? "Okay, I'll tell you." She poured out all the grievances and threats she had faced over the past 2 days. After finishing, she lowered her head and tightly closed her eyes, afraid to look at his face. She didn't know how he would react after hearing all this. Angry? Furious? Maybe the next moment he would even propose a divorce. After all, she was a troublesome person. Otherwise, why would she be the only one causing such trouble? "You should have told me sooner." Gu Mingchen held her tightly, his voice low and filled with concern. "Aren't you angry?" Su Jinchun hesitantly asked as she lifted her head in his embrace. "You've been wronged. I can't help but feel sorry for you. How could I be angry? Don't worry. I will help you resolve this matter." Gu Mingchen lowered his head and kissed her cheek, assuring her. The moment he pressed her head against his chest, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. How dare they touch his woman? Those people were looking for death. "What do you plan to do? Are you going to find President Liu?" Su Jinchun asked nervously. Gu Mingchen remained silent, but thought to himself that someone like Lu Dapeng was not worth him personally going to confront. "Don't worry, I will handle it well. You go take a shower first, relax a bit, then we can go downstairs and eat something." Gu Mingchen kissed her on the top of her head and picked her up. Su Jinchun had no mood to take a shower or eat. But it was not good to reject his kindness, so she could only go into the bathroom first. After she entered the bathroom, Gu Mingchen immediately called his assistant Zhou Yi to investigate the matter regarding Lu Dapeng. When Su Jinchun finished her shower and came out, Zhou Yi had already organized all the information Gu Mingchen wanted and sent it to him. Gu Mingchen briefly glanced over it, snorted coldly, and then forwarded the information to Tan Yuancheng. "Handle it seriously." He sent only 4 words to Tan Yuancheng, then closed his phone and took Su Jinchun downstairs for dinner. Tan Yuancheng was just about to get off work when he suddenly received his message and read through the information again. He muttered in confusion. What did this Lu Dapeng do to provoke this ancestor? However, no matter what, he immediately called other senior executives to convene an emergency meeting to discuss how to seriously deal with Lu Dapeng. Chapter 20. Sending her to work. Personally, Su Jinchu didn't sleep well all night. The next morning, she anxiously asked Gu Mingchen, will everything really be okay? Last night, Gu Mingchen had told her to go to work as usual and assured her that nothing would happen, that Lu Dapeng would definitely not bother her again. However, she didn't quite believe his assurance. That despicable little man, Lu Dapeng, was known for not giving up until he achieved his goals. How could he easily let her go? I said it's fine, so it will definitely be fine, Gu Mingchen said, ruffling her hair and reassuring her again. But what if? What if you see him at the company today and he threatens you? Just smash a vase over his head. No need to hold back, he added. Oh, but that could land me in jail. Su Jinchu's face turned pale at the thought. The man chuckled and said playfully, did you forget about the last time you two fought? If you go to jail, I'll come and rescue you. Su Jinchu blushed, thinking to herself that she wasn't the one at fault and certainly didn't want to go to jail for no reason. What if she ended up with a criminal record? Finding a job later would be even more difficult. Actually, I'm not afraid of him, Su Jinchu murmured softly. I'm mainly afraid of losing this job. It took me so long to get into Gu's group, and if I lose it, it will be really hard to find a job with such a high salary again. Do you really like Gu's group? The man asked. Su Jinchu nodded. Of course I do. Otherwise, why would so many job seekers want to get in every year, pushing themselves to the limit? After saying that, she suddenly remembered that Gu Mingchen wasn't actually part of Gu's group and worried he might be upset. She quickly comforted him. You don't have to be too anxious. Since your last name is Gu, your way of getting into the company is definitely different from ours. Otherwise, I think with your abilities, you could definitely get in. My abilities? What abilities do I have? The man teased, wrapping his arms around her. Su Jinchu's face turned red. She really hadn't seen him do anything and didn't know what abilities he had. The only thing she had witnessed was that kind of incident. Stop talking, let's go eat. Her face was flushed, and she quickly pushed him away and ran downstairs. Just now, she was anxious about going to work, but now, after his teasing, she felt much calmer. After breakfast, Gu Mingchen offered to take her to work. Is that necessary? You don't have to accompany me. Besides, outsiders aren't allowed in our company. Su Jinchu refused. Gu Mingchen, being very considerate, said, I won't go in. I'll just drop you off at the entrance. Look at how pale you are this morning. If I accompany you a bit, you'll feel more at ease. Doesn't this bother you? Su Jinchu asked, biting her lip. Gu Mingchen frowned slightly. Once they were in the car, he held her hand and asked, why are you worried about me being angry? If you're wronged, I will only feel heartbroken for you. How could I be angry? Su Jinchu lowered her head and said softly, but others might think it's the woman's fault when such things happen. It's the woman's lack of discretion that attracts trouble. The others you speak of are foolish. They are definitely not me. I'm not foolish. Clearly, you are the victim. Yet they blame you, Gu Mingchen said seriously. Su Jinchu was deeply moved and didn't know what to say. She had never encountered a man like Gu Mingchen before. He seemed different from other men. Thank you. As long as you understand me, I won't be afraid even if I get fired today, Su Jinchu said, mustering the courage to look up at Gu Mingchen as she got out of the car, feeling touched. Gu Mingchen wanted to say, you won't be fired. But after thinking it over, he decided not to say it. Even if he did, she wouldn't believe him. He gently pinched her cheek and watched her walk inside. Don't go yet. Stop at a corner, Gu Mingchen instructed the driver. The driver nodded and, though confused, drove to the corner and stopped. Su Jinchu clocked in at the company, but as soon as she entered, she felt that the atmosphere today was off. She walked into the office suspiciously, and as soon as she entered, Han Jing ran over to her. Xiaochu, you're finally here. Jingjing, what's wrong? Did something happen at the company? Su Jinchu asked curiously. Han Jing said, you don't know yet? Hurry, follow me to see the big screen in the lobby. Su Jinchu frowned in confusion as Han Jing pulled her back to the lobby. On the large screen above the lobby, something was scrolling. Usually, it showcased the company's glorious history and future aspirations, but today, it was about Lu Dapeng. There was evidence of his embezzlement and evidence of him bullying company employees. The female employee who previously exposed his sexual harassment was vindicated. She was not making false accusations, as Lu Dapeng had indeed done despicable things. Not only were there dirt on Lu Dapeng, but also on Mo Meiying. It turned out that Mo Meiying's previous identity was a hostess. She had been Lu Dapeng's mistress for half a year and later found a way to get into the company through him. From a hostess, she leaped to becoming a white-collar worker at Gu's group. No wonder she couldn't even send an email when she first joined the company. The two were implicated in embezzlement and fraud, and the headquarters had verified everything. They were not only fired but also reported to the police for further handling. The police had come in early to collect evidence, and since she arrived late, she missed them. Han Jing said gleefully, "I've heard their charges are serious. They will spend years in prison." Jinchu was astonished. She never expected so much to happen overnight. How did it suddenly come out? She asked curiously. Han Jing shook her head. Who knows? Maybe they offended someone. I heard Lu Daping has an uncle who works at the headquarters. He never mentioned what position he held. But now we know he is part of the finance department. Apparently, he was also involved in embezzlement and was being investigated. It seems like he was caught. And they pulled Lu Daping down with him. The headquarters is really powerful, decisive, and admirable. Of course, the luckiest one is you, with Lu Daping being arrested. Your matter has finally been cleared up. It turns out that Lu Daping and Mo Meiying wanted to frame you. Mo Meiying secretly came back after work and sent the emails from your computer. Wait a moment, I need to make a phone call. Jinchu listened in silence, suddenly thinking of something, and quickly told Han Jing. Taking her phone, she ran into the restroom. Hello. Gu Mingchen saw his phone ring, the caller ID showing Little Rabbit, and smiled as he answered. Do you know? Lu Daping has been arrested. Jinchu exclaimed excitedly. Really? I told you, you don't need to worry. Gu Mingchen replied with a smile upon hearing her excited voice. Did you do this? Jinchu quickly asked. Gu Mingchen was about to admit it. But before he could say anything, Jinchu continued. Look at me. What am I talking about? It can't be you. How could you have that much power? But I still have to thank you. If you hadn't comforted me, I probably wouldn't have made it through last night and wouldn't have waited for this good news. I have to get to work now, so I'll hang up. Jinchu hurriedly ended the call. Gu Mingchen thought, it's better she doesn't know, to avoid scaring her. Chapter 21 The truth revealed. I never expected that Lu Daping and Mo Meiying were that kind of people. I mean, Mo Meiying used to do that kind of work. Do you think she might have any diseases? Don't say that. Just thinking about it makes me sick. There shouldn't be any, right? We have a physical checkup every 6 months, and no one has found any such problems. Jinchu and Han Jing returned to the office. And as soon as they entered, they overheard their colleagues gossiping. The two exchanged glances but chose not to engage in the gossip. The original proposal had been sent to the competitor, and now they needed to create a new one, with time being very tight. They were so busy that they hardly had time for gossip. By the way, with Lu Daping being arrested, the company manager is gone. Who do you think might become the new general manager? Hua Jie suddenly asked everyone with curiosity. Originally, they were discussing whether Mo Meiying had any diseases, but with Hua Jie's reminder, they shifted their focus to this matter. According to past practices, when the previous branch manager is reassigned, resigns, or retires, they usually select someone suitable from within the branch to promote. So everyone speculated that the next general manager might be Yuan Bowen. Although Yuan Bowen was only their department head and had a short tenure as a supervisor, he was outstanding and upright. He and Lu Daping were both candidates for the supervisory position, and if it weren't for Lu Daping having connections at the headquarters and resorting to underhanded tactics, the general manager position would definitely have been his. With Lu Daping's downfall this time, in terms of both ability and qualifications, it should belong to him. Supervisor Yuan. Here is the draft of the latest proposal. Please take a look. If there are any issues, let us know, and we will revise it as soon as possible. Jinchu and Han Jing brought the proposal draft to Yuan Bowen's office. After Yuan Bowen took it and glanced at it, he nodded and said, not bad. Let's proceed with this approach. Supervisor Yuan, are you going to be promoted? Han Jing bit her lip, hesitated for a moment, but couldn't help but ask. Shoo. Jinchu frowned and quickly tugged at her sleeve to stop her from asking such a sensitive question. However, Han Jing said, Supervisor Yuan isn't a narrow-minded person. He definitely won't be angry, right? Yuan Bowen glanced at her and shook his head helplessly, saying, I want to be angry, but your mouth really isn't likable. This matter isn't something you need to worry about. The priority is to finish the proposal and hand it to me as soon as possible. Oh. Han Jing stuck out her tongue and followed Jinchu out, feeling dejected. As soon as they were outside, Jinchu said to her, You are really too bold. Even if Supervisor Yuan doesn't mind these small matters, you shouldn't ask him such a sensitive question. Actually, I was testing him, Han Jing said softly. Testing him? Why? Jinchu was puzzled. Han Jing pulled her to the balcony, closed the door, and lowered her voice. Don't you find it strange that Lu Daping was suddenly investigated? Do you remember what happened before he was investigated? What happened? Jinchu asked nervously. Although everyone in the company knew that her proposal was sent out by Mo Meiying, no one knew about Mo Meiying and Lu Daping forcing her. She hadn't dared to tell Han Jing. Could it be that Han Jing knew? What else could it be? How could you forget so quickly? It's obviously that the proposal was sent out, pointing at you. And Lu Daping gave you a day to find evidence to prove your innocence. Han Jing reminded her speechlessly. So what? Is there a connection between the two? Su Jinchu asked cautiously. She felt that Han Jing might know something, but at the same time, she wasn't sure. For a moment, she didn't dare to speak directly. Han Jing said, of course there is a connection. Do you remember Supervisor Yuan's reaction at that time? He glared at Lu Daping and promised you that he would definitely find evidence to prove your innocence. As a result, that very night, Lu Daping got into trouble. Don't you think all of this is very coincidental? Are you suggesting that Supervisor Yuan did all of this? Su Jinchu was shocked. Han Jing nodded firmly, saying, it must be him. Who else could it be? He couldn't find evidence to prove your innocence, so in a fit of anger, he simply pulled the rug out from under Lu Daping by reporting him, leading to Lu Daping's arrest. With Lu Daping arrested, aren't you safe now? Su Jinchu said. Your guess is too far-fetched. Not to mention whether Supervisor Yuan has that much power, just the idea that he would take such a risk for me is unreasonable. Supervisor Yuan is a good supervisor, but he wouldn't take such a big risk for me. Why wouldn't he? He likes you, don't you know? Han Jing said. Stop talking nonsense. Su Jinchu was startled and quickly covered her mouth. She glanced outside worriedly, afraid that someone might overhear. I'm not talking nonsense. Han Jing pushed her hand away and said, I have evidence. Do you remember last Valentine's Day when he gave you a box of chocolates? That box wasn't given to him by someone else. He bought it himself. I saw him pay for it with my own eyes. But he gave you the chocolates he bought himself. What else could that be if not liking you? He likes you, but since you had a boyfriend at the time, he has been suppressing his feelings. This time you were falsely accused, and he was outraged for your sake, which is reasonable. How is that reasonable? Don't talk nonsense. Supervisor Yuan definitely doesn't like me. Besides, I'm married. Su Jinchu said with a stern face. Han Jing said, that's what I want to tell you. You see, you are married, but he hasn't given up. For you, he did something so significant. And he didn't tell you or let you know. What a pure love warrior. It's truly touching. So, Xiao Chu, now that you know his feelings for you, what are your thoughts? I have no thoughts. I think you are just talking nonsense without any basis. What if I'm not talking nonsense? Would you consider divorcing your husband for Supervisor Yuan? I wouldn't. Su Jinchu answered immediately. After answering, she realized what she had said and couldn't help but blush, quickly explaining, he helped me when I was in trouble. How could I bring up divorce first? If I were to divorce, it should be when he brings it up. Since you won't be getting a divorce anytime soon, you should let Supervisor Yuan give up. You can't keep him hanging. That is not fair. How do I make him give up? Su Jinchu asked earnestly. Although she didn't believe Han Jing's speculation was correct, she was also worried that if it were true, she wouldn't mind doing something to make Supervisor Yuan give up discreetly. Next week, our department is having a team-building event, and you can bring family members. Why don't you bring your husband? If Supervisor Yuan sees your husband in person, he will definitely give up. Otherwise, he might always think you aren't married. Han Jing suggested. Su Jinchu bit her lip and said worriedly, but I'm afraid he won't agree to come with me. She remembered that the theme of this team-building event was reminiscing about hardships while enjoying sweet times. And it seemed they would be going to the countryside to stay for a day and night. She found it hard to imagine how Gu Mingchen would adapt to life in the countryside. Chapter 22. The Secret Crush on a Female Employee. Mr. Gu, what brings you here? Tan Yuancheng was surprised to hear that Gu Mingchen had come to the company. He rushed over and, upon seeing him, was both shocked and delighted. Quickly inquiring, what's wrong? Can't I come to the company? Gu Mingchen retorted. Tan Yuancheng chuckled awkwardly. Of course you can come. It's your company. You can come whenever you want. You handled Lu Daping's matter well, but how could someone like him exist in the branch? Didn't you notice anything before? Gu Mingchen asked with a serious face. Tan Yuancheng explained. Our Gu group has so many branches. It's impossible to know the character of every individual. Moreover, while his character isn't great, he does have work capability. His financial reports every year are among the best in the branch. After all, we need qualified managers who can generate profits for the company, not moral paragons. Gu Mingchen naturally understood this principle, but he couldn't tolerate Lu Daping bullying Su Jinchu. Tell the lawyer to do everything in his power to deal with it severely. Okay, I will definitely pass the message to the lawyer. But Mr. Gu, what did he do to offend you so much? Tan Yuancheng asked curiously. Gu Mingchen was known for being decisive and vengeful, but he rarely held grudges. At his level of status, his temperament was certainly not to be underestimated. Generally, troubles that could be solved with money were not troubles in his eyes. Many people or matters seemed like clowns to him, unworthy of his concern. He was genuinely curious about what heinous act Lu Daping had committed to provoke such anger from him. Tan, curiosity killed the cat. Gu Mingchen smiled as he reminded. Tan Yuancheng was taken aback and immediately closed his mouth, making a zipping motion with his hand. After a moment, he couldn't help but ask again, with Lu Dapeng's arrest, the general manager position will be vacant. According to previous regulations, someone from the department heads would be promoted. This encourages employees to strive for progress, and department heads are more familiar with company operations. But what do you think now? Do I still need to be asked about this? Since there have been regulations before, let's follow the previous regulations, Gu Mingchen said. Tan Yuanqing thought to himself. Isn't it because you suddenly took strict action against Lu Dapeng that makes it seem like you particularly value this branch? We dare not make decisions carelessly, right? In fact, in terms of qualifications and ability, Yuan Bowen is the most qualified for the general manager position. I always thought highly of him and believed he was more capable than Lu Dapeng. Unfortunately, he doesn't want to be promoted. By the way, he is also President Yuan's son. I don't know why he insists on sticking to a department head position and doesn't want to move to the headquarters. President Yuan's son? Gu Mingchen was surprised. President Yuan was a veteran of the Gu Group, and his son was merely a department head? Why wouldn't he move to the headquarters or accept a promotion? That's unknown, Tan Yuanqing replied. After a moment, he suddenly thought of something and smiled. But I have heard a bit of gossip. It seems he likes a female employee in their department, which is why he refuses to be promoted and leave. Because of this, President Yuan was furious, and the father and son had a fight. The female employee in the department, could it be Su Jinchu? Gu Mingchen asked. Do you know who that female employee is? How would I know? I don't know anyone in their department, Tan Yuanqing said. After seeing his expression, he curiously asked, Mr. Gu, why are you suddenly interested in such gossip? Just asking casually. Since he doesn't want to be promoted or leave the department, let him stay as the supervisor. As for the manager, let Gu Yunhing take that position. Give him a chance to redeem himself, Gu Mingchen said. Tan Yuanqing was speechless. Was this really a chance to redeem himself? This was essentially an exile, from the headquarters to the branch. Should we discuss this with President May? I'm afraid Vice President Gu won't agree. Tan Yuanqing hesitated for a moment, but still suggested to Gu Mingchen. Gu Mingchen snorted coldly, glancing at him with a piercing look, sarcastically asking, what power does he have to disagree? Just issue the order as I said. If he is unhappy, let him come to me personally. Seeing that he was angry, Tan Yuanqing dared not persuade further, quickly nodding in agreement. Okay, I'll pass it on right away. However, after the order was conveyed, Gu Yunhing indeed disagreed. With a serious face, he stormed into Gu Mingchen's office to question him. After their conversation, Gu Yunheng emerged much calmer. By age, he could be considered Gu Mingchen's cousin. Unlike Gu Mingchen's sharp and handsome features, his appearance was more gentle and refined. Perhaps due to being born prematurely, his health had never been very good, and his complexion was slightly pale. Nevertheless, his striking features made him a rare beauty. Vice President Gu, how did it go? Tan Yuanqing eagerly approached him, asking. Gu Yunheng coldly huffed. Do you think there's any chance to change what Mr. Gu decided? Since Mr. Gu wants me to go, I can only comply for now. We'll discuss everything when President May returns. Exactly. President May isn't here. Let's not bicker with him. We just need to be obedient. Tan Yuanqing laughed in agreement. Gu Yunheng left with a cold face. After he walked away, Tan Yuanqing finally breathed a sigh of relief. These ancestors were all difficult to deal with, but fortunately, he was quite tactful. Hello, President May. Rest assured, everything in the company is fine. Mr. Gu is also doing well. All matters have been handled, and of course, it was Mr. Gu who handled them. You know his capabilities. What issue could he not resolve? I heard he broke up with that model. Go ask him what happened, Gu Mingmei said. What? They broke up? I hadn't heard about that. Tan Yuanqing exclaimed. Don't worry, I'll find out right away. After hanging up the phone, he immediately went to the chairman's office. Mr. Gu, is there anything else? Gu Mingchen was preparing to leave work. Presumably, Su Jinchu wouldn't be working late today, and he wanted to go home early to hear her talk about company matters. He also wanted to inquire about Yuan Bowen's situation. Ahem, it's nothing major. I just have a question to ask you, Tan Yuanqing said. Speak, Gu Mingchen replied. I heard that you broke up with Dai Lu. Is that true? Tan Yuanqing asked. How do you know? Gu Mingchen's gaze turned sharp. Tan Yuanqing was startled by his look and chuckled awkwardly, having to tell the truth. President May told me to ask about it. What happened? You used to be so infatuated. Why did you break up so easily? At first, bringing the female model home caused quite a commotion. Even Grandpa Gu threw his cane, and Gu Mingmei almost fainted from anger. But you were fine, disregarding your grandfather and sister's health, and insisted on declaring your love for the model. I won't accept any woman besides her. Sure enough, no matter how Grandpa Gu and Gu Mingmei pressured or lured you, you refused to break up with the model. They had been dating for almost half a year, and everyone thought it would lead to something serious. So why did they suddenly break up? Not only was Gu Mingmei curious, but as a childhood friend, Tan Yuanqing was also very intrigued. Chapter 23. A calculating green tea. Man, can you tell me why you broke up? Tan Yuanqing asked persistently. Get lost. Gu Mingchen coldly shut the car door after getting in. Tan Yuanqing was left outside, shaking his head helplessly. But it didn't matter if he wouldn't tell him. He could just ask Dai Lu. Excited, Tan Yuanqing called a friend in the entertainment industry to help arrange a meeting with Dai Lu. After work, Gu Mingchen deliberately had the driver take a roundabout route, passing by the branch office. Unexpectedly, he saw Su Jinchu walking out with a man. His expression immediately darkened, and he told the driver to stop. Go, call the lady over, Gu Mingchen said with a stern face. The driver nodded and, after parking the car, quickly ran over. In fact, besides Su Jinchu and Yuan Bowen, there was also Han Jing with them. However, Gu Mingchen strategically ignored Han Jing and overlooked her presence. The three of them were discussing a new proposal, talking as they walked, and they hadn't finished even after reaching outside. They had to stop and continue talking at the entrance. When the driver approached, he opened his mouth to speak, but Su Jinchu noticed him first. What are you doing here? The driver wanted to say that the boss was in the car and asked her to come over, but before he could speak, Su Jinchu continued, Is it that car? Yes. The driver had no choice but to nod. Su Jinchu quickly said to Han Jing and Yuan Bowen. Someone is here to pick me up. I have to go. We'll discuss the details tomorrow. Okay. See you later. Xiao Chu. Han Jing waved goodbye. Yuan Bowen, however, frowned slightly, looking deeply at the driver and then glancing at the car parked by the roadside. Both the person and the car seemed somewhat familiar. Hey, stop staring. After Su Jinchu got in the car and left, Yuan Bowen was still lost in thought, and Han Jing couldn't help but scold him. Yuan Bowen came back to his senses and explained, I just thought it looked familiar. Manager Yuan. Han Jing hesitated for a moment but couldn't help but say, I know Xiao Chu is great, smart, beautiful, and kind. If I were a man, I would like her too. But she's already married. Although her husband is a bit unattractive, she definitely isn't thinking about divorce right now. So you should give up. Yuan Bowen asked, What are you talking about? Are you saying that man just now is Su Jinchu's husband? Is she blind? Didn't she see that there was still someone sitting in the back seat of that car? Su Jinchu got in and sat directly in the back. That man was just a driver. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in the driver's seat. I know it's hard for you to accept, but people need to learn to face reality. Han Jing continued to advise him. He really liked Xiao Chu, to the point where he didn't want to acknowledge her marriage. How much did he like her to go that far? It was baffling. Yuan Bowen completely couldn't understand what she was saying and complained as he left with a grim face. Han Jing was so angry that she clenched her fists and stomped her foot. Seriously, I was trying to help him, and he still scolded me? That's too much. She angrily turned around and left. Indeed, men in real life are all detestable. No matter how good-looking they are, they're just useless fools. It's still her male gods in the second dimension who are smart, wise, and affectionate. Is the man you were with just now Yuan Bowen? Gu Mingchen asked coldly as soon as Su Jinchu got into the car. What's wrong? Are you in a bad mood? Su Jinchu didn't answer his question, but looked at him in confusion. I'm in a good mood. Answer my question. Was the man you were with just now Yuan Bowen? Gu Mingchen questioned again in a cold voice. Su Jinchu thought, his face looked so bad, yet he says he's in a good mood? She wasn't blind. Yes. It was Manager Yuan. We were discussing the new proposal with Jingjing. He seems quite concerned about you, Gu Mingchen said with a sneer. How do you know? Su Jinchu was surprised. I just said it casually. Why? Is he really concerned about you? Gu Mingchen's expression turned serious. Su Jinchu showed a troubled expression, and thinking about Han Jing's speculation made her feel anxious. He can't possibly like you, right? Seeing her reaction, Gu Mingchen's brow furrowed even tighter. Indeed, where there is smoke, there is fire. No gossip is without basis. Actually, I was planning to discuss this matter with you, Su Jinchu said cautiously. Discuss what? Discuss getting a divorce and marrying Yuan Bowen? Don't say you're a married woman. Even if you weren't married, the Yuan family wouldn't necessarily accept you. Gu Mingchen mocked coldly. He knew a bit about Yuan, sure. He was just an old hardliner. He always emphasized social status and class distinctions. And someone from Su Jinchu's background would definitely not be looked upon favorably. Even if it meant death, he would never let his son marry a woman of such status. What are you talking about? Su Jinchu was astonished. How could I possibly want to divorce you and marry Manager Yuan? Am I crazy? So, you don't want to divorce me to marry him? You think I'm better than him? Gu Mingchen's eyes lit up with surprise. Su Jinchu wanted to say that wasn't what she meant, but she didn't know how to explain it, so she could only look at him with blushing cheeks. The man's previously gloomy mood was instantly cleared by her words, and he felt much better. With a smug smile, he said, At least you have good taste. So what were you going to discuss with me just now? Our company manager, Lu Dapeng, has been arrested. It seems like it was done by Manager Yuan. Su Jinchu said. Gu Mingchen asked, How do you know it was him? Who else could it be? Su Jinchu replied. There are very few people who can take care of Lu Dapeng. I was framed yesterday, and Manager Yuan said he would help me find evidence. Today, Lu Dapeng got into trouble. It must be related to Manager Yuan. Did he tell you he did it? Gu Mingchen asked ominously. That's too despicable. Clearly, it was his doing, yet he let someone else take the credit? Jinchu said angrily. She never expected that Yuan Shi's son was so calculating. He really was a scheming green tea man. How could Manager Yuan admit to doing it? He hadn't mentioned it at all. How do you know it was him? Jingjing told me. She also said Manager Yuan likes me. On Valentine's Day, Manager Yuan gave me a box of chocolates. I thought someone else gave it to him, and he just casually handed it to me. But Jingjing said she saw Manager Yuan buy it himself. So, this green tea man has clearly been coveting her for a long time. So, I want to make Manager Yuan give up and understand that I'm already married, and it's impossible for us. However, he hasn't confessed, and if I refuse him outright, it would be a bit awkward. Plus, what if Jingjing and I guessed wrong? That would be even more embarrassing. Next week, our department has a team-building event, and family members can come. I wonder if you have time to join me. If Manager Yuan sees us getting along well, maybe he'll give up. This way, it won't be awkward and can resolve the trouble. Jinchu quickly laid out her plan, then hurriedly lowered her head, not daring to look at Gu Mingchen's reaction. Chapter 24. Planning to arrange a blind date for him. All right. When exactly are we going? What do you need me to do? Gu Mingchen asked. Ah, you agreed? Jinchu suddenly looked up, surprised as she stared at him. What do you need me to do? You don't need to do anything, just come with me. Jinchu quickly replied. Her face showed undisguised delight, as she thought he wouldn't want others to know about their marriage and would definitely refuse. She had mentally prepared herself for his rejection, but unexpectedly, he agreed. The huge surprise made her unable to stop the corners of her mouth from rising. To avoid him noticing, she quickly turned her head to look outside. However, she didn't know that the car window had multifunctional features. After Gu Mingchen subtly switched the function screen, he saw her smiling corner of her mouth and couldn't help but slightly lift his lips. Xiaochu, have you discussed with your husband whether he is willing to go with us? The next day at work, Han Jing entered the door and curiously asked Jinchu. Jinchu pursed her lips and nodded with a light smile. He agreed. Great. When the time comes, you two should try to act affectionate. That way, he will definitely give up, Han Jing said. However, recalling her husband's appearance, she hesitated and coughed lightly, asking, Xiaochu, have you really not considered giving him up and getting together with Supervisor Yuan? Although Supervisor Yuan has a strange temperament and acts like a tyrant at work, he is still good looking. Your husband might really lower the looks of your next generation. He is quite good looking. I don't think he is ugly, Jinchu replied. Is Gu Mingchen considered ugly? If he is considered ugly, then there wouldn't be any good-looking man in the world. You wouldn't have started to like him, would you? Han Jing asked in surprise. As the saying goes, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. If she doesn't think he is ugly, it can only be explained as liking him. Jinchu's face turned red. Like him? Thinking of the warmth from last night, her heart couldn't help but race. Others thought she was beautiful and surely had many suitors since childhood, having experienced many relationships. In reality, it was far from the truth. There were hardly any serious pursuers. Agreeing to try with Lin Siyuan was also because her grandmother had little time left and she wanted to put her grandmother at ease, aiming for marriage. When she thought about it, her feelings for Lin Siyuan were more about wanting to marry than being in love. Perhaps, she had never truly liked anyone. So, she was unfamiliar with the feeling of liking someone and didn't know what true liking was. However, she definitely didn't dislike Gu Mingchen. How could someone like him be disliked? Mr. Gu, are you in a good mood today? Tan Yuanqing ran into Gu Mingchen in the elevator and couldn't help but asked curiously upon seeing his expression. I've always been in a good mood. Gu Mingchen replied. Tan Yuanqing thought to himself, stop pretending. Just broke up and got cheated on. How could he always be in a good mood? He had met Dai Lu yesterday. Although she was initially reluctant to reveal the reason, he had plenty of ways to make her talk. Sure enough, with a mix of coaxing and intimidation, Dai Lu revealed the reason. She actually cheated? How could she cheat while dating such an outstanding man as Gu Mingchen? After having too many delicacies, one occasionally wants to try some simple country greens, Dai Lu explained shyly. Sure enough, actors are heartless and cheap. They are not worth the stage. Tan Yuanqing snorted coldly, cursing in anger for Gu Mingchen. If it weren't for the fact that he never hit women, he would really want to slap her. You are the cheap one. Your whole family is cheap. I'll let you know, mister. Gu said that even if we break up, he won't blame me. If you dare do anything to me, I'll tell him. Dai Lu angrily retorted, twisting her waist as she left. Tan Yuanqing was so angry that he clenched his fists, wanting to find someone to deal with Dai Lu. But upon inquiry, Gu Mingchen had indeed instructed that no one should give Dai Lu a hard time, and even provided her with many resources. It seemed like the one who cheated wasn't Dai Lu, but rather himself. This made Tan Yuanqing even more baffled. He called Gu Mingmei last night to report this matter. Of course I don't like that woman. He's just angry with us. He deliberately used such a woman to disgust us, Gu Mingmei said seriously. Breaking up is good. Anyway, that kind of woman is really not worthy of him. Tan Yuanqing said. I remember that the daughter of the Lin Group is in Jiangcheng these days. Arrange for her to meet with Aiken. Ah, another blind date? Tan Yuanqing was surprised. Then he awkwardly smiled and said, I'm afraid that won't work. Previously, to make him break up with Dai Lu, a blind date was also arranged. But when he went, he gave no face at all. If we arrange another one, the entire Jiangxing socialite circle will be offended by him. Don't directly tell him it's a blind date. He just broke up and will definitely be in a bad mood. You can arrange for a few friends to hang out with him. What is wrong with that? Gu Mingmei said. Still, President Mei is wise. I'll take care of this matter, Tan Yuanqing assured. Achung, thank you for your hard work. Gu Mingmei expressed her gratitude. Tan Yuanqing smiled awkwardly, saying, It's no trouble. I'll do anything for the Gu family. But President Mei, when do you plan to come back? I'll be done in a few more days. I'll go back after that, Gu Mingmei said. All right. I'll wait for you to return. Tan Yuanqing hung up the phone. Early that morning at the company, he unexpectedly had such good luck by running into Gu Mingchen in the elevator. Cough. I have a gathering this Saturday. If you're free, come with me. I'm not free. Gu Mingchen rejected outright. Tan Yuanqing said, How can you not be free? There are no arrangements for the company on Saturday. I know your schedule. I have personal plans, Gu Mingchen said. Personal plans? Didn't you just break up with Dai Lu? How could you still have personal plans? Tan Yuanqing didn't believe it. Just then, the elevator door opened. Gu Mingchen ignored him and walked straight out. Tan Yuanqing looked at his back and couldn't help but murmur, This guy, could it be that he is dating someone again? Assistant Zhou, do you know if there are any women around your boss recently? Who is he close with? Tan Yuanqing immediately found Zhou Yi and asked him. Zhou Yi was taken aback and bluntly said, Tan Zong, do you think I can tell you about our boss's private matters? Tan Yuanqing replied, It's not that I want to know. It's that President Mei wants to know. You are passing it on through me. Then I can't say either. Zhou Yi's attitude was very firm. My boss has only one, and keeping the boss's secrets is the most basic duty of an assistant. Tan Yuanqing was speechless, but in his heart, he was even more suspicious that Gu Mingchen must have some situation. Could it be that he has taken a liking to someone else again? That's why he accepted Dai Lu's cheating so calmly and broke up peacefully? No, he must investigate clearly. Their Gu family is Mr. Gu is like the Tang monk in Journey to the West, surrounded by countless female demons coveting him. He cannot let those female demons tarnish him. 2 days later, Yuan Bowen created a group and asked everyone to gather at the company entrance. The company had booked a large bus, and the department employees, along with the family members who signed up, filled the bus perfectly. Su Jinchun started packing her things early in the morning. Seeing that Gu Mingchen wasn't packing anything, she knew he had never participated in a team-building event. Fortunately, she had a plan. Not only did she pack her own luggage, but she also packed a set for him. When you see people later, if you don't want to talk, just smile. That's fine. Our department's people are all very nice and take good care of me. If anyone makes a joke, don't take it too seriously. Chapter 25. Historically, beautiful women are paired with ugly men. Su Jinchu seriously reminded Gu Mingchen a few times before letting the driver start the car. Gu Mingchen found it amusing. Did she think of him as a child? Don't worry, I understand human relationships and social etiquette. I won't embarrass you. It's not that I'm afraid you'll embarrass me. Su Jinchu said with a blush. I'm just worried you might feel uncomfortable. There were a few married women in the department who loved to tease, and she was really afraid that Gu Mingchen would feel shy and leave in anger, making everyone awkward. So, to avoid being teased, she deliberately held back a bit. That way, when they arrived later, everyone would be busy getting on the bus. Once on the bus, they would sit apart and soon fall asleep, so they wouldn't be teased. Little did she know, because they arrived late, the older sisters in the department had already been discussing for a while, primarily focused on Su Jinchu's husband's appearance. Previously, Mo Meiying had mentioned that Su Jinchu's husband was not good-looking. Guess how Su Jinchu's husband really looks? I don't think he could be too bad-looking. How can we trust what Mo Meiying says? A female colleague's husband said firmly. He had seen Su Jinchu before, so he dared to say this. What do you know? Historically, beautiful women are paired with ugly men. Good-looking girls often like ugly men. Another female colleague immediately retorted. Her husband teased, No wonder you chose such a handsome guy like me. The female colleague responded, Stop discussing it. Su Jinchu's husband isn't very good-looking, but he has good character. What's the use of being good-looking if character isn't valued? Han Jing stood up to defend Su Jinchu. Everyone knew she was closest to Su Jinchu, as they were in the same dormitory. Since she said Su Jinshui's husband wasn't good-looking, it seemed to be true. Thus, everyone lost hope about Gu Mingchen's appearance. Soon, Gu Mingchen's car pulled up and stopped. Su Jinshui got out first, followed by the driver, who came around to open the door for Gu Mingchen. Everyone assumed the driver was Su Jinshui's husband and, upon seeing his appearance, couldn't help but sigh. He did look a bit scruffy, but he was still somewhat pleasing to the eye. People would probably get used to it over time. However, when the driver opened the door and Gu Mingchen stepped out, those on the bus immediately brightened up and gasped. The people on the other side, not knowing what was happening, quickly asked, "What's going on? He's so handsome. Is he a celebrity?" "Han Jing, you love celebrity gossip. Hurry and see which male star this is." The others quickly crowded over, all leaning out the windows to look down. When they saw Gu Mingchen's appearance, they also exclaimed, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Su Jinshui and Gu Mingchen were still unaware of the situation. Su Jinshui had gotten out to retrieve their luggage. However, how could the driver let her do that? After helping Gu Mingchen out of the car, he jogged to the trunk to take down the suitcase. Gu Mingchen wore a khaki trench coat over a white t-shirt with casual pants. Standing at 185 meters tall, his long and straight legs showcased a mature and stable demeanor. "Let's put the luggage here, and we can head up." Su Jinshui instructed the driver to place the suitcase in the luggage compartment of the bus. Holding a small backpack, she said to Gu Mingchen. Gu Mingchen nodded but quietly pointed upward with his finger and asked in a low voice, "What's going on?" Only then did Su Jinshui look up and notice everyone was leaning out the windows to watch them. She froze for a moment, her face turning red, and quietly replied, "I don't know, let us hurry up." After saying that, she took Gu Mingchen's hand and got on the bus. Gu Mingchen glanced down at her hand holding his, smirking slightly, and followed her inside. When the people on the bus saw them come in, they all sat back down, staring at them in shock. The driver had already driven away, so the man who got on the bus with Su Jinshui was indeed her husband? "Xiao Chu, aren't you going to introduce him?" Sister Hua reminded. Su Jinshui blushed, cleared her throat, and introduced, "This is my husband, Gu Mingchen." Yuan Bowen, sitting in the front row, raised his eyebrows at the name, but pretended to sleep with his eyes closed. In fact, when Su Jinshui mentioned Gu Mingchen's name, Gu Mingchen had looked over at Yuan Bowen. Since he was Yuan Shi's son, he should have heard of him. However, seeing him with his eyes closed, it seemed he heard. "Wow, your husband is really handsome." Yes, how can he be so handsome? Indeed, beautiful women are paired with handsome men. They look great together. Everyone couldn't help but praise and flatter, their attention wholly focused on Gu Mingchen's face. Hardly anyone noticed his name. Su Jinshui didn't expect that coming in a bit late would still lead to teasing. Blushing, she quickly pulled Gu Mingchen to their seats. Fortunately, the driver was about to start the journey, reminding everyone to buckle up. At that moment, everyone stopped teasing. Some fell asleep, some listened to music, and some chatted quietly. "You're not angry, are you?" After sitting down, Su Jinshui quietly asked Gu Mingchen. The man looked confused and asked, "Why would I be angry?" "As long as you're not angry." Su Jinshui secretly sighed in relief. "However, how do we do this?" the man asked as he tried to buckle his seatbelt. He wasn't unable to buckle it. It was just that the seatbelt on the bus was different from the ones in the cars he usually rode. No matter how he pulled, he couldn't get it out, and he simply couldn't buckle it. "I'll help you," Su Jinshui giggled, motioning him to lean a bit so she could buckle it for him, then went around to the back to help him. Gu Mingchen was speechless. This method of buckling was something he had never seen before. "Is this your first time on a bus?" Su Jinshui curiously asked, sensing he seemed a bit stiff, as if it was his first time on such a vehicle. Gu Mingchen shook his head. It wasn't his first time on a bus. It was just his first time on a bus of this caliber. To be honest, this bus was quite subpar. Could it be that the company's team-building budget was insufficient, leading them to rent such a low-class bus? "If you feel carsick, just tell me. I have motion sickness medicine," Su Jinshui reminded. Seeing her so thoughtful, the man couldn't help but smile and leaned closer to tease her softly. "So considerate?" Su Jinshui blushed, her cheeks as beautiful as rosy clouds. "If you need anything, just let me know. If you're tired, you can close your eyes for a bit." As she spoke, she even took out a neck pillow from her backpack. The man felt warm and amused, although he wasn't tired. He accepted the pillow and put it around his neck to not disappoint her kindness. After 2 hours on the bus, they finally arrived at their destination. Everyone got off one by one to retrieve their luggage. Su Jinshui originally wanted to go get the luggage, but Gu Mingchen said, "You don't need to move. I'll get it." "Ah, can you?" Su Jinshui asked in surprise. Gu Mingchen, speechless, quietly said, "I can carry you. How can I not lift a suitcase?" Su Jinshui's face turned red from the teasing, and she quickly pretended not to hear, turning to chat with Han Jing. Chapter 26, Doubting His Intentions. Xiao Chu. Why didn't you tell me sooner that your husband is so handsome? Han Jing finally found a chance to speak to Su Jinchu, pulling her hand and complaining with dissatisfaction. Su Jinchu felt embarrassed and blushed, modestly saying, well, he is not that handsome. Just an ordinary look. This face, even in the entertainment industry, would be eye-catching, and you say it's ordinary? Sister, do you have a misunderstanding of what ordinary means? Han Jing exclaimed. Su Jinchu lowered her head and smiled shyly. She certainly knew that Gu Mingchen was good-looking, but hearing others praise him made her even happier. You just casually got married and ended up with such a gem? And he must be quite wealthy. Although I don't know the brand of his clothes. You can tell at a glance that they aren't cheap. That watch on his wrist must be Patek Philippe. TSK. Someone who can afford that brand must have at least half a small goal. His family background should be pretty good. But he himself doesn't have a formal job yet. Not even a formal employee of Gu's group. Isn't that's still not having a formal job? Su Jinchu felt her explanation was reasonable. So he is a rich second generation. How lucky can you be? And that woman, how could she give up such a gem of a man to cheat with Lin Siyuan? Is she out of her mind? Han Jing was puzzled. Su Jinchu had also thought about this question and couldn't understand why. Although she had spent a short time with Gu Mingchen, she could clearly recognize that Lin Siyuan and he were from entirely different worlds. It was like a dish carefully crafted by a famous chef compared to a plate of stir-fried cabbage. They were on completely different levels. Maybe she just likes Lin Siyuan's type. Su Jinchu sighed. It seemed that was the only reason that could explain it. Thank goodness her taste isn't that great. She took Lin Siyuan away, which gave you such a great opportunity to find such an excellent husband. And he is so considerate, even helping you with your luggage. Look at Sister Luo next to us, so pitiful, not even 6 feet tall, and still carrying such heavy luggage. Does her husband not have arms? He is just standing there, ignoring it. Jingjing, I'll go ask him if he needs help. After saying goodbye to Han Jing, Su Jinchu hurried to catch up with Gu Mingchen. Han Jing watched them with envy, feeling like she believed in love again. At that moment, Yuan Bowen came over with a suitcase. Seeing him, Han Jing immediately approached him, maliciously saying, Manager Yuan, have you seen Xiao Chu's husband? Isn't he handsome? Do you feel any sense of crisis? I'm not comparing my looks with him. What crisis would I have? Yuan Bowen replied. Han Jing pouted, speaking in a sarcastic tone, clearly in a bad mood. But that is just right. Manager Yuan, they are a loving couple. There is no way for someone to have any chance. So, you might as well give up early. Han Jing, are you really that bored? If you're bored, then help me carry my suitcase. After saying this, Yuan Bowen shoved the suitcase handle into her hand and quickly walked away with his hands in his pockets. You're too much, making me carry your luggage? Han Jing stomped her foot in anger. However, she didn't carry the suitcase. She only took a large travel bag. Originally, it was quite heavy, but now with Yuan Bowen's suitcase, she immediately placed the bag on top of the suitcase. Pulling it like this seemed to save some effort. Humph, if it weren't for the fact that it saves me some energy, I wouldn't help you pull it. Han Jing grumbled while dragging the suitcase forward. Finally arrived. Someone in front shouted excitedly. Hearing this, Han Jing immediately ran forward with her suitcase. This farm stay was a distance away from the main road. The bus couldn't drive in, so they had to get off the bus and walk over with their luggage. Although the driver said it was only an 800-meter distance. For them, who had never done physical work, 800 meters felt like it would take their lives. Once we get there and check in, we can rest. Su Jinchu said to Gu Mingchen. After she caught up with Gu Mingchen, she asked if he needed help with his luggage, but of course, he refused. After walking for a while, Gu Mingchen even asked her to take off her small bag and put it on the suitcase to pull along. Finally arrived. However, seeing this not-so-luxurious farm stay courtyard, Gu Mingchen frowned slightly. We're going to stay here? Why would you choose such a place for team building? He had never participated in team building, but he knew what it was. Moreover, after Su Jinchu told him, he even had Zhou Yi check what kind of activities the company had historically done for team building. Although there were a variety of options, most popular team buildings involved staying at luxurious hotels and eating buffets. He thought the branch S team building would be the same. Unexpectedly, they ended up staying here. This was chosen by Manager Yuan. Later, we'll work together to cook, Su Jinchu explained. Manager Yuan said this is to enhance everyone's cohesion. Gu Mingchen frowned slightly. He didn't understand how cooking together could enhance cohesion. He turned to look at Yuan Bowen, who was casually strolling over with his hands in his pockets. This guy, wouldn't he want to take advantage of this opportunity to have something happen with Su Jinchu? Fortunately, he came along. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know if he got his corner dug out. Perhaps his gaze was too intense, and Yuan Bowen noticed, looking over at him. Seeing him, he even smiled. However, in Gu Mingchen's eyes, that smile carried a hint of provocation. Let us go? He took Su Jinchu's hand with one hand and pulled the suitcase with the other, immediately leading Su Jinchu away from there. Yuan Bowen shook his head slightly. After arriving at the farmhouse courtyard, the host assigned rooms to everyone. Couples or families naturally stayed in one room, but it was a bit troublesome for the singles. Originally, there were only a few people in the department, and the singles were already few. Mo Ming was caught, and Su Jinchu was married now. Counting it up, only Yuan Bowen and Han Jing were left as singles. This is a bit troublesome, the boss said. All our rooms are family style. There are very few single rooms. And if there are, they are suites. How do we assign one man and one woman? It's not safe for each to have a suite alone. Jingjing, how about you just stay with manager Yuan? He is such a serious person, it won't be dangerous. Others teased with laughter. Han Jing's face turned red, quickly saying, I'm also a serious person, even more serious than him. Since we're both serious people, there's nothing to be afraid of. It's a suite anyway, so we'll share one room, Yuan Bowen said. After saying this, he provocatively glanced at Han Jing. Han Jing was angered and immediately said, one room is fine. Who is afraid of whom? Chapter 27. Let him live with the man. Gu Mingchen carried the suitcase into the room. Su Jinchu looked at him, wanting to say something but hesitating. What's wrong? Gu Mingchen asked. Su Jinchu tentatively said, Jingjing is still a girl, and she is most afraid of Supervisor Yuan. If she has to share a room with Supervisor Yuan, she will definitely have nightmares. Can you switch rooms with Jingjing? You can stay with Supervisor Yuan, and let Jingjing sleep with me? Gu Mingchen replied. You want me to live with Yuan Bowen? It's a suite, not a single bed, Su Jinchu quickly explained. Gu Mingchen was speechless. Even if it was a suite, he wasn't willing, let alone sharing a bed. No, I'm not used to sharing a room with strangers. Not even in a suite. Plus, this place is already so old. I won't agree to live in a suite with someone else. Su Jinchu bit her lip, knowing Gu Mingchen would disagree. At that moment, her phone rang. It was a message from Han Jing. Xiaochu, help. Su Jinchu sighed, knowing it would be like this. Although she had excitedly agreed to share a room with Yuan Bowen, she was sure she would regret it once inside. I'm trying to convince my husband to switch with you, but he hasn't agreed yet. Only you understand me, Xiaochu. I love you. Just act a little cute with him. Men are most afraid of that. You two are newlyweds. He definitely won't have the heart to refuse you, Han Jing advised. Su Jinchu thought for a moment, then set her phone down and walked up behind Gu Mingchen. He was looking around the room, troubled by its small size and an indescribable smell. In short, the room surprised him and made him uncomfortable. He was contemplating how to change the living environment. Should he call Zhou Yi and have the home decoration company come over to at least replace the bed and sofa? Dear, can you switch with Jingjing? Su Jinchu gathered her courage, wrapped her arms around Gu Mingchen from behind, and asked timidly. She didn't know how to act cute, and this was the only way she could think of. Gu Mingchen felt his heart race when she hugged him from behind. However, hearing her words, he quickly snapped back to reality. He turned around, wrapped an arm around her waist, and pinched her chin, asking, You think you can get me to agree so easily with just a few words? Do you think my willpower is that weak? Su Jinchu's face turned red as she lowered her eyes and asked softly, What do I need to do for you to agree? Gu Mingchen thought to himself, No matter what, I won't agree. How could he leave his wife and share a room with a man? What a joke. However, seeing Su Jinchu's flushed cheeks, he suddenly had an idea and asked in a low voice, No matter what request I make, can you agree? Su Jinchu's face turned even redder as she thought. What kind of request will you make? As long as it's not too outrageous, I will agree. Of course it won't be too outrageous, Gu Mingchen smirked and said. But right now, I haven't thought of any requests. You owe me a favor for now, and when I think of something later, you can't refuse. Okay. Su Jinchu hesitated but agreed for Han Jing's sake. Gu Mingchen smirked, firmly holding her chin, making her look up and kissed her lips. Consider this interest. I'll call Jingjing. Su Jinchu blushed and quickly pushed him away to call Han Jing. When Han Jing received the call, she jumped up excitedly and immediately rushed out with her luggage. What are you doing? Han Jing had chosen the suite inside, while Yuan Bowen was outside. As she was packing, she suddenly saw Han Jing rushing out with her bag, and couldn't help but frown and ask. Han Jing stopped and said playfully, Xiaochu's husband has agreed to switch rooms with me, so Supervisor Yuan, tonight Xiaochu's husband will share a room with you. You don't have to worry about anything. You can sleep peacefully. After saying this, she playfully winked and opened the door to leave. Yuan Bowen was speechless. He really didn't expect Han Jing to think of this trick, but Xiaochu's husband? Thinking of him. Yuan Bowen couldn't help but smirk. It didn't seem so bad after all. Brother-in-law, thank you. After Han Jing knocked and entered, she saw Gu Mingchen and expressed her gratitude. Brother-in-law? Gu Mingchen frowned. Han Jing smiled and explained, I'm a year older than Xiaochu. She feels like my little sister, so you naturally are my brother-in-law. Brother-in-law, no need to thank me for my great kindness. When we return to the city, I'll treat you both to dinner. Also, don't be afraid of that big devil. Although he is a supervisor at the company, we are outside now, so you don't have to fear him or compromise yourself. If he snores or farts at night, just kick him awake. Don't be polite. Ahem, thanks for the reminder. Gu Mingchen's expression darkened. Yuan Bowen seemed quite refined. He shouldn't have those bad habits. These are the clothes and towels you need for your shower today. If you need anything else, just let me know. Jinchu took out the items she had prepared and handed them to Gu Mingchen. Gu Mingchen was surprised that she had even brought these and felt a bit touched. Okay, I got it. Don't worry. Although he had never shared a room with a stranger before, he was willing to try for the sake of future plans. He knocked on Yuan Bowen's door. Yuan Bowen had already packed his luggage and was lighting incense in the room. The smell was nice and covered up the musty odor of the room. Gu Mingchen nodded at him and greeted him as he walked inside. Mr. Gu, what are you planning? Yuan Bowen suddenly spoke from behind. Gu Mingchen stopped, turned around, and looked at him with deep eyes. Yuan Bowen smiled and explained. When Jinchu introduced you, I wasn't asleep. Besides, we've met before. You might not remember, as you are always the main character at such banquets. And how could you remember so many people? But as a supporting character, I still remember you. He recognized me after all. It made sense. As a veteran of the Gu group, he must have attended many banquets hosted by the Gu family. Bringing his son along was also natural. But he had never paid special attention to Yuan Bowen, which was why he didn't recognize him. Since you know who I am, you should know that Jinchu isn't someone anyone can like. With his identity exposed, there was no need to hide anymore. Gu Mingchen's face was serious as he coldly warned Yuan Bowen. Yuan Bowen raised an eyebrow, looking surprised. But soon, he understood and chuckled, saying, Mr. Gu, you wouldn't think I like Jinchu, would you? Isn't it? Gu Mingchen frowned. Yuan Bowen firmly said, of course not. Mr. Gu is overthinking it. I and Jinchu are only ordinary colleagues. But I heard that the person you like is Hanjing? Gu Mingchen, being astute, immediately guessed the truth. Ahem. Yuan Bowen awkwardly cleared his throat, about to explain. Gu Mingchen said, you don't need to explain, I know what to do. I'll switch with Hanjing right away. Forget it, Mr. Gu, Yuan Bowen stopped him, smiling wryly. Let's leave it like this. Switching will only scare her. Gu Mingchen looked at him in surprise, not expecting him to be so sentimental. Chapter 28. Misunderstanding that he likes men. Mr. Gu, why don't we exchange conditions? Yuan Bowen said, looking at Gu Mingchen. Exchange what conditions? Gu Mingchen asked. Yuan Bowen replied, I assume Jinchu doesn't know Mr. Gu's identity, otherwise she wouldn't dare to bring you to the team-building event. I can keep your secret, but you have to promise me to keep mine as well, specifically, about my relationship with Hanjing. Don't tell Jinchu. And definitely don't tell my father. You like her, but you don't want her to know? Gu Mingchen was puzzled. Yuan Bowen said seriously. Like can sometimes be a one-sided affair. It's not necessary for the other person to know. At least, when you can't provide a future for her, it's best not to let her know to avoid burdening her. Your thinking is quite unusual, Gu Mingchen said. So, Mr. Gu, are you willing to keep my secret? Yuan Bowen asked. If I say no, will you tell Jinchu about my identity? Perhaps, Yuan Bowen replied. Jinchu is an excellent employee and one of my key aides. No matter what, I can't just watch her get tricked into marriage. You dare to use the term tricked into marriage. Do you think I need to trick her into marriage? Gu Mingchen said speechlessly. Yuan Bowen chuckled and slowly said, getting married without informing the other person of your identity is indeed trickery. Trickery knows no class. Even if you are the esteemed Mr. Gu, to Jinchu, you would just be a deceiver. Very well, you truly are Yuan Shi's son. I agree to keep your secret, and I hope you can also keep mine under wraps. Gu Mingchen took a deep breath and made a promise. Mr. Gu, there's something I'm curious about. I wonder if you can clarify it for me? Yuan Bowen said. I can't, Gu Mingchen refused outright. Yuan Bowen said, you don't even know what I'm about to say, and you're refusing so decisively? If you don't say it, I already know what you're going to ask. I can't tell you, so you might as well give up on that thought. All right, Yuan Bowen shrugged. I won't ask what I shouldn't. Are you ready? Once you're ready, let's go out and prepare dinner together. Since you can't disclose your identity, you are just an ordinary employee's family member now, and you'll have to help prepare dinner. I really don't understand why you thought of this team-building method. Gu Mingchen mumbled in confusion. However, he soon realized why Yuan Bowen came up with such a team-building idea. Among the people present, there were an equal number of men and women, but very few of the men could cook. As for Gu Mingchen, he had never even entered a kitchen. He hadn't even seen uncooked ingredients. But Yuan Bowen was different. He could wield a knife like a pro. Wearing a chef's hat, he looked every bit the part of a star chef. Holding a pot in one hand, he skillfully added ingredients with ease, looking incredibly handsome. Wow, he's really handsome. Supervisor Yuan is so cool. How come I never noticed how handsome Supervisor Yuan is before? Exactly. A man who can cook is just too attractive. The female employees and family members all gathered around Yuan Bowen, swooning. Even Han Jing pulled Su Jinchu to join and watch Yuan Bowen cook. Gu Mingchen thought, he really is a green tea prince. He must have come up with this team-building idea just to show off his cooking skills. Stop looking. It's just cooking. What's so interesting about it? Maybe it looks good but doesn't taste good, just a show, he said with a dark expression as he pulled Su Jinchu away and complained about Yuan Bowen. To his surprise, Su Jinchu was quite serious and argued back. The dishes Supervisor Yuan makes are delicious. I just tasted one, and it was really good. When we get home, I'll cook for you. You can cook? Su Jinchu looked at him in surprise, her eyes full of disbelief. You look like you've never even stepped into a kitchen. What's with that look? Is cooking that hard? I can definitely cook better than him, Gu Mingchen said with a stern face. All right, I believe you. How about you demonstrate right now? Su Jinchu smiled, biting her lip. Gu Mingchen snorted, I don't want to perform in front of so many people for attention. Only you deserve to eat the food I make. Okay, just cook for me when we get home. Su Jinchu saw through his lie, but chose not to call him out, smiling to comfort him. Seeing her like this made Gu Mingchen's slightly gloomy mood improve a bit. After dinner, everyone sat in the yard chatting. Su Jinchu was pulled away by Han Jing, and a group of women gathered together, not knowing what to talk about. Gu Mingchen didn't know anyone else, so he could only sit with Yuan Bowen. After chatting for a while, everyone returned to their rooms. Gu Mingchen reluctantly watched Su Jinchu and Han Jing head back, and he could only follow Yuan Bowen. However, he didn't know that Tan Yuancheng had sent someone to follow him. The person following him didn't capture any footage of him with Su Jinchu, but instead took many photos of him chatting with Yuan Bowen and returning to the room together. After inquiring with the owner of the farmhouse, learning that he and Yuan Bowen were staying in the same room, the follower quickly called Tan Yuancheng in a panic. What? You say Mr. Gu is with a man? Tan Yuancheng was shocked. The follower replied, yes, and they are staying in the same room. Send me the photos right away, Tan Yuancheng commanded. The follower quickly sent him the photos and added, I found out that this person's name is Yuan Bowen. When Tan Yuancheng saw the photos and heard the name, he almost fainted from shock. Yuan Bowen? The manager of the branch? Lu Daping? Suddenly, all the pieces of information connected. No wonder he suddenly became concerned about the branch. No wonder he was so harsh with Lu Daping. And no wonder he was clearly having an affair with Dai Lu but didn't resent her and even introduced her to resources. It turns out he likes Yuan Bowen. Quickly come back and delete all these photos. Not a single one should be left. If even one leaks, you're dead. Tan Yuancheng threatened fiercely. Okay, don't worry. I'll delete them right away, not leaving a single one. The follower trembled in fear, quickly swearing to ensure it. After hanging up, Tan Yuancheng took several deep breaths to calm down. He truly didn't expect to be driven to this point, even changing his sexual orientation? No. He must report this to Meizong immediately. If this isn't stopped, the Gu family might face a storm. What? Likes men? How is that possible? The person he loves is obviously a woman. How could he like men? Gu Mingmei didn't believe it. Tan Yuancheng said, I don't believe it either. But the facts are as they are. Yesterday he was still asking about Yuan Bowen, even inquiring who he likes. Today he's on vacation with him. Staying in the same room. I've sent you the photos. The two of them are so happy together. What else could it be if not liking each other? Maybe they're just compatible, Gu Mingmei said. Tan Yuancheng replied, I can guarantee it's not just compatibility. I've inquired. And Lu Daping has made things difficult for Yuan Bowen in the company. Mr. Gu suddenly became harsh with Lu Daping. It must be for Yuan Bowen's sake. If they were just friends, it wouldn't have gone this far. Meizong, although this is a hard reality to accept, we still need to try to accept it. You need to come back quickly and break them up. That's the urgent matter. Chapter 29, Clarifying Misunderstandings. Gu Mingchen received a call from Tan Yuancheng early in the morning. Cough, cough. Mr. Gu, sorry to disturb you so early. There's a bit of an emergency at the company, and we need you to come over quickly. Are you available? Are you in Jiangcheng? What emergency? Gu Mingchen asked. I'm in Jiangcheng, but I will be a bit late. Outside, Yuan Bowen was woken up by the phone ringing and complained. Can you keep the volume down? I still want to sleep. Tan Yuancheng heard Yuan Bowen's words, but since he was outside, he didn't catch it clearly. However, it sounded to him more like a disgruntled murmur from someone lying next to Gu Mingchen, which scared him and turned his face pale. Have they already spent the night together? It's urgent, and I can't explain it all in 1 or 2 sentences. By the way, who is with you, Mr. Gu? I'm alone, Gu Mingchen said and hung up the phone. He was telling the truth, but to Tan Yuancheng, it seemed like he was deliberately hiding something. Gu Mingchen then called Zhou Yi to send a car to pick him up. A private car was faster than the bus and soon arrived at the farmhouse. After Gu Mingchen washed up and came out, Yuan Bowen was still asleep. Why aren't you up yet? Mr. Gu, for a corporate worker, Saturday and Sunday mornings are very precious. Saturday morning is already ruined. Sunday morning is especially valuable. So I told everyone to gather for breakfast at 10. And it's not even 8 yet, Yuan Bowen explained drowsily with his eyes closed. Gu Mingchen originally wanted to say goodbye to Su Jinchu, but after hearing this, he decided not to disturb her. There is something at the company. I have to leave. Su should still be asleep. Please let her know when she gets up. You're leaving? Yuan Bowen opened his eyes. If I'm not here, won't you be more comfortable? Gu Mingchen teased on purpose. Yuan Bowen coughed lightly and said, I'm not uncomfortable with you here, but are you sure you're not going to continue hanging out with everyone? If you leave, Su Jinchu might be sad. There is something at the company. I have to go back. Such a responsible person? But I heard from my dad that you didn't want to join the company. I don't want to, and I'm still not. But my sister is abroad, so I have responsibilities to handle things domestically, Gu Mingchen replied. Yuan Bowen thought to himself that the future heir seemed to be quite responsible. You can go. I will let her know. Thank you. Gu Mingchen thanked him and opened the door to leave. The farmhouse, which he thought was shabby yesterday, surprisingly had such fresh air in the morning. As soon as he stepped outside, a wave of fresh air greeted him, and his mood instantly brightened. Zhou Yi quickly got out of the car and approached him, reminding him, Boss, we can leave. Gu Mingchen nodded, but after getting in the car, he told Zhou Yi, when we get back, make a plan to renovate this place. I will come back again in the future. It was his regret not being able to stay with Su Jinchu this time, and he wanted to stay here again when he had the chance. However, the bed and decor here needed to be renovated. He had never slept on such a hard bed and didn't he sleep well last night. Understood. Zhou Yi nodded and immediately took out his notebook to jot down the matter. Su Jinchu and the others got up at 10. After getting up, she immediately went to Yuan Bowen and Gu Mingchen's room to look for Gu Mingchen. She also noticed that the bed here was not comfortable to sleep on. She was fine, having slept on the floor before. It didn't matter where she slept. But he was different. Even the guest room bed at home was from a high-end brand, and he must have never slept on such a hard bed. Your husband left early, saying he had something to handle. I wanted to tell you, but I was afraid of disturbing your sleep. So I waited for you to get up to let you know, Yuan Bowen explained when he saw Su Jinchu coming over. Ah, he left? Su Jinchu was surprised. Han Jing rushed over, not believing it. Did he really leave, or is something wrong? Supervisor Yuan. Don't tell me you've taken it out on little Chu's husband out of jealousy. Yuan Bowen replied. What would I be jealous of? Don't talk nonsense. Han Jing noticed that others were still not up, and there was no one around. So she stuck her neck out to argue with Yuan Bowen. Don't hide it on purpose, we all know. You like little Chu, right? But little Chu is already married, and their relationship is good. You better give up on that idea, and don't think about little Chu anymore. Jingjing, stop it. Su Jinchu felt very embarrassed and wished she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. But Han Jing said, Little Chu, I know you are very embarrassed. But it's better to clarify this matter sooner rather than later for both sides. If it drags on, it can easily lead to problems. But Yuan Bowen has never said out loud that he likes her. Would it be very strange to refuse now? What if they guessed wrong? That would be so embarrassing. Haha, you actually think I like Su Jinchu? Yuan Bowen scoffed, looking speechless. Isn't it? Han Jing said, don't try to quibble. On Valentine's Day, I saw you go to a chocolate shop, buy a box of chocolates, and then give it to little Chu. You know the meaning of giving chocolates on that day, right? If you don't like her, why would you give little Chu chocolates? Ah, so you misunderstood because of that. I can explain. I did intend to give chocolates to the girl I like, but unfortunately, I didn't give them out. I was a bit sad at the time and didn't want to throw away the gift I had carefully chosen. So I casually gave it to Su Jinchu to help me eat it. I didn't expect it to lead to your misunderstanding. I'm sorry, I apologize. But I really don't like Su Jinchu. Su Jinchu's face turned bright red, wishing she could find a hole to hide in. I'm sorry, Supervisor Yuan, we misunderstood. Please forget everything I just said. She quickly bowed and apologized to Yuan Bowen, then pulled Han Jing away to escape. Han Jing was pulled along by her, also blushing with shame. Little Chu, I'm sorry, it was my misunderstanding that embarrassed you so much. Jingjing, do you think we should take a car back when we leave? Su Jinchu asked. Han Jing quickly said, I'll call for a car. She didn't want to ride a bus with Yuan Bowen. It was too embarrassing, and how would she face him in the future? However, it was too remote here. And it wasn't easy to call for a car back. What if we can't get a car? Han Jing said dejectedly. Su Jinchu asked in surprise. Can't we get a car? How did he get back? Quick, call him and ask. Who knows if what Yuan Bowen said is true? Han Jing urged. Su Jinchu took out her phone and called Gu Mingchen. He answered quickly. Are you up? Sorry, I had to leave early for something. I didn't want to disturb your rest, so I asked Yuan Bowen to let you know. Did he tell you? Yes, he did. How did you get a car? Su Jinchu asked. I had the driver come pick me up, Gu Mingchen replied. Jinchu thought to herself, I almost forgot. He is a rich second generation. His family has not only several luxury cars, but also multiple drivers. Chapter 30. Gu Mingmei's dominant return. Why are you in such a hurry to call me back? What urgent matter could it be? Gu Mingchen asked with a serious face after arriving at the company and asking Zhou Yi to bring in Tan Yuanqing. He better have something urgent, otherwise Miss Mei's flight is at noon today. Is that urgent? Tan Yuanqing replied with a smile. Gu Mingchen frowned. My sister is coming back? Why so suddenly? Of course, there are matters that need to be handled, which is why it's so sudden. In any case, Miss Mei will arrive at noon. So you'd better stay at the company today, or she will be angry. All right, I got it. Bring me the documents that need to be handled, Gu Mingchen said. Tan Yuanqing exchanged a glance with Zhou Yi, who then left. In fact, I found out that Miss Mei is coming back so suddenly because she wants to arrange a blind date for you. After Zhou Yi left, Tan Yuanqing immediately leaned over the desk, lowering his voice to remind Gu Mingchen. Gu Mingchen sneered. Has she forgotten the result of the last blind date she arranged for me so soon? If she isn't afraid of offending all the socialites in Jiangxing, then go ahead and arrange it. Are you really so resistant to blind dates? Tan Yuanqing asked in confusion. Gu Mingchen looked at him and said, if you're willing, I can ask my sister to arrange one for you too. Forget it. I have someone I like. Tan Yuanqing quickly replied. Gu Mingchen said, I have someone too. Who is it? He almost blurted it out, but thankfully changed the subject in time. You don't need to know who it is. In any case, it won't be one of those girls from blind dates. Oh, by the way, there's something I need you to help me find out. Has President Yuan ever opened a restaurant? Why are you asking about this? Tan Yuanqing frowned. Gu Mingchen thought for a moment and said, his son Yuan Bowen is a great cook. I've thought about it for a long time. It's possible that their family has opened a restaurant. He probably learned such good skills while helping out in the restaurant. Otherwise, it's hard to explain. Go find out which restaurant he opened and help me poach a chef from there. What? Are you going to open a restaurant too? Not opening one. I just want him to teach me how to cook. Although I've never cooked before, I think I must have more talent than Yuan Bowen. Learning a bit should make me better than him. Tan Yuanqing was speechless. How much does he love this person to want to share everything with her, even cooking skills? Ahem, President Gu, I remember you used to like girls. When did that change? Tan Yuanqing asked in confusion. What do you mean? Gu Mingchen frowned. Not understanding what he was saying, Tan Yuanqing continued. Even if you've changed, just look at me and your assistant Zhou Yi beside you. None of us are ordinary people. You know very well what kind of person President Yuan is. He is just an old-fashioned guy. If he finds out, he will definitely go all out against you. It's said that Yuan Bowen has a girl he likes. If he is bent, it must be because of you. Gu Mingchen, Yuan sure only has this one son. If he is turned, even if he is the future heir, Yuan sure will definitely go all out against him. Is it that serious? Gu Mingchen frowned. He is just helping Yuan Bowen keep a secret. How could that make Yuan sure go all out against him? How could it not be serious? This is a lifelong matter, Tan Yuanqing said. Gu Mingchen replied. Even if it's a lifelong matter, it's still Yuan Bowen's own business. Who he likes and who he wants to be with is his freedom. Even if Yuan Sure is his biological father, he cannot interfere with his emotional matters. Call Yuan Sure over sometime. I'll talk to him. He is getting older and should take care of his health instead of always thinking about interfering in young people's matters. You better not find President Yuan. I'm afraid you two will end up fighting, Tan Yuanqing said in horror. Gu Mingchen snorted coldly. Does he dare to fight me? Is he looking down on the Gu family? You can call him over. I want to see how bold he is to take action against me. Tan Yuanqing was sweating nervously. This was even more serious than dealing with Dai Lu. After leaving the office, he immediately texted Gu Mingmei to inform her of the situation. Gu Mingmei was already on the plane. When she saw Tan Yuanqing's message, her brows furrowed. A beautiful face was filled with worry. Her brother really was a source of concern. Hey, beautiful, can I add you on contact? A blond man next to her greeted Gu Mingmei in fluent Chinese. Gu Mingmei shot him a cold glance and put on her sunglasses. The man shrugged and sighed regretfully. Gu Mingmei was very beautiful. Her skin was smooth and delicate like white jade, and her lips were red and exquisite. Like a blooming peony, she exuded a unique and vibrant charm. However, she was also enveloped in an indescribable high-cold aura, making her seem so aloof, as if there were an insurmountable gap between her and ordinary people. The man had been noticing her all along. The plane was about to land, and he feared that if he didn't greet her soon, he would miss out on such a beautiful woman. He considered himself handsome enough, with an appearance that easily made women's hearts flutter. However, he didn't expect this woman to be so special, rejecting him mercilessly without a hint of hesitation. The plane landed. Gu Mingmei walked out from inside. She carried a small bag, wearing a dark coat over a white long dress. with fiery red lips, flowing curly hair, and sunglasses. She walked out with an air of confidence, with her assistant trailing closely behind, pulling a suitcase. Gu Mingmei walked quickly, her long legs particularly eye-catching. Her assistant had to jog to keep up with her pace. Tan Yuanqing and Gu Mingchen were already waiting at the arrival area. Upon seeing her come out, a radiant smile appeared on Tan Yuanqing's face. He murmured, "It's been a few days, and Miss Mei is even more beautiful. Wipe your drool. If my sister sees you, she'll kill you," Gu Mingchen coldly reminded. Tan Yuanqing quickly wiped the corner of his mouth and took out a fragrant wet wipe to clean his hands before hastily approaching. "Miss Mei, welcome back to the country. Ah Chung, you've worked hard during this time." Gu Mingmei extended her arms and hugged him. The fragrance emanating from her made Tan Yuanqing feel dizzy. However, before he could fully appreciate the warmth of the hug, Gu Mingmei had already released him. "Ah Chun, aren't you happy to see your sister?" Gu Mingmei opened her arms and looked at Gu Mingchen. Gu Mingchen smiled slightly and walked over to hug her. "Welcome back. Now that you're back, I won't have to work so hard anymore. You little brat, you've only done a few days of work, and you're already saying you're tired? You promised Grandpa that you would come back to inherit the family business by the end of this year at the latest. It's been 3 years. You should have had enough fun and should take on the responsibilities you need to bear. You come back and lecture me right away. No wonder no one likes you." Gu Mingchen complained. Tan Yuanqing quickly said, "What are you talking about? Is Miss Mei really unloved? It's just that Miss Mei herself doesn't want it. Otherwise, the people who like her would definitely circle around Jiangqing twice. Don't worry about whether anyone likes me. At least I've been married. Although I'm divorced. I have a son. What about you? At your age, you don't even have a steady girlfriend. You're going on a blind date with me tonight. I've already arranged dinner with Miss Lin." Chapter 31. Encountering an arrogant woman, the bus returned to the city. It was already 3 in the afternoon. Jinchu called Gu Mingchen, but there was no answer. After a long while, he replied with a message that only said, "Very busy." Jinchu frowned, feeling down. "Xiaochu, what's wrong?" Han Jing saw her expression and quickly asked with concern. Jinchu replied, "It's nothing. I want to go to the hospital to see my grandma later." "I'll go with you," Han Jing said. "I haven't seen grandma for a long time, so it's a good chance to visit her together. By the way, are you in a hurry to go home?" "I'm not in a hurry. Let's have dinner together tonight," Jinchu said. "I didn't eat enough for lunch, and it was awkward seeing Yuan Bowen. I didn't even dare to pick up my chopsticks." "Who can you blame? It was your wild guessing. I don't even know how to face manager Yuan now," Jinchu jokingly scolded her. Han Jing stuck out her tongue awkwardly, saying, "How was I to know I guessed wrong? But if it wasn't manager Yuan's doing, who else could have caused Lu Doping's situation? Stop overthinking it. This isn't something we can consider. I have time tonight, so you think about what we should have for dinner. I've already thought of it. A new Western restaurant opened in the west of the city. My neighbor's brother is the manager there. He gave me a discount coupon for half off, and I've heard it's a very upscale restaurant. Even with the discount, it's still expensive, but we work hard for our money. So we should treat ourselves a little better. How about we go there and reward ourselves?" "All right." Jinchu nodded in agreement. All the medical expenses for grandma in the hospital were covered by Gu Mingchen. She had privately asked the doctor and learned that Gu Mingchen had paid for a whole year in advance, so she didn't need to spend any money during this time, making it easier for her to manage her own salary freely. Although Gu Mingchen also gave her a supplementary card, telling her she could use it freely and buy whatever she wanted, she didn't want to use it, not knowing when he might regret it. The medical expenses for her grandma were already a huge amount. She felt too guilty to spend his money any further. The two of them arrived at the hospital and chatted with grandma for a while. Grandma's health was getting worse, and she couldn't expend too much energy. After chatting for a bit, they left. It was still early, so they strolled around near the restaurant, planning to browse a little more before heading to dinner. However, unexpectedly, while browsing in a branded women's clothing store, Han Jing spotted a dress she liked. Just as she was about to ask the sales assistant for a suitable size, a beautiful girl came over, wearing the very same dress. She told the sales assistant, "I want to buy all sizes of this dress, so don't sell it to anyone else." Han Jing exclaimed, "Are you crazy? Buying all sizes of one dress? Can you change your figure at will?" "No, but I don't like to have the same outfit as someone else. I really like this dress, so I want to buy all sizes and destroy the ones that don't fit. This way, no one will have the same dress as me," the girl arrogantly replied. Turning to Han Jing. Han Jing was speechless. Such a person really existed? What a foolish rich person, she couldn't help but comment. The girl arrogantly looked at her and coldly snorted. "So what if I have money? If you have the ability, pay double the price to buy it, and I'll let it go." "Uff, I'm not as foolish as you." Han Jing rolled her eyes. It was impossible for her to be provoked into spending more money. She wouldn't be that stupid to pay double for a dress. "It's not that you're not foolish. It's that you have no money. If you're broke, Don't waste your time in a brand store, the girl sneered. Han Jing was enraged and said, "Who says we don't have money? Although we can't buy all the dresses, we can still afford one. What is wrong with you? Don't make baseless assumptions about others. If you have money, just buy something casually. Prove yourself with your wealth," the girl said lightly. "Buy it. Who's afraid of who?" Han Jing retorted angrily. Jinchu stopped her and softly advised, "Jingjing, don't bother with her. She's just trying to provoke you. Let us go." Han Jing bit her lip, reluctantly leaving with Jinchu. "Honestly, the prices in this brand store are indeed high. We could manage to buy something if we really wanted to. But we'd be eating dirt for the rest of the month," Han Jing said after they left. "Xiao Chu, thankfully you stopped me in time, or I would have acted impulsively," Jinchu said. "There's no need to let a stranger make you eat dirt over something so trivial. What kind of person is that woman? So arrogant," Han Jing said indignantly. Jinchu shook her head. "Maybe she is some rich girl. In any case, we can't understand the world of the wealthy, and we probably won't encounter people like her in the future. You're right. I won't be that foolish to buy such an expensive dress. I might not even like it after wearing it a couple of times. It's better to save the money for good food or to spoil my brother," Han Jing said. Jinchu was speechless, thinking that spending money on her brother was less practical than buying a dress. The two continued to browse for a while before heading to the Western restaurant Han Jing mentioned. They didn't know if it was because they hadn't checked the calendar before going out, but unexpectedly, they ran into that girl again at the entrance of the restaurant. Seeing them, the girl frowned and said displeased, "Didn't they say this place is expensive? Why are all kinds of people here? What do you mean? Are you saying we can't afford to eat here?" Han Jing angrily questioned. The girl arrogantly replied, "That's exactly what I mean. Did you not see the sign at the door? The minimum consumption here is 888. Are you sure you can afford it?" "Don't worry, we can afford it. We don't need you to meddle in our business," Han Jing retorted through gritted teeth. "Uft." The girl rolled her eyes. Someone beside her reminded her, "Miss Lin, let us hurry inside. Don't forget, this blind date is very important. Don't let unrelated people affect your mood." "Okay, I know," the girl answered impatiently, then followed the person beside her inside. A blind date? With someone so arrogant, who would want her? Han Jing scoffed. Jinchu asked, "Should we change to another restaurant?" "Why should we change? This restaurant isn't owned by her, and we can afford to eat here. I want to see what kind of unfortunate guy is going to go on a blind date with her," Han Jing said. However, once inside, they found that they could only dine on the first floor, while the previous girl had already gone up to the second floor. The second floor had a better atmosphere and was more elegant, but there were also rules. The minimum consumption was 666, with an extra digit. What kind of restaurant is this? It's so elitist. Those who spend less don't even have the qualification to go upstairs. After sitting down, Han Jing complained to her neighbor's brother, who came over to greet them. "Jingjing, you didn't tell me your colleague was so beautiful. If I had known you had such a beautiful colleague, I would have tried to arrange for you to go upstairs," her neighbor's brother said, his eyes lighting up upon seeing Jinchu. Han Jing quickly asked playfully, "So can you arrange for us to go upstairs now?" "Not right now, I'm afraid. Besides the minimum consumption, you also need to make a reservation in advance. You didn't reserve ahead of time, so it's hard to arrange," he replied. Uft. Han Jing rolled her eyes in frustration. At that moment, a waiter came over and said to her neighbor's brother, "Mr. Li, table 306 has canceled their reservation." Her neighbor's brother immediately smiled and said to Han Jing and Jinchu, "A guest has canceled their reservation, so I'll arrange for you to go up right away. But it requires the minimum consumption. Are you sure you want to go up?" Chapter 32. The blind date man is her husband definitely not going. "I'm not going." Han Jing and Jinchu answered simultaneously. Jinchu softly advised her, "Jingjing, don't be impulsive. Even if it's half price, the minimum consumption would still eat up more than a month's salary for both of us. It's not worth spending over a month's salary just for a meal. I just want to see who the woman is on a blind date with. It's not just about the food," Han Jing explained in a low voice. Jinchu was speechless. Spending money to see someone unrelated seemed even less worthwhile than just going for a meal. "No, I don't agree to go up." She was very firm. Han Jing, in a moment of impulse, now felt calm and realized it was indeed too much to spend that much money just to see the woman's blind date. "Li Gu, thank you, but we won't go up." Hearing their true intention, Manager Li asked, "So you're not going up to eat, but to see someone?" Han Jing nodded and complained, "We met a particularly arrogant woman while shopping, and we just saw her at the entrance. She seems to be on a blind date, and I want to see what kind of person her date is." "Ah, your curiosity is still so strong. Be careful, curiosity killed the cat. But since you just want to take a look, I can find a way to let you go up," Manager Li said. "What way?" Han Jing's eyes lit up, excitedly asking. "There's a restroom upstairs. You can excuse yourself to go to the restroom on the second floor. No one will stop you." "Great, Thank you, Li Gu, Han Jing said happily. Manager Li then looked at Su Jinchu and asked, Miss Su, do you want to go up too? Forget it, I'm not curious. Su Jinchu shook her head. Manager Li liked her even more seeing her gentle and quiet demeanor. If it weren't for work, he really wanted to sit down and have a meal with them. Xiao Chu, I'm sure Li Gu likes you. It's a pity you're already married. After Manager Li left, Han Jing immediately leaned over to Su Jinchu and joked. Su Jinchu blushed and said, don't talk nonsense. I know, I definitely won't guess randomly. But if he actively asks me for your contact information, I will definitely tell him you are married to avoid any unnecessary trouble. Are you still going to the second floor? Hurry and go take a look. Otherwise, you won't be able to eat in peace, Su Jinchu reminded her. Han Jing nodded and immediately stood up, heading towards the second floor. The waiter on the second floor stopped her. She said she was going to the restroom. But there was no space downstairs. The waiter had no choice but to let her through. Han Jing was overjoyed. After running upstairs, she first wandered around the restroom, then pretended to be lost and walked through the hall. The second floor was indeed different from the first. The first floor was quiet and elegant, but it was open, allowing a clear view of the entire hall. However, the second floor was different, although it wasn't small private rooms. The semi-enclosed decor provided each table with its own private space, making the dining environment much more comfortable. However, this made it difficult for her to find that arrogant woman. After pretending to be lost for a while, she finally saw the woman at the end. The woman was sitting across from a man and a woman, who were presumably her blind date companions. Han Jing snorted coldly, thinking to herself, I want to see who the unfortunate guy is that is on a blind date with you. However, as she walked over and saw the man's back, she felt it looked somewhat familiar. That man's back was too handsome. Even the back of his head was exceptionally good-looking. She had seen very few such beautiful backs, but couldn't recall where she had seen it before. Excuse me, I'll be right back, the man said as he stood up and walked out. When he turned around, Han Jing was stunned. Wasn't this Su Jinchu's husband? How could it be him? She was so startled that she quickly turned her back and hid behind a nearby green plant. The large green plants on the second floor prevented Gu Mingchen from seeing her. While hiding behind the plants, she turned around to see Gu Mingchen clearly, confirming it was indeed him. Miss, may I ask which table you are from? A waiter approached Han Jing and inquired. Han Jing felt awkward and quickly explained. I'm a guest from the first floor. I came up to use the restroom, but got lost. I'll take you down, the waiter politely said. Han Jing nodded and followed the waiter to find the stairs down. The dishes had already been served. They had ordered the minimum consumption set, but unexpectedly, there were only 4 dishes. Hurry and eat. This is so expensive. It's my first time eating something like this, Su Jinchu reminded her. Han Jing sat down with a heavy heart, mechanically shoving food into her mouth. The taste was actually very good, but she had something on her mind and was eating without savoring it. Su Jinchu noticed her abnormality and curiously asked, What's wrong? Did you see her blind date? Did he turn out to be so handsome that it hit you hard? Xiao Chu, call your husband and ask where he is, Han Jing suddenly said. Su Jinchu frowned. Why call him to ask where he is? You don't want him to come and eat, do you? We've only ordered the minimum consumption. There are only 4 dishes. And we can definitely finish 2 of them, so it's better not to invite him. I'm not asking him to come eat, but what? Han Jing couldn't say it out loud, afraid it would hurt her feelings. However, not saying it made her feel anxious, and she felt sorry for her. At this moment, someone suddenly came down from upstairs. Su Jinchu could see clearly from her position. The person coming down was none other than Gu Mingchen. However, a woman was accompanying Gu Mingchen, standing sideways and blocked by him. Although she couldn't see her face clearly, she could vaguely tell she was a beauty. They were linked arm in arm, seeming very intimate. The arrogant Miss Lin, who had previously been so bold in front of them, followed behind them, her face slightly flushed. She seemed to be explaining something eagerly, but Gu Mingchen and the beautiful woman didn't listen at all and walked straight down to leave. When she saw Gu Mingchen, her eyes widened in disbelief. Han Jing saw her expression and quickly turned her head to look, naturally seeing Gu Mingchen as well. Xiao Chu, are you okay? Han Jing cautiously asked Su Jinchu after they left. Su Jinchu came back to her senses, her face pale as she nodded and murmured, I'm fine, it's nothing. Don't be too upset. It's not worth it to feel bad over such a man, Han Jing advised her. So what you wanted to tell me just now was this? Su Jinchu asked. Han Jing nodded. I went upstairs to see that woman's blind date and unexpectedly saw your husband. Su Jinchu forced a smile, thinking to herself that since they've already gone out for blind dates, it seems she wouldn't be his wife for long. Let us eat quickly. The food is going to get cold. We should eat more of this expensive food to avoid wasting it. Taking a deep breath, Su Jinchu forced a smile and reminded Han Jing to continue eating. However, she didn't realize how ugly her smile looked. Chapter 33. You really want to pursue men, Miss Lin? Please stop following us. This matter ends here today. It was presumptuous of me to invite you over. I will personally apologize to your father another day. Gu Mingchen and Gu Mingmei walked out of the restaurant, but Miss Lin continued to follow them. Gu Mingmei stopped, turned around with a cold face, and said to her, Miss Lin, please stop. Miss Lin was on the verge of tears, feeling wronged as she apologized. I'm sorry, sister. I was young and didn't know better before, but I swear I won't do it again. Please give me another chance. Give you a chance? Gu Mingmei sneered. Do you think this is a job interview? We're just apologizing will earn you a chance. What do I have to do for you to forgive me? Miss Lin cried, asking. She had not been optimistic about this blind date. Although the Gu family was the richest in Jiangxing and Gu Mingchen was rumored to be the most handsome man there, she had never seen him and had heard some bad rumors about him before. She was forced by her parents to come and deal with it. However, unexpectedly, when she saw Gu Mingchen for the first time, she fell in love at first sight. This man was just too good-looking, both handsome and elegant. Simply the man of her dreams. It was impossible not to be moved by such a man. But unexpectedly, Gu Mingchen did not like her. He had been indifferent towards her, and later, after going to the restroom, he came back with some photos and threw them on the table. She picked them up in confusion, only to find they were intimate photos of her and her ex-boyfriend. Gu Mingmei turned green with anger upon seeing these. She immediately pulled Gu Mingchen away. Embarrassed and furious, she wished she could find a hole to hide in. But such a good man. She didn't want to miss out on him just like that. So she chased after them, wanting to apologize and plead for their forgiveness. She thought that as long as she was willing to humble herself and admit her mistakes, they would surely forgive her. She was such a beautiful and lovely girl. How could Gu Mingchen not feel sorry for her? As long as she shed a few tears and cried, no man could refuse her. But unexpectedly, Gu Mingchen was not an ordinary man. He remained unmoved by her tearful and pitiful appearance, and instead teased Gu Mingmei with a smile. Sister, if we were to marry such a crying ancestor into our family, could you handle it? Gu Mingmei's face darkened as she coldly reprimanded, Stop crying. You look like we bullied you. If you still have any self-respect, just leave quickly and don't force me to say something unpleasant. Miss Lin trembled at her scolding, looking at her with tearful, fearful eyes. Perhaps sensing her determination, which didn't seem like a joke, she finally recognized reality and ran away, covering her face and crying. Such a timid person could never be Mrs. Gu. Gu Mingchen shrugged and regretfully said as he watched Miss Lin leave, What a shame. Gu Mingmei angrily slapped him on the shoulder and scolded, How many scandals of Jiangxing socialites have you collected? Do you think you could expose the scandals of all the socialites in Jiangxing if you went on blind dates with them? That's impossible, Gu Mingchen said with a smile. Not everyone has scandals. Who doesn't have scandals? Tell me, and I'll arrange for you to meet them, Gu Mingmei immediately asked. Gu Mingchen replied, Sister, don't waste your effort. I don't like them. Even if they have no scandals, I wouldn't accept them. Then who do you like? Yuan Bowen? Are you trying to die? You don't like women anymore and have started liking men? If Grandpa finds out, he'll break your legs with his cane. What? Liking men? Yuan Bowen? Gu Mingchen's eyes widened in shock. Where did his sister hear this rumor? Gu Mingmei coldly snorted, Don't think I don't know. I know everything about you. Did you go on vacation with Yuan Bowen yesterday? Staying in the same room? You're really something, actually pursuing men. Gu Mingchen thought of Tan Yuanqing's words and then of his sister suddenly returning home, and he couldn't help but laugh in anger. He said originally, According to the plan, you wouldn't be back for another week. How come you returned so suddenly? Turns out Tan Yuanqing reported false information and got you mad. However, he did not rush to explain. Instead, he asked, If I really like him, sister, what are you going to do? Are you going to treat him like you did Dai Lu? But you should know, he is Mr. Yuan's son and doesn't he lack money. He wouldn't care for the money you offer. Do you really like him? Gu Mingmei was shocked. Didn't you already believe Tan Yuanqing's words? What are you still doubting? Gu Mingmei took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down, and said, I don't believe Ah Chang's words. I just think you're messing around. You're my brother. I know you better than anyone else. You've always had someone in your heart and never let go. Don't say you don't like men, you don't like women either. You're doing this just to oppose me and Grandpa, to make us compromise. Sister, you're overthinking it. I told you 3 years ago that I've let her go. Why don't you believe me? Gu Mingchen was speechless. Gu Mingmei coldly snorted. If you could really let go, you wouldn't have refused to date for over 2 years, and when you finally dated, it was a model. The model has finally broken up, and now you're pursuing a man. I don't want to explain this matter. I only ask you. If I insist on being with a man, will you accept it? Gu Mingchen asked. Gu Mingmei closed her eyes and said, I heard it was Dai Lu who cheated, which is why you broke up with her. Actually, if you think about it carefully, she is not bad. At least she is decent looking, and her gender is fine. Why don't you give up on Yuan Bowen and get back together with her? This time, I want to oppose it with Grandpa. Gu Mingchen replied, indeed, without comparison. One wound, no good from bad. I understand now. Maybe after some time, I'll lose interest and naturally break up with him. At that time, I'll bring someone to show you. After saying that, he turned and got into the car to leave. Gu Mingmei felt dizzy with anger, almost fainting. This successful businesswoman had no way to handle her own brother. Ah Chung, he admitted to me that he likes Yuan Bowen. What should we do now? Find a time to persuade him, and also arrange for me to meet Yuan Bowen at the branch office. She understood her brother well. He was stubborn, and it was useless to persuade him. But if she could get Yuan Bowen to break up with him first, then he would have no choice. Okay, I'll arrange it right away. By the way, President Gu has ordered Vice President Gu to take office at the branch office starting tomorrow. Do you want to go with him? Sure. Gu Mingmei agreed. Tan Yuanqing hung up the phone and immediately arranged the matter. At the same time, he cursed in his heart. What on earth is Gu Mingchen doing? How could he suddenly change his orientation and like men? However, he called him to invite him out for a drink. Gu Mingchen, however, coldly laughed and said, let us skip the drinking. I'm afraid I can't help but smash a bottle on your head. Don't blame me for telling your sister about your business. I'm doing this for your own good, hoping to make you turn back. Thanks, but that is unnecessary. Gu Mingchen ruthlessly hung up the phone. Chapter 34. Confession. Seeing him on a blind date. Xiao Chu, come back to the dorm with me tonight. Han Jing suggested after finishing dinner with Su Jinchu. Su Jinchu shook her head. No, I'll go home. Some things have to be faced, and some words need to be said clearly in person. We got married in a moment of impulse, and now that he wants to back out, I can understand. Understand my ass, Han Jing exclaimed, although it started impulsively. Even if he wants to back out, it should be after you two are divorced, not while he is still dating and keeping you as a backup. Su Jinchu felt a pang in her nose. She was also saddened by this. However, in front of Han Jing, she didn't dare to cry, fearing it would only make her angrier. Xiao Chu, just say the word, and if you want me to teach him a lesson, even if it means going to jail, I'll help you vent your anger. Han Jing rolled up her sleeves and said decisively. Su Jinchu stopped her. Don't do anything reckless. You don't need to find him. I'll talk to him myself. I think he is not unreasonable. Maybe he has his reasons. You just think too highly of people. Many scumbags are rotten to the core, and all their excuses are made up by women for them, Han Jing said indignantly. But even though she was angry, she still respected Su Jinchu's decision. When they parted, she reminded her to call if anything happened, and she would rush over immediately. When Su Jinchu returned home, Gu Mingchen had not yet come back. Xiaowen took her suitcase and asked, Madam, are there any valuables inside? If not, I'll open it and organize it. No, you can organize it. Su Jinchu shook her head. Xiaowen took the suitcase upstairs. At that moment, Gu Mingchen also returned. Upon entering and seeing her, he raised an eyebrow and walked over. When did you come back? Sorry, next time we have a chance to go together. I definitely want to leave early again, he said while reaching out to hug her waist. However, Su Jinchu was startled and quickly dodged, saying, I just got home. Do you want to rest first? I have some things I want to discuss with you. Gu Mingchen frowned. He had been used to hugging her like this recently, and she had never opposed it. What was wrong today? Why was she rejecting him? All right, I'll take a shower first. Su Jinchu nodded and went to wait for him in the garden. After Gu Mingchen finished showering, he changed into comfortable casual clothes and came to the garden. Seeing her sitting in a rattan chair in a daze, he walked up from behind and hugged her, rubbing his ear against hers, asking, What are you thinking about so seriously? Su Jinchu came back to her senses and wanted to push him away again, but Gu Mingchen held her even tighter, unable to budge. Don't think about pushing me away. You didn't let me hug you just now. Are you angry because I didn't stay with you until the end of the team building? No, it's not about that. Let go of me first. Let us sit down and talk properly, Su Jinchu said softly. He had gone on a blind date, yet he still had the nerve to talk to her like this? Was it really as Han Jing said, that men are so open about cheating? Not even a shred of guilt. I just want to hold you and talk. Gu Mingchen simply lifted her up, sat down in the rattan chair, and let her sit on his lap. Su Jinchu struggled, but the man was too strong for her to break free. After a struggle, she clearly felt the change in his body and was so scared that she didn't dare to move anymore. The man slightly curled his lips, watching her cheeks gradually redden, his mood becoming pleasant. Unable to resist, he pecked her flushed cheek and said, So, what is the matter? I went to the new Western restaurant in the West City with Jingjing today, Su Jinchu said, lowering her head and pouting. The man raised an eyebrow, instantly understanding that she saw him on a blind date. So, he asked knowingly. Su Jinchu looked up at him, her eyes slightly red, and said hurriedly, I know that from the very beginning, you married me out of impulse. At that time, you helped me. And I told you that if you regretted it, you could tell me, and I would divorce you immediately. I would never cling to you. Never cling to me? The man chuckled bitterly and said slowly, they say that a day as husband and wife means 100 days of grace. It seems that after being married for so many days, you still haven't developed any feelings for me. Jinchu frowned, wanting to say otherwise. But she couldn't bring herself to say it, especially not at this moment. Let us go and handle the divorce procedures tomorrow. Then you can be with the person you like openly. There's no one I like, Gu Mingchen said. I went on a blind date today, but it was a failure, and I rejected her on the spot. Because of this, my sister even slapped me. You can check my shoulder to see if it's hurt. It still hurts now. As he spoke, he pulled open his shirt to show her his shoulder. Jinchu was surprised. Your sister? Which one is your sister? How many did you see? The man asked with a smile. Jinchu blushed and said, we were eating on the first floor, and I saw you walking down from upstairs with a particularly beautiful woman, followed by another girl. So which one is your blind date? The one behind. The one I'm holding is my sister, my biological sister. The girl I was supposed to go on a blind date with I've met twice. Why did you reject her? Jinchu asked again, blushing. The man sighed and said, I didn't want to go on a blind date in the first place. It was my sister who insisted on setting it up. To make her give up, I had to go and reject Miss Lin in person. My sister said she wouldn't arrange any more blind dates for me in the future. But why were you on the first floor? The man asked curiously. Jinchu replied, the second floor has a minimum consumption. If Jingjing and I went there, we'd have to eat dirt next month. Didn't I give you a supplementary card that you can use freely? The man reminded her. Jinchu blushed and muttered, I don't want to use it. I have my own money. The man's expression deepened, and he sighed helplessly. It seemed that she still didn't consider him her man, which is why she refused to use his money. During the team building, you said you would agree to one thing for me. Now I want you to fulfill that promise. The man suddenly reminded her again. Jinchu asked, what do you want me to fulfill? Starting tomorrow, I'll arrange for someone to come to the house every day to teach you etiquette. Study hard, and after a while, you can go with me to meet my sister. Jinchu was surprised. You want to take me to meet your sister? What? Don't you want to meet my family? The man asked displeased while pinching her chin. Jinchu shook her head. It was he who said that he couldn't bring her to meet his family for the time being. She thought he wanted to keep their marriage hidden. She didn't expect to meet his family so soon. She hadn't seen his sister very clearly at the time, but just from the side view. She could sense that she was a very graceful woman. She wondered if she would be easy to get along with, and if she would be very strict. Chapter 35. The airlifted general manager Jinchu was worried about meeting Gu Mingchen's sister, and she didn't sleep well all night. In the morning, she arrived at the company looking like a panda with 2 dark circles under her eyes. Xiao Chu, did you guys have a fight last night? He didn't hit you, did he? Why are your dark circles so severe? Han Jing had been waiting for her at the door and felt both heartbroken and surprised at her appearance. Jinchu replied, we didn't fight. It was just a misunderstanding. The person with him was his sister, and she forced him to go on a blind date. But he rejected the girl on the spot. At least he has some taste. If he liked that woman, it would have been a disaster. But why didn't he tell his family that he's already married to me? Does he want to keep it a secret forever? That's not it. He said he would let me meet his sister after a while. Our marriage was quite sudden. He might be worried that his family won't accept it, Jinchu explained. Han Jing nodded in understanding. If it were any other man thinking like that, he would definitely be a scumbag. But Gu Mingchen is different. It's natural for someone like him to have family expectations for his partner. Although you are excellent in many ways, he obviously comes from a wealthy family. And they probably care about social status. Your family background might be a bit lacking. You're fine. That's all that matters. Hurry inside. I have to tell you. The new general manager is starting today. We should go in early to avoid leaving a bad impression, Han Jing urged. New general manager? Isn't it Supervisor Yuan? Jinchu was surprised. Han Jing said, did you not check the company group last night? It was announced that the new one is someone with the surname Gu. Probably a relative of the boss. I was too worried about meeting his sister yesterday and didn't pay attention to my phone, Jinchu awkwardly explained. However, she didn't care much about it. She just felt a bit sorry for Supervisor Yuan. She had thought he would surely get promoted, but unexpectedly, he was replaced by someone airlifted. You all should know that the new general manager is coming soon. New officials bring their own fires. The new general manager will definitely check everyone's work. So be alert in the next few days. Yuan Bowen had already arrived and saw them coming. He urged them to get to their positions and then addressed everyone. Everyone nodded, promising to work diligently. After Yuan Bowen finished speaking, he returned to his office. People looked at his back with sympathy, feeling sorry for him. The new general manager is here. Wow, I didn't expect him to be so young and handsome. A female employee from the HR department ran over, shouting to their office before leaving. The people in their office curiously looked outside and saw a young, handsome man leading a group of people inside. Supervisor Yuan also came out of his office and walked toward them. Who would have thought the new general manager would be so young and handsome? Han Jing said, looking infatuated. Su Jinchun frowned slightly, feeling that the new general manager resembled her husband a bit. However, she quickly thought that since they both have the surname Gu, they might be relatives of the boss. So it's normal for them to look somewhat alike. She just hoped her colleagues wouldn't notice. Otherwise, she wouldn't know how to explain it. Fortunately, no one seemed to pick up on it. Sister Hua closed the door and informed everyone. Do you know the name of the new general manager? I heard from colleagues at the head office that his name is Gu Yunheng, and he was the vice president. However, he made some mistakes recently and was blamed by the board. So the boss probably wanted to protect him by sending him to our branch to avoid further trouble with the board members. What is his relationship with the boss? Another colleague asked curiously. It seems he is the grandson of the chairman's cousin, but he lost both parents at a young age and was raised by the chairman. He grew up alongside the chairman's grandson, so their relationship is almost like that of biological siblings. With such a close relationship, he's practically half a boss. We need to be careful with him. This isn't Lu Dapeng. If we offend him, we might not survive in Jiangqing. People like us are not even on his radar. The most concerning right now is Supervisor Yuan. He is capable and was the most likely candidate to become the next general manager. But now he has been replaced by someone airlifted. He might not even feel guilty about it, and might even deliberately make things difficult for him. Really? He looks so good. His personality shouldn't be that bad, right? Uff, you only care about looks. Good-looking men aren't necessarily nice, especially those rich kids. Who knows what tricks they might have up their sleeves? Sister Hua scoffed, warning everyone from her experience. Everyone sighed and began to worry about Yuan Bowen. Han Jing was also concerned and anxiously said to Su Jinchun, "Do you think Supervisor Yuan will be okay?" "I don't know." Su Jinchun shook her head. About an hour later, the other supervisors and executives from the company all came out of the general manager's office. Only Yuan Bowen had not come out yet. Everyone began to speculate, thinking that Yuan Bowen must be inside being made difficult by the new general manager. However, the new general manager soon came out. But Yuan Bowen still hadn't emerged. Everyone was puzzled. Could it be that Supervisor Yuan was beaten up and couldn't come out? Yuan Bowen, do you know why I kept you here? In the general manager's office, Gu Mingchen sat in the general manager's chair and asked Yuan Bowen. Yuan Bowen shook his head. No, Gu Mingchen had come with Gu Yunheng, but very few people knew her, so no one realized she was there as well. She followed Gu Yunheng, and everyone thought she was just a beautiful assistant. However, Yuan Bowen recognized her. So with only the two of them left, he stood up straight, maintaining a respectful expression. I know about your relationship with Ah-chan, Gu Mingchen said. Yuan Bowen raised an eyebrow. What could he possibly have to do with Gu? Was it about them sharing a room? But that shouldn't be a big deal, right? Why would it be worth Gu Mingmei's special trip to discuss it with him? Rest assured, we get along very well. Not knowing how to respond, he could only use formal language to politely say this. Gu Mingmei's expression darkened. Was this Yuan Bowen challenging her? Did you do it willingly from the beginning, or were you forced by Ah-chan? She questioned coldly. Yuan Bowen thought for a moment. He definitely didn't want to share a room with Gu Mingchen at first, so it should be considered coercion. I had no choice. After all, he is the general manager. I couldn't refuse him. It seems you were forced. That little rascal is really going too far. Gu Mingmei cursed under her breath in anger. Yuan Bowen thought to himself, it's just sharing a room. Why get so upset about it? Since you were forced, I will take charge for you now. Don't worry, with me here. He won't do anything to you. Just promise me to break up with him, and I'll handle the rest. Gu Mingmei promised assertively. Chapter 36. An incomprehensible misunderstanding. Yuan Bowen's heart felt like it was trampled by 10,000 alpacas, leaving him in a state of turmoil. It took him quite a while to slowly digest and understand Gu Mingmei's words. However, despite his young age, he was an emotionally stable young man. Good upbringing allowed him to remain calm even in emergencies. What does President Mei mean? Are you suspecting that I am in a relationship with President Gu? He took a long time to choose the last three words. After saying them, he couldn't help but blush, feeling that perhaps he had misunderstood Gu Mingmei's intention. It's not suspicion, it's certainty. Gu Mingmei said. Aiken has already admitted it to me. Yuan Bowen thought, 10,000 alpacas are back again. This time, he took even more time to calm himself down and carefully analyze the meaning of her words. Are you saying that President Gu admitted to you in person that he is in a relationship with me? Is that not the case? Gu Mingmei asked, frowning. Yuan Bowen did not deny it, but he also did not confirm it. He thought to himself, why would Gu Mingchen admit this? What good could it bring? President Mei, I'm sorry, but I can't make any promises regarding this matter. Because everything is led by President Gu. Yuan Bowen, I am familiar with your father and understand his character well. If he knew about you and Aiken, he would definitely not agree and would be very angry. Gu Mingmei advised him. Yuan Bowen nodded and said, "You are right. My father is quite stubborn. He would not agree to it, especially not to a same-sex relationship. However, President Mei, please rest assured, as long as President Gu is determined, I will also be unwavering." Although he did not understand what Gu Mingchen meant at this moment, he had already developed an idea in his heart, a thought of resisting his father. "So, you are absolutely unwilling to break up with Aiken?" Gu Mingmei questioned coldly. Yuan Bowen repeated, "The initiative in this matter is in President Gu's hands, not mine. If President Mei insists on interfering, please discuss it with President Gu. I really didn't expect you to be so stubborn. I will go talk to your father. He probably doesn't know about this yet. Since it's a matter between two families, it should be discussed together." Gu Mingmei did not expect Yuan Bowen to be so obstinate, making it impossible to reason with him. In her anger, she had no choice but to bring up her father to scare him. However, she did not know that this was precisely what Yuan Bowen wanted. He immediately thanked her. "I have been unsure how to bring this up with my father. I appreciate President Mei for conveying this to him." Gu Mingmei stood up in anger and left. After being kicked out, Gu Yunheng wandered around the company and was just walking to the entrance when he saw Gu Mingmei storming out. "Sister, what's wrong?" Gu Yunheng asked, puzzled about who could have made her this angry. "It's nothing. I'm leaving first," Gu Mingmei said coldly. Gu Yunheng frowned in confusion. After entering, he saw Yuan Bowen and asked curiously, "What did she talk to you about that made her so angry?" "Nothing, President. I'll get back to work now," Yuan Bowen replied. "Okay, you can go." Gu Yunheng waved his hand, letting him leave. After Gu Mingmei angrily walked out, she originally intended to leave the branch office to find Yuan Shi. However, unexpectedly, she got lost on her first visit to the branch office. This incident had to be blamed on Lu Dapeng, who had turned off the corridor lights and signs on a timed schedule to save electricity. He said they were not needed most of the time, and leaving them on was a waste. The people from their own company were fine. After all, they were used to it and knew where to go even without signs. But Gu Mingmei didn't know that following the illuminated signs led her to the restroom. Jinchu was in the restroom. She came out of a stall, washing her hands, and was surprised to see Gu Mingmei walk in. "She is so beautiful, and she isn't from our company, but she looks familiar, like I've seen her somewhere before." "Ahem, miss, could you please tell me how to get out?" Gu Mingmei lightly coughed and asked Jinchu. Jinchu came to her senses and immediately said, "You must be lost. Without the signs, it is indeed easy to get lost. Don't worry, I'll take you out." "Okay, thank you." Gu Mingmei expressed her gratitude. Jinchu led her out, escorting her all the way to the entrance. "Thank you, what is your name?" Gu Mingmei asked. Jinchu replied, "My name is Jinchu, from the planning department." Jinchu, what a beautiful name, and you are very pretty too, just like your name, Gu Mingmei praised her. At the same time, she thought to herself how great it would be if her brother liked someone like her. A soft and sweet girl is definitely better than that man Yuan Bowen. "You flatter me," Jinchu blushed. Just then, they suddenly heard a furious shout. Jinchu turned around in surprise and saw Lin Siyuan, whom she hadn't seen in a long time, appearing at their company for some unknown reason. "Lin Siyuan, what are you doing here?" Due to the access control, Lin Siyuan could only stay outside. However, his expression was twisted, and his eyes were bloodshot, as if he were in a state of rage. Hearing Jinchu's question, he immediately roared, "Jinchu, you shameless woman, how dare you ask me why I'm here? I'm obviously here to settle accounts with you. You promiscuous woman. I was wondering how that woman could like me. It turns out you and that wild man set me up. You deliberately framed me, making me the one at fault. What nonsense are you talking? You were the one who cheated first, and now you're blaming me?" Jinchu trembled with anger, immediately retorting. Lin Siyuan said, "Anyway, I don't care. You must compensate me for my losses. Otherwise, I will make sure the whole company knows what kind of person you are. It seems you have something to deal with, so I will leave first." Gu Mingmei said goodbye to Jinchu and left. Initially, she had a good impression of Jinchu, but unexpectedly, she turned out to be such a woman. What a disappointment. Fortunately, her brother does not like her. She is no better than Yuan Bowen. "Lin Siyuan, if you don't leave, I will call the police." Jinchu threatened angrily. Lin Siyuan said, "You can call the police, but I want to leave. You must compensate me for my losses, or I will wait until you get off work and let everyone in your company know. What is going on?" Yuan Bowen and Han Jing came out, their faces serious as they questioned. Seeing someone come out, Lin Siyuan immediately pointed at Jinchu and said to Yuan Bowen, "You must be her boss. Let me tell you, this woman is promiscuous. She put a green hat on me and then turned the tables on me. Your company needs to take care of people like her. Are you all blind? Why haven't you gotten rid of such a rogue?" Yuan Bowen ignored Lin Siyuan and instead shouted at the security guard. After being scolded by him, the security guard immediately rushed over to drag Lin Siyuan away. Su Jinchu was so angry that she started crying, tears streaming down her face. Yuan Bowen said, Han Jing, take Su Jinchu inside and comfort her well. Okay, I will take good care of Xiao Chu. But Director Yuan, where are you going? Of course, to handle this matter. Do you think 2 security guards can solve this? Yuan Bowen said. Han Jing stuck out her tongue and hurriedly helped Su Jinchu inside, not daring to ask further. Chapter 37. More than one favor owed. Yuan Bowen had the security call the police and had Lin Siyuan locked up for 24 hours. Then he used connections to meet Lin Siyuan, indirectly learning from him that he had lost 2 million in gambling and had no way to cover the debt. From Su Jinchu's sister, he heard that Su Jinchu had given the family 1 million to buy off connections. Thus, he harbored malicious thoughts and went to the company to trouble Su Jinchu, hoping to extort some money from her. You just happened to run into me today. If you had run into that person, it wouldn't have been as simple as being locked up for 24 hours. Do you believe I can break your legs? After leaving the police station, Yuan Bowen fiercely warned Lin Siyuan. Then he drove to the headquarters to see Gu Mingchen. Though Gu Mingmei had returned to the country, Gu Mingchen's work was not yet complete, so he was still at the headquarters. Hearing that Yuan Bowen was looking for him, he furrowed his brows in confusion, but still said, let him come up. When Yuan Bowen quickly arrived, he didn't greet him, but pulled over a chair and sat down. What identity are you using to see me? If it's as a subordinate, you should stand properly. Gu Mingchen reminded coldly while lowering his head to work. Yuan Bowen replied, I'm here as your boyfriend. Do I still need to stand properly? Gu Mingchen closed the documents in his hands and raised his head to look at him. Has my sister been in touch with you? President Gu. Next time something like this happens, please give me a heads up. At least don't make me so passive. Humans invented mobile phones for convenience, not as decorations. Although you didn't give me a heads up, you handled it well. Gu Mingchen said, though he didn't know what they had talked about. He could tell from Yuan Bowen's expression that he had helped him cover up a lie. I'm handling it well because I'm smart enough. But President Gu, people can't always maintain a clear mind. This counts as me owing you a favor. So tell me, how do you plan to repay it? Gu Mingchen smiled and slowly said. Yuan Bowen replied, what you owe me is more than just one favor. Just now, when Lin Siyuan caused trouble for Su Jinchu at the company, I also helped you resolve it. What? He dared to trouble Su? Gu Mingchen was startled and immediately stood up, slamming the table. Yuan Bowen said, I've already resolved this matter. If he doesn't listen, you will need to take action yourself. But this is your personal matter, so you should find a way to resolve it later. For now, let us talk about our relationship. What is going on? Ahem, it was a misunderstanding caused by someone my sister arranged to watch me. He saw us living in the same room and assumed that I started dating men to resist them. Gu Mingchen coughed lightly, and after confirming that Su Jinchu was fine, he slowly sat down to explain. Why didn't President Gu explain? Yuan Bowen asked. Is it because Su Jinchu isn't presentable, or do you think she isn't? You should know very well why I didn't explain, Gu Mingchen said with a bitter smile. Yuan Bowen understood. However, he quickly added, I thought only my father was stubborn about social status. Human thoughts are the most complex. For example, if you eat something very bitter, you might consider something with a slight sweetness to be a delicacy. The same goes for setbacks. If you first experience a major setback and then a minor one, you won't see the minor one as a setback, but rather as a good thing. So, President Gu means for me to help Su Jinchu test the waters first. After you clear all the dangers, then let Su Jinchu make a grand appearance. I can also be the one to test the waters for Han Jing, Gu Mingchen said. I understand now why I didn't expose you, but instead cooperated with you in this act. Since that is the case, let us continue the performance. Let them think the sky is falling, and we'll give them back a clear sky. Yuan Bowen said. Since we're acting, we need to let more people know, so the act can continue. Gu Mingchen smirked and reached out his hand to him. Yuan Bowen was taken aback for a moment, but still hesitated to accept immediately. He kept a dark face until they were out the door before reluctantly extending his hand to Gu Mingchen, shaking it. Both of them had very complicated feelings, but on the surface, they remained calm, holding hands as they walked around the company. President Yuan just came to the company and heard that his son is here. And even with President Gu, he hurriedly ran over, only to see the two holding hands, looking very intimate. However, at Yuan Shi's age, his thoughts weren't that complicated. Seeing this scene, he didn't think too much about it, assuming they had a good relationship. He felt relieved, thinking that his son had finally wised up and started to curry favor with the heir. Very good. Indeed, he was Yuan Shi's son. Until Gu Mingmei had someone call him into the office, telling him with a serious face, your son is dating my brother. What do you think about this? President Yuan. President Yuan? Soon, urgent voices came from Gu Mingmei's office. Then an ambulance arrived to take away the fainted Yuan Shi. It seemed President Yuan wasn't in good health. Are you sure you want to continue? Gu Mingchen had already wiped several wet tissues and was carefully cleaning his fingers. Yuan Bowen was also wiping his hands, calmly saying, "Don't worry, he is fine." Pretending to faint when faced with unsolvable problems is his specialty. Gu Mingchen, indeed. No one knows a father better than a son. His worries are unnecessary. I'll take my leave. Yuan Bowen left for the hospital. Even though it was an act, he still needed to visit his son, otherwise it would be too unfilial. After Yuan Bowen left, Gu Mingmei angrily stormed into Gu Mingchen's office and said angrily, "Do you know that President Yuan fainted from anger?" "Yes, On has already gone to handle it. His father, I'll leave it to him to resolve." Gu Mingchen said nonchalantly. Gu Mingmei gritted her teeth and asked, "It's gotten to this point, and you still want to break up?" Gu Mingchen smiled slightly and said, "Sister, if breaking up is so easy, is it really love? Don't worry. On and I have a good relationship and want to be easily separated." After saying that, he called Zhou Yi to arrange a car. He was going out. "What are you going to do again? Do you also want to go to the hospital?" Gu Mingmei asked. Gu Mingchen replied, "Don't worry, I definitely want to go to the hospital. Otherwise, if President Yuan sees me, he might really get angry and die. I like On so much. I don't want any misunderstandings between us because of this matter. I'll go somewhere else, and you can handle the company matters. There's still half a year until I return to the company, and we agreed that during this time, you wouldn't interfere with me." Gu Mingmei was so angry that she clenched her fists but could only watch him leave helplessly. There was nothing to be done. They had agreed on 3 years. He would be given 3 years of freedom, and only after 3 years would he have to return to the company to inherit the family business. Before returning to the company, they wouldn't interfere with him. "Boss, where to?" the driver asked after Gu Mingchen got in the car. "To the police station," the man coldly replied. Chapter 38. All men are just floating clouds. Xiao Chu, don't cry. Supervisor Yuan is personally handling this matter, and he will definitely take care of it well. Han Jing comforted Su Jinchu in the bathroom, handing her tissues while trying to soothe her. Su Jinchu choked up and said, "How was I so blind back then to meet someone as shameless, despicable, and lowly as him? Everyone has their moments of blindness. Fortunately, we opened our eyes in time to see what kind of person he really is. Otherwise, it would have been even worse to find out after marriage," Han Jing replied. Su Jinchu nodded, feeling that Gu Mingchen was much better in comparison. At least in terms of character, he was far superior to Lin Siyuan. "Let's go out." Su Jinchu wiped away her tears and said to Han Jing. Han Jing nodded, and the two of them returned to the office together. Su Jinchu's eyes were red from crying, and she thought her colleagues would notice and inquire about her condition. However, to her surprise, no one paid attention to her unusual state. Instead, they were all huddled together, whispering about something. "What are you all talking about?" Han Jing's curiosity was piqued, and she quickly approached them to ask. Seeing her, Sister Hua let out a sigh of relief and patted her chest, saying, "You scared me. I thought it was someone else. What are you all discussing so mysteriously? Hurry up and tell me. Let me be curious too. What else could it be?" "We're talking about the big news from the headquarters," Sister Hua laughed, covering her mouth. "Big news from the headquarters? What happened?" Han Jing asked, her face filled with excitement. Everyone knew that Sister Hua had a good friend in the Human Resources Department at the headquarters, and whenever there was any news, she would be the first to hear it and gossip about it with them. "Today, Supervisor Yuan went to the headquarters," Sister Hua said. "Is he unhappy with the new CEO and went to seek justice from the chairman?" Han Jing asked in surprise. Sister Hua shook her head. "No. It seems Supervisor Yuan isn't even interested in the CEO position at all. What he is interested in is the heir." "Heir? He wants to be the heir of the company?" Han Jing was astonished. Sister Hua laughed. "What are you thinking? He doesn't even have the surname Gu. Even if the chairman's grandson refuses to take over the company, it wouldn't fall to an outsider like him. What I mean is that Supervisor Yuan has come out as gay with the heir. He even made a big show of it at the headquarters. And I heard it made Supervisor Yuan's father faint from anger. I only found out today that our Supervisor Yuan's father is actually General Manager Yuan at the headquarters. Today isn't April Fool's Day, Sister Hua. You're joking too much," Han Jing said. "I'm not joking," Sister Hua said seriously. "It's all over the headquarters. If you don't believe me, wait until General Manager Yuan comes back and ask him yourself. TSK, TSK, TSK. Our Supervisor Yuan is so handsome and comes from a good family. It's such a pity he likes men. I have a niece who just graduated from a prestigious university at 22. I wanted to introduce her to him. Then your niece has no hope. If he had a nephew, maybe there would be a chance," someone teased. Sister Hua shot them a glare. "Nonsense. Even if he had a nephew, there would be no chance. Who would dare to compete with the heir for a man? Xiao Chu, pinch me. Am I dreaming?" Han Jing said to Su Jinchu, looking pale as if she had been heavily struck. Su Jinchu said, Jingjing, you're not dreaming. It's true. I didn't expect it either. But this is Supervisor Yuan's private matter. And we should respect his choice. Respect what? How can he like men? Han Jing was almost in tears. After saying this, she ran out with red eyes. This time to the bathroom to cry. Jingjing, what's wrong? Jinchu followed her to the bathroom, looking puzzled as she watched her cry. Han Jing shook her head, choking back tears. It's nothing. I'm fine, Xiaoqiu. You go out first. Let me be alone for a while. Jinchu furrowed her brows, worried as she looked at her. Han Jing had always been carefree, and Jinchu had never seen her like this before. Xiaoqiu, are you in there? Hurry out. The CEO is looking for you, a colleague called from outside. Jinchu had no choice but to leave and let her have some quiet time. CEO, you were looking for me? Jinchu knocked on the door and respectfully asked Gu Yunheng. Gu Yunheng glanced at her and raised an eyebrow. After wandering around the company, he hadn't noticed such a beauty before. Your name is Jinchu? Yes. This project is being handled by you and someone named Han Jing, right? Originally, I was supposed to call your supervisor Yuan, but since he isn't here, I had to call you. Jinchu saw the project proposal and confirmed it was indeed her and Han Jing's responsibility. Thinking something might have gone wrong, she immediately asked, is there a problem? CEO Gu, no, I think this proposal is feasible. However, why hasn't it been pushed forward? Previously, General Manager Liu said there was no rush, Jinchu explained. Gu Yunheng threw the project document onto the desk and coldly snorted. Such a good project, and you're not pushing it forward quickly? What does Liu Daoping want to do? You and Han Jing hurry up and prepare. I want to push this project forward immediately. In the next few days, you two should run around and meet the contacts. I want results as soon as possible. Okay, CEO, I will follow up on this matter right away, Jinchu nodded. In fact, she was quite happy that the company valued this project so much and was willing to follow up immediately. Since she joined the company, she had never seriously led a project. If she could achieve some results, bonuses were a given, and promotions and salary increases would be inevitable. After leaving the CEO's office, she immediately went back to the bathroom to find Han Jing to relay the CEO's instructions. Han Jing wiped her tears and choked out, I understand now. Men are just floating clouds. It's more important to focus on making money and building a career. Let's go out and take a walk and quickly push this project forward. Jingjing, you don't like Supervisor Yuan, do you? Jinchu asked in shock, realizing it too late. Han Jing was taken aback and indignantly replied, of course not. How could I like him? Opposites attract. I definitely wouldn't like someone like him. That's good to hear. I heard that sexual orientation cannot be changed. So we should still wish Supervisor Yuan and his boyfriend well. Humph, they won't have a good ending. Our heir is the chairman's only grandson, which means he is the only heir. How could the chairman let him like a man? He will definitely find a way to break them apart. Then they are truly pitiful, unable to be together, Jinchu sighed. She had heard rumors about this heir, said to be the most handsome man in Jiangqing. The dream husband of all the wealthy young ladies. What a pity that he didn't like women. Chapter 39. Only you can't misunderstand. Jinchun and Han Jing had been out for half a day and finally made some progress. By the time they returned to the company, Yuan Bowen was already back. Learning that they were running a project, he specifically came over to ask about their situation. Humph, I don't know. Han Jing snorted coldly, rolled her eyes, and walked away. Yuan Bowen asked Jinchun, what is wrong with her? Jinchun gave an awkward smile and explained, Manager Yuan, please don't be angry. Jingjing might be too tired. I'll report to you about these matters. Today we did well, and we'll run again tomorrow. If there are any problems, you can tell me. If you encounter any trouble, you can also come to me. By the way, I've already dealt with Lin Siyuan, so you don't have to worry about him causing you trouble. After hearing her report, Yuan Bowen nodded in agreement. Thank you, Manager Yuan. I'm really sorry. This was originally my personal matter, and I made you worry. Jinchun expressed her gratitude. Yuan Bowen returned to his office, and Jinchun went back to her own position. Seeing Han Jing still sulking with an angry face, she quietly advised her, Jingjing, don't be like this. After all, Manager Yuan is our supervisor. You can't discriminate against him and have such a bad attitude. I'm not discriminating against him. Forget it, I won't say anymore. Han Jing pouted and lowered her head. Soon, it was time to get off work. Everyone packed up and left one after another. Han Jing didn't want to work overtime today either, so she packed her things and walked out with Jinchun. However, Jinchun had someone picking her up, and a familiar car was parked at the entrance. Jinchun felt a surge of joy and quickly said to Han Jing, Jingjing, I'm leaving first. Okay, goodbye. Han Jing waved to her, and after she got in the car, she walked away with her head down, feeling dejected. Just as she was about to enter the apartment building, someone suddenly called her name. Startled, she quickly turned her head to look around. Dummy, over here. Yuan Bowen walked out from around the corner, reaching out to pull her into the shadows. Don't touch me. Han Jing realized it was him and pushed his hand away in agitation. Yuan Bowen frowned and asked unhappily, "Is it because of those rumors that you're so resistant to me? Do you think I'm disgusting?" Tears streamed down Han Jing's face. She didn't want to cry, but she couldn't help it. Guessing that he liked Su Jinchun, she felt sad but not hopeless. However, upon learning that he was out with the heir, her heart felt like porcelain that had been thrown heavily to the ground, shattering into pieces. "Why are you crying?" Yuan Bowen was surprised to see her, usually optimistic, crying so sadly, and he panicked. He quickly reached out to cup her face and wipe her tears. His actions reminded Han Jing of their university days, when he had also helped her wipe away her tears. "How come I never realized you were gay?" Yuan Bowen replied. "I'm not. But isn't that what everyone in the company is saying? Everyone saw you holding hands with the heir. Since you know about this, you should also know that my father is the Yuan general manager of the company. So what? I didn't expect your family background to be so good, pretending to be poor before. I remember I even treated you to meals for a week," Han Jing complained. Yuan Bowen smirked and said, "I never said I was poor. You misunderstood. You insisted on treating me to meals, and I couldn't refuse your kindness. Yes, it's my fault. You should pay me back for that week's meals," Han Jing said fiercely, extending her hand. "Sure, I can give you the money, but I need to explain clearly. I'm not gay. For some unavoidable reasons, we had to pretend to be gay. Once the objective is achieved, we'll clear up the misunderstanding. The only reason I did this is that I don't want my father to arrange a blind date for me. He wants to control everything about me, including marriage, and I don't want that. So you're deliberately pretending to be gay to rebel against him?" Han Jing asked in shock. Yuan Bowen nodded. "This sacrifice is too big. The whole company is spreading rumors. You don't know how many young girls in our company are lamenting their broken hearts. And you? Are you lamenting too?" Yuan Bowen asked in a deep voice. Han Jing's face turned red, and she quickly replied, "Of course not. I'm just disappointed and very angry. After all, we have a senior-junior relationship, yet I never knew your sexual orientation. You're too good at hiding it, not treating me like your own. Can I treat you like my own?" Yuan Bowen looked at her intensely. Han Jing's heart raced. For some reason, she felt that Yuan Bowen's gaze was a bit frightening. "Since you want to act, why tell me? Aren't you afraid I'll spill the beans?" She pinched herself to calm down and then intentionally changed the subject to ask. Yuan Bowen's gaze deepened as he said, "Anyone can misunderstand, but you can't. I believe you won't say anything." "Why?" Han Jing blinked, looking at him with bright eyes. Yuan Bowen smiled slightly, took out a big white rabbit candy from his pocket, unwrapped it, and stuffed it into her mouth. He still had the same habit. When he couldn't answer a question, he would give her a big white rabbit. As the saying goes, once you take someone's hand, you can't make things difficult for them anymore. Since she had eaten it, she couldn't keep pressing him for answers. "I'm going back." She waved her hand to bid farewell to Yuan Bowen. Unlike her earlier dejected state, she was now radiant. Yuan Bowen chuckled and shook his head, thinking helplessly that she was still so easy to coax. No one in the company knew that he and Han Jing had known each other for a long time. They were seniors and juniors from the same university, with him 2 years her senior. They shouldn't have known each other, but working in the student union gave them a chance to connect. Everyone knew that Yuan Bowen was aloof, unruly, and arrogant. Everyone also knew that Han Jing was greedy, timid, and carefree, but no one knew that he liked her, and had always liked her. "Why do you have time to pick me up today?" After getting into the car, Su Jinchun asked in surprise and delight. Gu Mingchen raised his hand and ruffled her hair, saying, "I finished my work, and I'll have time in the future. I can drop you off in the morning and pick you up in the evening." "No need. That is too much trouble." Su Jinchun quickly refused. In fact, he wasn't driving. He just came along with the driver, so there was no need to make the trip. Gu Mingchen said, "I told you, I have nothing to do now. Picking you up and dropping you off is my top priority. It's not a hassle. Now that you've finished your work, haven't you thought about doing something else?" Su Jinchun asked tentatively. Gu Mingchen smiled and said, "You want me to work?" "No. I'm just worried you'll be bored. Not working can be very boring." When she wasn't at work, she felt anxious. It was more reassuring when she had work to do. "You should rest for a while. Let us talk in 6 months," Gu Mingchen replied. With that, Su Jinchun didn't know what else to say. Since there was nothing else to talk about, she had to find a topic. Suddenly recalling the rumors about Yuan Bowen and the heir, she curiously asked, "Do you know the chairman's grandson?" Chapter 40. Not caring who you care about, Gu Mingchen was taken aback and nodded, saying, "I know him. What's wrong? Why are we suddenly talking about him?" Su Jinchu replied, "Our supervisor Yuan. You remember him, right? Previously, Jingjing and I misunderstood him, but today he came out as gay with the grandson of our chairman. Everyone in the company is talking about it today. What do you think about this?" Gu Mingchen looked at her with interest and asked, What do you think? Jinchu said, I don't think much of it. It's their freedom. Who they like and who they don't is their own right, and others have no right to interfere. It's just a pity that our supervisor Yuan, is quite talented, and I've heard the chairman's grandson is the most handsome man in Jiangxing. Many socialites want to marry him. If the two of them are together, I wonder how many girls' hearts will be broken. Also, I've heard that the chairman only has this one grandson. If he finds out, he will surely be very disappointed. Maybe, but it doesn't matter. At worst, he won't be the heir. There are plenty of people with the surname Gu. They're not missing just one, Gu Mingchen said. Jinchu looked at him in shock and suddenly thought of something. She hurriedly held his hand and asked, You're not also coveting the position of heir, are you? Gu Mingchen replied, Why would you think that? What kind of nonsense is going on in that little head of yours? Jinchu said seriously, I know you also have the surname Gu, and you should have some kind of familial relation with the chairman. However, there are many disputes in wealthy families. Throughout history, people have even lost their lives over power struggles. Even if it's not the chairman's grandson who inherits, there are still others, like our new general manager, who has been with the chairman since childhood and surely has a deeper bond. Plus, he is decisive and has his own ideas. So don't think too much about the heir's position. You haven't even been able to work in the company yet. It has nothing to do with you. So don't do anything foolish. Are you concerned about me? Gu Mingchen looked at her with amusement. Jinchu replied matter-of-factly, Of course I'm concerned about you. We are husband and wife. If I don't care about you, who will I care about? Gu Mingchen was taken aback, and warmth unconsciously flowed in his eyes. He reached out and hugged her, saying, Su, I didn't expect you to care about me. I'm so important to you. Jinchu felt a bit awkward being hugged by him, her face blushing, and she was puzzled. What was he talking about? They were already married. Even though she didn't know if they could continue this way. However, during their marriage, he was her husband. Of course, she cared about him and valued him. No, I can't do this. This is really not okay. As the night deepened, a woman gasped softly, pleading with a man. But the man merely paused to kiss her cheek, took a short break, and then continued to hold her waist. Su, since you care about me so much, I'ma satisfy you well. The woman wanted to cry, but had no tears. She thought to herself that she would never say she was concerned about him again. The next day, Jinchu woke up to the blaring alarm. She didn't know what time she had gone to bed last night. And today she was too tired to open her eyes. If she was really too tired, she could call Yuan Bowen and ask for a day off, saying she wouldn't go in today. Seeing her sitting up with her eyes still closed, the man couldn't help but feel sorry for her and suggested, No, you can't. Jinchu shook her head. The new general manager values the projects that Jingjing and I are working on. We must follow up quickly and get the project done. Otherwise, we will disappoint the general manager. Don't worry about him. He is disappointing enough on his own. How can he have the nerve to be disappointed in you? The man said disdainfully. Jinchu opened her eyes to look at him, wanting to say a few words. You haven't even started working yet. Don't be cynical and criticize others. However, after thinking about it, she felt that these words would hurt his pride, so she held back from saying them. I'm awake. I can set out right away. Taking a deep breath, she got out of bed and went to the bathroom. Watching her determined back, it looked less like she was going to work and more like she was going to war. The man felt very sorry for her and picked up his phone to call Gu Mingmei, offering a suggestion. Sis, shouldn't we change the working hours to start half an hour later? Gu Mingmei was already at the company and, upon hearing his words, couldn't help but laugh in anger, saying, You're not even in the company, and you're worried about what time we start? If you have the ability, change it yourself when you come back. After saying that, she hung up the phone. The man held his phone, helplessly sighed, thinking, Is this a roundabout way of forcing him to inherit the company earlier? Don't see me off, since I don't have a job. I'll sleep a bit longer at home. Jinchu came out of the bathroom, changed her clothes, and said to him. The man said, I'll see you off if I want. First, go downstairs for breakfast. We'll set out after breakfast. Jinchu glanced at the time. It was actually too late for breakfast. However, she knew that Gu Mingchen was very picky. Breakfast had to be eaten at the dining table, otherwise, he would rather not eat at all. Luckily, she could take a car there. After thinking about it, she nodded in agreement to accompany him for breakfast at the table. Fortunately, they weren't late. When the car arrived at the company entrance, Jinchu checked the time and breathed a sigh of relief, as there were still 10 minutes left. However, as soon as she opened the car door, she saw a crowd of people gathered at the company entrance. Through the gaps in the crowd, she actually saw Lin Siyuan. Why is he here again? Jinchu was both angry and scared, hurriedly getting out of the car. Gu Mingchen didn't rush to leave either. He just watched from the car. Jinchu pushed through the crowd, thinking that Lin Siyuan was here to cause trouble again. To her surprise, he was holding a banner that read, I am a scumbag, I'm sorry. What is wrong with you? Su Jinchu frowned and asked. Lin Siyuan saw her and quickly bowed his head, apologizing as he did so. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I cheated first and even tried to blackmail you. I apologize to you, and I won't dare to do it again. What are you doing? So many people are watching. Hurry up and get out of here. Su Jinchu was both angry and embarrassed, her face turning red as she urgently scolded him. Han Jing ran over and kicked him, cursing, Get lost. Who wants your apology? If you truly regret it, get out of here quickly and don't let us see you again. Okay, I'll leave right away. I want to come back in the future. Lin Siyuan said eagerly. Su Jinchu thought that when he said he wouldn't come back, he meant he wouldn't come to the company again, completely unaware that he meant he wouldn't return to Jiangxing at all. That afternoon, Lin Siyuan left Jiangxing with his parents to live somewhere else. Of course, she didn't know any of this. Han Jing told the colleagues surrounding them, Aren't you all rushing to clock in? You're going to be late. As soon as everyone heard this, they immediately sprinted toward the company. Su Jinchu was also pulled in by Han Jing. What on earth did Lin Siyuan take? Su Jinchu's face was flushed with embarrassment. Han Jing said, Don't worry about what medicine he took. The important thing is that he apologized. The people in the company won't secretly gossip about you anymore and think it's your fault. Outside, Gu Mingchen thought that since Su Jinchu had resolved this matter, she would come over to greet him. He didn't expect her to go straight inside. He couldn't help but shake his head in disappointment and was just about to tell the driver they could leave when Gu Yunheng walked over. Chun, what are you doing here? It's nothing. Just came to take a look, Gu Mingchen replied. After saying that, he waved his hand for the driver to start the car. Gu Yunheng was speechless. Jiangcheng was so big, yet he had to come here to look around? He must be worried and came to inspect. Chapter 41 The Domino Effect. I don't care what methods you use. Get this project done as soon as possible. I want to see results within half a month. Gu Yunheng called Su Jinchu and Han Jing into the office and issued a stern command to them. Yes. Su Jinchu and Han Jing agreed. However, after leaving the office, Han Jing couldn't help but complain. What's wrong with our general manager Gu? Just started and already pushing us for results. Doesn't he know the phrase there's plenty of time ahead? Who knows, but it's good for us. It's better than when Lu Dapeng was here, constantly suppressing us and not letting us work on projects, Su Jinchu said. Han Jing nodded. The two returned to the office, working hard to achieve results as soon as possible. After they left, Gu Yunheng loosened his tie. The secretary, seeing his fatigued appearance, curiously asked, General Manager Gu, why are you in such a hurry for results? You've just started, and even if there are no results in a short time, the headquarters won't say anything. Do you know who I ran into outside? Gu Yunheng snorted coldly. I ran into Gu Mingchen, and he said to just take a look around. Humph. As if I didn't know? He's just worried and is here to keep an eye on me. If I don't hurry up and achieve some results, who knows how he will mock me in his heart. So, I must achieve results quickly to prove to him that I'm not useless. But I heard that after May returned, General Manager Gu left, the secretary said. What do you know? He's just temporarily away. He will eventually return to the Gu family. He is the only direct grandson of the grandfather and will inherit the company sooner or later, Gu Yunheng said irritably. The secretary nodded and quickly made him a cup of coffee, placing it in front of him. Because Gu Yunheng was pushing hard, Su Jinchu and Han Jing couldn't finish their work during office hours and had to stay late. Hiding in the bathroom, Su Jinchu called Gu Mingchen and lowered her voice to apologize. I'm sorry, I didn't expect to work overtime suddenly. Can we reschedule the etiquette lesson? She had arranged for the etiquette teacher to come today. Unexpectedly, she had to cancel on the first day. Why do you have to work overtime suddenly? Are you very busy? Gu Mingchen asked. Su Jinchu replied. Yes, General Manager Gu only gave us half a month to see results. So, both Jingjing and I have to work overtime to prepare the data before we can meet clients and negotiate cooperation. Gu Mingchen felt a surge of anger, thinking to himself, this Gu Yunheng doesn't have much ability, but sure knows how to boss people around. It's fine, I'll have the etiquette teacher come another day. Given the situation, I can only comfort her and let her focus on her work. Thank you, husband, I have to go back to work now. Su Jinchu expressed her gratitude. Gu Mingchen was taken aback, lost in the way she naturally called him husband. It seemed like this was the first time she had smoothly said those two words in such a natural state. All right, go ahead and work. His lips couldn't help but curl up, and the joy in his eyes was hard to conceal. Tan Yuancheng invited him out for a drink, and upon seeing him, couldn't help but ask in surprise, did something good happen to you? Why are you so happy? Is it that obvious? Gu Mingchen touched his face and asked with a slight smile. Tan Yuancheng rolled his eyes and said, your smile is practically stretching to your ears. Of course, it's obvious. But, are you really with Yuan Bowen? Of course, it's definitely fake. Gu Yunheng walked over and sat down beside them. Why aren't you working properly in the company? Gu Mingchen frowned and questioned him in annoyance. Gu Yunheng, seeing his expression, said in shock, "It's already off work. I should be able to rest, right?" Gu Mingchen snorted. "You know you can rest after work? Have you thought about the fact that because of you, the employees in your company are still working overtime? What does their overtime have to do with me?" Gu Yunheng replied, "And as the heir to the company, shouldn't you be pleased that the employees are working overtime?" Gu Mingchen didn't want to argue with him and took a sip from his wine glass. "How do you know it's fake? What insider information do you have?" Tan Yuanqing asked curiously. Gu Yunheng said proudly, "You guys actually believe that Aiken is coming out? That's ridiculous. Especially with Yuan Bowen, it's simply laughable. After I found out, I specifically asked him, and although he insisted on his relationship with Aiken, I could feel from his indifferent gaze and my years of dating experience that he definitely has no feelings for Aiken." "You speak as if you have a lot of experience, like you've had boyfriends before," Tan Yuanqing mocked. Gu Yunheng hurriedly said, "Of course, I've never had a boyfriend. But I have a friend who's not straight, and he once confessed to Aiken. Do you remember what the outcome was, Aiken?" Gu Mingchen remained silent and took another sip from his wine glass. Tan Yuanqing asked curiously, "What happened?" Gu Yunheng chuckled. "Aiken threw him down with a shoulder throw, saying that if he bothered him again, he would break his legs." "Ha ha." Tan Yuanqing laughed heartily and said, "That sounds like something our general manager Gu would do. My friend is quite the charmer in the circle. No straight man could resist him." But Aiken was completely unmoved. "My friend told me later that Aiken is definitely as straight as can be. With such a straight man, do you think it's possible for him to suddenly change his sexual orientation and like men?" Gu Yunheng said. "So, are you still deliberately trying to annoy the old man with your sister?" Tan Yuanqing put his hand on Gu Mingchen's shoulder. Gu Mingchen shrugged off his hand and said, "Isn't it all your fault? How can this be blamed on me?" Tan Yuanqing said with a wronged expression, "I didn't force you to go on a trip with Yuan Bowen, and I certainly didn't force you to share a room with him. I'm leaving." Gu Mingchen downed the last bit of wine in his glass and left. Tan Yuanqing called out, "It's still early. You have nothing to do. Let's chat a little longer." "Who says I have nothing to do?" Gu Mingchen replied. "May is back. What else could you be doing?" Tan Yuanqing asked. "A date," Gu Mingchen answered. After saying that, he left. Tan Yuanqing's expression changed, turning pale and then red, and when Gu Mingchen left, he pointed at his back and trembled as he said to Gu Yunheng, "Look at him. Isn't he just trying to annoy people? You're his cousin. Why don't you say something to him?" "How dare I say anything to him? You know, I'm only 2 months older than him. He has always taught me a lesson since we were young. How could I dare to teach him a lesson?" Gu Yunheng said with a pout. Tan Yuanqing thought the date he mentioned was with Yuan Bowen, and was so angry that his face turned green, but he felt helpless. After all, even old Gu couldn't control him. Who else could do anything? In this world, perhaps only one person could make him return to normal. But unfortunately, that person had gone abroad. Chapter 42. Peeling chestnuts for him. Su Jinchun and Han Jing finally finished their work, stretched lazily, and when they looked at the time, it was already 10:30. "Let us get off work quickly. Otherwise, I won't be able to get up tomorrow morning," Han Jing said. Su Jinchun nodded and hurriedly turned off her computer and packed her things. "Xiaochu, it's so late. Why don't you just come back to the dorm with me? It's closer. And you can sleep a bit longer in the morning," Han Jing suggested. Su Jinchun hesitated. "I need to discuss this with him first. I'm not sure if he will agree." "That is true. You're already married, so you have to discuss where to stay with your husband. This is why marriage is really troublesome. Being single is so much better, free and unrestrained." Han Jing sighed, shaking her head, even more determined not to get married. Hearing her words, Su Jinchun smiled slightly. "In fact, there are benefits to marriage, such as having someone to rely on and someone to care about." The two walked out of the company and saw a familiar car parked by the roadside. Su Jinchun felt warmth in her heart and said to Han Jing, "Jingjing, he is here to pick me up. I'll go now." "Okay, see you tomorrow." Han Jing waved at her and walked away in the opposite direction. Su Jinchun smiled and walked towards the car, but suddenly saw a street vendor selling roasted chestnuts nearby. So, she stopped to buy a bag of roasted chestnuts before getting into the car. "What is this?" Gu Mingchen asked curiously when he saw Su Jinchun holding a bag of roasted chestnuts. "You've never had this before, have you?" Su Jinchun was surprised. He actually doesn't recognize chestnuts? Gu Mingchen shook his head. "This looks dark, and I honestly don't remember ever having this kind of food. It's really delicious. You should try it." Su Jinchun quickly peeled one, blew on it as it was still hot, and held it to his mouth. In fact, as she peeled it, the man had already recognized it. "Isn't this just a chestnut? It's just that the ones he had eaten before were already peeled." Actually, he had never eaten street food. The ingredients at home were specially supplied. The Gu family had a piece of land for farming and even had a fish pond, mainly to provide food for the family. Even when he didn't eat at home, he went to luxury restaurants. For him, Street stalls like this had always just been a part of the scenery, unrelated to him. Moreover, he thought that the food from such stalls was very unhygienic. They might not even have a health permit. How could he eat it? But seeing Su Jinchun's eager eyes, he couldn't bear to refuse and had to open his mouth. How is it? Is it good? Su Jinchun asked with bright eyes. It's very sweet and fragrant. The man couldn't refuse her. After chewing a bit, his eyes lit up and he nodded. Unexpectedly, the taste was surprisingly good. This was beyond his expectation. I used to buy them with Jingjing, and I also thought they were really delicious. Su Jinchun peeled one for herself and then peeled another for him. Don't peel them. The shell looks so hard. Be careful of hurting your hands. I'll do it. Gu Mingchen stopped her and took the chestnut. Su Jinchun smiled and nodded, feeling very touched inside. He is so gentle and considerate. He really is a good husband. She must have saved the galaxy in her previous life to marry such a good man so quickly. Have you finished your work? Are you tired? Gu Mingchen chatted with her while peeling the chestnuts. Su Jinchun said excitedly, I'm tired, but very happy. Jingjing and I have to do well and not let President Gu down. Gu Mingchen felt a bit jealous. You care so much about his opinion? Of course. Su Jinchun said as if it was natural. He is my boss. I definitely care about his opinion. How much I can get for the year-end bonus depends entirely on him. Gu Mingchen stuffed a chestnut into her mouth, thinking, you want to get as much as you can. Isn't it just one word from me? Instead of trying to please him, it's better to please me. Mrs. Gu. When they got home, a stranger dressed in a qipao, elegant and graceful, walked over and respectfully greeted them. Su Jinchun showed a puzzled expression. Gu Mingchen introduced, this is Teacher Chun, your etiquette teacher. You have half an hour of class time. You can finish early and get out of class. Yes, Mr. Gu. Teacher Chun nodded respectfully. Weren't we supposed to have no class today? Could it be that this Teacher Chun has been waiting at home all this time? Mrs. Gu, please come this way. I'll briefly explain table etiquette and banquet etiquette to you. It will be quick and won't take up too much of your time. Teacher Chin invited Su Jinchun to the small living room. Su Jinchun had no choice but to follow her. Sure enough, half an hour later, Teacher Chin finished her explanation. It wasn't much, mainly rules of etiquette during meals and how to use knives and forks, etc. Although Su Jinchun was not born into a wealthy family, she had some exposure to it. She had attended a few etiquette classes in college, so she understood a bit. Teacher Chin spoke smoothly with her, which is why they finished within half an hour. Mr. Gu, we have finished. Mrs. Gu is very smart. She already knows many of the points and doesn't need to attend classes again. Teacher Chin reported to Gu Mingchen as she was leaving. Gu Mingchen nodded and had Xiaowen see her out. I had Xiaowen run a bath for you. Relax in the tub and then you can rest. Gu Mingchen said to Su Jinchun. Su Jinchun asked curiously, is the etiquette class over? Was it that simple? How complicated do you want it to be? The man asked with a laugh. Su Jinchun said awkwardly, I thought you would have someone give me a series of lessons on various etiquettes to avoid embarrassing you when I meet your sister in the future. I had her come to teach you to understand some basic things so you won't be flustered and nervous when you encounter them. As for the rest, you're already doing well and don't need to change. But I don't know anything. What if your sister and the others don't like me? Su Jinchun said worriedly. When Lin Siyuan first took her to meet his parents, they didn't like her either. They said her appearance was too flashy and didn't seem like someone who could be a good wife and mother. They also said she was too thin and looked like she wouldn't be able to bear children. They insisted on having a wedding first and only allowed them to get a marriage certificate after she got pregnant and had a son. However, sometimes misfortunes can turn into blessings. It was precisely because Lin Siyuan's mother insisted that she didn't end up becoming a second wife. You are my wife. As long as I like you, that's enough. You don't need to please them. Gu Mingchen gently squeezed her cheek. Su Jinchun was taken aback, and a blush quickly spread across her entire face. Did he mean that he likes her? I'll go take a bath first. Her heart couldn't help but race. And she shyly lowered her head and ran away blushing. Gu Mingchen watched her flee in a panic, and he couldn't help but smile. At that moment, his phone rang. Hello, sis. Where are you? Gu Mingmei asked. Gu Mingchen replied, it's so late. Of course, I'm at home, getting ready to rest. But I'm at your house, and you're not here. I've moved. Where have you moved to now? It's not convenient to tell you right now. I'll let you come over as a guest after a while, Gu Mingchen said. Gu Mingmei took a deep breath and calmly said, I'm not joking with you. President Yuan has already gone to find grandfather. I heard he was crying in front of the old man, begging him to persuade you to let his son go. Grandfather will definitely call you soon about this. What do you plan to do? I'm not planning to do anything. Gu Mingchen hung up the phone. Chapter 43. Openly undermining rules. Hello, General Manager Jiang. We are the person in charge of the Yunting project. I am Han Jing, and she is Su Jinchu. Here are the materials we prepared for your review. Han Jing and Su Jinchu arrived at Ziyuan Technology Company and respectfully presented their proposal. This was the latest plan they had worked on for 3 consecutive days of overtime. The draft had already been submitted to Ziyuan Technology via email, and General Manager Jiang was very satisfied, which prompted him to have his secretary arrange this meeting for a detailed discussion. I have read your draft, and I am very pleased. However, I didn't expect that such a good planner would be such young and beautiful girls, Jiang Haiping said, looking at them from head to toe. Su Jinchu, fearing that he might think they were too young to handle things, quickly assured him, General Manager Jiang, please rest assured. Although we are young, we have experience managing projects and will not disappoint you. Jiang Haiping, in his 30s and fairly handsome, waved his hand and said, I understand. It's not that I don't trust you. Let's do this. It's almost dinner time. Let us have a meal together and chat while we eat. Sure. Han Jing immediately agreed. Su Jinchu frowned in difficulty, but since Han Jing had already agreed, she couldn't say anything more. Han Jing initially thought they would eat in the company cafeteria, but to her surprise, Jiang Haiping asked her to book a restaurant. She could only search for nearby restaurants and reserved a table at one with a good reputation. However, on the way there, Jiang Haiping kept chatting with Su Jinchu, asking her questions that went beyond work, making her uncomfortable. But to avoid affecting their cooperation, Su Jinchu endured the discomfort and forced a smile. The meal cost 2,800 yuan, all ordered by Jiang Haiping, but when it was time to pay, he remained unmoved. Han Jing had no choice but to pay the bill. After wiping his mouth, Jiang Haiping said to Su Jinchu, I'm very happy to meet 2 beautiful ladies today. However, I have things to attend to in the afternoon. How about this? Miss Su, come back to see me after 6 o'clock tonight, and I will set aside the whole evening to discuss with you in detail. Su Jinchu frowned, showing a troubled expression. Jiang Haiping smiled at her and said, Miss Su is a smart person and should understand what I mean. Think it over and let me know when you're ready. What does he mean? Han Jing asked in confusion after Jiang Haiping left. It was her first time encountering such a situation, so she didn't understand Jiang Haiping's intentions. Su Jinchu bit her lip and murmured, when you want to pay the bill just now, he gave me a room card. The implication should be, room card? That bastard. Han Jing exclaimed before Su Jinchu could finish. Even she, who was not very bright, understood Jiang Haiping's intentions now. Calm down, Su Jinchu said, pulling her to sit down. Han Jing angrily said, that shameless guy actually wants to undermine you. How can I not be excited? I definitely want to agree to his conditions. But we can't act impulsively. This project is something we've worked hard to obtain. We cannot let it fail because of a moment of impulsiveness, Su Jinchu said. Han Jing naturally understood this logic. But while work was important, did they really have to sacrifice themselves for their boss? Actually, before I came, I did some research on Jiang Haiping. I know he has always been lecherous, and from the way he acted today, he must have done this kind of thing quite a bit. Why didn't you say so earlier? If you had, we would have dressed down a bit before coming. Han Jing regretted. Su Jinchu said, I just didn't expect that he would dare to act like this towards us, being from the Gu family. But I have a counterplan. You need to call Supervisor Yuan right away and tell him about this matter. Have him come over. Why call him? To have him come and beat Jiang Haiping? I don't think Supervisor Yuan could take him on. It's better to find someone else. You're overthinking it. Su Jinchu said. If we really beat him up, the project would be over. Having Supervisor Yuan come over is obviously to discuss cooperation. We'll split up and go meet his father. This company was founded by his father. He is just a rich second generation. If we let his father know what he has done, even if he gets angry because Supervisor Yuan is there, as long as we can persuade his father, this project can continue. After all, this project is beneficial to them with no harm. How do you know his father wants to protect him? Han Jing asked. Su Jinchu smiled lightly and said, I told you, I did my research and I know what kind of person his father is. So, just call Supervisor Yuan as I said, and have him help us with this. This matter will definitely work out. Okay, I trust you. Han Jing quickly called Yuan Bowen for help. Yuan Bowen arrived shortly, first praising Su Jinchu. You did well. Give me the room card. Thank you for your hard work. Supervisor Yuan, Su Jinchu handed him the room card. Yuan Bowen took the room card and said to Han Jing, you should learn more from Su Jinchu. When encountering problems, it's important to calm down and seek the best solution, rather than acting impulsively and resorting to violence. Han Jing's face turned red, and she muttered softly, how did you know I wanted to hit someone? Yuan Bowen didn't respond and left with the room card. Su Jinchu and Han Jing immediately went to find old General Jiang. Based on their previous research, they found him at the fishing location. Jiang Haiping sat in the hotel room, eagerly waiting for Su Jinchu to arrive. Hearing the sound of the room card opening the door, he was thrilled. He untied the belt of his bathrobe to welcome her, only to see a man walk in. Who are you? Jiang Haipeng was startled and hurriedly tied his bathrobe. Yuan Bowen looked him up and down and said blandly, I am the supervisor of Su Jinchu and Han Jing. My surname is Yuan Bowen. General Jiang and I are here to discuss cooperation at the hotel. It's inconvenient for the girls, so I came to talk with you. This Su Jinchu really doesn't want to talk anymore. I am not interested in your project, Jiang Haipeng said angrily, his face turning red. After Yuan Bowen sat down, he said, General Jiang really doesn't intend to continue the discussion? This project is beneficial to your Ziyuan technology with no harm. It's a rare good project. Are you really not going to continue? Humph, our company isn't lacking this one project. Su Jinchu dares to treat me this way. I say we want talk. So we want talk. You bastard, I didn't hand over the company to you for you to play around. You actually disregard the company's interests and act so rashly. Do you believe I will take back the management rights of the company? Su Jinchu and Han Jing were on their way to see old General Jiang and hadn't entered the door yet. Hearing his outrageous words, the old man was furious and shouted from outside the door, Dad, what are you doing here? Jiang Haipeng turned pale with fright and quickly wrapped his bathrobe tighter. Old General Jiang saw his disgraceful appearance and was so angry that he gritted his teeth, regretting not being able to beat him. He kicked him and immediately apologized to Yuan Bowen. Then, he called another responsible person from the company to come over to discuss cooperation. As for his useless son, he kicked him again and scolded, Aren't you going to hurry up and get lost? Jiang Haipeng was scolded and left dejectedly in his bathrobe. The contract was signed, but for the subsequent coordination with Ziyuan, you two should be careful. I'm afraid Jiang Haipeng will hold a grudge and retaliate against you, Yuan Bowen advised after leaving the hotel. The two young girls didn't notice, but he did. Although old General Jiang appeared to scold Jiang Haipeng and kicked him out, he was actually protecting him, keeping him away from trouble. Chapter 44, Dressed to the Nines at a Barbecue. Manager Yuan, thank you for your help today. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to sign the contract so quickly. To express our gratitude, can we treat you to a meal? Han Jing said with a smile to Yuan Bowen. Yuan Bowen nodded. All right, I'll give you this chance to repay me. What does Manager Yuan want to eat? Han Jing eagerly inquired. Yuan Bowen thought for a moment, but before he could come up with an answer, Su Jinchu's phone rang. When do you get off work? I'll come pick you up, Gu Mingchen asked in a deep voice. Su Jinchu glanced at Han Jing and Yuan Bowen and awkwardly said, I might not go home for dinner today. Although we signed a contract, it was thanks to Manager Yuan's help. Jingjing and I want to treat Manager Yuan to a meal, but we don't know when it will end. I'll go too, Gu Mingchen immediately said. Oh, you're coming too? You're not from our company. Why are you coming? Su Jinchu felt a bit embarrassed. Gu Mingchen replied, Ask Yuan Bowen, he will agree. Cough cough, let him come. Anyway, there are no outsiders. Having one more person means we can order a few more dishes. Yuan Bowen interjected upon hearing their conversation. Han Jing also said, Xiao Chu, Manager Yuan is right. Since there are no outsiders, just let your husband come along. Okay then, Su Jinchu said to Gu Mingchen. Come over. By the way, have you decided where to eat, Manager Yuan? Yuan Bowen said, Since Mr. Gu is coming, let us go for barbecue. Great. Barbecue is good and economical, Han Jing said, her eyes lighting up, raising both hands in approval. She was unsure if the money spent on treating Jiang Haipeng would be reimbursed, so she wanted to treat Yuan Bowen to express her gratitude and also to see if the company could reimburse the lunch expenses. But if they didn't reimburse, they would lose even more. Eating barbecue would at least minimize their losses. Unaware of her little scheme, Su Jinchu sent the address to Gu Mingchen and asked him to come over. The three of them arrived first and found a spot to sit. After waiting for a while, Gu Mingchen finally arrived late. He was dressed in a suit and tie, walking over with a powerful aura that felt out of place in the smoky barbecue stall. Although Yuan Bowen was also in formal attire, he had taken off his jacket and left it in the car, wearing only a white shirt and black trousers, which looked somewhat more harmonious. Gu Mingchen's outfit was too out of sync. When he walked over, the owner was serving barbecue to someone and paused in surprise upon seeing him, quickly stepping back to avoid getting his clothes dirty. Why are you dressed like this for a barbecue? Su Jinchu asked in surprise. Gu Mingchen was also at a loss for words. He hadn't thought much when he received the address. It was only after the driver parked that he realized where they were going. With a bad expression, he said, I didn't know you would choose a place like this to eat. After saying that, he shot a resentful glance at Yuan Bowen. Yuan Bowen chuckled lightly. Han Jing quickly explained, it was my treat with Xiao Chu. Eating barbecue is also to save your family some money. Gu Mingchen snorted, that's unnecessary. I'm not short on this little money. Take off your jacket. Su Jinchu kindly helped Gu Mingchen remove his jacket. Wow, Xiao Chu, so considerate. Han Jing teased with a smile. Su Jinchu blushed. Gu Mingchen couldn't bear to see his wife being teased and said to Yuan Bowen, "Aren't you going to manage this?" "I can't manage it. If I could, I would have done it long ago," Yuan Bowen replied confidently. Gu Mingchen rolled his eyes and took out his phone to call the driver to come pick up his clothes. When the driver arrived, he also wore a face of disbelief, never expecting that his boss would come to such a place for a meal. "Mr. Gu, why aren't you eating?" Han Jing asked curiously when she saw Gu Mingchen hadn't touched his food halfway through the meal. Jinchu then realized that Gu Mingchen hadn't eaten anything. She suddenly thought, Gu Mingchen is particular about food. Could it be that he has never had barbecue before? "Are you not used to this?" she asked quietly. Leaning closer to him, Gu Mingchen honestly replied, "I've never had it." Jinchu felt embarrassed. She hadn't expected him to have never eaten barbecue before. "You should give it a try. It's quite good." Jinchu picked up a skewer of meat and presented it to him. Gu Mingchen looked at the skewer with a very complicated expression. Yuan Bowen teased with a smile, "Mr. Gu, you're not afraid to eat, are you?" "This one do. Han Jing and Jinchu love barbecue, and if you don't eat, you'll be out of place." "Who says I'm afraid to eat?" Gu Mingchen took the skewer and took a bite. All he could say was that the taste was average, but it wasn't hard to accept. In fact, what he was most worried about was whether this was pork. "Xiao Chu, your husband is truly a rich second generation, actually eating barbecue for the first time," Han Jing remarked. After saying that, she suddenly remembered something and asked Jinchu, "Xiao Chu, you mentioned your husband's name before, but I forgot. What is it?" "Gu Mingchen," Jinchu answered. Han Jing's eyes widened, and she immediately asked Yuan Bowen, "Manager Yuan, don't you think this name sounds a bit familiar?" Yuan Bowen and Gu Mingchen both froze, their eyes deepening. Jinchu said, "I told you before, so of course you'd find it familiar." "No, it wasn't you who told me." Han Jing closed her eyes and thought for a while, saying, "I feel like I've heard it somewhere else too. Let me think carefully." "Don't think about it. Your brain cells are already so few. Thinking more will make it even less." Yuan Bowen handed her a chicken claw. "Ah, I remember." Han Jing's eyes lit up with excitement. "It seems like our chairman's grandson, the future heir, is also named Gu Mingchen. But is it Gu Mingchen or Gu Mingchen? I forgot a bit, but it's similar to your name." Yuan Bowen and Gu Mingchen started sweating coldly, unsure how to respond. Jinchu, however, said, "There are many names that are similar. Hurry up and eat. Say less." As she spoke, she picked up another skewer of meat and handed it to Gu Mingchen. Gu Mingchen looked at her in confusion. Her expression and eyes made him feel like she knew something. Could it be that she had already figured out his identity? That's right. How could he possibly be the chairman's grandson? If he were, Manager Yuan would definitely know. After all, Han Jing laughed ambiguously. Yuan Bowen was speechless and stuffed a piece of fish tofu into her mouth. "Manager Yuan, I treated that jerk to dinner with Xiao Chu at noon, but it cost 2,800. Can the company reimburse it?" After finishing the barbecue and having a slight buzz from the drinks, Han Jing finally voiced her little plan. Yuan Bowen chuckled. "I knew it. You wouldn't invite me to dinner for no reason. This is a feast of betrayal. It sounds like I've never treated you to a meal. Regardless, this time, Xiao Chu and I are also spending the company's money, so the company should reimburse it. Speaking of this makes me angry. This matter should be blamed on that heir. Previously, he mentioned being frugal, and Lu Dapeng took a chicken feather as an order and canceled the business entertainment expenses. He's in a high position. How would he know the plight of us humble workers? Manager Yuan, when you see him next time, can you talk to him? Tell him not to be so stingy." Chapter 45 Another self-delusion. "I'm sorry. I need to take her back to the dormitory first." Han Jing cursed at the heir, and Yuan Bowen was terrified. He quickly covered her mouth and apologized to Gu Mingchen. Gu Mingchen said with a half-smile, "Manager Yuan, it's just a meal reimbursement. How big of a deal is it? Just approve her reimbursement, and she won't curse anymore. Don't make it difficult for Manager Yuan." Jinchu quickly tugged at his sleeve, urging him not to speak carelessly. Yuan Bowen shoved Han Jing into the car and drove off. Jinchu and Gu Mingchen also got into the car. However, as soon as they got in, Gu Mingchen asked, "How is suggesting he reimburse the meal making it difficult for him?" Jinchu patiently explained, "The company has its own rules and regulations, set by the headquarters, and even President Gu can't change them at will. Asking Manager Yuan to reimburse us is indeed making it difficult for him. Although we are quite familiar privately and can sit together for barbecues, business is business, and personal is personal. They cannot be mixed. Otherwise, Manager Yuan won't dare to associate with us in the future." About the heir's name and mine, I know." Jinchu interrupted him. "You know?" Gu Mingchen was surprised. He had suspected she knew, but wasn't sure. After hearing her say a bunch of principles, he thought she didn't know. Instead of guessing, it was better to ask directly. Unexpectedly, Before he could finish asking, she said she knew. What do you know? The man cleared his throat and asked, pretending to be calm. Jinchu said, regarding the similarity of your name and the heirs, although I don't know if this name was given to you by your parents or if you changed it later. But dear, we shouldn't covet things that don't belong to us. Life is only a few decades long. Promise me to live well in the present and not think about those unfounded things, okay? Saying this, she held his hand and looked at him sincerely. The man was flustered. Staring into her sincere eyes, he suddenly didn't know how to react. It turned out that when she said she knew, she merely misunderstood that he had intentionally taken a name similar to the heir's to ride on the heir's coattails, not that she truly knew his identity. You think too much. I have no other thoughts, he said, wrapping his arm around her shoulder, pulling her to lean on him while explaining. Jinchu said, it's good that you have no thoughts, but do you have any specialties? What do you like to do? If you want, I can help you find a job. When people are idle, they tend to overthink. Jinchu thought that if she could get him a job, once he got busy, he wouldn't have time to think too much. Ahem, for now, I haven't thought about working. Let's talk about it later. Gu Mingchen refused. All right. Let me know whenever you want to work, and I'll help you, Jinchu said seriously. At the same time, she thought to herself that even if he didn't have a job, it was fine since she had won. In the future, she would save all her salary. And if he ever ran out of money, she could support him. Of course, Gu Mingchen had no idea about her little thoughts. After returning home, once Jinchu fell asleep, Gu Mingchen called Tan Yuanqing to discuss the meal reimbursement issue. Employees also think for the company. It's not easy. We can't let employees pay out of their own pockets. You go to the company tomorrow and relay this instruction, especially focusing on whether a few branches have implemented it. The branches you're talking about are the ones where Yuan Bowen is, right? Tan Yuanqing teased. The man coldly reprimanded, too talkative. Tan Yuanqing pouted and sighed after hanging up. It seemed that he indeed had a special regard for Yuan Bowen. He was no longer in the company, but still cared about Yuan Bowen's matters. In the past, that would have been impossible. Manager May, President Gu just told me about this matter. Do as he says. It's rare for him to care about the company's affairs. So we should go along with his wishes, Gu Mingmei said. Understood. The next day, Tan Yuanqing conveyed this regulation, specifically calling Gu Yunheng to personally relay Gu Mingchen's intentions. He.S. not caring about Yuan Bowen. Yuan Bowen is just a supervisor. How many clients can he treat to dinner? He.S. actually concerned about me. Afraid I won't be able to let go and do my job, and is making things easier for me, Gu Yunheng said proudly. Tan Yuanqing was speechless. You're really narcissistic. Why would he care about you? You wouldn't understand this. I'm at least his cousin. We grew up together. Although I didn't handle the last project well, I was wronged. Now being assigned to a branch, he must feel guilty towards me. So he.S. trying to make things easier for me. By the way, I'm not afraid to tell you. I've seen his car at the entrance several times. I asked him what he was doing, and he said he was just looking around. What looking around? He.S. clearly trying to supervise me and make me achieve results sooner. You can rest assured, I won't let him down. I'll prove my worth and let the board know that I, Gu Yunheng, am not to be underestimated. Yes, you're not to be underestimated. You're just eating meat. Work hard, and I hope you can return to the headquarters next year. Tan Yuanqing hung up the phone. He certainly didn't believe Gu Yunheng's words that all of Gu Mingchen's actions were for him. Why would he be so bored as to go to the branch to supervise him? He was more inclined to believe that everything he did was for Yuan Bowen. The more he thought about it, the more worried he became. What if they were really serious? Anxiously, he knocked on Gu Mingmei's office door and asked, Manager May, what if President Gu really turned out to be gay? Gu Yunheng, full of energy, gathered everyone for a meeting. After conveying the headquarters directives, he passionately encouraged everyone to work hard. Han Jing, Jinchu, you two stay. After the meeting, Gu Yunheng kept Han Jing and Jinchu behind. President Gu, do you have any further instructions? Han Jing asked. Gu Yunheng said, I heard you have signed a contract with Ziyuan Technology. Great job, you didn't disappoint me. However, signing the contract is just the first step. You need to follow up on this project, and I want to see results by the end of the year. President Gu, isn't that a bit too hasty? Han Jing asked awkwardly. Gu Yunheng replied, not hasty. There are still 3 months until the end of the year. If you do well, I'll take you to the headquarters annual meeting. Thank you, President Gu. We'll definitely work hard. Han Jing's eyes lit up as she immediately agreed. After exiting, Jinchu said speechlessly, why did you agree? I can guarantee that the results he wants are to complete this project. How can we possibly finish it in 3 months? Xiaochu, do you know what it means for our branch to attend the headquarters annual meeting in person? What? Han Jing said. It means a big red envelope upon entry, 8,000 yuan in cash, and a chance to draw a mysterious grand prize. Even more enticing, even if we don't win a prize. There's still a sunshine award. Last year's Sunshine Award was the latest model of a robotic vacuum worth 5,000 yuan. So, do you want this opportunity? What are you still dawdling for? Hurry up and get to work. Su Jinchu's expression suddenly turned serious as she pulled Han Jing to quicken their pace back to work. Chapter 46. The look of frustration, working overtime again? Are you really that busy? Gu Mingchen erupted after receiving a call from Su Jinchuan about working late, questioning her with dissatisfaction. Su Jinchuan soothed him. I'm sorry, I promise I won't work this weekend. How about I accompany you for shopping? Wherever you want to go, I'll go with you. Gu Mingchen, I'm not working this weekend anyway. Besides, he's not a woman and doesn't he like shopping? Heh. Jingjing and I originally planned to work both Saturday and Sunday. But now I promise you, I'll only work on Saturday, not the weekend. Buzz buzz buzz. Su Jinchuan heard the sound of him hanging up the phone and sighed helplessly as she put her phone in her pocket. Gu Yunheng happened to pass by and asked upon seeing this. What is going on? It's nothing. Su Jinchuan quickly shook her head. Gu Yunheng said, is it because you've been working overtime recently that your spouse has objections? I heard from others that you're already married. Seriously, why get married at such a young age? Even working overtime has to be controlled? If it's really that bad, just divorce him. Someone as beautiful as you should enjoy being single. Su Jinchuan, President Gu, I need to get back to work. What a pity. Gu Yunheng shook his head again. Watching her figure leave, Su Jinchuan's appearance completely matched his aesthetic, and he initially wanted to flirt with her. But upon accidentally learning that she was married, he was extremely disappointed at that moment. He had no interest in married women. However, every time he saw her, he couldn't help but feel regret. What else with that expression? Is the branch office hard to manage? When he arrived at the badminton court of the club, Tan Yuansheng raised an eyebrow at his expression and asked, it's nothing. I ran into a female employee on the way out who was on the phone with her husband, saying she had to work overtime. As a result, her husband got angry. Can you believe there are such petty men who get angry over working overtime? Gu Yunheng casually complained. As Gu Mingchen walked in, he overheard these words. His brow furrowed. He didn't need to ask to know who the female employee he was talking about was. You always make people work overtime. So of course her husband has objections. Ah, you're here too? Gu Yunheng turned to him in surprise. Tan Yuanqing shrugged. I don't know. This guy suddenly called me and said he wanted to play together. I was surprised too. Let us have a match. Gu Mingchen looked at Gu Yunheng. If you want to play, let us play. Gu Yunheng went to change clothes. The two were trained by the same coach, and their skill levels were originally about the same, with Gu Mingchen being slightly better. But this time, for some reason, he was like he had been injected with adrenaline, playing particularly hard. I can't go on. I can't do it anymore. After playing back and forth for hundreds of times, Gu Yunheng sat down on the ground, panting heavily. Humph, can't handle it. You're useless. Gu Mingchen snorted coldly. Tan Yuanqing watched in astonishment from the side, threw a towel to Gu Yunheng, and murmured to Gu Mingchen, the way you play so hard, no one can stand it. But what is wrong with you? Did you argue with Yuan Bowen? Why do you always look so frustrated? Gu Mingchen shot a look at Gu Yunheng, his eyes sharp as knives. Someone always occupies his wife for overtime. Of course. He is frustrated. What are you glaring at me for? I didn't provoke you. Gu Yunheng felt a shiver run down his spine and weakly replied, I'm leaving. Gu Mingchen tossed his badminton racket to Tan Yuanqing and left gracefully. Gu Yunheng got up from the ground, trembling fingers pointing at Gu Mingchen's back. Fuming, what's wrong with him? Did he come here just to torture me? Calm down, cool off. You know, ever since that person left, he hasn't been well. Let us not stoop to his level. Tan Yuanqing quickly pressed down on his finger, calming and advising him. Sorry, our President Jiang is not in, so this document cannot be signed today. Han Jing and Su Jinchuan discovered a loophole while tracking the project progress that needed to be filled. However, it still required the signature of the head of Ziyuan Technology. So the two went to find Jiang Haipeng. To their surprise, the secretary informed them that Jiang Haipeng was not in the office. Han Jing said, since President Jiang is not here, let President Li sign it. He should be here. I'm really sorry. But President Li quickly came over and said that he couldn't make the decision and still needed President Jiang's signature. Do you know where President Jiang went? We're very anxious about this matter, Su Jinchuan asked the secretary. The secretary replied, when President Jiang left, it seemed he said he was going fishing at Xishan. Fishing at Xishan in such cold weather? Han Jing didn't believe it. The secretary said, if you don't believe it, you can come back tomorrow. Let us go? Xiaochu. Han Jing pulled Su Jinchuan away. However, the next day, when they came to Ziyuan Technology again, the secretary still told them that Jiang Haipeng had gone fishing at Xishan again. Let us go find him at Xishan, Su Jinchuan said. Xiaochu. Han Jing frowned. Su Jinchuan shook her head at her and said after they went out, he is deliberately making things difficult for us. If we don't let him have his way this time, He will keep making things difficult for us. This will affect the project progress. Last time we outsmarted him. This time we should let him vent a bit. Let us go back to the dorm to put on down jackets. It's so cold today. And Shishan must be even colder. We need to make sure we're warm. Han Jing said. Su Jinchuan nodded. She still had winter clothes in the dorm. So she went back with Han Jing to put on down jackets. The two took a taxi to Shishan and then took a cable car up. However, the cable car couldn't reach Jiang Haiping's spot. So, they had to climb for a while before finally finding the small creek in the mountain. Fortunately, the secretary didn't lie to them. Jiang Haiping was indeed there. What are you doing here? Jiang Haiping asked lazily upon seeing them. Besides Jiang Haiping, there were a few others, both men and women, all looking at them with interest. Su Jinchuan pressed Han Jing's hand to keep her from acting impulsively and stepped forward with the document that needed to be signed. President Jiang, this document requires your signature. Please take a look. Of course, I'll sign the document sent by Miss Su. Give me a pen, and I'll sign it right away. Jiang Haiping reached out his hand, asking for a pen. Su Jinchuan didn't expect him to agree so readily and quickly took a pen out of her bag and handed it to him. As a result, Jiang Haiping deliberately let it slip from his hand, dropping the pen into the water. Oops, I'm sorry, I slipped and didn't catch it. Ha ha. His friends burst into laughter. Han Jing's face turned blue with anger as she clenched her fists, ready to question him. Su Jinchuan took out another pen from her bag and said, It's okay, I have another one. Jiang Haiping's face darkened. He didn't expect her to have another one. He initially wanted to make things difficult for her, using the excuse of not having a pen to make her go down the mountain to get one. Now this plan was no longer feasible. Oh, fish. The fish is hooked. A girl shouted, pointing at the water. Suddenly, Jiang Haiping had a wicked thought, grabbing Su Jinchuan's wrist and saying maliciously, Miss Su, you are very well prepared. Shouldn't I reward you properly? What are you doing? Let go of me. Su Jinchuan didn't expect him to act, angrily scolding him. Jiang Haiping, let her go. Han Jing quickly ran over, wanting to help Su Jinchuan out of her predicament. But just as she was about to step forward, she was stopped by Jiang Haiping's friends. Chapter 47 deliberately pushing her into the water. All right, I'll let you go. Jiang Haiping first tightly grasped Su Jinchun's wrist. But after she scolded him, he suddenly released his grip. Su Jinchun's body tilted back instinctively, and before she could steady herself, she fell directly into the creek. Oh, help. Su Jinchun struggled in the water. Although it wasn't deep, the current was swift. Jiang Haiping stood on the shore, looking at her with satisfaction, and said, Miss Su, last time you deliberately set me up. This time I'm returning the favor. You bastard, you pushed Xiaochu into the water on such a cold day? Han Jing pushed against the person blocking her while scolding angrily. Jiang Haiping glanced at her and coldly snorted. You should have thought about what the consequences of offending me would be. This is just a minor punishment. A woman should have the awareness of a woman. If you can resolve a problem with your body, why make it a matter of life and death? The woman who had just yelled walked over, playfully snuggling up to him, gleefully watching Su Jinchun in the water. However, although Su Jinchun was panicking at first, she quickly calmed down and swam back to her feet. Fortunately, it was just a creek, shallow enough to stand up easily. But she didn't expect Jiang Haiping to be so despicable, seeing her trying to get to shore. He actually had someone poke her with a stick to prevent her from coming up. Last time, I was scolded harshly by our old man. You think just pushing you into the water is enough? You stay in there and soak until I'm satisfied. Then you can come up. Bastard, you bastard. Han Jing cried angrily, pulling out her phone to call the police. But the person blocking her wouldn't let her call the police. They quickly snatched her phone away, not giving her a chance to make a call. Su Jinchun was shivering in the water, her little face quickly turning pale, her body swaying unsteadily. President Jiang, how about we just let it go? Don't let it get out of hand. The woman snuggled up to Jiang Haiping and saw Su Jinchun's state, advising him with a playful tone. All right, let us go. Jiang Haiping waved his hand, embracing the woman as they left. The person blocking Han Jing also walked away. Han Jing immediately rushed over, directly entering the water to save Su Jinchun. The two of them crawled onto the shore, both soaked. However, Han Jing, having just entered the water, was in slightly better condition than Su Jinchun. Xiaochu, how are you? Su Jinchun's face was as white as paper, her body shaking uncontrollably, looking very unwell. Han Jing was both anxious and heartbroken, tears streaming down her face. I'm fine. Call an ambulance, Su Jinchun said while shivering. Han Jing said indignantly. No way. We should call the police and have that bastard arrested. Don't call the police. Su Jinchun stopped her, her voice trembling as she said. He.S. just venting his anger for the last time we schemed against him. He'll eventually let it go. If we call the police and he really gets arrested, this project will be ruined. If it's ruined, then it's ruined. It's just a lousy job. At worst, I'll quit. I can't just suffer this grievance, Han Jing said stubbornly. Su Jinchun shook her head. No, we worked hard to get into Gu's company. We can't leave so easily. What's done is done. Acting out of impulse 1T solved the problem. Trust me, don't call the police. All right, I promise you. The ambulance will be here soon. Just hold on. Han Jing hugged her tightly, trying to give her warmth. However, at that moment, she was also wet. And with the cold wind blowing, both of them were shivering. To get medical help as soon as possible, they supported each other down and sat at the cable car station below to wait. When the ambulance arrived, both of them were nearly frozen unconscious. Yuan Bowen received Han Jing's call and rushed to the hospital. The two stayed in the same ward, both on 4 drips. Why didn't you call the police? Yuan Bowen asked with a stern face. Han Jing said, I wanted to call the police, but Xiaochu stopped me, saying that since it already happened, calling the police would only make things worse. Su Jinchun, Yuan Bowen said coldly. I used to praise you for being calm in emergencies and told Han Jing to learn from you. But now, I take back those words. Considering the overall situation doesn't mean you have to suffer grievances. Seeking to maintain peace at the cost of your own dignity isn't something to be proud of. I'm sorry, Manager Yuan. I disappointed you, Su Jinchun said apologetically, lowering her head. Han Jing shouted, don't blame Xiaochu. She's doing it for the company. Does Mr. Gu know about this? Yuan Bowen took a deep breath and asked coldly. Su Jinchun shook her head. Don't tell him. I don't want him to know. If he finds out, he'll definitely be very angry. If he goes to settle scores with Jiang Haiping, that would be a problem. You're thinking of him, but you're right to worry. If he finds out, it would be a big trouble. But this matter can't just be left alone. We need to find a way to deal with it, Yuan Bowen said. Han Jing said, let us call the police now. You're foolish. Yuan Bowen gently poked her forehead. Jiang Haiping isn't an idiot. He deliberately took you to a place without surveillance in Shishan to act. He won't admit it if we call the police now. Even if we had called the police at the time, he wouldn't have acknowledged it, and you wouldn't have been able to do anything about it. But don't worry, there will be opportunities for revenge in the future. Yuan Bowen squinted his eyes, a glint of coldness flashing in his gaze. Han Jing felt a bit scared seeing him like this, pursing her lips and secretly looking at Su Jinchun. However, Su Jinchun was drowning in the pain of being criticized by Yuan Bowen and didn't notice her at all. After finishing the 4 drip and observing for a night, they were discharged the next morning. Although they had soaked in the water for a while, fortunately, both of their physical conditions were good, with only mild colds. Su Jinchun didn't go home that night, explaining to Gu Mingchen that she stayed in the dormitory with Han Jing. She had discussed with him before that if she worked late, she would rest at Han Jing's place. Although Gu Mingchen was unhappy, she turned off her phone after sending the message last night, leaving him no way to refuse. You don't have to work overtime tomorrow. Everyone go home and rest well. After completing the discharge procedures, Yuan Bowen said to Su Jinchun and Han Jing. Han Jing nodded, sniffling. Even if you give me $1 million today, I won't work overtime. I feel too awful. I want to go back to the dormitory to sleep. Xiaochu, I've called a taxi for you. Just go home, Yuan Bowen said to Su Jinchun. Su Jinchun nodded, thanked Yuan Bowen, and left. As soon as she left, Yuan Bowen said to Han Jing, you'd better not go back to the dormitory. You live alone, and if you catch a fever and faint, no one will know. Ah, that is too embarrassing, Han Jing said, blushing. Yuan Bowen said sternly, what is embarrassing about it? Officially, I'm your supervisor. Personally, I'm your senior. It's my responsibility to make sure you don't die. TSK, can't you just speak nicely? Han Jing pouted, mumbling softly. Although she was dissatisfied, she still followed him out. Chapter 48 Late Night Hot Spring with her Su Jinchu returned home feeling empty and immediately asked Xiaowen, where is the sir? Xiaowen replied, the sir didn't come back last night either. Su Jinchu breathed a sigh of relief. No wonder he hadn't called her. It turned out he hadn't come home. Xiaowen, I'm going to sleep for a while. No need to prepare breakfast for me. I can't eat anything right now. I just want to sleep. Su Jinchu instructed Xiaowen. After saying this, she hurried upstairs to take a shower and sleep. She slept until Gu Mingchen came home and woke up, already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. You're back? She said, sitting up as she saw Gu Mingchen sitting on the sofa in the corner of the room, reading a book. Gu Mingchen put down the book, walked over, knelt on one knee by the bed, and asked her, did you sleep in the dormitory last night? Yeah, where did you go last night? Su Jinchu lowered her eyes. Feeling shy, and to avoid his probing, she asked about his whereabouts. The man replied, my grandfather looked for me and insisted on hosting me for the night. You have a grandfather? Su Jinchu was surprised. The man gently tapped her forehead and said, can I have a grandfather? That's not what I meant. I just never heard you mention it before, Su Jinchu explained, blushing and speaking softly. The man turned over, wrapped his arms around her, and laid back down, saying, I have a grandfather, an older sister, a nephew, and some cousins and uncles. When the time comes, I'll introduce you to them. Don't you have parents? Jinchu asked curiously. The man replied, They passed away when I was very young. I was raised by my sister and grandfather. They are my closest relatives. Jinchu didn't expect him to be so pitiful. She couldn't help but hug his waist tightly and lean into him. What's wrong? Are you feeling sorry for me? The man looked down at her head, smiling as he asked. Jinchu said, I want to be working these 2 days. Wherever you want to go, I can accompany you. You said you'd work overtime on Saturday. Why suddenly not? The man asked, puzzled. According to her hard-working nature, she shouldn't suddenly change her mind. Jingjing caught a cold, and Supervisor Yuan let us take a break, so there's no overtime. Jinchu found a reason to explain. The man chuckled. He finally did something good. Yesterday, I was forced to stay at the old house by the old man because Yuan Shi reported me. When I got there, Yuan Shi was still there, pleading with tears, asking me to let his son go. I can't make decisions about this matter. Instead of persuading me, you might as well go find Yuan Bowen and talk to him properly. If he is willing to end the relationship, I have no objections. That unfilial son of mine. If I could have a clear talk with him, I wouldn't be looking for you. You are smarter and wiser than he is. You must understand reason better. As long as you are willing to let go, he won't cause any more trouble. Mr. Yuan, I'm sorry. I can't help you, he coldly refused. Old Yuan, you can leave first. I will handle this matter, the old man said, letting someone escort Yuan Shi away. Once the person left, he immediately scolded sternly. I know you can't possibly like men. I also know you must have your reasons for doing this. But regardless of your intentions, today you will kneel in the ancestral hall and reflect properly. Kneel for the whole night, and tomorrow you can leave. I won't care about you anymore. All right, I'll kneel. So he went to the ancestral hall without hesitation and spent the night there. In the morning, he had breakfast with the old man. And after the old man took his medicine and went to sleep, he finally had the chance to return. In fact, he had already caused enough trouble. It was originally a whim to come out, and even if he brought back an ugly woman, his grandfather and sister would still be delighted. However, he discussed with Yuan Bowen and wanted to clarify the rumors. Yuan Bowen said, No, my matters are not resolved yet. Mr. Gu, you cannot burn the bridge after crossing it. So, he had no choice but to continue for Yuan Bowen's sake. Supervisor Yuan is a good person. Having such a boss is a blessing for me and Jingjing, Jinchu sincerely said. After speaking, she suddenly felt a tickle in her nose and couldn't help but sneeze. What's wrong? Are you catching a cold? Gu Mingchen raised his hand and touched her forehead. Fortunately, you don't have a fever. Jinchu awkwardly explained. I might have caught a chill. It's nothing. You said you'd accompany me these 2 days. Why not go soak in a hot spring with me? Gu Mingchen suggested. Oh, soak in a hot spring? Where to? Jinchu was surprised. She had never heard of any places in Jiangxing for hot springs. You'll know when you come with me. Gu Mingchen smiled, stood up, and pulled her up, urging her to wash up and change clothes. When Xiaowen heard they were going to soak in a hot spring, she quickly packed some luggage and put it in the car. Gu Mingchen had the driver take them there, and after 2 or 3 hours, they finally arrived at the hot spring resort. Is it actually Shishan again? Jinchu was confused. After the car stopped, she cleared her throat and asked, Is there really a hot spring here? The front mountain is a tourist area and undeveloped land, while the back mountain is a vacation and leisure area. It's not surprising you didn't know. This place is considered private, membership-based, and there are few people who know about it, implying that it was a high-end place, not something ordinary people could afford. Jinchu gently bit her lip. No wonder she didn't know. It seemed that the people here already knew he was coming. 2 people came out to greet them, respectfully and enthusiastically calling him Mr. Gu. Gu Mingchen's attitude was rather indifferent, and his demeanor was completely different from when he was alone with her. His gaze was proud, exuding an air of superiority, as if there were a significant distance between him and ordinary people. This side of Gu Mingchen made her feel strange. However, when they arrived at the VIP room, he suddenly changed his demeanor again, gently embracing her and saying, Let's soak for a while before we eat. Together? Jinchu asked, blushing. She had never soaked in a hot spring and didn't know how it worked. However, this seemed to be a private room. She wasn't sure if they would share a pool. Do you still want to soak separately from me? The man teased with a smile. Jinchu blushed and said, I've never soaked before, I don't know. Come with me. The man took her hand and led her to change clothes. Only then did Jinchu realize that you could wear clothes while soaking in the hot spring, which relieved her somewhat. However, once she got into the water, she found that the clothes she wore were quite strange. Once wet, the originally dark clothes became transparent. Her beautiful body curves were fully displayed, more enticing than being naked. By the time she noticed this, it was too late. The man leaned closer, his gaze deepening. He wrapped his arms around her waist, pulling her close, and leaned down to kiss her white earlobe. Don't, we can't do that here. Jinchu blushed, and her heart raced as she pushed him away, anxiously struggling. Don't worry. It's fine. The man comforted her in a low, husky voice, his big hand wandering over her delicate curves, quickly disappearing into the water. Chapter 49. Daring to be arrogant in front of me the next morning, Jinchu woke up to the sound of her stomach growling. She had been awakened by hunger. They had agreed to eat after soaking in the hot springs, but after the soak, she was so exhausted that she collapsed into bed and had no energy to think about food. Upon reflection, she realized she hadn't eaten for a day and a night. No wonder she was hungry. However, after getting up, Gu Mingchen was not in the room, and she had no idea where he had gone. She could only go out to find something to eat. Fortunately, there was a waiter outside. Upon knowing her needs, he led her to the restaurant. This is a buffet restaurant. Please enjoy, the waiter introduced. Thank you, Jinchu replied. At this time, there weren't many people in the restaurant. She took a plate and casually picked some food, then found a corner to sit down and eat. After finishing breakfast, she didn't hurry back to her room. When she arrived last night, it was already dark, so she hadn't seen the environment clearly. While eating breakfast, she glanced outside and realized it was filled with green trees, vibrant flowers, and pavilions. The scenery was particularly beautiful. So after breakfast, she decided to stroll outside for a bit to breathe in some fresh air before heading back. Mr. Jiang, isn't that the woman from yesterday? Suddenly, a voice came from behind. Jinchu turned around and was surprised to see Jiang Haipeng and the group from yesterday. The woman next to Jiang Haipeng had noticed Jinchu's beauty the day before, so she recognized her immediately. Jiang Haipeng was also surprised, not expecting to see Jinchu here. What? Did you come here to chase me down for a signature again? You really have perseverance. Was staying in the cold water not enough for you yesterday, and now you want to soak in the hot water? Jiang Haipeng mocked. Jinchu clenched her fists and said sternly, Mr. Jiang, you vented your anger yesterday, and this matter should end here. My appearance here today is purely coincidental, not for you to sign anything. However, I will still come to you on Monday for your signature, and I hope you won't make it difficult for us again. Difficult? What you call difficult is either asking you to find me in Shishan or pushing you into the water for a cold bath. Jinchu, you should think about why I treated you this way. You turned down my offer back then and even stirred up trouble with my family. So you should have expected this day to come, Jiang Haipeng said, wrapping his arm around the woman and speaking nonchalantly. Jinchu took a deep breath and tried to remind him calmly, refusing your room card is my right. But Mr. Jiang, I am backed by the Gu Group. Are you really willing to create a conflict with the Gu Group for your own selfish desires? Humph, the Gu Group? What about it? Do you think I'm afraid? Let me tell you, Jinchu, I, Jiang Haipeng, am not afraid of the Gu Group at all. If you have a better attitude today and serve me well, I can overlook what happened before and sign for you on Monday. In the future, I promise to cooperate with you on the project. However, if you continue to be ungrateful, don't blame me for being ruthless. As long as I am here, you won't be able to proceed with this project. What counts as being ungrateful? A cold voice interrupted. Jinchu was startled. Gu Mingchen had come over. He walked up to her, wrapped his arms around her shoulders, and looked coldly at Jiang Haipeng. What are you doing here? Jinchu asked in a panic, whispering. Jiang Haipeng frowned, looking at Gu Mingchen with confusion. Who are you? Her man, Gu Mingchen replied. Jiang Haipeng was surprised, staring at Gu Mingchen for a moment, confirming he didn't know him. However, it was obvious that this man was not ordinary, and he didn't know his background. No wonder Jinchu looked down on him. It turned out she was already with someone wealthy. So she's your girl. No wonder she rejected me. Forget it. Since she's yours, I'll take my leave, Jiang Haipeng said. Wait, what's the rush? At least leave a name, Gu Mingchen said. Jinchu hurriedly tugged at his sleeve and quietly advised, forget it, let us go back. Not in a hurry to go back, just asking for a name. Are you afraid to say it? Gu Mingchen looked at Jiang Haipeng with a half-smile. His expression was filled with provocation, making Jiang Haipeng very uncomfortable. He coldly huffed. What is there to be afraid of? I'm Jiang Haipeng, the boss of Ziyuan Technology. I'll tell you, I bullied your girl, but what can you do to me for a girl? Humph. Gu Mingchen sneered, looking at him slowly. I haven't seen anyone so arrogant in front of me for many years. Jiang Haipeng, right? Good, I'll remember you. What big talk? What does it matter if you remember me? Jiang Haipeng felt uneasy under his gaze, but couldn't show weakness in front of his friends. He could only continue to act arrogantly. We're leaving. Gu Mingchen put his arm around Jinchu's shoulders and walked away. Neither Jinchu nor Jiang Haipeng expected that it would end like this, with him just walking away. However, Jinchu felt very happy inside and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he didn't pursue it further. She had thought he might confront Jiang Haipeng. Jiang Haipeng was both surprised and delighted, pointing at Gu Mingchen's back to his companions and saying, "Did you see that? That's just a decorative pillow. He was acting all tough just now, and with one scare from me, he wilted. What a thing. Of course, Mr. Jiang is so powerful, he must be scared." The woman next to him flattered. The friends nearby echoed, their laughter particularly loud. After returning to the room, Su Jinchun quickly advised Gu Mingchen, "Don't be angry. There's no need to stoop to that kind of person's level." "What happened?" Gu Mingchen asked with a serious face. Su Jinchun pursed her lips. At this point, it was no longer appropriate to hide things from him. Moreover, seeing his reaction, he didn't seem like an impulsive person. So she told him about Jiang Haipeng, giving her the room card, and how they had pushed her into the water at Shishan. "So much happened. Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Gu Mingchen clenched his fists, trying hard to suppress the violent side of himself from showing and scaring her. Su Jinchun explained softly, "I didn't mean to hide it from you. I was afraid you would get angry. What if you acted impulsively and hit him? What would happen to your work? This job is that important to you?" Gu Mingchen was very angry. Su Jinchun nodded seriously and replied, "Yes, it's very important, so I can't lose it no matter what. Don't worry, I will be careful in the future and won't fall for his tricks again. On Monday, Jingjing and I will ask Supervisor Yuan to accompany us. If that doesn't work, we can find old Jiang. He will definitely be able to handle it." What a little fool. Gu Mingchen looked at her serious expression, feeling both angry and heartbroken. He couldn't help but reach out to ruffle her hair. This silly girl didn't know? In this world, taking a step back doesn't mean the sea will be vast and sky will be wide. When dealing with scum, one must not have any delusions. Su Jinchun held his hand and pleaded, "So, please don't be angry about this anymore, and don't go looking for trouble with him. I will handle it well. Okay, I promise you I won't look for trouble with him." Gu Mingchen agreed verbally, but a fierce glint passed through his eyes. Chapter 50. Only allowed to wear underwear. Hello, Mr. Jiang, you're so bad. In the hot spring pool, Jiang Haipeng and his female companion were frolicking in the water. Just as they were having a good time, the door was suddenly kicked open with a bang, and a group of people rushed in from outside. The female companion was so scared that she covered her chest and hid behind Jiang Haipeng. To please Jiang Haipeng, she was completely naked. Jiang Haipeng was also not wearing any clothes and angrily questioned, "Who are you? Don't worry about who we are, just come out. Please go to another place to soak." The leading man said, leering at them and laughing. "Mr. Jiang, what's going on? They aren't wearing clothes. Hurry up and get them out." The female companion pleaded, shaking Jiang Haipeng's plump arm. Jiang Haipeng's expression was also grim, and he forced himself to look calm as he said fiercely, "You all get out right now, or I'll call the police. You have 3 minutes to put on your underwear. Remember, only underwear. If you wear anything else, we'll take it off later," the man coldly reminded. After that, he waved his hand, instructing his brothers to turn around and give them 3 minutes to get dressed. Jiang Haipeng and his companion quickly got out of the water, hurriedly putting on their clothes. Of course, they wouldn't listen to them and only wore underwear. They didn't know who these people were and were planning to call the police as soon as they got dressed. However, Jiang Haipeng was slow in getting dressed. After 3 minutes, he had only just fastened his pants. When the time was up, they immediately turned around. Seeing that Jiang Haipeng had put on pants, they coldly sneered and waved for 2 people to come up and forcibly pull down his pants. "I told you, you didn't listen and insisted on making my brothers act. Who are you? I'm calling the police. I'm calling the police." Jiang Haipeng struggled and shouted angrily. "Shut his mouth," the leading man ordered. And immediately someone stuffed a smelly sock into Jiang Haipeng's mouth and sealed it with tape. The female companion was terrified at this scene and, having already put on a dress, trembled as she considered taking it off. "You don't need to take it off. Seeing as you're a woman, just stay like that," the leader generously said. Upon hearing this, the female companion quickly stopped and breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Haipeng and his companion were shoved outside, where they realized that several other friends who were with them were also brought out wearing only underwear. They were blindfolded and taken away, not knowing where they were headed. And someone even wet themselves out of fear along the way. When they arrived, their blindfolds were finally removed, and they were kicked into the creek. It's freezing. I'm going to freeze to death," Jiang Haipeng and his friends screamed. They had already been cold from not wearing clothes, and now being kicked into the icy water almost knocked them out. At this moment, they realized they had been taken to the same place where they had fished before. "Are you people from Jinchu?" Jiang Haipeng shivered, pointing at the people on the shore. He wanted to swim to shore, but the people on the shore poked him with sticks, not giving him a chance to get out. This scene was so familiar. It was the same trick he used against Su Jinchu. Even if he was foolish, he now understood who he had offended. How does it feel to soak in cold water? The men on the shore suddenly parted respectfully, standing in 2 rows. Gu Mingchen strode over, standing by the shore with a cold gaze at the people in the water, arrogantly questioning, "It really is you. Do you know who I am? You dare to offend me, and I'll make Su Jinchu's project unworkable." Jiang Haipeng shouted, threatening, "Gu Mingchen, you think you can do that?" Gu Mingchen chuckled and slowly said, "You said something right. As long as you are at Ziyuan Technology for a day, there's a way to make her project unworkable. Since you know, do you still dare to offend me? So I've decided to change people." "What do you mean?" Jiang Haipeng widened his eyes, not understanding what he meant. Gu Mingchen didn't explain, turning to leave and instructing others to continue watching them. "You can't come ashore until you've soaked for a whole night." When Jiang Haipeng heard a whole night, he almost fainted. Each one of them wailed in despair, realizing they had offended a ruthless person. Unfortunately, it was too late. The men got in a car and left. After returning to the hot spring resort, Gu Mingchen didn't rush in. Instead, he called Zhou Yi, instructing him to prepare a plan to acquire Ziyuan Technology and have it ready by the next morning. In the middle of the night, Zhou Yi received such an order and was a bit dazed. However, as the boss's special assistant, he quickly calmed down and agreed. After hanging up, he immediately started checking the information on Ziyuan Technology. Before this, he had no idea there was such a company in Jiang City. Although he didn't know what had caught the boss's attention about this company, since it was the boss's order, he had to follow it. He quickly called and woke up those who were sleeping to get to work. Meanwhile, Su Jinchu was completely unaware of all this and didn't even know that Gu Mingchen had left in the middle of the night. After waking up, she felt refreshed. Soaking in the hot spring was indeed great. She had originally felt some symptoms of catching a cold, but now they were completely gone. "Jingjing, how are you?" After waking up and seeing Han Jing's message, she complained about feeling terrible from her cold. She hurriedly called to inquire. Sure enough, Han Jing had a heavy nasal tone and mumbled, "My nose was blocked all night, and I had a fever. Fortunately, the fever has come down now, and I'm fine. How about you? Are you sick?" "I'm fine. Gu Mingchen took me to soak in the hot spring, and I'm completely okay," Su Jinchu said with a blush. Han Jing wailed, "So happy. You're making me want to get married too." Yuan Bowen, who was cooking porridge in the kitchen, paused when he heard her wailing, almost dropping the spoon. However, he quickly covered the pot and walked to the guest room door, clearing his throat as he said, "Get up. It's time for breakfast." Su Jinchu asked, "Jingjing, why is there someone in your dorm?" "No one, just the sound of a TV drama." "Xiaochu, I have to hang up now," Han Jing said hurriedly and hung up the phone. Jumping out of bed, she rushed to the door angrily, saying, "Didn't you see I was on the phone? How could you make a noise?" "Why can't I make a noise? I kindly took you in and took care of you. It's not like I'm your secret lover," Yuan Bowen asked, looking righteous. Han Jing was stunned. Her face flushed as she pushed him away. "What nonsense. It's time to eat." Saying this, she quickly ran into the kitchen. "But why does it sound like Supervisor Yuan's voice and not like a TV drama?" Su Jinchu murmured to herself while holding her phone. At this moment, Gu Mingchen pushed the door open and came in. Seeing that she was awake, he walked over, kissed her cheek, and asked, "Are you hungry?" Let's get up and have breakfast." Throwing aside her earlier ridiculous thoughts, Su Jinchu nodded. Gu Mingchen told her to get dressed, and the two of them went to the dining room together. However, during breakfast, they heard someone discussing. They said that last night, a few guests went crazy, running to the creek in their underwear, and almost froze to death, being taken away by an ambulance early in the morning. Chapter 51. Finally knowing the truth, Zhou Yi and his colleagues stayed up all night to finalize the preliminary acquisition plan. After Gu Mingchen dropped Su Jinchu off at the branch office, he had the driver take him to Gu's group. The sun was rising in the west. How could the CEO have time to show up? When Tan Yuanqing saw him appear at the company, he thought he was seeing things. After rubbing his eyes and confirming it was him, he couldn't help but tease, "I've got a good project for you." Gu Mingchen threw Zhou Yi's acquisition plan at Tan Yuanqing. Tan Yuanqing opened it in confusion and asked, "Why did you suddenly think of acquiring this company?" "The plan is ready. I want to see results as soon as possible." Gu Mingchen didn't answer him, but instead made a request. After pondering for a moment, Tan Yuanqing said, "I have to discuss this with General Manager Mei. Although it's a small company and won't cost much to acquire, we really don't need to buy such a company. Any additional expenditure needs board approval. Tell my sister this is my idea," Gu Mingchen said before leaving. He deliberately took the regular elevator down to avoid meeting Gu Mingmei. As he exited the elevator, Gu Mingmei happened to enter another one. Tan Yuanqing found Zhou Yi and asked, "Do you know why your boss wants to acquire such a company?" Zhou Yi replied seriously, "I don't know. And even if I did, I can't tell you." Tan Yuanqing joked, "Just be loyal to your boss. If he doesn't come back to inherit the family business, you're done for." After complaining, he took the plan to General Manager Mei's office. Gu Mingmei looked at the acquisition plan and asked in confusion, "Why does Chen want to acquire this company?" "I don't know. And Joey won't say anything. I have no clues, Tan Yuanqing replied honestly. That's not right. Gu Mingmei wasn't as foolish as Tan Yuanqing. She sensed something was off. She immediately made a phone call, and after hanging up, she said to Tan Yuanqing with a serious expression, yesterday, Ah Chun went to Shishan Hot Springs, and not only did he go, but he also got into a conflict with someone. In the middle of the night, he took a group of people to Coldwater Creek and only allowed them to soak in their underwear for the entire night. They were sent to the hospital early in the morning. Who made him so furious? Tan Yuanqing was surprised. Gu Mingmei said, one of them is named Jiang Haipeng, the owner of the company he wants to acquire. He is a rich second generation whose father founded the company. This Jiang Haipeng is useless and lives off his father's reputation. By the way, a few days ago, he signed a contract with the branch company and seemed to have had a conflict with Yuan Bowen. Are you saying that the CEO is acquiring Ziyuan technology for Yuan Bowen? Tan Yuanqing was astonished. Gu Mingmei closed her eyes and finally couldn't help but pick up a book on the table and threw it at him. Tan Yuanqing quickly caught the book and awkwardly asked, did I guess wrong? Achin didn't go to Shishan Hot Springs alone. He was with someone else. That person isn't Yuan Bowen. It's a woman named Su Jinchu, an employee of the branch and Yuan Bowen's subordinate. She also went to the farmhouse with them, Gu Mingmei said while biting her lower jaw. Tan Yuanqing's eyes widened in disbelief. So, do you understand what is going on now? Gu Mingmei asked. I understand, Tan Yuanqing said. The CEO is cheating. He has a boyfriend and a girlfriend at the same time. Gu Mingmei replied, very good, Tan Yuanqing. No wonder you still don't have a girlfriend. With your emotional intelligence, you'll never have one. Fortunately, she had calmed down over the past couple of days and felt increasingly uneasy about the situation. So, she dispatched someone to investigate everything about Ah Chun, which finally led her to know the truth. General Manager May, you can't curse me for not finding a girlfriend just because I guessed wrong. But what do you mean? Did I misunderstand him and Yuan Bowen? They have no relationship at all, and the issue is with this Su Jinchu? Humph, you finally got it, Gu Mingmei coldly snorted. But that's not right, Tan Yuanqing said. If the CEO has no relationship with Yuan Bowen, then why were they holding hands in the company? To pave the way, Gu Mingmei said. He's afraid we won't accept Su Jinchu, so he's paving the way for her. Liking her is better than liking a man, right? As for why Yuan Bowen is cooperating, it could be due to his intimidation or for his own reasons. In any case, Ah Chun likes a woman. If he likes women, he should just say so. Why go around in circles? Is this Su Jinchu worse than Dai Lu? She wouldn't be a divorcee, right? Tan Yuanqing speculated. Gu Mingmei closed her eyes. She remembered who Su Jinchu was. When she went to the branch office and got lost, it was Su Jinchu who helped her out. There was a man who came to the company looking for her and causing a scene, and thinking back, wasn't that indeed a divorcee? Since he wants to acquire Ziyuan technology, let's do as he says. After all, the Gu family will be his in the future. Acquiring a company is just a matter of time, and we can't let him down in such matters. However, I need to find a time to talk to him. Before that, you must not let him know that I know about Su Jinchu. Don't worry, General Manager May. I'm the most tight-lipped, Tan Yuanqing said, mimicking a zip-up motion over his mouth. Gu Mingmei rolled her eyes. Your mouth is tight, but your brain isn't working well. However, not liking men is ultimately a good thing. Quickly call and tell Grandpa this good news. The old man chuckled when he heard it, saying, only you believe he would like men. He is my grandson. I know him well. From the beginning. I never believed he was involved with that kid from the Yuan family. What do you plan to do about this Su Jinchu? Gu Mingmei asked. Grandpa Gu said. He wanted to be with that model and even brought her home, causing quite a stir. But what was the outcome? They broke up in less than 6 months. Besides that girl, he won't stay attached to anyone else. So let him be. As long as he doesn't bring anyone home, we'll pretend we don't know about it. Perhaps before long, this will be a thing of the past, and he'll meet new girls. Grandpa made a good point, but he was getting older. It wouldn't do to keep messing around like this. He had to find a proper girl and prepare for marriage. Gu Mingmei said. Grandpa Gu replied, no need to rush. He will fulfill the promises he made. He'll return to the company in 6 months, and once he has a sense of responsibility, he'll naturally understand. Okay, Grandpa, I understand. Gu Mingmei hung up the phone. Even though Grandpa told her not to worry about it, as long as he didn't bring anyone home, she still felt uneasy and had someone investigate Su Jinchu to at least understand what kind of person she really was. Su Jinchu was unaware that someone was investigating her. After arriving at work, she and Han Jing prepared the materials, getting ready to go to Ziyuan Technology to find Jiang Haipeng. Just as they were about to leave, Yuan Bowen stopped them and said, no need to go. General Manager Li has already signed and sent it over. Ah, how did Ziyuan Technology suddenly become so accommodating? Signing and sending it over? Han Jing was surprised. Yuan Bowen glanced at Su Jinchu and meaningfully said, because someone made Jiang Haipeng sick. and all company matters are temporarily handed over to General Manager Lee. So, your future dealings with Ziyuan Technology will be much more convenient. Chapter 52. A chance encounter. In sending her home, Su Jinchun and Han Jing found that ever since Jiang Haiping fell ill and was absent from the company, work had become not just convenient, but extremely easy. They didn't even have to run around. A simple phone call could resolve issues. However, this cheerful feeling didn't last long before they learned of a shocking piece of news. Ziyuan Technology had been acquired, and it was by the Gu family group. This meant that the project they had worked so hard on had turned into a project of their own company, causing its value to plummet immediately. No way. Why would the company acquire Ziyuan Technology? Didn't we work hard for this project only for it to be in vain? Han Jing was deeply frustrated. Su Jinchun was also taken aback. She had never expected this to happen. But since it had, they could only accept it. Don't be sad. No matter what, we will continue to follow up on this project. Although its value has decreased for us, completing it is still an achievement, she said. I think the one who is probably feeling the worst right now is President Gu. He valued our project a lot before, and now. I wonder how heartbroken he must be. That's true. Han Jing felt much better upon hearing that someone was even sadder than her, and she happily continued working. In the general manager's office, documents were scattered all over the floor. The secretary was startled when she entered and quickly bent down to pick them up. Gu Yunheng was trembling with anger, saying, "Stop picking it up. They did it on purpose. I finally got this contract signed, and they went ahead and acquired the company. Clearly, they are trying to make things difficult for me. President Gu, you are overthinking it. The headquarters Wu&T spends such huge costs just to make things hard for you. Acquiring a company requires a lot of funds." The secretary comforted him. Gu Yunheng replied, "What do you know? They have always looked down on me, and they would definitely go to great lengths to make things difficult for me." The secretary thought to herself, "You must have paranoia." However, she didn't dare to say it out loud. After organizing the documents, she asked, "What do you plan to do next?" Since they want to acquire a local company, let them do it. I'll go find projects outside. Anyway, this year, I must make the branch's accounts look impressive," and slap them in the face, forcing them to let me return to the headquarters next year. Gu Yunheng vowed fiercely. Upon hearing that he wanted to find projects outside, the secretary was startled and nervously said, "President Gu, my mother has gone back to her hometown recently, and my son needs me. So I really can't go on business trips. Who wants to take you along? Your freckles can't be covered up by foundation. Taking you out would damage the company's image. Don't worry, I'll find someone else." Gu Yunheng glanced at her disdainfully. The secretary pouted in grievance, thinking, "I didn't expect to get freckles from being pregnant. It's not like I wanted this." But as long as she didn't have to go on a business trip, she could endure the humiliation. After all, he was speaking the truth. "Miss Su, come in." After the secretary left, Gu Yunheng went to call Su Jinchun personally. "Okay, President Gu." Su Jinchun immediately stood up and walked into the office. Half an hour later, she came out of the general manager's office with a bad expression. Han Jing hurriedly approached her and curiously asked, "Xiao Chu, what did President Gu want with you?" Su Jinchun sighed and said, "President Gu thinks our project has low value, so he wants to find projects elsewhere. But his secretary's child is still small and can't go on business trips, so he wants to take me instead." "That's a good thing," Han Jing said. "Going on a business trip with the boss is a good opportunity. Just the accommodation and food will definitely be top-notch." "But I don't want to go on a business trip with the boss," Su Jinchun said awkwardly. How could she explain this to Gu Mingchen? Being a man and a woman alone together? Are you afraid your husband will be jealous and won't agree? Han Jing saw through her concerns. Su Jinchun nodded. "I'm afraid he won't agree. Men shouldn't be too spoiled. He shouldn't even restrict you from going on business trips. You're married to him, not sold to him. If he controls everything, how can you work?" Han Jing said boldly. Su Jinchun thought to herself that such words shouldn't be said between couples. However, she realized that since Han Jing wasn't married, she naturally didn't understand the dynamics between couples. So, she remained silent and didn't argue with her. "Miss Su." After work, Su Jinchun came out of the company and stood by the roadside waiting for Gu Mingchen to pick her up. Gu Mingchen didn't come, but a silver sports car drove over. The window rolled down, revealing a stunningly beautiful face. "Don't you remember me? Last time, I accidentally walked into the restroom. And you brought me out." The woman smiled and reminded her. "Oh, it's you. Sorry, I remember now." Su Jinchun blushed and said shyly. The woman smiled slightly and said, "No problem. Are you waiting for a ride? Where are you going? I can give you a lift." "Oh, no need. Someone is coming to pick me up." Su Jinchun quickly declined. The woman said, "It's so late, and they haven't come yet. They might not be able to make it. Why don't you call and check?" Su Jinchun frowned. Gu Mingchen had never been late to pick her up, so it was unusual for him not to show up by now. She also felt a bit worried for his safety, so she quickly took out her phone to call him. Gu Mingchen picked up quickly and apologetically said, "Sorry, Su. Grandpa suddenly felt unwell, and I'm on my way over now. But I've already sent Xiaoli to pick you up. He should have arrived by now." "Oh, he hasn't arrived yet, but he should be close. You hurry and take care of Grandpa. If you need any help, just call me back," Su Jinchun said quickly. After hanging up the phone, she called Xiaoli. Xiaoli answered the phone and also apologized. "I'm sorry, madam. My car had a minor collision with someone else's, and I'm dealing with it now. Could you wait for me at the company for a little while longer? It will be a maximum of an hour. I will definitely get there." "It's fine. You handle the car situation first. I'll take a taxi back," Su Jinchun quickly said. Xiaoli insisted, "No, if Mr. Gu finds out, he will be angry. You should wait for me at the company. I will try to get there as soon as possible." "It's fine, don't worry. I won't tell him," Su Jinchun said with a smile. After hanging up the phone, the woman smiled and asked, "So, is the person coming to pick you up not coming anymore?" Su Jinchun looked at her in confusion, wondering how she guessed that. "Get in the car. Last time you helped me. This time I'll give you a ride. Consider it repaying your kindness," the woman said. "Still, it's fine. I can take a taxi back." Su Jinchun refused again. She didn't know her and felt it was unsafe to get into a stranger's car. The woman might not have expected her to be so cautious. First, she was speechless. Then she quickly smiled and asked, "You're not afraid I'll harm you, are you? If you're worried, you can sit in the back. If I do anything unusual, you can call the police immediately." "No, it's not that I don't trust you. I just feel bad to trouble you," Su Jinchun quickly explained. "Since you don't distrust me, then get in the car," the woman insisted. Su Jinchun bit her lip, feeling pressured by her repeated invitations. If she refused again, it would be her who felt embarrassed. There was no way around it, so she had to open the back door and get in. "Thanks for the trouble." "No problem," the woman said. Seeing her sitting in the back, the woman gently shook her head, realizing that she still didn't trust her. Chapter 53. Living in the same community. "Miss Su, is this address your home?" After Su Jinchu told the woman her home address, the woman casually asked. Su Jinchu replied, "Yes, it's my home. It's a bit out of the way, so if it's not convenient." "It's convenient. What a coincidence. My home is also there," the woman responded. "What a coincidence." Su Jinchu was surprised. Gu Mingchen lived in a pure villa area, where there were only detached villas and no apartment buildings at all. In Jiangcheng, not many people could afford such a large villa. "Yes, I also think it's a coincidence. Perhaps this is fate. I really didn't expect that Miss Su, at such a young age, could afford such a large villa," the woman exclaimed. Su Jinchu quickly explained, "It wasn't bought by me. It's my husband's house." "Your husband? You're so young and already married?" The woman was astonished. Su Jinchu blushed and said, "Yes, we had a flash marriage. It's actually quite dramatic. But fortunately, he is a really nice person. He was supposed to pick me up today, but his grandfather fell ill, so he couldn't come. Since his grandfather is sick, Miss Su should go visit him," the woman suggested. Su Jinchu said, "We had a flash marriage, and he hasn't told his family about me yet, so it's not convenient for me to go over now." "I see. Miss Su, you shouldn't worry. Is he deceiving you? Maybe he never intended to introduce you to his family. When he gets tired of you, he will just break up with you." "Maybe," Su Jinchu said, lowering her head with a bitter smile. "Actually, my marriage to him was an accident. He helped me a lot. Even if he wants to break up with me, I have no complaints." "Miss Su, you are really virtuous. No wonder he chose you," the woman sighed. "Do you know him?" Su Jinchu asked, puzzled. The woman quickly said, "Of course not. I was just expressing my admiration." "Oh." Su Jinchu didn't suspect anything, and the car quickly arrived at the community. After entering, she directed the woman and stopped at the entrance. "Thank you for bringing me back. I still don't know your name." Su Jinchu thanked the woman and asked for her name. The woman smiled and said, "I'm a few years older than you, so you can call me Sister May. I live in the third building ahead. If you need anything, you can come find me or call me. By the way, remember my number." Sister May gave her number. Su Jinchu noted it down, although she didn't understand why Sister May was so familiar and enthusiastic towards her. But she didn't suspect anything, thinking she was just a warm and hospitable, beautiful sister. After watching Sister May's car drive away, Su Jinchu rang the doorbell. The butler quickly came to open the door and showed a surprised expression when he saw her. "Madam, how did you walk back?" "Xiaoli's car had a minor accident with someone else's, and he is still handling it. So I took a ride back," Su Jinchu explained. The butler hurriedly let her in, walking alongside her while saying, "Madam, next time you encounter such a situation, you can call me, and I will arrange another car to pick you up. It's late, and what if the driver is not a good person?" Su Jinchu had a good temper and was gentle with people. All the servants in the house liked her very much, and the old butler liked her too. That's why he fussed over her like a worried parent. Su Jinchu smiled and said, "Don't worry, the driver is a good person. There aren't that many bad people, and I just happened to meet one. Anyway, if there's such a situation again, just call me, and I'll arrange a car to pick you up. The old butler insisted. Okay, I'll remember, Jinchu hurriedly promised to reassure him. But unexpectedly, when Gu Mingchen returned home, the old butler told him about this matter. The man frowned upon hearing it and immediately looked at Jinchu, asking, what happened? Xiaoli's car had a minor accident with someone else's, and I happened to meet someone I know. She also lives in this community, so I took her ride back. Jinchu explained. After saying that, she quickly asked, how is Grandpa's health? Why are you back so soon? Grandpa is fine. You said someone you know also lives in this community? What's her name? The man asked. Jinchu said, she didn't tell me her name. She asked me to call her Sister May. She is a very beautiful sister. I met her before at the branch office. She got lost there, and I brought her out. I didn't expect to run into her again at the company entrance today. She said she would send me home, and it turns out she lives in the same community. What a coincidence. Indeed, it's quite a coincidence, the man said with a half smile. Seeing his strange expression, Jinchu furrowed her brows in confusion and asked, what's wrong? Nothing. Did she tell you which building she lives in? She said the third building ahead. Are you going to thank her? I actually think we should thank her. I see there are so many fruits at home. How about we take some over? Jinchu suggested. Gu Mingchen said, no need. People who can live in this community don't care about this little bit of fruit. I was just asking. Not planning to thank her. All right, you've had a long day. Go take a shower and sleep early. By the way, about the game you played yesterday. I bought some equipment for you. Go check it out. Huh, you spent money on equipment? I was just playing casually. Why did you spend money? Jinchu exclaimed and quickly opened the game. Gu Mingchen thought to himself, you don't want clothes or bags, nor gold or jewelry. I want to spend money on you, but there's nowhere to spend it. It's rare to see you playing a game, so of course, I want to help you spend money. Have fun. Seeing the expression on Jinchu's face, a mix of surprise and joy, he showed a satisfied smile and ruffled her hair before leaving. Sister, when did you buy a house near my home? After returning to the study, he closed the door and took out his phone to call Gu Mingmei. Gu Mingmei was waiting for his call and shrugged. You called back faster than I imagined. It seems this Miss Su really tells you everything. Of course, she's my woman. She tells me everything, Gu Mingchen said proudly. Gu Mingmei coldly snorted and scolded. What do you mean your woman? I've investigated her. She's just a pure and innocent girl. Although her family is not well off, she has been a hard-working and good girl all her life. What were you thinking to get involved with someone like her? When I previously found a female model, you all complained that her job was complicated and not pure. Now I find a pure girl, and you're still unhappy. What kind of woman could possibly satisfy you? Or is it that no matter what kind of girl I like, you all want to be satisfied? Do you want me to like a man or live a life of solitude to be happy? Gu Mingchen coldly snorted. Gu Mingmei was momentarily speechless and said angrily, are you blaming us for managing your life? Gu Mingchen, do you have no conscience? What you're saying implies that we don't want you to get married or have a good life. Both Grandpa and I are the bad guys who want you to suffer. I really didn't expect that at your age, you can still say such heart-wrenching words. Sister, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to blame you. Gu Mingchen realized he had spoken too harshly and quickly apologized in a low voice. Get out. I'm still in the community. Gu Mingmei hung up the phone angrily. Chapter 54. The woman you can't mess with. Are you going out this late? Jinchu came out of the bedroom and was surprised to see Gu Mingchen dressed in a coat, ready to leave. A friend is waiting for me at the door. I'll be back soon, Gu Mingchen said as he pulled her into an embrace and kissed her cheek. Jinchu nodded, not thinking much of it. She went downstairs to drink some water and then went back up to continue playing games. She wasn't originally into gaming. She had focused on studying hard before graduating and then actively looked for a job, hoping to earn more money to treat her grandmother's illness. Recently, with less financial worry, Han Jing had taught her how to play games. She only played occasionally and wasn't very enthusiastic about it. Sorry, sis, Gu Mingchen said as he got into the car. Immediately apologizing, Gu Mingmei raised her hand and lightly slapped him on the shoulder. Although her hand was raised high, it came down gently. How could she really hurt her own brother? I knew you wouldn't really hit me, Gu Mingchen said with a sly smile. Gu Mingmei sighed and said slowly, you're my brother. How could I bear to hit you? I'm not against you being with her, but I feel sorry for Jinchu. She grew up without a mother, and her biological father remarried and abandoned her, leaving her to rely on an elderly grandmother. Thankfully, she has worked hard and performed excellently in her studies. I've seen that she graduated from Jiang University. It's not easy for anyone to get into Jiang University. If it weren't for wanting her grandmother to be at ease, she wouldn't have been so easily deceived by that scumbag. You shouldn't have impulsively messed with her. You've investigated her so thoroughly. So you should also know that the woman having an affair with that scumbag is Dai Lu, Gu Mingchen said. Gu Mingmei replied, of course I know. I've told you before about that kind of woman. She's fickle and available to anyone. You treat her so well, but she just turns around and sleeps with someone else. You can see that breaking up with her is the right choice, but you shouldn't mess with Su Jinshan. You said she's a pure and innocent girl. If I were with someone like that, wouldn't you be happy? Gu Mingchen asked. Gu Mingmei scolded. Will you really treat her well? You are just acting out of anger and resentment over Lose betrayal, which is why you're with her. Otherwise, why haven't you brought her home to meet Grandpa after all this time? I know you have someone in your heart, and aside from that person, you can't possibly have room for anyone else. That's why I think you shouldn't mess with her. She's a good girl who wholeheartedly wants to be with you, but you will change your mind soon, and that would be very unfair to her. Then would it be fair if I were with someone else? Gu Mingchen retorted. Gu Mingmei said, the distinguished young ladies I've introduced to you are suitable matches for our Gu family. They know from the beginning that it's a marriage of convenience. So feelings don't matter much. But Su Jinshan is different. When I drove her home today, she had a sparkle in her eyes when she talked about you. If she finds out you don't like her, she will be very heartbroken. Can you really tell she likes me? Really? Gu Mingchen's expression was filled with surprise. Gu Mingmei watched his reaction and frowned, saying, why are you so happy? It seems like you really like her. Of course I like her, otherwise, how could I keep her by my side? Gu Mingchen said with a smile. Gu Mingmei shook her head, not believing it. The more he openly admitted to liking her, the less she thought he actually cared. No one knew better than her who he truly liked. I've told you everything I needed to say. Think about it carefully. I advise you to break up with her while your feelings aren't too deep. Girls like her can't bear the pain of a broken heart. When you break up, give her some compensation for the time she spent with you. That's all I have to say. Hurry up and get out of the car. I need to go. I know. I will keep your words in mind. Drive carefully, Gu Mingchen said as he got out of the car, reminding her before closing the door. Gu Mingmei stepped on the gas and sped away. Gu Mingchen watched the car drive off before putting his hands in his pockets and heading back inside. When he returned home, Su Jinshan was already asleep. He then realized that he had unknowingly talked to his sister for over an hour. Looking at Su Jinshuan's sleeping face, he smiled and leaned down to kiss her before lying down beside her and holding her in his arms. I'm going to work now. Su Jinshan got out of the car and waved goodbye to Gu Mingchen. Gu Mingchen watched her for a while through the car window and only let the driver start the car after she went inside. However, just as the driver started the engine, Gu Yunheng suddenly appeared out of nowhere and stood in front of the car. Do you want to die? Gu Mingchen asked. Gu Yunheng walked to his window and said, of course not. But why are you here again? Just passing by? What else? Gu Mingchen replied. I know you're here to keep an eye on me. Don't worry, I'll definitely achieve results this year, Gu Yunheng said confidently. Gu Mingchen scoffed, thinking, what does it matter to me whether you achieve results or not? Drive. The driver immediately started the car and left the area. Gu Yunheng watched as their car drove further away, mumbling to himself, you still say you're not here to keep an eye on me? Just wait. I'll achieve results soon. He turned and walked into the company. As soon as he entered the office, he had his secretary call Su Jinshan in. Su Jinshan knocked and entered the office. Gu Yunheng said, get ready. We're going to be city this afternoon. Ah, so sudden? Su Jinshan was surprised. Gu Yunheng said, speed is of the essence in finding projects. The sooner, the better. I already gave you a heads up. I've had the secretary book the tickets. We leave at 2 o'clock sharp. But you only said there was a possibility of a business trip before. You didn't say it would be this soon. I'm not ready, Su Jinshan argued anxiously. What else do you need to prepare? I heard you just got married and don't have kids yet. Don't tell me you have children at home that need taking care of, Gu Yunheng said, dissatisfied. I don't have children, but I haven't discussed it with my husband yet. Su Jinshan replied softly. Gu Yunheng rolled his eyes and said, no wonder companies are now only hiring unmarried, childless individuals. They are the only ones who can put in the effort and dedicate themselves fully to the company. Unlike you, once you're married, it's like you're shackled. You whine about going on a business trip. If you don't want to go, you can go to HR and resign. No one will stop you from going home to take care of your husband and children. Sorry, Mr. Gu, I'll get ready right away, Su Jinshan said, startled, immediately apologizing. Gu Yunheng snorted coldly and waved his hand, saying, go out. After lunch, come to the airport with me. Indeed, being strict is the only way to manage employees. Otherwise, one after another, they all think he is easy to talk to and try to bargain with him. Chapter 55 He is my boyfriend. Su Jinshan walked out of the general manager's office, let out a sigh of relief, and hurriedly took her phone to the bathroom to make a call. Hello, who are you? Su Jinshan was about to call him hubby, but heard a girl's voice on the other end, questioning her with an annoyed tone. Who are you? This is Gu Mingchen's phone. Why are you answering it? Su Jinshan thought she had dialed the wrong number and quickly checked her phone. After confirming she hadn't made a mistake, she asked back in confusion. The girl replied, I am the girlfriend of the phone's owner. Who are you? The caller ID says little fool. How can anyone have that name? Girlfriend? Are you kidding? How could you possibly be his girlfriend? Su Jinchun was stunned by her first sentence and completely missed what she said afterward. The girl smugly said, how could I not be his girlfriend? If I weren't his girlfriend, how could his phone be in my hands? Ruo, you took my phone again. Gu Mingchen saw her from a distance, talking on his phone, and scolded her unhappily. Ruo stuck out her tongue and shouted loudly to Gu Mingchen, boyfriend, you are being mean to me again. Su Jinchun recognized the man's voice in the phone was undoubtedly Gu Mingchen. And this girl named Ruo called him her boyfriend. And he didn't even refute it? Could it be that she really is Gu Mingchen's girlfriend? Xiaochu, are you in there? Suddenly, Hua Jie's voice came from outside. Su Jinchun snapped back to reality, quickly wiped her eyes, and hung up the phone. She felt a mess inside, her mind blank. Although she knew she should verify with Gu Mingchen in person, she didn't dare to ask him, fearing the answer would be something she didn't want to hear. Hua Jie, what's wrong? Coming out of the stall, Su Jinchun forced herself to act calm and asked. Hua Jie said, it's nothing. I just saw you were in there for a long time and was worried something happened. Since you're fine, I'll go in now. After saying that, Hua Jie hurriedly went inside. Su Jinchun felt embarrassed and went out after washing her hands. She organized the remaining work in her hands and handed it over to Han Jing, telling her she would be going on a business trip with Gu Zong in the afternoon. So sudden? Han Jing was surprised. Su Jinchun nodded. I didn't expect it to be so soon either, but Gu Zong said the tickets are already booked, so I have to follow his arrangements. Have you talked to your husband about it? Han Jing asked. Thinking of that phone call, Su Jinchun felt a pang in her nose and shook her head. Not yet, but I will send him a text in a bit. It's better to call and say it in person. What if he disagrees? What right does he have to disagree? I haven't interfered with him. Does he have to meddle in my work? Su Jinchun said unhappily. Han Jing looked at her awkwardly. She was just casually making a comment. Why was she so angry? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to snap at you. Su Jinchun quickly realized she was getting emotional and apologized to Han Jing. Han Jing shook her head. It's fine, I understand. If I were suddenly assigned a business trip, I wouldn't be in a good mood either. But don't you need to go home to pack your luggage? Right, I haven't packed my luggage yet. I need to go home and do that first. Su Jinchun suddenly woke up, hurriedly stood up to ask Gu Yunheng for leave. Gu Yunheng didn't expect that she still needed to pack her luggage. His luggage was prepared in advance by the secretary, so he hadn't considered this issue at all. You should have said earlier, hurry back to pack. I'll wait for you at the airport. Don't worry, I'll definitely be there on time, Su Jinchun assured him. She quickly called a car to take her home. At this time, Gu Mingchen was of course not at home. She called in advance and asked Xiaowen to help her pack some clothes and items into the suitcase. When the taxi arrived at the door, Xiaowen also brought out the suitcase. The driver helped put it in the trunk. Without even getting out of the car, he drove out of the community. However, just as they were leaving, she saw a familiar car parked by the roadside. The window was open, so she could clearly see the people inside. One was Gu Mingchen, and the other was a beautiful, unfamiliar girl. The girl had her hands on the man's shoulders, seemingly saying something while trying to lean in for a kiss. Su Jinchun saw this scene from the taxi and immediately felt her eyes redden. So he really was with someone else. I didn't expect you to come so early. Gu Yunheng arrived at the airport and saw Su Jinchun already waiting inside. He was taken aback and awkwardly said. He thought she would be late and had prepared to scold her, but she arrived early? Gu Zong. Lin Yanning stood up to greet him. Gu Yunheng said to the secretary, help us check in our luggage. Yes, Gu Zong. The secretary took Su Jinchuan's suitcase and went to handle it together. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, it was time to check the tickets. At this moment, Su Jinchuan's phone rang. It was a call from Gu Mingchen. Su Jinchun took it out to take a look and hung up again. Why didn't you answer the phone? Gu Yunheng asked curiously. Su Jinchun said, it's not important. We are about to board, and it's not convenient to answer. It's the modern age. You can even make calls on airplanes now, Gu Yunheng scoffed. Su Jinchun blushed. She indeed hadn't flown much and didn't know that calls could be made on planes now. However, she still turned off her phone. As soon as she boarded the plane, she closed her eyes and began to sleep. Gu Yunheng looked at her sleeping face, frowned, and took out a blanket to cover himself, closing his eyes. Gu Mingchen couldn't get through to Su Jinchun's phone, and when he called again, it was already turned off. He couldn't help but frown deeply and could only call Yuan Bowen. The servant at home said Su asked her to help pack her luggage. Where did she go? You don't know? Yuan Bowen was surprised. What should I know? Gu Mingchen asked with a stern face. Yuan Bowen said, she went on a business trip with Gu Zong. It's a 2 o'clock flight, and she should have already boarded by now. I thought she had already told you and that you agreed before she went. She didn't tell me. Why is Gu Yunheng taking her on a business trip? Doesn't he have a secretary? He does. but she just gave birth not long ago and isn't convenient for a business trip, so he took Su Jinchun with him. He wants to land a project and needs someone who understands the project. Originally, it wouldn't have been necessary to go on a business trip, but thanks to someone, the project they worked hard on got acquired, and they can't wrap up the year-end accounts, so they have to go out and find opportunities. Gu Mingchen. Is he shooting himself in the foot, trying to steal a chicken but losing rice? Boyfriend, why are you still on the phone? He Ruarua rushed in, seeing that he was still on the phone, and complained unhappily. Gu Mingchen hung up the phone and said angrily, how many times have I told you? Don't call me boyfriend. Why do you never remember? If you keep being so unreasonable, I'll have someone send you back and let your aunt educate you properly. Cut it out. If you don't call me that, it's no big deal. My mom wouldn't care. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come to find you. Chapter 56. Getting out of the car and throwing up. Mr. Gu, are you alright? Gu Yunheng squatted by the roadside, throwing up uncontrollably, while Su Jinchuan patted his back and handed him tissues. Are you okay? Do you need to go to the hospital? The taxi driver also got out and inquired with concern. Su Jinchuan said, let's go to the hospital, driver. Could you please help me support him? I can't do it alone. Don't worry, don't worry. Which hospital should we go to? The taxi driver helped Gu Yunheng into the car and asked Su Jinchuan again. Su Jinchuan frowned, looking troubled. It was her first time in City B, and she had no idea which hospital was good. How about we go to the city hospital? It's the best one here, the driver suggested. Su Jinchuan nodded quickly. Okay, let's go to the city hospital. Thank you, driver. Don't mention it. There's a garbage bag here. Keep an eye on him and make sure he doesn't throw up in my car. The driver handed her a garbage bag. Su Jinchuan opened the garbage bag, sitting beside Gu Yunheng, ready at any moment. Fortunately, after throwing up by the roadside, Gu Yunheng did not throw up in the car. He just felt very uncomfortable. Eyes closed, leaning against the seat, his face as pale as a vampire. Su Jinchuan touched his hand. It was ice cold. She could only take off her jacket and cover him with it. Gu Yunheng opened his eyes a crack, glanced at her, and then closed them again. After arriving at the hospital, Su Jinchuan immediately took him to the emergency room. Food poisoning, but luckily he's thrown up most of it, so it's not a big deal. Don't let him eat anything today. Just give him 2 bottles of 4-drip and let him rest for the night. The doctor told Su Jinchuan after coming out of the emergency room. Thank you, doctor. Su Jinchuan sighed in relief. Fortunately, it wasn't a big issue. This was her first business trip with her boss, and if something happened to him on her watch, no amount of explanation would suffice. What kind of ward is this? There's no VIP ward? Gu Yunheng lay weakly on the hospital bed, getting in 4-drip. After opening his eyes, he saw that there were actually 6 patients in the ward, and an unidentifiable, unpleasant smell wafted through the air. He immediately frowned, very dissatisfied, and complained. Su Jinchuan sat beside him, monitoring the 4-drip, explaining, this is a public hospital, the wards are tight. It's good enough to have a bed. Just bear with it. You'll be discharged tomorrow anyway. What? I have to stay here for a night? You might as well kill me, Gu Yunheng said, feeling faint. Su Jinchuan ignored him, bought a new wash basin and towels, and prepared a basin of warm water to help him wash his face and hands. He still had the nerve to be picky, completely unaware that he smelled terrible after throwing up, and the people around him were already disgusted. You really know how to take care of people. After Su Jinchuan wiped his hands and face, Gu Yunheng felt a bit more alert and said, slightly embarrassed with red ears. Su Jinchuan replied, my grandmother is not well. I used to take care of her in the hospital. Oh, so you treat me like your grandmother? Gu Yunheng asked. Su Jinchuan answered honestly, of course not. I would wipe my grandmother's body, but I wouldn't do that for Mr. Gu. After saying that, she took the basin and left. Wipe the body. Gu Yunheng's face turned even redder. An elderly lady taking care of a patient nearby joked, your girlfriend is really nice to you. Looking at such a beautiful girl. I didn't expect her to be so capable. Gu Yunheng awkwardly cleared his throat and explained, she's not my girlfriend. I'm her boss. Oh, then you should hurry up and pursue her. A girl as beautiful and hardworking as her is hard to come by. Gu Yunheng thought to himself, you're really chatty. This is the downside of a big ward. Too many people and too much noise. Although he was dissatisfied, this wasn't his territory, and he couldn't do anything about it. He did have friends in City B, but he didn't want to call them now and let them know about his embarrassing food poisoning incident. After enduring a whole night, the next morning, he asked Su Jinchuan to help him with the discharge procedures. You still haven't 4-drip in the morning. Let's finish breakfast first, Su Jinchuan said. She went to the hospital cafeteria to get some plain porridge and fed it to him with a spoon. Gu Yunheng complained, why is it plain porridge? I didn't eat yesterday, and I'm starving. I don't want plain porridge. No, your stomach is weak now. You can only eat plain porridge. Nothing else is allowed. Milk is also okay. With a weak stomach, you need to replenish nutrients. I want hot milk. All right, wait here. I'll go buy it. Su Jinchuan had no choice but to stand up and go buy hot milk. Gu Yunheng saw her being so obedient and smirked. She listens to me this well. She must have feelings for me. You have no idea how hard it is to take care of him. I bought him plain porridge, but he won't drink it and insists on hot milk. Now I have to go out and buy hot milk again. I don't even know if he can drink it. I'll have to ask the doctor when I get back. Su Jinchuan walked while calling Han Jing to vent. She had already told Han Jing about Gu Yunheng's food poisoning and was curious about the follow-up, so she called her early in the morning. You're so nosy. You're not his mom. Why can't you be a little more discreet? Forget it. Who told him to be the boss? I just hope I can take good care of him, and when we go back, he can reimburse me for the money I spent. You have no idea, since yesterday. All expenses have been on me. He didn't mention any budget before we came. I just hope he won't refuse to reimburse me later. Keep all the receipts. Even if you buy a cup of milk, keep the receipt. If he doesn't reimburse you, we'll go to Supervisor Yuan. Supervisor Yuan knows people at the head office. He can help you out, Han Jing advised. Su Jinchuan nodded and carefully placed the receipt in her bag after buying the hot milk. Gu Mingchen learned that Su Jinchuan was on a business trip and immediately asked about the city she was in, then had Gu Yunheng's secretary send him the hotel reservation. He secretly sneaked away from Hero to City B to find Su Jinchuan. That night he arrived, but he found out that Gu Yunheng and Su Jinchuan hadn't checked in. How could they not check in? Gu Mingchen frowned and asked the front desk. The front desk shook her head, saying, "Sorry, sir. That's a private matter for the guests. We don't know much about it." Gu Mingchen immediately took out his phone and called Su Jinchuan. However, at that moment, Su Jinchuan was already asleep. She had taken care of Gu Yunheng for half a day and was exhausted. She simply lay down by Gu Yunheng's bedside and fell into a deep sleep. Unable to reach Su Jinchuan, Gu Mingchen called Gu Yunheng. But Gu Yunheng was sleeping even more soundly than Su Jinchuan. He wouldn't wake up even if there was thunder next to his ear. While they both slept soundly, Gu Mingchen couldn't sleep a wink. He had been looking for them all night, and if it hadn't been for the bodyguard stopping him, he would have called the police. By noon, with still no news, he decided to call the police. Gu Mingchen's patience was running thin. If he couldn't find them soon, he would definitely report it. Just then, a taxi stopped at the hotel entrance. Su Jinchuan got out first, helped the driver with the luggage, and then went to support Gu Yunheng. Holding 2 suitcases in one hand and supporting Gu Yunheng with the other, she walked into the hotel like a tough girl. Chapter 57. Where were you last night? Is he crippled or about to die that he actually needs Su to support him? Gu Mingchen was so angry at this scene that his eyes nearly popped out. He immediately went over, ready to kick Gu Yunheng. Vice President Gu, is that really you? A group of people walked out of the hotel elevator, surprised to see Gu Yunheng, and quickly approached him. Gu Yunheng was leaning weakly against Su Jinchu when he suddenly heard someone call his name. He immediately forced himself to straighten up and extended his hand to shake the other person's hand. President Chun, I didn't expect to see you here. Vice President Gu, you don't look too well. Is your health all right? President Chun asked with concern. Gu Yunheng lightly coughed and explained, I'm fine. Just not acclimated to the local environment. I've already adjusted. That's great. I'm treating tonight. You must come. President Chun enthusiastically invited. Gu Yunheng showed a difficult expression. He didn't want to accept the invitation. He had just come out of the hospital and wanted to lie in the hotel and get a good sleep. Vice President Gu, about the project you mentioned on the phone, we can discuss it over dinner. President Chun threw out the bait. Okay, I'll definitely come. Gu Yunheng steeled himself and agreed. President Gu, I'll take you back to your room to rest first. Su Jinchu whispered a reminder. She was pulling 2 suitcases while supporting Gu Yunheng, feeling really exhausted, to the point where she could barely lift her head. Hearing this, President Chun and the others immediately said, Vice President Gu should go rest first. We'll see you tonight. All right, see you tonight. Gu Yunheng waved goodbye to them. As soon as President Chun and the others left, Su Jinchu advised Gu Yunheng, President Gu, with your current health condition, it's really not suitable for socializing. I know. But what can I do? This project relies entirely on President Chun. If I don't accept the invitation, he won't give us the project. But no buts. Hurry up and check in. I want to go back to my room and rest. Okay. Su Jinchu saw he had made up his mind and didn't insist any longer, quickly processing the check-in procedures. The two had 2 rooms, one on the 12th floor and one on the 3rd floor. Gu Yunheng stayed in a high-end suite, while Su Jinchu was in an ordinary single room. Su Jinchu first took Gu Yunheng upstairs and was about to leave when Gu Yunheng realized she was staying on the 3rd floor. Why are you staying on the 3rd floor? Gu Yunheng asked in confusion. Su Jinchu replied, because the secretary booked a room for me on the 3rd floor. Why did she book you on the 3rd floor instead of next to me? Gu Yunheng asked again. Su Jinchu explained, President Gu, yours is a high-end suite, and mine is an ordinary single room. Your one-night stay is equivalent to 10 nights for me. This Secretary Lee really. Gu Yunheng hesitated. But I'm not feeling well. What if I need someone to take care of me at night? Since I have a suite, why don't you just sleep in the outer room and return the single room to save some money? Gu Yunheng suggested, feeling a bit guilty. If she agreed, it would mean she had an interest in him. Then he could reluctantly give her a chance, considering she was taking care of him. Jinchu was startled and quickly shook her head, saying, that won't do. We're a man and a woman alone. How can we share a room? I'm not picky about you. Are you picky about me? Gu Yunheng exclaimed, it's not about being picky. If my husband finds out, he will definitely be angry. Gu Yunheng almost forgot that she was already married. His mood suddenly turned sour, and he said harshly, get out quickly. I want to take a shower. Jinchu was taken aback by his attitude. She merely stated a fact. Why was he suddenly angry? Sure enough, bosses are often unpredictable. She hurried to leave, fearing he might vent his anger on her. Taking the elevator to the 3rd floor, she opened the door with the room card given by the front desk. But as soon as she entered, someone suddenly covered her mouth and pressed her against the door. Jinchu widened her eyes in fear, preparing to kick the person in the groin, when a familiar voice whispered in her ear, don't scream, the soundproofing here is poor. Gu Mingchen. Jinchu was surprised and looked up at him. It was indeed him. Why are you here? Jinchu angrily pushed his hand away, frowning in displeasure. Gu Mingchen said, you left for a business trip without a word. How could it be me? I rushed over specifically to find you. But who knew you didn't check into the hotel last night? Where did you go? Did you disappear with Gu Yunheng all night? Aren't you afraid I'd be jealous and angry? Thinking of him being all cozy with a pretty girl, Jinchu coldly snorted and said, I came out for work. Why are you angry? If you can't even handle this little bit of anger, I might as well quit and let you support me. Really? If you're willing to quit, I'll support you. Gu Mingchen's eyes lit up, excitedly saying. Jinchu's face darkened. She almost forgot he was a rich second generation. I don't want you to support me. How long can we last together anyway? If I quit because of you and then you divorce me, wouldn't I be at a huge loss? Are you still thinking about divorce? Can't you let this go? Gu Mingchen frowned in displeasure. After being married for so long, she still thought about divorcing him. It seemed that the good treatment he had given her recently had no effect at all. Seeing his unhappy expression made Jinchu feel even worse. If you came here just to argue with me, you might as well leave. Don't delay my work. You still haven't told me where you went with Gu Yunheng last night. To the hospital, Jinchu answered truthfully. President Gu had lunch and then vomited. I don't know what food he was poisoned by. He stayed in the hospital last night. If you don't believe me, I can show you the invoice. Saying that, she took the hospital receipt out of her bag and showed it to Gu Mingchen. Gu Mingchen was speechless. He thought to himself that Gu Yunheng was really unfortunate to encounter such a thing. However, Jinchu was even more unfortunate. The thought of her taking care of Gu Yunheng all night made him feel uneasy. Next time something like this happens, he should just hire a caregiver. Was Gu Yunheng really worth her special care? He hadn't even enjoyed her care, so why should Gu Yunheng? Since you already know, shouldn't you leave? I need to rest now. I have to accompany President Gu for socializing tonight, and don't have time to chat with you. Jinchu reminded him with a stern face. Gu Mingchen frowned. Her attitude was problematic. The only time she used such an attitude was after he spent $1 million to cut off her ties with her family. But recently, it seemed he hadn't done anything to make her angry. What is wrong with you? Why are you suddenly angry with me? He asked, puzzled. At that moment, his phone rang. Jinchu said, you can answer the phone first. Maybe she misunderstood. We can talk openly after you finish the call. Gu Mingchen had no choice but to take out his phone and answer. On the other end came Hero's crying voice. Whoa, boyfriend, come save me quickly. What happened to you? Gu Mingchen asked, frowning. I came to find you but got lost. I'll send you my location. Come save me. Hero cried and hung up the phone. Soon, he received her location on WeChat. Jinchu naturally heard Hero's voice and also heard the word boyfriend. Her eyes immediately turned red, and she clenched her fists tightly, her nails almost digging into her flesh to keep from crying. You can go if you have something to do. I want to rest. Saying this, she pushed him out the door, locked it after closing it. Chapter 58. Who is being unreasonable? After Gu Mingchen was pushed out, no matter how hard he knocked, he couldn't get in. He originally wanted to use his room card to open the door again, but found out that it was locked from the inside. At that moment, Hero called him again, crying and asking, why haven't you arrived yet? I've been bullied. Hurry and come save me. The man frowned unhappily and could only go over to see what was going on. After all, she was his aunt's only daughter. If something really happened, he wouldn't be able to explain it to his aunt. What is going on? Gu Mingchen followed the address Hero sent him and saw a sports car parked by the roadside, with a bicycle lying on the ground next to it. Hero was in the car, and a handsome man was standing beside the bicycle, seemingly blocking her from leaving. When Hiruo saw Gu Mingchen coming, she immediately opened the car door, crying as she ran towards him. "Boyfriend, you finally came." Gu Mingchen frowned and raised his hand to block her head, preventing her from getting too close. "What is going on? I was driving fine, and his bicycle crashed into my car. Now he's being unreasonable and won't let me leave." Hiruo immediately pointed at the guy, complaining to Gu Mingchen. The guy, hearing her words, turned pale with anger and pointed at her, saying, "You girl, how can you be so unreasonable? You were clearly the one who accelerated and hit my bike, yet you're blaming me? It's obviously your fault. This is a road meant for cars, not for bicycles. At your age, riding a lousy bicycle is embarrassing enough. How dare you ride on the road?" Hiruo, feeling emboldened by Gu Mingchen's presence, stood her ground and argued back. In fact, she had already been arguing for a while, but she wasn't stupid. She was just a little girl, and the other party was a strong and tall guy. She was afraid he would hit her, so she didn't dare to get out of the car. Now that Gu Mingchen was here, she felt fearless. Gu Mingchen, after understanding the situation, felt speechless. He only knew she was unreasonable, but he didn't expect her to be this unreasonable. Who said you can't ride bicycles on the road? And you? Why are you arguing with her? Just call the police and let the traffic police handle it. Or is it that you did something wrong, and this bicycle is stolen? So you're afraid to call the police? After glancing at the fallen bicycle, he recognized the brand. This bicycle was quite valuable. It wasn't something an average person could afford. It was possible that this guy had stolen someone else's bicycle, which was why he was afraid to call the police. "It's not stolen. This is my bicycle. I have the receipt," the guy argued. "Since it's not stolen, you should call the police and let them handle it," Gu Mingchen replied. Hiruo became anxious upon hearing this and stomped her feet while crying. "We can't call the police. I just got my driver's license back. If the police come, they'll definitely revoke it again, and I'll have to retake the test." "You were previously revoked? No wonder your driving skills are so poor," the guy remarked. Hiruo glared angrily. "So what? It's still better than you, an adult, riding a lousy bicycle. With your brain, your car definitely wasn't bought by you. What right do you have to look down on others riding bicycles?" "Enough." Gu Mingchen was getting a headache from their argument and shouted to stop them. Both of them obediently fell silent upon his reprimand. Gu Mingchen took a deep breath and looked at the guy, saying, "You haven't called the police yet. So it seems you have some sympathy for her. Since that's the case, you're willing to settle privately. I'll compensate you for the car at its original price. And any additional damages you want, as long as they're reasonable, I can accommodate." "I don't want money." The guy's face turned red as he said, "I just want her to apologize. She clearly hit someone. She should at least show some attitude. If she wants to even apologize, that's too much." "Did you hear that? Apologize." Gu Mingchen sternly reprimanded Hiruo. Hiruo, scared, turned teary-eyed and choked out, "But I was also frightened. Why should I apologize to him? Forget it. I want to argue with a little girl like you. Since you are her boyfriend, you should manage her well," the guy said, seeing Hiruo crying. And for a moment, he felt flustered. He mumbled something to Gu Mingchen, picked up his bicycle, and left. "He's not going to argue with me? Who does he think he is?" Hiruo angrily kicked the air a few times. Gu Mingchen patted her head and sternly scolded. "I'm the one who is trying to keep your driver's license safe. You've had your license for a year and driven 3 times. And each time there has been an accident. Don't you feel ashamed? That's still better than you always letting the driver drive while you never drive yourself." Hiruo retorted. Gu Mingchen was too lazy to argue with her and turned to leave. Hiruo hurriedly chased after him, grabbing his arm and saying, "Boyfriend, don't go. I came to find you. If you leave me behind, I'll tell Grandpa. Let go of me. I have serious matters to attend to." Gu Mingchen scolded with a stern face. Hiruo replied, "You don't even have a job. What serious matters do you have? You're a girl too. Do you know why a girl gets inexplicably angry?" Gu Mingchen stopped and asked her. Hiruo raised her eyebrows in surprise and asked, "The serious matter you're talking about is chasing girls? Forget it. Asking you is pointless. You're not even a girl, just a nuisance." Gu Mingchen thought to himself that he must have been out of his mind to ask her this question. Angry, he pushed her away, got into the car, and told the driver to drive. To his surprise, Hiruo also opened the car door and sat inside, telling the driver, "Call someone to tow my car away." After instructing the driver, she nudged Gu Mingchen. "How am I not a girl? Do you want to check the goods? Genuine and authentic. And by the way, I have an answer to your earlier question. Do you want to know? Tell me." Hiruo smiled smugly and said, "When a girl inexplicably gets angry at you, there are 3 reasons. First, she likes you, but you don't like her back, so she gets angry out of love. Second, she doesn't like you, so she gets inexplicably angry to make you back off. Third, this one is simple, similar to the second. She likes someone else, so of course, she looks down on you. I shouldn't have asked you." Gu Mingchen felt foolish for consulting Hiruo about this. Instead of guessing here, It would be better to directly ask Su Jinchu for clarity. After all, he had a mouth to speak. However, when he returned to the hotel, Su Jinchu had already left with Gu Yunheng. The two went to the mall because Gu Yunheng said the tie that Secretary Li prepared didn't match him and insisted that Su Jinchu accompany him to buy a new tie. Chapter 59. Gone in the blink of an eye. How about this one? It looks great. What about this one? Also quite nice. Su Jinchun. Are you even looking seriously? Gu Yunheng accused with dissatisfaction. Su Jinchun patiently replied, Mr. Gu, I really looked at each one carefully. This is already the 38th tie you've tried on. I think each one looks great and suits you well. With your handsome and extraordinary looks, any tie would match. Why do you have to make it difficult for me to pick the best? I really think all of them are good. Gu Yunheng, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise, and with a proud look in his eyes, he said, You do have good taste. Since you think they all suit me, wrap them all up. I'll take them all. So many? Su Jinchuan's eyes widened. Gu Yunheng arrogantly replied, I have money. I can afford it. He thought to himself, women like a man who is extravagant, and being this extravagant would definitely make her feel moved. However, he didn't know that Su Jinchun was thinking, what a foolish person with too much money. Miss, you are really amazing. Just a few words helped us sell so many. You have great taste. Your boyfriend is so rich, it's really enviable. The sales assistant complimented her when Su Jinchun went to pay. Su Jinchun quickly explained, he is not my boyfriend. He is my boss. My man wouldn't he be so foolish? Oh, then good luck. Try to win him over soon. The sales assistant encouraged her. Su Jinchun awkwardly shook her head. She didn't want to win over such a foolishly adorable man. Boyfriend? Isn't that cousin Yin? Who is that girl next to him? She looks quite pretty. Is she a new girlfriend? Hero was shopping in the mall with Gu Mingchen when they saw Su Jinchun and Gu Yunheng. What new girlfriend? How could he have such good fortune? Gu Mingchen had a serious expression, looking displeased at Su Jinchun, who was carrying a lot of bags. Following behind Gu Yunheng like a little attendant. He hadn't even dared to boss her around like that. Did Gu Yunheng want to die? What's wrong? Why does your face look so bad? Hero asked in confusion. Go say hi to your cousin Yun. Gu Mingchen pushed her forward. Ah! Hero screamed, directly pouncing on Gu Yunheng. At that moment, the little train in the mall passed by. Gu Mingchen casually pulled Su Jinchun away. After the little train passed, the two of them had already vanished. Ruoro, why are you here? Where is Su Jinchun? Why is she gone? Gu Yunheng pushed Hiro aside, first surprised by her sudden appearance. When he turned around and found Su Jinchun missing, he was both surprised and angry, searching everywhere. What are you doing? Mister, Gu is still over there. Su Jinchun was pulled into the fire escape by Gu Mingchen, feeling very angry and trying to shake off his hand. Gu Mingchen, however, pinned her against the wall, asking with a serious face, Tell me, why are you angry? What anger? I'm not angry. Su Jinchun turned her head to look at the corner of the wall, refusing to make eye contact with him, stubbornly denying it. The man took a deep breath, one hand blocking behind her back, afraid her back would hit the wall and hurt. The other hand had to let go of her wrist and pinch her chin to make her look at him. You still say you're not angry? If you're not angry, why can't you look at me? Su Jinchun pressed her lips together, her eyes slightly red. The man said earnestly, I know that interactions between people are very complicated, and moreover, I am a complete stranger to you. You don't know me, and it's normal to have misunderstandings. But I hope that since we are already married, we should be open about things when they arise, at least expressing our grievances and doubts, rather than letting the other party guess blindly. This is what you said, I asked. Su Jinchun replied. You ask, I will definitely tell you everything. Even if it's about his identity, as long as it can prevent you from being angry, I'm willing to tell you. When I called you, a girl answered. She said you were her boyfriend. Hiroro? Su, I can explain this. The man said eagerly. Su Jinchun continued in a low voice. I didn't believe it at first, but when I went back to get my luggage, I saw your car in the community. You were hugging a girl in the car, so I had to believe it. It was also her who called you at the hotel, right? I recognized her voice. Gu Mingchen, I've said before, from the beginning, we were just a misunderstanding. At that time, you stepped up to help me out. I'm very grateful to you, and my attitude hasn't changed. If you've fallen for someone else, just tell me directly, and I'll cooperate with you to get a divorce immediately. Her name is Hiroro. She is my aunt's daughter. 1 year when I was abroad, she was hit on by someone. In a panic, she pulled me and introduced me as her boyfriend to get out of the situation. Since then, she likes to call me her boyfriend. I've scolded her, but she still hasn't changed. Don't worry, I won't let her call me that again in the future. You mean she is your cousin? Su Jinchun was surprised. Gu Mingchen nodded. If you don't believe me, I can call her over right now. Forget it, no need to come. Su Jinchun immediately refused. Her quick refusal made Gu Mingchen dissatisfied. Why not? Shoo, don't talk. Our Mr. Gu is looking for me. Su Jinchun's phone rang, immediately making Gu Mingchen shut up as she pressed the answer key. Su Jinchun, where are you? Gu Yunheng asked unhappily. Su Jinchun quickly apologized. Sorry, Mr. Gu. I was feeling unwell earlier and went to the restroom. Where are you? I'll find you right away. I'm at the elevator on the second floor. Come find me. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Su Jinchun said to Gu Mingchen, our manager is looking for me. I'll go ahead. We can talk about anything later at the hotel. Are you willing to let me into your room? The man asked with burning eyes. Su Jinchun blushed, her heart racing, and shyly replied, whatever you want. After saying that, she quickly turned around and left in a hurry. When she found Gu Yunheng, he had just separated from Hiruo. Seeing Hiruo, Su Jinchun frowned. This girl looked a bit familiar, as if she had seen her in Gu Mingchen's car. You really are something. You leave without telling me a word. I thought you were abducted by aliens. Gu Yunheng said unhappily. Su Jinchun quickly apologized. I'm sorry, Mr. Gu. Next time I will definitely tell you. But that girl just now, cousin, relative, Gu Yunheng explained. After explaining, as if afraid she wouldn't believe him, he said with flickering eyes, it's true. She's just a relative's child. Don't doubt it. I believe you, Su Jinchun said with a happy smile. Gu Mingchen and Gu Yunheng are both relatives of the Gu family. It seems what Gu Mingchen said is true. That girl was indeed his cousin. She's my cousin. Why are you so happy? Gu Yunheng asked meaningfully. Hee. Su Jinchun laughed awkwardly. Gu Yunheng smiled wider. She really liked him, which made her so happy. It's about time. Let us head back to the hotel first, and then go over. Gu Yunheng said after checking the time. Su Jinchun nodded and accompanied him back to the hotel, putting down their things in the hotel room before accompanying him to the restaurant. Chapter 60 Sudden Confession. Mr. Gu. Are you sure it's here? After getting out of the car, Su Jinchu followed Gu Yunheng. The two walked into an alley, getting more and more off the beaten path. And she finally couldn't help but ask. Gu Yunheng said, the location he sent me is right here. Don't worry, with me around, nothing will happen. He thought Su Jinchu was scared and raised his eyebrows at her in a particularly bold manner. Su Jinchu looked at him in confusion. Fortunately, they finally arrived at a place that looked like the entrance of an ancient nobleman's house. Mr. Chun came out to greet them warmly, saying, Vice President Gu, we finally awaited your arrival. Mr. Chun, this place is hard to find. My employees and I searched for a long time before we got here, Gu Yunheng complained. Mr. Chen immediately turned serious and apologized. It's my fault. I should have gone out to pick you up earlier. This is a private dining restaurant. It really is not easy to find, but the food is delicious, and once Vice President Gu tries it, you'll know it was worth the trip. Then I must taste it well. Gu Yunheng smiled, signaling Su Jinchu to follow him inside with his eyes. Inside was a large courtyard with only a few private rooms. Each room's door had thick curtains embroidered with various luxurious patterns. Mr. Chen led them into a private room decorated in an antique style. This was Su Jinchu's first time in such a place. It would be a lie to say she wasn't nervous. And she forced herself to act calm as she stayed close to Gu Yunheng. Because she was following too closely, Gu Yunheng's heart raced, thinking she was doing so out of affection for him. Vice President Gu, I toast to you, Mr. Chen called out, continuously asking everyone at the table to toast Gu Yunheng. Mr. Chen, I'll drink on behalf of our President Gu. Su Jinchu quickly stood up and took the glass for Gu Yunheng. Gu Yunheng had already drunk a few glasses and was slightly tipsy. Su Jinchu watched with a frown. She was worried that if he drank more, it would be too much for his body. If he ended up in the hospital again, he might fire her when they returned. After all, it was her first business trip with the boss, and he had already been hospitalized twice. No matter how she looked at it, that was unlucky. Miss Su, why are you drinking on behalf of your President Gu? If you give a reasonable explanation, we will agree. If not, we want tea. That's right, Miss Su, do tell us a suitable reason. Mr. Chen teased with a smile, and the others laughed in agreement. Su Jinchu had never encountered such a situation and couldn't help but blush, unable to come up with a good reason. My woman, is that reason enough? Gu Yunheng stood up, putting his arm around Su Jinchu's shoulder, proudly declaring to everyone. Su Jinchu was stunned, turning her head to look at him in surprise. Just as she wanted to break free from his arm, Gu Yunheng squeezed her shoulder. Don't move around. Otherwise, these people won't let you go, he said in a low voice, squeezing the words through clenched teeth. Su Jinchu was so scared that she didn't dare to move, having to endure being held by him. Well then, let us say, with a beauty as stunning as Miss Su, what kind of luck does a man have to be her boyfriend? Indeed, Vice President Gu is very lucky. Mr. Chun, let us talk about the project. Gu Yunheng sat down while still holding Su Jinchu's shoulder. Mr. Chun still held a wine glass in his hand and said, talking about the project is fine, but how about we finish this glass of wine first? I do want to keep drinking, but Mr. Chen saw it just now. I can't drink, what can I do? Women need to be pampered. Gu Yunheng put on a long face and pointed at Su Jinchu, helplessly saying to Mr. Chun. Mr. Chun felt awkward and had no choice but to put down the wine glass and discuss the project with him. However, Gu Yunheng wasn't familiar with the project details. It was Su Jinchu's specialty. She immediately took over the conversation, chatting fluently with Mr. Chun. President Gu, are you alright? After the meal, Su Jinchu and Gu Yunheng left. However, just as they stepped out of the alley, Gu Yunheng leaned against the wall and started to vomit. Although there were fewer toasts because of Su Jinchu, some drinks couldn't be avoided during the project discussion. Su Jinchu wanted to drink for him, but he insisted on drinking them all himself. As a result, it wasn't long before he started to throw up. Su Jinchu patted his back while asking, extremely worried. She was truly afraid that if he kept vomiting, she would have to take him to the hospital. It's fine, I feel much better after throwing up. Gu Yunheng waved his hand, breathing heavily. After he stood up, he took a deep breath. Su Jinchu, standing next to him, could smell the alcohol on his breath and nearly fainted. The smell after vomiting was so terrible, it was almost unbearable. When Gu Yunheng turned his head, he saw her eyes were red, and he was surprised, asking with concern, you didn't cry because you were worried about me, did you? Huh. Su Jinchu was taken aback, not understanding why he said that. Ahem, just now when I said you were my girlfriend, it was to prevent those people from making things difficult for you. But Su Jinchu, after spending these days together, I found that you are really quite nice. Although I am already married, I know that everyone has their moments of being blind in youth. It's normal to encounter a few scumbags before meeting the right person. Now that you've met someone like me, you know what a good man is. Consider yourself lucky. Since you like me so much, I'll reluctantly give you a chance. After we return, get a divorce, and I can try dating you. Gu Yunheng cleared his throat lightly and arrogantly confessed to Su Jinchu. He thought that by saying this, Su Jinchu would surely be moved to tears and might even excitedly hug him and do something intimate. So after confessing, he closed his eyes, waiting for her passionate embrace. However, after a minute, he didn't feel any movement and there was complete silence. Gu Yunheng opened his eyes in confusion, only to see Su Jinchu staring at him in a daze, as if she had been frozen in place. What is that expression? What does it mean? Say something. President Gu, to me, you are just my leader, my boss. I absolutely have no inappropriate thoughts about you, I swear. Su Jinchu snapped back to reality, immediately raising her hand to swear, her eyes turning red with urgency. Now that I make you have inappropriate thoughts, what do you think? Gu Yunheng leaned in closer, pinning her against the wall, and asked in a low voice. He thought this move was quite suave and charming, believing no woman could escape his wall pinning. However, he didn't expect Su Jinchu to be terrified. After her back hit the wall, she winced in pain, becoming more alert. Pervert, she shouted and pushed him away, fleeing in fright. Gu Yunheng, why is the outcome different from what I expected? She clearly likes me. Su Jinchu ran out of the alley in one breath and hailed a taxi. Miss, where to? White Cloud Hotel, Su Jinchu said urgently. The project had been discussed, and she just wanted to quickly pack her things and leave. It was too scary. She went on a business trip with her boss and ended up with a confession from him. If her husband found out, wouldn't he come after her boss? Su, you're back. Gu Mingchen was waiting in the hotel lobby. When he saw Su Jinchu walk in, he immediately stood up to greet her. Su Jinchu threw herself into his arms, hugging him tightly. What's wrong? Why are you trembling? With soft jade and fragrant warmth. At first, the man felt quite excited. However, he quickly noticed that her body was slightly trembling. Chapter 61. How is your husband? It's okay, I'm fine. Let's hurry back to the room and pack our bags. We can go home today. Su Jinchu pushed him away and shook her head to explain. She didn't dare to tell him about Gu Yunheng's confession and just wanted to leave here and return to Jiangsheng as soon as possible. It seemed that this way, she could pretend that Gu Yunheng's confession never happened. Is someone bullying you? Gu Mingchen didn't believe that she was fine and coldly asked with a serious expression. Su Jinchu shook her head again and said, You're overthinking it. How could anyone bully me? The project negotiations are almost done, and I think we can go back now. Is there something else you need to do here? Su Jinchu. Gu Yunheng chased after her and saw her scolding him sharply. Su Jinchu was startled and turned around with a pale face. Gu Mingchen noticed that she was frightened, frowned, and looked at Gu Yunheng with a gloomy expression. At first, Gu Yunheng didn't notice Gu Mingchen. His eyes were only on Su Jinchu. Now that Gu Mingchen was looking at him, he finally noticed that there was a man next to Su Jinchu. Moreover, it was a man he was familiar with. You. Gu Yunheng walked over in surprise, about to ask why Gu Mingchen was there. Before he could speak, Su Jinchu nervously said, Mr. Gu, this is my husband. He came to pick me up. Since the project has been negotiated, I want to pack my bags and leave with my husband. Please grant your approval. Your husband? You mean he is your husband? Gu Yunheng asked in surprise. Su Jinchu nodded. Suddenly, she remembered that they both shared the surname Gu and were relatives of the chairman. So she awkwardly asked, Do you know each other? Of course we know each other, Gu Mingchen said meaningfully. After speaking, he supported Su Jinchu's arm and gently said to her, You go up and pack your bags first. I'll have a chat with Mr. Gu. Oh, okay. Su Jinchu nodded, looking back 3 times, giving Gu Yunheng a look to tell him not to say anything reckless. However, since he already knew they were relatives, he shouldn't overthink it anymore. Surprised? Gu Mingchen asked Gu Yunheng, who was still in a daze after Su Jinchu left. How could you be her husband? Gu Yunheng came back to his senses, still unable to believe it. Gu Mingchen said, It's a long story, but I don't need to explain it to you. For now, she still doesn't know my true identity. So remember to keep it a secret in front of her. Are you deceiving her? Gu Yunheng clenched his fists. Gu Mingchen replied, I wouldn't call it deception. I just haven't found the right opportunity to tell her yet. In any case, this is my business. You just need to keep it a secret from me and don't let it slip. By the way, when Su came back earlier, she looked flustered. What happened? Did someone bully her when you took her out for socializing today? She didn't tell you? Gu Yunheng's eyes flickered with guilt. Gu Mingchen shook his head. I asked her, and she said she was fine, but I don't think she was telling the truth. If someone bullied her, no matter who it is, I will stand up for her. No one bullied her. How could she be bullied when she is with me? Gu Yunheng murmured with a bitter smile. Gu Mingchen frowned, finding something about that statement a bit awkward. Don't worry, I will keep it a secret for you. But does Grandpa know? If he finds out you're with such an ordinary girl, he probably won't approve. Gu Yunheng took a deep breath and reminded him in a low voice. I need to prove something right now. Once I have results, no one can stop me from doing what I want, Gu Mingchen said arrogantly. Gu Yunheng felt as if his heart had been cut by a thin, sharp blade, painfully, yet without bleeding. He indeed had the capital to be arrogant because he was Gu Mingchen, the future heir of the Gu group. And himself? He felt like a joke. Just like his first confession, it was absurdly laughable. Mr. Gu. Su Jinchu quickly packed her bags and came out of the elevator. Seeing the two of them still in the lobby, she hurriedly greeted Gu Yunheng first. Gu Yunheng looked at her as if he saw his lifelong humiliation. His face changed colors, and in a low voice, he said, I'm tired. I'm going back to rest. Take care, Mr. Gu. Su Jinchu respectfully watched him enter the elevator. Gu Mingchen wrapped his big hand around her shoulder, muttering unhappily, Why do you have to be so polite to him? Su Jinchu explained, He's my boss, of course. I have to be polite to him. But what did you two talk about? Mr. Gu didn't say anything bad about me, right? What? Are you afraid he'll say something bad about you? Gu Mingchen looked at her with amusement. Su Jinchu's face flushed, and she said in a spoiled tone, Of course not. I don't have anything bad for him to say. However, she was worried that he might mention his confession to her. Don't worry. He didn't mention you to me. But you don't need to be afraid of him. After all, we are relatives. For any issues, he will be especially lenient considering our relationship, Gu Mingchen added. Su Jinchu awkwardly nodded, thinking that as long as he didn't confess to her again, it wouldn't matter if he was lenient or not. She wouldn't mind being put in a difficult position. It's getting late. I'll take you to another hotel to stay for the night, and we can set off early tomorrow, Gu Mingchen suggested. Su Jinchu didn't object. It was late, and she was also worried about safety. However, according to her idea, finding a small inn to deal with the night would be sufficient. Checking out of Baiyun Hotel and staying in another hotel would likely not be covered by the business trip expenses. Furthermore, with an extra person, the company definitely wouldn't reimburse it. Therefore, all subsequent expenses would need to be paid out of pocket. Since it was out of pocket, she wanted to save as much as possible. Su Jinchu had already looked at several inns on Feizhou, but Gu Mingchen directly had someone drive them to the Victoria Grand Hotel. This is too high-end. It'll definitely cost a lot for one night. Before they even got out of the car, Su Jinchu couldn't help but say. Gu Mingchen pulled her out of the car and wrapped his arm around her waist, saying, Don't worry about the cost. You won't have to pay. But your money is also money. You don't work all day, spending money without earning. No matter how much money you have, it will eventually run out, Su Jinchu said with concern. Are you worried that I'll run out of money and won't have any to spend in the future? The man couldn't help but laugh, hearing someone say such a thing to him for the first time. Not that I would be out of money, Su Jinchu said with a blush. I am saving my salary. If you ever run out of money, I can support you. But we should save where we can. Once you find a job and have an income, you can spend however you want. But for now, we need to be frugal. All right, I'll listen to you. But the hotel is already booked. If we don't stay, it'll be a waste. Let us indulge a bit today, and I'll be more mindful in the future. The man repeatedly agreed, wrapping his arms around her waist as they entered. However, Once they entered the room and saw a suite even more luxurious than the one Gu Mingchen stayed in, Jinchu's eyes widened. What kind of room did you book? How much will it cost for one night? Tell me, you don't even work at the Gu Group. Where did the money come from? Jinchu asked sternly. Gu Mingchen sat on a tall chair, holding her waist, slightly tilting his head to look at her, teasingly asking, Wife, are you planning to check my assets? Chapter 62. The reason for deliberately avoiding her. Jinchu blushed at his teasing tone and hurriedly explained, I'm not trying to investigate your assets. I'm just curious. You don't work, so where does all this money come from? Have you ever thought that I might be the chairman's grandson? Then wouldn't you be less worried about me running out of money? Gu Mingchen deliberately asked. However, Jinchu shook her head firmly and said, Impossible, don't joke around. It's one thing to say this to me, but don't say it in front of relatives. Especially in front of Chairman Gu. He was raised by the chairman himself. If you say that, he'll definitely get angry. If you tell the chairman, you'll be in big trouble. Why is it impossible? Don't I look like your chairman? Gu Mingchen retorted. Everyone says I look like him when he was young. Although there's a big difference now, you can still see some resemblance in the eyes and brows. I've never seen the chairman. How would I know if you look alike? Anyway, you can't be. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. I smell like alcohol. I'm going to take a shower. Jinchu opened her suitcase and took out her pajamas to go to the bathroom. The bathroom here was larger than her original dormitory, with a super big bathtub. Let's shower together. Gu Mingchen caught up to her, hugging her from behind and whispering the suggestion in her ear. Jinchu's face turned red, but she did not refuse. After their shower, she was weakly carried out by the man. After a brief separation, it felt like a long time for the newlywed couple. Now that they were finally together, they were satisfied and had a good night's sleep. However, at this moment, one person couldn't sleep. Gu Yunheng tossed and turned in bed, unable to comprehend how Gu Mingchen could be involved with Jinchu. Suddenly, he recalled Gu Mingchen's various unreasonable behaviors from some time ago. Could it really not be for him, but for Jinchu instead? Do you know? Chun is in a relationship, and it's a woman. He picked up his phone and called Tan Yuancheng, urgently informing him of this matter. Tan Yuancheng replied, I know, her name seems to be Jinchu. She works in your company. Do you remember her? Is she pretty? You even know? Why didn't you tell me earlier? You were the one who said he was involved with Yuan Bowen. Gu Yunheng questioned angrily. Tan Yuancheng sighed and explained, I must have mixed things up. I just found out that the woman he's with is Jinchu. May also knows about this, but she said he probably is just playing around and isn't serious. Otherwise, he wouldn't be hiding it. By the way, if you see that female employee at the company, make sure not to let it slip and expose it. Gu Yunheng thought, if they found out he confessed to Jinchu, he wouldn't know how they'd mock him. After hanging up on Tan Yuancheng, he quickly sent a message to Jinchu. He typed out a sentence. Let's just pretend that never happened. After sending the message, he threw his phone onto the carpet and pulled the blanket over his face. However, some things only made him angrier the more he thought about them. Unable to hold back, he lifted the blanket and roared, venting his frustrations for an entire night. Fortunately, he was staying in a high-end suite with good soundproofing. Otherwise, the neighbors would definitely complain. Xiaochu, did something happen between you and Chairman Gu during the business trip? Han Jing suddenly leaned over and whispered to Jinchu. Jinchu was startled and stammered, and no, nothing happened. Why do you suddenly ask this? Something must have happened. Look at your expression, it's not right. You never lie, you know? When you lie, your eyes flicker, and your expression is unnatural. Han Jing exposed her. Jingjing, please don't ask anymore. Jinchu pleaded with a sorrowful face. Han Jing suddenly widened her eyes and pointed at her. Could it be that Chairman Gu? Jinchu felt nervous. Could Han Jing have guessed it? Could it be that Chairman Gu is stingy like Lu Dapeng, still refusing to reimburse you for the money you spent? Jinchu replied, if it weren't for your reminder, I would have almost forgotten about that. It's been 2 days since I returned, and I haven't dared to see the chairman, let alone ask him for reimbursement. Yes, he still hasn't reimbursed me. Han Jing huffed angrily. So it really is true. You send away a wolf only to be met by a tiger. No matter how stingy Lu Dapeng is, he wouldn't refuse to reimburse business trip expenses. He actually wants you to cover his own expenses. That's just too much. That's not it. Jinchu quickly explained. I haven't gone to find Chairman Gu yet, and you can't blame him entirely. How can you not blame him? Does it really need you to go find him? He should be the one to come to you. No wonder I've noticed him avoiding you these past 2 days. It turns out he's dodging his debts. But don't worry. I have a plan. Han Jing winked at her confidently. Jinchu frowned, unsure of what her plan was. Soon, it was lunchtime. Han Jing dragged Jinchu outside. Their company had a small cafeteria, and it was free. Most of the time, Han Jing and Jinchu ate in the cafeteria, only occasionally going out to change their taste. Is there a new restaurant nearby? Su Jinchu thought Han Jing was taking her out to try a new place. It's not a new restaurant. You'll know when you get there. Han Jing pulled her into a restaurant that had been open for several years, quickly scanning the room and locking onto her target. Chairman Gu. Jingjing, what are you doing? Su Jinchu exclaimed in shock upon seeing Gu Yunheng sitting at a table eating. Han Jing dragged her straight toward him, scaring Su Jinchu into shouting. What else could I do? Of course, I'm going to ask him for money. It's only right to pay back debts. It's not easy to make money these days. We can't let them take our hard-earned money. I don't want it, Jingjing. Let go of me quickly. This is a bit complicated, and I don't know how to explain it to you. Anyway, it's over. Before Su Jinchu could finish her sentence, Han Jing had already brought her to Gu Yunheng's table. She closed her eyes, not daring to look at Gu Yunheng's expression. What are you doing? Gu Yunheng was equally surprised and looked at Su Jinchu with a shocked expression. Su Jinchu didn't want to see him, and he equally didn't want to see her. He had been deliberately avoiding her at the company these past 2 days, taking a detour whenever he saw her. This was also why, even with a new chef at the company cafeteria, he still chose to eat out. Chairman, something happened during the last business trip, didn't you forget? What happened? Gu Yunheng stood up in shock, angrily questioning Su Jinchu. Did you tell others? Chairman, you misunderstood. What Jingjing said was, Chairman, how could you do this? Xiaochu has suffered so much for you, and you actually blame her? Han Jing was very angry. However, Gu Yunheng was even angrier. He glanced at Su Jinchu, then at Han Jing. Thinking they were talking about his confession, he immediately left in a huff. Upon returning to the company, he immediately called for his secretary to arrange for the dismissal of both Han Jing and Su Jinchu. Chapter 63 Damn Physiological Preference, General Manager Gu. Have you thought this over again? Secretary Li asked, displaying a look of surprise at Gu Yunheng's proposal. Gu Yunheng snorted coldly. I've already made up my mind. There's no need to reconsider. Immediately notify HR to settle their salaries. All right, I'll inform them right away, Secretary Li replied. After leaving the general manager's office, she went straight to find Yuan Bowen. Manager Yuan, General Manager Gu wants to fire Han Jing and Su Jinchu. I don't know what happened, but you should ask them both. If the problem isn't serious, just have them apologize to General Manager Gu and seek his forgiveness. Is this true? All right, I understand. Thank you, Secretary Li. I'll handle this, Yuan Bowen said, furrowing his brow as he thanked her. Secretary Li quickly replied, Manager Yuan, you're too polite. We are all working for the company, so we should support each other. However, I still need to inform HR. Otherwise, General Manager Gu will be angry with me. Yuan Bowen nodded and saw her out. Just then, Su Jinchu and Han Jing returned from outside. Seeing them, Yuan Bowen immediately put on a stern face and said, You two come in. Su Jinchu and Han Jing exchanged puzzled glances, wondering why Manager Yuan seemed to be in a bad mood. Manager Yuan, you look upset. Is something wrong? Han Jing asked, smiling as she entered. Yuan Bowen maintained a serious expression and said, You and Su Jinchu are about to be fired from the company. Do you think that's nothing? Ah, why? Why are we being fired? Han Jing was shocked. Su Jinchu also looked flustered, her expression confused. Seeing their reactions, Yuan Bowen couldn't help but frown and ask, Do you really have no idea why? Think carefully. Have you offended General Manager Gu in any way? Was it because I reminded him not to forget to reimburse Xiaochu? He actually got angry? Han Jing huffed in frustration. What reimbursement? Yuan Bowen asked, puzzled. Su Jinchu took out the receipts and timidly placed them on Yuan Bowen's desk. I haven't reimbursed General Manager Gu for the expenses from the last business trip. Yuan Bowen glanced at them. There were meal expenses, taxi fares, and hospital costs. However, aside from the hospital expenses, the rest were within a reasonable range. The reasonable ones only needed his signature and then General Manager Gu's signature for reimbursement. As for the hospital bill, that needed to be presented separately for General Manager Gu to reimburse himself. However, he shouldn't fire Su Jinchu and Han Jing over such small amounts of money. Han Jing, please step out, Yuan Bowen said after a moment of thought. Han Jing frowned in confusion, looking at Su Jinchu and then at him. Why do you want me to leave alone? Are you going to talk to Xiaochu about something? If you don't want to be fired, you need to learn to obey. If I say go, then go, Yuan Bowen said sternly. Su Jinchu quickly tugged at Han Jing's sleeve, urging her to listen to Manager Yuan. Han Jing pouted and huffed, leaving in anger. Seeing that she deliberately left the door open, Yuan Bowen helplessly told Su Jinchu, Close the door. Su Jinchu hurriedly closed the door. Once the door was shut, she placed her hands neatly in front of her, waiting for Yuan Bowen to speak. Su Jinchu, you should know why I asked Han Jing to leave. If it were just about the reimbursement, General Manager Gu wouldn't have gotten so angry as to fire you. So, what exactly happened during your business trip with General Manager Gu? Manager Yuan, can I not say? Su Jinchu asked hesitantly. Yuan Bowen maintained a serious demeanor, saying, "If it were just your own matter, I wouldn't press you. But this also concerns Han Jing. She is now implicated because of you. I'm sure you don't want her to be fired because of you." "Of course not. I promise I will resolve this matter as soon as possible," Jinchu vowed, raising her hand. Yuan Bowen continued, "As far as I know, getting this job is very important to you. You probably don't want to leave. If you tell me the reason, perhaps I can help you find a solution." "Manager Yuan, I'll handle it myself. If I can't resolve it, I'll come to you," Jinchu said firmly. Her attitude was resolute, and Yuan Bowen had no choice but to agree and let her try to resolve it on her own. After leaving Yuan Bowen's office, Han Jing rushed over to ask, "Xiaochu, how did it go?" "It's fine. I'm going to find General Manager Gu." "I'll go with you," Han Jing said. Jinchu refused. "No. I'll go find General Manager Gu by myself. You just wait for my good news in the office. But, don't worry, I'll be able to resolve it." Jinchu reassured her, patting her hand before heading towards the general manager's office. "Come in." When Gu Yunheng heard the knock on the door, he thought someone was coming to report work. Seeing Jinchu walk in, he was taken aback, his expression flustered as he questioned, "Why are you here, General Manager?" "We know what you had secretarially notify us about," Jinchu said. Feeling guilty, Gu Yunheng still spoke defiantly. "I feel uncomfortable seeing you. And I'm sure you feel the same. That's why I want you to leave. It's for both of our sakes. Don't worry. I'll have HR give you a few months extra salary as compensation." Jinchu took a deep breath and said earnestly, "I know you feel uncomfortable seeing me, and I can leave. However, this matter has nothing to do with Han Jing. Can you not take your anger out on her?" Gu Yunheng retorted angrily. "Am I taking it out on her? If you hadn't told her, how would I have to see her along with you? General Manager, I swear, I haven't leaked a word about that incident to anyone, including my husband. So Han Jing doesn't know? You've misunderstood. The reason she said that wasn't about that incident, but rather to remind you that I also covered your hospital expenses and hope you can reimburse me." As Jinchu raised her hand in a vow, she explained to him. Gu Yunheng, he had forgotten about his hospital stay. After all that fuss, it turned out to be about that small amount of money. "You're still remembering that small amount of money? You've married him, and you still care about this?" he thought, feeling stingy. In frustration, he took out his wallet, only to find it filled with cards and no cash. With a dark expression, he pulled out his phone and transferred 10,000 to her directly. This should be enough. Jinchu quickly checked her phone, her eyes widening in surprise at the 10,000, and she hurriedly said, "That's too much. It only cost a total of 1,218. You only need to give me 1,002. Humph, you even deducted a zero? Do you think I'm someone who cares about such a small amount of money?" Gu Yunheng was very angry, feeling insulted by Jinchu. Jinchu felt wronged. He was the one who owed money. So why did it feel like she was in the wrong? From Gu Yunheng's angle, he could see her long eyelashes trembling slightly. So pitiful yet alluring. His heart involuntarily raced. Startled, he quickly covered his chest, cursing to himself, "Damn physiological preference. Since Han Jing didn't know, she could stay. But you must leave." Chapter 64 transferred to the headquarters. Jinchu walked out of the office with tears in her eyes. Han Jing was worried about her and had been peeking at the door. When she saw Jinchu come out, she hurried over and asked, "Xiaochu, how did it go? What did Manager Gu say?" "It's fine now. You can stay in the company," Jinchu said with red eyes, smiling at her. "And you?" Han Jing was more concerned about her situation. Yuan Bowen walked over and said, "Of course she will be transferred to the headquarters." "Ah, transferred to the headquarters? Really? Xiaochu, are you really going to the headquarters?" Han Jing was both surprised and delighted. Jinchu was also very surprised. Manager Gu hadn't told her he was going to transfer her to the headquarters. "Manager Yuan, how did you know?" "I've already contacted the headquarters and arranged for you to be transferred," Yuan Bowen said. Jinchu's eyes turned red, and she was overwhelmed with emotion. "Thank you, Manager Yuan. You're welcome. I will ask your husband for a favor later," Yuan Bowen shrugged and replied. Jinchu immediately promised, "Don't worry. I'll tell him to treat you to dinner when I get home." Yuan Bowen thought to himself that the favor he wanted was not as simple as a dinner. However, it didn't matter. She didn't know Gu Mingchen's true identity, and even if she did, she wouldn't understand. The HR department quickly processed Jinchu's paperwork, and Yuan Bowen had already contacted the headquarters to transfer her file to the second department. Actually, everyone in the office envied her transfer to the headquarters. After all, being transferred to the headquarters was considered a promotion. However, the people in the second department were confused. They didn't lack personnel, and suddenly had someone parachuted in. Everyone was curious about her background. At this time, the HR department was about to close for the day, so the supervisor of the second department, Wen Fong, coldly told Jinchu, "You can come back tomorrow to complete your onboarding procedures." Jinchu nodded. "Okay, thank you, Supervisor Wen." When Fong gave her a disdainful glance and didn't respond, turning to leave. Su Jinchu felt a bit awkward and found her seat to sit down. This office was much larger than her office at the branch. Although it was just the second department, there were many employees. However, the people here were not as warm as her colleagues at the branch. Everyone was cold and indifferent. She had questions to ask, but no one paid attention to her. Fortunately, it was soon time to get off work. However, no one moved. Everyone continued to work diligently. Only she, having just arrived, had nothing to do and could only shut down her computer and leave. What's wrong? Is work not going well, or is there something at the hospital? Gu Mingchen came back from outside and saw Su Jinchu looking dejected on the swing. He walked over, grabbed the ropes from behind, and inquired close to her ear. Grandma is fine. It's not that work isn't going well. It's just Su Jinchu didn't know how to explain it to him. Just what? Tell me. Maybe I can help you, the man continued to ask. Su Jinchu bit her lip and could only tell him about her transfer from the branch to the headquarters. Why did they suddenly transfer you to the headquarters? Gu Mingchen was puzzled. Su Jinchu certainly couldn't tell him it was because Gu Yunheng confessed to her and was rejected, so he wanted her to leave. She could only explain. Because manager Gu was hospitalized due to food poisoning, and he felt embarrassed. Since I knew about his embarrassing incident, he didn't want to see me. So he called me today to talk and hoped I would resign voluntarily. Fortunately, manager Yuan helped and found a way to introduce me to the headquarters. So I wouldn't suddenly be unemployed. Gu Mingchen, what is Gu Yunheng thinking? Does he want to die? How dare he fire his woman? We owe manager Yuan a big favor. Let's find a time to treat him to dinner, Su Jinchu said. Dinner is of course fine. But did Gu Yunheng really ask you to resign just because you know about his embarrassing incident? Although he had always known that Gu Yunheng was unreliable, such an absurd reason still made him feel it was unbelievable. Of course, what else could it be for? Su Jinchu said weakly. Gu Mingchen's eyes darkened. She probably didn't realize that she was not good at lying. Whenever she lied, her eyes would dart around, not daring to make eye contact. The management systems of the headquarters and the branch were different. The headquarters had stricter management. To put it simply, it was more competitive. It was normal for you to feel uncomfortable when you first arrived. Take your time. If anyone bullies you, just tell me. If you really can't adapt, let me know, and we can just resign. I'm just not used to it yet. It's not at the point of resigning. After talking to you, I feel much better. Don't worry. I will work hard and won't disappoint you. Su Jinchu took a deep breath and showed him a bright smile. He was already unemployed, and no matter what, she had to keep this job. Otherwise, if both of them were unemployed, it would be worrisome to think about. As long as you're happy. Gu Mingchen was enchanted by her smile and couldn't help but reach out to touch her head, his tone indulgent. However, a charming voice interrupted the moment. Why are you here again? Gu Mingchen frowned unhappily, looking at Hiro, who was running over. Hiro pouted in grievance, but quickly shifted her gaze to Su Jinchu. Is it her? Call her sister-in-law. I won't call her that. You didn't even dare to bring her home. So I'm not going to admit she's my sister-in-law, Hiro said disdainfully. Su Jinchu awkwardly looked at her, not knowing whether to greet her or not. Mind your manners. She is mine. Show her some respect, or I won't be polite with you, Gu Mingchen said sternly. Hiro bit her lip, revealing a timid expression. It seemed she was still a bit afraid of Gu Mingchen. Su, let me introduce you. This is Hiro, my aunt's daughter. Gu Mingchen's serious expression changed as he warmly introduced her to Su Jinchu. Su Jinchu smiled and greeted Hiro. Hello, Miss He. However, Hiro was very angry and argued. Why are you so gentle with her and so fierce with me? I didn't expect you to have two faces. Of course. Can a sister and a wife be the same? Gu Mingchen said confidently. Woo, you're bullying me. Hiro stomped her feet in anger. Seeing Hiro upset, Su Jinchu felt sorry and pulled Gu Mingchen's sleeve, quietly urging him, don't be like that. Su, I need to take a call. At that moment, Gu Mingchen's phone rang. He told Su Jinchu and walked away with his phone. When Hiro saw Gu Mingchen walk away to take the call, she smugly said to Su Jinchu, see, my cousin doesn't even want you to hear his phone call, which means he doesn't like you at all. I know. Su Jinchu replied. What? You know he doesn't like you? Hiro was surprised. Su Jinchu smiled and said, we didn't know each other before, and being together suddenly is purely coincidental. It's normal not to have feelings, so you don't need to say these things to provoke me. I won't be angry with him. Hiro, how annoying. She actually saw through it. Chapter 65. Clumsy provocation. How did you meet my cousin? Hiro sat on the swing, swinging back and forth while arrogantly questioning Su Jinchu. Su Jinchu hesitated, wondering whether she should tell her about Gu Mingchen being cheated on. Such an embarrassing matter. He probably wouldn't want anyone to know. So, she lied and said, we met by chance. There are many women who met my cousin by chance. So why did he choose to keep you around? Did you use some tricks on my cousin to make him keep you? He Ruo continued to question. Is your cousin popular with girls? Su Jinchu asked curiously. He Ruo snorted coldly. Of course. Who is my cousin? If I told you, you'd be even less willing to leave him. I know you don't really understand him, but I want to tell you. There is a world of difference between you two. You are like a bright moon in the sky, and he is like a dogtail grass on the ground. If you had any self-awareness, you'd quickly leave him. So he is that great, huh? Su Jinchu mumbled. Yes, he really is that great. He Ruo said proudly. Su Jinchu smiled and said, if he is so great but still wants to be with me, that means I'm also pretty great. Thank you for helping me realize my own worth again. He Ruo, you thick-skinned woman. Your name is Ruo, right? But your name is quite different from your personality. However, whether or not to break up is between me and your cousin, so stop trying to sow discord. Otherwise, if your cousin finds out, he'll get mad at you again. My cousin wouldn't get mad at me. He Ruo exclaimed, completely forgetting that Gu Mingchen hadn't given her a good face since she arrived. What are you talking about? Gu Mingchen came back from his phone call and asked them. Noticing he Ruo's angry expression, he frowned and reprimanded her. Are you throwing a tantrum and bullying Su? I didn't. She bullied me. He Ruo pointed at Su Jinchu, her eyes red with anger. Impossible. Our Su is so innocent. It's more likely you're the one bullying her. It's getting late. You should hurry back. We're having dinner. Gu Mingchen didn't believe her at all and mercilessly kicked her out, not even letting her stay for dinner. He Ruo stomped her feet in anger and turned to leave. If you're so mean to her, your aunt will be angry if she finds out. Su Jinchu had never dared to be so rude to relatives and worried he might be scolded by the elders. The man casually wrapped his arm around her shoulder and said, it's fine, she wouldn't dare be angry with me. You're really impressive, Su Jinchu sighed. In fact, she envied his nonchalant attitude towards relatives. Unlike her, who often feared offending others and lived cautiously. You should rest early. I have something to do. After dinner, Gu Mingchen changed clothes and went out. Su Jinchu nodded. As Gu Mingchen reached the door, he turned back and asked, aren't you going to ask where I'm going? Why should I ask you? Su Jinchu looked at him in confusion. Her eyes were clear and innocent, reflecting her bewilderment. Forget it. Gu Mingchen sighed helplessly and turned to leave. Su Jinchu didn't understand. Is it bad that she didn't ask? Don't men dislike their wives asking too many questions? My little Gu, you're here. Yun Xiao has been drinking heavily today, almost wanting to drink himself to death. Gu Mingchen walked into the bar, and Tan Yuanqing came forward, wrapping his arm around his shoulder to complain. Get your hand off me. If he doesn't drink himself to death, I'll beat him up today, Gu Mingchen said darkly. Tan Yuanqing immediately let go, looking horrified, not understanding why he was angry. The winner of life, you've arrived. Gu Yunheng, slightly tipsy, greeted Gu Mingchen from the sofa with a sarcastic tone. Why did you fire Su Jinchu? Gu Mingchen walked up to him and grabbed his collar, questioning. What reason did she give you? Gu Yunheng asked. She said it was because she saw you food poisoned and thought it was embarrassing, so she didn't want to see her and asked her to leave. But I know that's not true. She really keeps her word. How could I not like her? But why is she his woman? So what is the real reason? Gu Mingchen pressed again. Tan Yuanqing listened in shock, and when he regained his senses, he hurriedly asked, what is going on? Yun Xiao, you fired his woman? You're too bold. Even Mei Zong wouldn't dare do that. See, even a Chung knows the reason. Gu Yunheng sneered. Gu Mingchen let go of him and said coldly, who I like and who I'm with is my freedom. My grandfather and sister can't control me. Let alone you. I don't care what your plans are. Keep your thoughts to yourself. It's none of your business. Yes, I shouldn't meddle in your affairs. I'm not worthy, but I'm just curious. Why her? Didn't you say you were thinking about someone else? Gu Yunheng asked. Tan Yuanqing immediately said, impossible. They've been childhood sweethearts. Their bond is strong. Right now, he is just playing with that Su Jinchu. Otherwise, why hasn't he let her know his identity until now? Gu Yunheng clenched his fists, looking at Gu Mingchen with red eyes, pleading. If you're really just playing with her, can you find someone else? I think he is really drunk. Let us send him back. Gu Mingchen said unhappily to Tan Yuanqing. Tan Yuanqing replied, what do you mean send him back? No one can leave, not even you. The young master of the Zhou family is coming. Don't you want to meet him? Soon, a group of people arrived, all from the same circle. When they saw Gu Mingchen, they showed surprised expressions and immediately greeted him respectfully. Although they were all rich second-generation heirs, there were still differences among the wealthy. The heir of the Gu family was not something they could compare to. However, Gu Mingchen had always been proud and rarely mingled with them. His appearance today surprised everyone. But it was also a good opportunity. They all came over to greet him and get closer. These people also called some beautiful women to accompany them. Although these women didn't know Gu Mingchen's identity, they saw everyone trying to please him. Plus, he looked so handsome. so they instinctively tried to get closer to him. Heruo got the news and immediately went to find Jinchu. Do you want to know what kind of life my cousin lived when he wasn't with you? I don't want to know, Jinchu said without hesitation. Heruo snorted coldly and forcefully pulled her outside. You'll find out whether you want to or not. I'm taking you to see today. Chapter 66. The pleasure-seeking King Zhou Heruo was petite and delicate, but surprisingly strong as she rudely pulled Jinchu out. Xiaowen rushed over to stop her, anxiously saying, Cousin, you can't treat the lady like this. What lady? Have you met her family? Is she officially married? Heruo replied dismissively. She's just my cousin's little mistress, thinking too highly of herself. Jinchu angrily shook off her hand. Heruo, suddenly empty-handed, turned in surprise to look at her. She had thought that Jinchu couldn't break free, but it turned out she just hadn't tried. Heruo, I'm not arguing with you because you're still young and a cousin of Gu Mingchen. I'm just giving you some leeway. But don't take it too far, Jinchu said sternly, her face serious. What are you being fierce for? I just want to show you what my cousin's life is like. Aren't you curious about what kind of person he is? Heruo's arrogance lessened. Pouting as she murmured. Jinchu sighed. God knows she had mustered the courage to say those words. Her grandmother had always taught her to be low-key and humble, not to easily offend friends and family. Otherwise, she would have no one to rely on in the future. So, she really didn't want to offend Gu Mingchen's cousin. If you speak nicely, I'll go with you. She softened her tone, offering her a way out. Heruo, though spoiled, was not foolish. She quickly acted cute and said, Please, come with me to find my cousin, okay? Fine, Jinchu agreed. Xiaowen watched the two leave with concern. Their lady was so innocent and kind. She truly worried that the cousin would bully her. Where's this place? Heruo had the driver take them to a bar, and after getting out, she pulled Jinchu inside. Looking at the dark, unseemly entrance, Jinchu broke free from Heruo's grip, frowning as she asked, This is a bar, right? You haven't been here before, have you? Heruo was surprised. You've never been to a bar? What would you come to such a place for? Ugh, country bumpkin. Come on, I'll show you the world. Heruo once again grabbed her hand and dragged her inside. Of course, Jinchu was also willing to go with her. She was curious about what Gu Mingchen's private life was like. There are so many people today, Heruo commented when she entered, noticing the crowd. The bar was quite large. It was hard to tell from outside, but once inside, it revealed a different world. However, it was unlike what Jinchu had imagined. It was not the smoky atmosphere she had seen in TV dramas, but it wasn't quiet either. My cousin is over there, Heruo called out, pointing in a direction for her to see. Following her finger, Jinchu saw an open area with several sofas occupied by many people. In the middle sofa sat Gu Mingchen, his arms casually draped over the back, exuding a carefree and indulgent demeanor. Beside him were two beautiful women with great figures, eagerly serving him drinks and peeling grapes. This scene looked somewhat familiar, reminiscent of the investiture of the gods she had seen as a child. He was like King Zhou, surrounded by numerous enchanting women attending to him. See, that's the real my cousin, Heruo said proudly. What does that have to do with me? Jinchu pushed her away with a serious expression and quickly left the area. Heruo smirked, thinking it was low of her to be jealous. Now, she had fallen for it. She didn't believe there was a woman in this world who wouldn't feel jealous. Hey, be careful, Jinchu hurriedly walked forward. But in her haste, she accidentally bumped into someone. The person was startled and reminded her. Jinchu quickly apologized. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. It's you? The person recognized her and smiled. Jinchu looked up in confusion. The tall, athletic guy in front of her was quite handsome, and she vaguely remembered him. He was Zhou Junqi, the one who had saved her from Mo Ming and Lu Dapeng last time. You're Zhou Junqi, she said. He smiled, reminding her, Yes, Zhou Junqi. What a coincidence to meet you again. Yes, what a coincidence. Zhou Junqi also seemed pleased. He had wanted to contact her afterward, but didn't know how to start. So, he secretly followed her social media, hoping for a chance encounter. Later, when he saw she was on a business trip to B-City, he even went there, but they missed each other and he nearly got hit by a car. He thought their fate had ended there, but unexpectedly, they met again today. You said last time that you would treat me to a meal. Is that still valid? Zhou Junqi asked excitedly. Jinchu was surprised. She had forgotten about that. You didn't forget, did you? Zhou Junqi said, looking disappointed. Jinchu felt embarrassed and blushed, quickly saying, Of course it counts. What do you want to eat? I'll treat you. Junqi, why are you still here? They've already started over there. Guess who's here today? Hurry and go check it out. A man approached and patted Zhou Junqi on the shoulder. But Zhou Junqi replied, Bro, tell them I have something to do and want to be going. After saying that, he pulled Jinchu and ran out. The man watched him leave in a hurry, puzzled. Who is the woman he is holding? Is young Master Zhou not coming? The man returned, raising his head to ask Tan Yuanqing. The man smiled and said, he came, but then ran off with a woman. Did not expect this kid to finally get it. He has girls around him now. As soon as Gu Mingchen heard Zhou Junqi wasn't he coming, he pushed the woman beside him away and stood up, saying, I have something to do, I'll leave first. Do you really have something to do? You just heard Zhou Junqi wasn't he coming and decided to leave, right? You said you forgot her, yet you care so much about Zhou Junqi? Tan Yuanqing stood up and blocked him, complaining before lowering his voice. It's rare for you to be here with everyone so happy. Don't ruin the mood. Stay a bit longer. I'm not here to amuse you. Whether you're happy or not has nothing to do with me. Gu Mingchen pushed his hand away and left without hesitation. Seeing Gu Mingchen about to leave, everyone immediately stood up to see him off. The man who had been talking with Tan Yuanqing quietly asked, is young Master Gu angry? Did we offend him somehow? It has nothing to do with you. He just heard Zhou Junqi wasn't he coming and didn't he want to stay any longer, Tan Yuanqing explained. Ugh. Gu Yunhing had drunk too much and suddenly leaned over the sofa to vomit. Everyone was caught off guard by his sudden vomiting, especially the girls, who turned pale and quickly stood up to avoid him. The men were speechless and called for someone to come and clean up. But even after it was cleaned, the mood among the crowd had faded. Tan Yuanqing still needed to take Gu Yunhing home and had someone help him leave early. The remaining people dispersed in small groups, each going off to find their own fun. Chapter 67. Afraid to disturb your enjoyment, that person just now was your friend, right? Is it not a bit rude to leave like this? Jinchu was pulled out by Zhou Junqi and reminded him as she broke free from his hand. Zhou Junqi only realized he was holding her wrist when she escaped, and he couldn't help but feel his ears heat up, his mind a bit foggy. Hearing her ask this, he quickly replied, it's fine. Actually, I'm not that familiar with them. I have been living in another city until this year when I came to Jiangcheng, so I haven't met many people. It was quite awkward sitting with them. So I'm glad you showed up to save me from the awkward small talk. So that's how it is. Jinchu nodded and asked again. What do you want to eat? Is there a specific restaurant you want to go to? Zhou Junqi scratched his head and said shyly, I just said, I haven't been in Jiangcheng for long, so I'm not very familiar with the place. Do you have a favorite restaurant? I'll go with you. You don't look very old. Are you still a student? Jinchu asked. Zhou Junqi nodded. I'm a junior in the physical education department at Jiang University. Then you're not even 20? Jinchu was surprised. Zhou Junqi shyly nodded but quickly added, I'll be 20 soon. Even though I'm young, I'm already an adult. Jinchu chuckled awkwardly, thinking about her own age, which was 5 years older than his. Suddenly, she felt old. Since you're a student at Jiang University and just arrived, you probably haven't checked out many of the local delicacies around the school. How about I take you to try some food nearby? Sure, you also graduated from Jiang University? Yeah, I graduated over a year ago. From now on, just call me sister. Okay, sister. Zhou Junqi readily complied. Jinchu felt a bit embarrassed by being called sister. But since it was her suggestion, she couldn't say anything. They took a taxi to Jiang University. Just as they left, Gu Mingchen came out from inside. However, he didn't see Jinchu. Instead, he saw Hiruo. What are you doing here? He asked, grabbing Hiruo, who was about to run away, with a serious face. Hiruo smiled awkwardly. Cousin, weren't you having fun? Why did you come out so quickly? Did you see me just now? No, wait. You saw me and didn't come over? What's going on? Sure enough, Gu Mingchen understood her well and immediately sensed something was off. Hiruo bit her lip. Actually, she had chased after Jinchu. After Jinchu ran away, she was afraid of losing her. The servants at home all knew that she was the one who brought Jinchu out, and if she didn't bring her back, her cousin would definitely be angry. So, she chased after her. But then she saw her getting into a car with a man. Before she could chase any further, she was caught by her cousin. Now that I've given you a chance to explain, you won't? You might not have another chance later, Gu Mingchen reminded her. I'll be sensible. Hiruo quickly raised her hand. Gu Mingchen smirked and let her go, ready to listen to her excuses. Hiruo cleared her throat and explained. I went to your house to find you, but you weren't there, so I figured you came here. I came over to find you. But who knew Jinchu insisted on coming with me? How could I refuse her? What if she went to you and told on me? Su, you brought Su here? Where is she? Gu Mingchen immediately asked. When we went in and saw you sitting on the couch with people on both sides. She got angry and ran away. I just chased after her and saw her getting into a car with a man. And was about to continue chasing when you caught me, she said, her voice getting smaller, feeling guilty and not daring to look at him. Because she didn't need to see, she could feel that he was very angry. Su, where are you? Gu Mingchen took out his phone and called Jinchu. When Jinchu answered, she didn't pay attention at first, but when she heard his voice, she realized it was him. Thinking of the scene where he was enjoying himself, she immediately hung up. Zhou Junqi, who was sitting next to her, asked, Sister, who was on the phone? You don't seem very happy. It's nothing, just a wrong number. Jinchu replied. Zhou Junqi knew it wasn't a wrong number. The person who called her must be someone she cared about. But since she didn't want to say, he didn't press further. It was hard to come across her, so he wanted to enjoy their time alone together. Gu Mingchen was also very angry after being hung up by Jinchu. Just as he was about to turn around and scold Hero, she took the opportunity to run away while he was on the phone. With a dark face, Gu Mingchen told the driver to drive around the city. He couldn't believe he couldn't find her. However, it turned out that even though he always thought Jiangxing wasn't that big, looking for someone in the entire city was still quite difficult. After he kept calling, Jinchu finally agreed to answer and told him her location, asking him to come pick her up. My husband is coming to pick me up, Jinchu told Zhou Junqi after paying the bill. Huh, you're married? Zhou Junqi was surprised. Jinchu blushed and nodded. Yeah, I just got married last month. Zhou Junqi immediately felt disappointed, as if his heart were overgrown with weeds. Do girls in Jiangxing get married so early? Not really. It's because my grandma's health isn't good. She hopes to see me get married early, so I married early. Jinchu explained. So you married for your grandma? Do you like the other person? If you don't like him. Jinchu. Gu Mingchen appeared at the mouth of the alley, seeing Jinchu standing with a boy, and called out unpleased. Jinchu turned back to him and immediately said to Zhou Junqi, my husband is here to pick me up. Where do you live? We can take you home. Thank you, sister, but I still want to stroll around. Zhou Junqi quickly refused. He also saw Gu Mingchen, and at that moment, his expression showed surprise. He didn't expect that her husband was the same person he met in B City. However, he remembered that girl had called him her boyfriend. So was he two-timing? He wanted to tell Jinchu about this, but he was afraid of hurting her, so he could only hold it in and wait for a better opportunity. All right, take your time. We'll leave first. Jinchu waved at him and walked over to Gu Mingchen. Gu Mingchen naturally recognized Zhou Junqi, and his expression grew even darker. When Jinchu reached him, he didn't talk to her and turned to get in the car first. Jinchu didn't expect him to still be angry. The one enjoying himself with people on both sides was him. What was he angry about? Revo told me you ran away without saying hello earlier? Jinchu got in the car and sat down, while Gu Mingchen questioned her with a stern face. I was afraid to disturb you, Jinchu answered truthfully. Gu Mingchen took a deep breath and coldly said, I'm your man, and you're afraid to disturb me? Is it that you never considered me your man from the beginning to the end? Otherwise, how could you not be jealous? Chapter 68. Special tuition fees. Jinchu was both angry and amused. Clearly, he was the one surrounded by women, and now he was turning the tables on her? What did you want me to do at that moment? In front of so many people, should I have rushed over and slapped you, then called you a scumbag, and then kicked the two women beside you away? If I had done that, would you have been happy? Gu Mingchen thought carefully and realized that he wouldn't have been happy either. You see, if I had done that, you wouldn't have been happy either. Jinchu quickly said as she sensed his thoughts. Gu Mingchen had no way to refute her and couldn't help but mumble. When did you become so capable? She had clearly been like a little rabbit before, her eyes turning red at the mention of him, always filled with fear when she looked at him. Now, she was actually daring to talk back? You taught me that I shouldn't worry too much about others' feelings. My own feelings are more important. Jinchu said with a proud smile, a hint of a hum. She didn't even realize how beautiful she looked, filled with confidence. The man looked at her, momentarily breathless. His Adam's apple moved slightly, and he shamefully felt a reaction in a certain place. Although he kept telling himself that they were arguing now, and he hadn't questioned her yet about her relationship with that guy from earlier, he shouldn't be tempted by her, nor should he compromise. But all reasoning crumbled when she proudly tilted her chin again. Unable to help himself, he leaned in, wrapped her in his arms, and said in a husky voice, As a teacher, I have to charge tuition. How do you plan to pay? Jinchu was speechless. Did this need to be paid for? He was clearly just being unreasonable. How much do you want? I don't want money. The man's lips brushed against her earlobe, his hot breath making her shiver, causing her to struggle in his embrace. How about tonight? Su takes the initiative. Jinchu thought, after boasting for a moment. She was indeed impressive. But tonight he would show her his prowess. As she was turned over and over like a pancake, she clung to his shoulders, leaving marks on his back. In her moment of passion, she even bit down on his shoulder, leaving faint teeth marks. My Su. Indeed eloquent. The man chuckled, holding her tighter, wishing he could merge her with his very being. The next day, Jinchu almost arrived late, rushing into the office, when Fong had just finished a meeting and, seeing her walk in, said displeased, Do you know we have to arrive 15 minutes earlier than normal working hours? Were you this lazy and tardy when you were at the branch office? I'm sorry, Supervisor 1. I will pay attention next time. Jinchu quickly apologized. She really didn't know there was a rule about arriving 15 minutes early at the headquarters. Back when she was at the branch office, they often arrived just in time. As long as they clocked in within the scheduled time, it didn't count as late. I heard you used to work under Yuan Bowen, and you were recommended by him, Wen Fong said as she led her into her office, immediately turning cold-faced. Su Jinchu nodded. Yes, I used to work under Supervisor Yuan. I know he has always been casual and never pays attention to rules. You people who follow him are bound to learn his bad habits. But you should know. He is Yuan's son, and he has the capital to be willful. But you don't. From today on, I hope you can observe more, learn more, and correct your bad habits from the branch office. Otherwise, don't make me fire you. You can leave voluntarily, Wen Fong said sternly. Yes, I understand, Su Jinchu promised. Good, now go do your work. Wen Fong waved her off. However, after she left, Wen Fong frowned again. She thought Su Jinchu would rely on her connection with Yuan Bowen and be unmanageable. Who would have thought she would be so humble? How could she find a reason to get rid of her? Getting scolded? She deserved it. Relying on her background to break the rules, apart from her. There was no one else. Su Jinchu sat at her desk, and the girl next to her, named Tian, mocked her coldly. Though her name was Tian, her tone was anything but sweet. However, Su Jinchu still tried to be friendly first. Thank you for the reminder. I will pay attention next time. Tian was ungrateful and quickly tossed a folder at her, saying, organize these and print 50 copies to distribute. Printing so many. Isn't that too wasteful? Can't we just email them? Emailing is faster, Su Jinchu suggested. Tian said displeased, everyone is busy. Who has time to constantly check emails? Plus, staring at a computer for too long isn't good for the eyes. Just print it. It's not your paper and ink. Why are you worrying? I'm sorry. I will organize it quickly and get it sent out. Su Jinchu quickly apologized. It was her fault for bringing her frugal habits from the branch office to the headquarters. Supervisor Wen was right. She had to forget everything from her time at the branch. Coming here meant being a new self. She had to adapt quickly to the work pace here. This document, you need to take it upstairs to get General Manager Tan's signature immediately. Near the end of the day, Tian threw another document onto Su Jinchu's desk, telling her to take it for a signature. But there are only 3 minutes left until the end of the workday. Hasn't General Manager Tan already left? Su Jinchu reminded her. Tian snorted. You know there are 3 minutes left, yet you aren't rushing over? This document must be signed today. If General Manager Tan leaves, you go find him. In any case, the signed documents must be sent to the client today. I'll go right now. Su Jinchu quickly grabbed the document and rushed out. In her haste, she bumped into the corner of Lu Er's desk, causing her to wince in pain. But she couldn't stop to rub it. She ran out again. Seeing her flustered appearance, Lu Er couldn't help but speak up for her, saying to Tian, she's just starting her first day. Why do you have to make things difficult for her? Lu Er was so kind. Had she finished all her work to have the time to care about a newcomer's fate? Lu Er was also an old employee of the company. Didn't she notice that Supervisor Wen didn't like her? What? Do you want to go against our Supervisor Wen? Tian sneered in sarcasm. Lu Er's face flushed from the rebuttal, and she took a deep breath. Choosing not to speak further, lowering her head to continue working. On her first day at work, Su Jinchu didn't even know where Tan Yuanqing's office was. 3 minutes was not enough for her to find out the location and get him to sign. After much effort, she finally found out the specific location and silently prayed that General Manager Tan wouldn't leave work. As the elevator door opened, she quickly used her employee card to access the floor. However, sorry, your level is too low to enter. To ensure she understood, they repeated it in English. Su Jinchu. She had no idea that even finding a leader to sign documents in the company required a certain level. Those with insufficient levels couldn't even access the elevator. Chapter 69. You sure know how to sweet talk what is going on? A woman finally walked over from the side, frowning at the elevator entrance. Su Jinchun happily said, Hello, I'm Su Jinchun from the second department. I have a document that urgently needs President Tan's signature, but I don't have a high enough rank to go up. Can you help me think of a way? Not having a high enough rank means letting someone who does come over. A newcomer wanting to see President Tan? Do you think your ancestors are smoking green? The woman sneered, walked in, and coldly shut the elevator door. Su Jinchun was met with a cold shoulder and had no choice but to run back to tell Tian. To her surprise, Tian said, If you can't go up, think of a way. Do you think just telling me means you can go up? What I mean is, this document is really urgent. But I can't go up. You can either give me your employee card to help me swipe up, or find someone else to go up and sign. Su Jinchun suggested, Use my employee card to go up? What are you thinking? What if you go up and do something? Wouldn't I be the one to take the blame? Besides, everyone is busy right now, and you're the only one free. How you get up is your own business. If you can't get this document signed today, just wait to be scolded by supervisor when tomorrow. Tian said coldly. Su Jinchun was both angry and speechless. With tears in her eyes, she returned to the elevator entrance, hoping to encounter a kind person to take her upstairs. However, after several setbacks, she finally understood why Gu Mingchen said that people in the headquarters were colder than those in the branch office. Are you off work? Gu Mingchen called to ask. Su Jinchun sniffed and replied with a slightly choked voice, not yet. There's a document that needs President Tan's signature. But I can't go up due to my rank. I still don't know what to do. If I can't get it signed today, Supervisor Wen will definitely be very angry. Since you can't go up due to your rank, let someone who can go up, Gu Mingchen said. But he quickly realized that the girl was being deliberately made things difficult for her. She just felt embarrassed to tell him. Fortunately, he was smart enough to guess. Wait a moment, you might run into President Tan soon. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Su Jinchun thought, is he suggesting that she pray to the heavens to be favored by the goddess of luck? Are you the new Su Jinchun from the second department? A man stood behind her, sizing her up for a moment before stepping forward to greet her. Su Jinchun immediately turned around, surprised to see a tall, elegant man standing behind her. Cough, cough. The man adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and introduced himself. I'm Tan Yuanqing. Ah, you are President Tan? Su Jinchun was both happy and surprised. Tan Yuanqing nodded with a smile. I have a document that needs President Tan's signature. Su Jinchun happily took out the document and presented it to Tan Yuanqing. Tan Yuanqing took it, glanced at it, and quickly signed his name on it. Here you go. It's signed. Thank you, President Tan. Su Jinchun was moved to the point of tears. She thought she wouldn't be able to get it signed today, but it turned out to be so easy. President Tan was truly a great person. Don't mention it. Hurry and go, so someone isn't left waiting. Tan Yuanqing said. Huh, how did you know someone is waiting for me? Su Jinchun was surprised. Tan Yuanqing calmly explained, I know without asking. A girl as beautiful as you must have someone waiting. Su Jinchun's face turned slightly red. After bowing, she quickly took the document and left. After she walked away, Tan Yuanqing let out a long sigh. He was the vice president, after all, being called back halfway to sign for a small employee. There was no one in Jiangcheng who was as pitiable as him. You actually got it signed so quickly? How could you possibly meet President Tan? Su Jinchun returned to the office with the signed document, and Tian showed a look of disbelief. I was lucky and happened to run into President Tan downstairs. Su Jinchun replied. Impossible. Tian immediately denied it. President Tan rarely works overtime. He must have left by now. Oh, so you know that President Tan rarely works overtime and must have left by now. Why did you still want me to go find him for a signature? Were you deliberately making things difficult for me? Su Jinchun asked with a stern face. Tian's face turned red with anger, and she retorted. So what if I did it on purpose? Supervisor Wen doesn't like you either. It's useless to complain. I just transferred to the headquarters. I have no grievances with you. Why do you have to make things difficult for me? Su Jinchun questioned angrily. Tian coldly huffed. Do you know how hard it is for ordinary people to get into our second department? Who hasn't gone through hardships from the bottom of the company? And you? You just parachuted into our department because of a man. You can ask around. Who in the department likes you? Even Supervisor Wen dislikes you. If I were you, I would definitely resign on my own to avoid being hated here. You may not like me, but you don't represent the whole department. And even if everyone in the department dislikes me, I want to resign. I'm here to work, not to seek everyone's favor. I will prove myself with my own abilities. I didn't come to the second department to hold everyone back. Well said. Sister Luer clapped and praised. Su Jinchun looked gratefully at her, surprised that someone would support her at this moment. Tian's face was already flushed with anger from Su Jinchun's words, and when Sister Luer openly opposed her, it only made her face turn pale with rage. With a cold huff, she threw down the documents and left. Thank you. After Tian left, Su Jinchun gratefully thanked Sister Luer. Sister Luer said, You don't need to thank me. I'm not doing this to help you. I just can't stand her arrogance. Besides, her dislike for you has no real reason. It's purely because she's jealous that you're prettier than her. Su Jinchun felt awkward and touched her face, secretly sighing. It's all because of this face that troubles me. If she could, she would rather be ordinary looking and not easily make enemies. What's wrong? Did today's incident not resolve well? After getting into the car, Su Jinchun looked gloomy, and Gu Mingchen immediately pinched her chin to ask. Su Jinchun shook her head and said, Things were resolved very well. I was very lucky. It must be that the heavens heard my prayers, and the goddess of luck smiled upon me, allowing me to run into President Tan by chance and get the signature smoothly. Since it went so smoothly, why do you still look glum? The goddess of luck was quite pleased but didn't forget to ask her why. Suddenly, Su Jinchun turned her face towards him and asked seriously, Am I good looking? Gu Mingchen. Su Jinchun realized what question she had asked and couldn't help but blush, awkwardly explaining, I didn't mean anything by it. Just never mind. Forget I asked. Can't forget. The man raised his hand to pinch her chin, making her look directly at him. With a face like this asking me that question. How can I forget? Su Jinchun. Her cheeks turned even pinker, like blooming spring flowers, captivating hearts. Gu Mingchen, you sure know how to sweet talk. Chapter 70. His unrequited love failed. What did you two do? Why do you both look so strange? Your faces are so red. Did you drink? Su Jinch and Gu Mingchen returned home, only to find Heruo there. She squinted her eyes at them immediately, scrutinizing them before questioning. Su Jinch's face turned red. After saying that sentence in the car, she clearly felt Gu Mingchen's momentary pause, his expression becoming peculiar. The two of them remained silent on the way home. Even though they were already married and had done the most intimate things together. Yet, there was always a feeling that something had gradually changed. Why is your face even redder? Why won't you answer my question? Heruo angrily interrogated. Gu Mingchen frowned and scolded her. Why are you here again? Didn't I tell you not to come here? I only came because I had something to do, Heruo pouted. However, it was obvious that her cute act had no effect on Gu Mingchen. If you have something to discuss, you can call. Wu Butler, please see Miss Biao out. From now on, she is not allowed to enter without my orders. Yes, sir. Miss Biao, please. Cousin, you are too heartless. Heruo stomped her foot in accusation, but was still ushered out. Aren't you being too harsh on her? After all, she is your cousin. Su Jinch looked at Heruo being shown out, feeling a bit sorry for her, and couldn't help but plead for her to Gu Mingchen. Gu Mingchen replied, have you forgotten that she took you to the bar and almost caused a misunderstanding between us? That wasn't a misunderstanding. Su Jinch mumbled softly. It was clearly you who had women on both sides. They approached me on their own. I didn't provoke them. However, if you're jealous, I'll just refuse anyone who comes over in the future. Gu Mingchen said playfully. Su Jinch's face turned red, wanting to explain that she wasn't jealous. But when the words reached her lips, she couldn't say them. Because when she thought about it carefully, she indeed felt a pang of jealousy. Seeing her silent, the corners of the man's mouth curled up as he wrapped his arm around her shoulder and said, let's go upstairs. Tan Yuanqing arrived at the bar and saw Gu Yunheng sitting at the bar counter, surrounded by 7 or 8 young and beautiful women. He walked over and teased. This is the Yun Xiao I know. A few days ago, when I saw you looking so lost, I thought you were heartbroken. Gu Yunheng paused with his drink, waving his hand for the women to leave. Although the women were reluctant, they didn't dare to defy him and could only leave regretfully. As they left, they threw him flirtatious glances, hoping he would take one of them home that night. You, a playboy in the love scene. I actually thought you were heartbroken. I must have lost my mind. Tan Yuanqing shook his head. Gu Yunheng smiled bitterly. Of course, I can't be heartbroken. Since it was all unrequited love from the beginning, how can it be called heartbreak if I was never in a relationship? Your expression is off. What happened? Tan Yuanqing asked seriously. Gu Yunheng said, let's not talk about my matters. What about you? Why are you late? Isn't it because of Ah Chen's little lover? Tan Yuanqing laughed, surprised that he was actually quite attentive this time. He even called me back after work just to help her sign something. Do you think he is serious? Gu Yunheng asked with a serious expression. Tan Yuanqing was taken aback, then replied, does it matter if he's serious? You know very well who is in his heart. However, Su Jinch is not at a loss. She will certainly benefit when they break up. She is not that shallow of a woman. She must be with him for more than just money. Gu Yunheng said with a stern face. Tan Yuanqing asked in confusion. How do you know? Gu Yunheng was taken aback, then quickly explained. Because she used to be with the branch company. I heard it from others. Tan Yuanqing frowned. When did you become so gossipy? Don't worry about whether I'm gossipy or not. In any case, you also think that Ah Chun doesn't really like her, that he's just playing around? Of course, Tan Yuanqing said. Based on what I know about him, he can't possibly like anyone else besides that person. Besides, don't you think Su Jinch looks a lot like that person? Where does she look like her? Not at all. Gu Yunheng blurted out. Tan Yuanqing frowned. Why do I find that you get very excited whenever Su Jinch is mentioned? What do you mean? Gu Yunheng asked nervously. Do you perhaps like her too, which is why you're so anxious? Gu Yunheng. Now he knows why Tan Yuanqing can't pursue his cousin. With his emotional intelligence. It's indeed difficult to chase girls. It's time for me to leave. Tan Yuanqing glanced at his watch and stood up. Gu Yunheng asked, why are you in such a hurry? Sister May is going to participate in an interview today. I'm going to the TV station to run into her. Tan Yuanqing smiled mysteriously and left in a hurry. Gu Yunheng shook his head speechlessly, but soon thought of his own love life and felt that it was even worse than Tan Yuanqing's. His smile gradually turned bitter as he downed a glass of alcohol. Yin Xiao, are you in a bad mood? A voluptuous woman walked over, leaning her soft body against Gu Yunheng. If it were before, Gu Yunhing would have enjoyed it tremendously. But now, looking at the woman's heavily made-up face, he only felt it was all fake. He could think of no other words but cheap makeup. Tell me, what would women do if they found out they had been deceived by a man? Suddenly, he asked this question out of nowhere. The woman was taken aback, then immediately sweetly replied, "If that man is Yun Xiao, I would willingly accept it. Answer my question seriously." He took out a stack of cash and stuffed it into the woman's open neckline. The woman was thrilled and quickly responded seriously, "Of course. I would be very angry. No woman wants to be deceived by a man, except for those with love brain." Gu Yunhing thought to himself, Su Jinch is definitely not one of those with a love brain. Otherwise, how could she refuse him? "Ruo, what are you doing?" He picked up his phone and called Ruo. Ruo immediately complained, "I went to find my cousin, but he kicked me out." "Yin cousin, do you know Su Jinch? Why does my cousin treat her better than me?" Gu Yunheng replied, "They are in a couple's relationship. So of course their relationship is different from yours. However, you are the only daughter of auntie. Any relationship will lose its novelty eventually. And family ties are still more important. Instead of resenting Su Jinch, you might as well get along with her. I remember Miss Hua's birthday is the day after tomorrow. Why not take her along to broaden your horizons? If she appreciates you, Ah-Chun will naturally like you too." "That makes sense. Thank you, Yin cousin. You are still the best to me." Ruo happily thanked him. Gu Yunhing hung up the phone and took a deep breath. This time, he would make Gu Mingchen reveal his true colors. Once Su Jinch realizes she has been deceived by Gu Mingchen, he would have his chance. "Ah-Chun, remember to invite Ah-Chun to Miss Hua's birthday party the day after tomorrow. Oh, and my cousin will be going too." Chapter 71. Dug a pit for her to jump in. Su Jinchu, come in. Wen Fong called Su Jinchu into the office with a stern face. After entering, Su Jinchu respectfully asked, "Director 1, what do you need me for? Is this document the one you had Manager Tan sign?" Wen Fong questioned, forcefully throwing the document onto the table. Su Jinchu quickly picked it up and glanced at it. It was indeed the document she had sought Manager Tan's signature on yesterday. "It was me who asked Manager Tan to sign it. Is there a problem?" "A problem? Didn't you check it carefully before asking Manager Tan for his signature? This document has loopholes and was already deemed void yesterday. If we send this document to the client today, how much loss would it cause our company?" "I'm sorry, Director 1. However, I really didn't know this was a void document. It was Tian who gave it to me and asked me to get Manager Tan's signature." Su Jinchu apologized and explained. Wen Fong, however, did not believe her and immediately called Tian over to question her. Tian, looking very wronged, said, "I did tell her to take the document to Manager Tan for his signature, but I gave her the latest version. I don't know why she took a void document." Tian, you may not like me, but you can't joke about work. I'm just a newcomer and don't know anything. This matter was your responsibility, and it's your fault for not giving me the correct document to sign. If something goes wrong, you will bear the full responsibility, Su Jinchu asserted. Tian was astonished. She never expected that Su Jinchu, a newcomer, would dare to argue in front of her. "Director 1, let me explain." "All right, Tian, you don't need to explain. Su Jinchu is right. This matter is your responsibility. If something goes wrong, you need to take full responsibility. The client is already asking for the document. Why aren't you hurrying to give the correct document to Manager Tan for his signature?" Wen Fong scolded. Tian bit her lip in frustration, but soon, her eyes lit up with a cunning idea. Since Su Jinchu is so capable, why not let her handle this document and go get Manager Tan's signature? She's a newcomer, but newcomers also need to do work. "Su Jinchu, take this document to get Manager Tan's signature," Wen Fong instructed Su Jinchu. Su Jinchu nodded but then said, "Director 1, my rank is too low to go upstairs to find Manager Tan. Tian, give her your employee card so she can swipe it upstairs," Wen Fong ordered. "Okay, Director 1. Tian immediately handed her employee card to Su Jinchu, looking smugly at her. Su Jinchu frowned slightly, feeling that Tian was being too accommodating this time, which seemed to carry a hint of scheming. However, she had no evidence. But once she went out, she quickly learned the reason. "What? You have to find Manager Tan for his signature again?" Sister Lu'er was surprised. "What happened?" Su Jinchu was puzzled. Sister Lu'er mysteriously told her, "Manager Tan is notorious for never giving a second chance. If you go to him for his signature again, he will definitely ask for the reason and blame you." "But this isn't my fault," Su Jinchu argued. Sister Lu'er said, "Do you think a high-ranking leader like Manager Tan would want to listen to an explanation from a lowly employee like you? Even if it's not your fault, he will think it's because you didn't handle the relationship with your colleagues properly, which led to this mistake." Su Jinchu frowned fiercely. No wonder Tian so readily agreed to lend her the employee card. She must have known this all along. And as for Director 1, she thought she truly believed Su Jinchu's explanation. Unexpectedly, it was also a trap waiting for her to fall into. Are you really going to find Manager Tan for his signature? Sister Lu Heir asked sympathetically when she saw Su Jinshui's expression of resignation. What else can I do? Su Jinshui forced a smile. Right now, she could only hope that Lady Luck would smile upon her once again. Manager Tan still maintained a gentle demeanor, showing her a bit of leniency. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Manager Tan, an employee from the second department, has a document that requires your signature. The secretary reported after knocking and entering. At that moment, there were others in Tan Yuanqing's office. Upon hearing it was an employee from the second department, he immediately glanced at someone and teased with a smile. It wouldn't be a female employee named Su Jinshui, would it? How does Manager Tan know? The secretary asked in surprise. Her rank is too low to come up, so she came up with another employee's work ID from the same department. But she introduced herself as Su Jinshui. Upon hearing that name, the person stood up abruptly. Tan Yuanqing found it amusing. He had never seen that person so nervous before. Let her in right away. I can sign for her. Tan Yuanqing. The person gritted their teeth. Tan Yuanqing smiled and said, Gu Zong, why don't you hide first? But I have no place to hide. He was just joking. Someone as proud as Gu Mingchen would never hide. If you dare tell her I'm here, you're finished. The next second, the person rushed into the lounge and closed the door. Before closing it, they specially warned with a serious tone. Tan Yuanqing found it exceedingly absurd. He felt he didn't quite understand the person anymore. Manager Tan, I'm sorry, but could you please sign this document? Su Jinshui said respectfully as she entered and handed over the document. Tan Yuanqing took a look, frowned, and asked, I remember I signed this document yesterday. Why do you want me to sign it again? I'm sorry, Manager Tan. I wasn't diligent enough at work and took the wrong document yesterday. I'm really sorry. Su Jinshui hurriedly apologized and explained. Tan Yuanqing raised an eyebrow, snorted with a smile, and guessed the reason. It seemed that the days after just transferring to the headquarters were not easy. Do you know that I never signed the same document twice? But this isn't the same document. The third point of the 8th clause is completely different, Su Jinshui argued. Blushing, Tan Yuanqing said, you're just quibbling. If your reason is this, I will not help you sign. What kind of reason does Manager Tan want in order to help me sign? Su Jinshui boldly asked. Tan Yuanqing shifted his gaze, glanced at the lounge door, and stood up to walk in front of her. Su Jinshui instinctively stepped back at his sudden closeness. Tan Yuanqing curled his lips and raised his hand to touch her. Manager Tan, I'm already married. Su Jinshui quickly reminded him before he could make a move. Tan Yuanqing's hand paused for a moment and said, Doesn't matter. I don't care. My husband's surname is Gu. Su Jinshui reminded again. Tan Yuanqing raised an eyebrow. Are you trying to tell me that your husband is related to the chairman? I'm just trying to remind Manager Tan that while my husband is not a core member of the Gu family, he is someone who can speak with them. Su Jinshui clarified. Manager Tan is a smart person. Don't lose big over small things. Huh, what a loss over small things. Why don't you give your husband a call and ask him if he would be willing to offend me because of you? Tan Yuanqing said. Chapter 72. I know my woman in the lounge. Gu Mingchen was mentally beating up Tan Yuanqing while quickly silencing his phone. Do you know Gu Mingchen? Su Jinshui asked suspiciously. Tan Yuanqing was taken aback, looking at her in disbelief. Did she already know? Su Jinshui said sternly. If you have a personal grievance with my husband and are deliberately making things difficult for me to humiliate him, I can resign right now. However, you must apologize for your earlier offense. You misunderstood. I have no grievances with your husband. I was just joking earlier. Why did you take it seriously? Just sign the documents and leave quickly. If anyone gives you trouble with this in the future, you can come to me. Tan Yuanqing quickly signed the documents and handed them to her. Su Jinshui was surprised by his sudden change of attitude and stood there dumbfounded. She left with the signed documents, still unable to figure out why he had turned so quickly after going downstairs. Tan Yuanqing, how dare you scare her? Gu Mingchen stormed out of the lounge, glaring at him. Tan Yuanqing quickly explained, I was just joking with her. I didn't expect her to take it seriously. What I said was for your good, to test whether she is a principled woman. The result is gratifying. Her character is fine. Of course, her character is fine. I know my woman. I don't need you to test her, Gu Mingchen said proudly. Tan Yuanqing chuckled nervously, secretly wiping sweat from his brow. Gu Mingchen's furious demeanor was really intimidating. He had never seen him this angry in all the time they had known each other. Manager 1. Here are the newly signed documents for you to review. Su Jinshui handed the signed papers to Wenfeng. Wenfeng frowned as she took them, and after confirming it was Tan Yuanqing's handwriting, she couldn't help but ask, Did Tan Zong say anything? He did, Su Jinshui replied. He told me that if anyone gives me trouble like this in the future, I can go to him. Wenfeng was surprised. Aren't you Yuan Bowen's person? Why is Tan Zong being so nice to you? Manager Yuan was indeed very nice to me, but calling me his person is a bit strange, Su Jinchu corrected. Wen Fong scoffed sarcastically, don't be humble with me. Yuan Bowen rejected all suitable matchmaking for you, even causing a scandal with the heir of the group to resist Manager Yuan. And you say I'm using strange terms? Manager Wen, you really misunderstand. My relationship with Manager Yuan is just a normal superior subordinate one, and I am already married, Su Jinchu hurriedly explained. Wen Fong showed a surprised expression. You're married? How is that possible? You're so young. I am indeed married. Although I am young, I have reached the marriageable age, Su Jinchu answered. Wen Fong opened her mouth, surprised by this sudden revelation. Could it be that she had misunderstood? Are there any women more beautiful than you in your branch office? Su Jinchu awkwardly replied, of course. There are many beautiful girls. Everyone's aesthetic is different. Could it be that Manager Yuan's significant other is in the branch office? If so, it must be only one person. After work, Su Jinchu called Gu Mingchen. I have a dinner with Han Jing and some colleagues from the branch office tonight, so I won't be home for dinner. But don't worry, I will come back early. I will pick you up after it's over, Gu Mingchen said gently. No need. I can take a taxi home myself. Su Jinchu refused. Gu Mingchen didn't insist and asked where they planned to eat. After learning they hadn't decided, he suggested, I know a nice restaurant near your company. I happen to know the owner, so I can help you book a private room. You can go directly there. Okay, send me the address. Su Jinchu accepted his suggestion since she had no better options. After hanging up, Gu Mingchen immediately had Zhou Yi make arrangements. Not only did he book the private room, but he also ordered the dishes. After sending the location to Su Jinchu, he revealed a satisfied expression. Tan Yuancheng was left dumbfounded. Once Gu Mingchen finished the call, he said in shock, I have never seen you be so considerate towards anyone, not even with that person before. Can you stop bringing her up? Gu Mingchen frowned in displeasure. Tan Yuancheng immediately raised his hand. Okay, I won't mention her. Are you going to miss Hua's birthday party or not? Manager Hua specifically asked me to invite you. I'll agree to go if you play a game with me, Gu Mingchen said. Tan Yuancheng's face darkened at the mention of a game. He usually enjoyed sports, but it was limited to simple activities. Not like Gu Mingchen, who was so energetic and wanted to crush his opponents every time. Don't worry, I won't make it too hard on you. I have to pick up my wife at 9. Gu Mingchen patted his shoulder in comfort. However, such comfort didn't make Tan Yuancheng feel any better, as it made him seem useless. Didn't she say she didn't need you to pick her up and would take a taxi home? No wonder you still haven't caught up with my sister after all this time. With your emotional intelligence, it's a wonder you could catch up. This has nothing to do with chasing your sister. Your sister is not like Su Jinchu, who can be easily wooed with sweet words. Tan Yuancheng muttered defiantly. However, Gu Mingchen had already walked ahead, so he could only hurry to catch up. Xiaochu, long time no see. Han Jing excitedly rushed over as soon as she saw Su Jinchu and hugged her tightly. Su Jinchu smiled. It's only been 2 days. But a day apart feels like 3 autumns, Han Jing asserted. Xiaochu, is this the restaurant you reserved? Hua Jie asked in surprise as they arrived at the entrance of the restaurant. This restaurant isn't far from our company. We can just walk over, Su Jinchu replied. However, they had been at the company for so long and still didn't know there was such a restaurant nearby. Everyone, except Yuan Bowen, looked surprised. Su Jinchu nodded, thinking that Hua Jie had been here before. This was reserved by my husband. I don't know how it is or if it's good, she said. It's definitely good, Hua Jie exclaimed. This is a private restaurant. The people who come here are all regulars, and it doesn't open to the public. It's impossible for ordinary people to come here. I only got to come once because of my niece. Her boyfriend is a rich second generation who treated our whole family to a meal here. Otherwise, I wouldn't even know there's such a restaurant near our company. Everyone was astonished, and Su Jinchu was also very surprised. However, once they thought about her husband's aura, they felt it was quite normal. Xiaochu, your husband is so generous. Let's order boldly today, Hua Jie said with a smile. Su Jinchu felt awkward. However, once they went inside, she realized that Gu Mingchen had not only reserved the restaurant, but had also ordered the dishes. Chapter 73. Can't just take advantage of you. The dishes ordered by Zhou Yi were naturally exquisite. Sister Hua watched as one dish after another was served. Some familiar and some unfamiliar. The familiar ones were all expensive dishes that she remembered because her niece's boyfriend had repeatedly reminded her about them, which made her exclaim, Xiaochu, your husband is so wealthy. What does his family do? Su Jinchu felt embarrassed. She only knew that Gu Mingchen had some kind of relative relationship with the chairman's family, but she didn't know the specifics. Just enjoy the meal. Don't pry into personal matters, Yuan Bowen gently reminded. Sister Hua smiled awkwardly and quickly raised her glass to apologize to Su Jinchu. Su Jinchu gratefully glanced at Yuan Bowen, only to find that his gaze was fixed on Han Jing. Jingjing, do you like Supervisor Yuan? When they went to the restroom, Su Jinchu deliberately pulled Han Jing to the outside restroom to ask her when there was no one around. Han Jing's face turned red, and she playfully retorted, Xiao Chu. What are you talking about? How could I possibly like Supervisor Yuan? You know I only like the two-dimensional world. But Supervisor Yuan likes you, Su Jinchu said. What do you think about that? Han Jing's face reddened even more as she quickly denied, impossible. How could he like me? He has always looked down on me since university, thinking I'm stupid. Su Jinchu was speechless. What gossip had she just heard? They had known each other since college? Jingjing. Su Jinchu pondered for a moment and brought up the misunderstanding at the headquarters. So Supervisor Yuan is unwilling to get promoted and leave for someone. Have you thought about who that person is most likely to be? Xiao Chu, are you serious? Han Jing asked, frowning. Of course, would I lie to you? Su Jinchu patted her shoulder. Just then, the restroom door opened, and someone else walked in. However, the newcomers were not good people. Two girls, fully aware of the presence of others, grabbed another girl's collar and slapped her twice. You little brat, I warned you long ago to stay away from young Master Chen. Why did you go over? Do you want to die? You can't hit me just because young Master Chen likes me. That's his freedom. Why not? Just because we debuted earlier than you, we are your seniors. Stop it. As the two girls were about to strike again, Su Jinchu reprimanded them. And who are you? Why are you meddling? One of the girls shouted loudly. Han Jing quickly tugged at Su Jinchu's sleeve and whispered, Xiao Chu, let's not meddle. Seeing that the three girls were not to be trifled with and not knowing the specifics, she felt it was unnecessary to get involved. No, the one being hit is my sister, Su Jinchu quietly replied. Upon hearing this, Han Jing immediately rolled up her sleeves. But unexpectedly, the one being hit, Su Yaoyao said, Su Jinchu, don't think I want you to see me make a fool of myself. This is my own business. I don't need you to meddle. Do you think I want to meddle in your affairs? If it weren't for Grandma, I wouldn't care at all, Su Jinchu retorted. Is she your sister? Su Yaoyao. Your sister is much prettier than you, one of the girls who had been hitting said with her arms crossed, snorting. Su Yaoyao's face turned pale with anger. She hated hearing that Su Jinchu was prettier than her the most. No matter how much their parents favored her, it was a fact she couldn't change. She is not my sister, Su Yaoyao shouted, pushing the girl away and running out. Su Jinchu frowned and hurried to chase after her. But unexpectedly, as soon as Su Yaoyao ran out, she bumped into a young man. The man was displeased with her recklessness and raised his hand to slap her, scolding. Are you blind, rushing around like that? I'm sorry, young Master Chun. I didn't mean to. Su Yaoyao covered her face and apologized with red eyes. Su Jinchu rushed over, pulling Su Yaoyao aside and furrowing her brows to question the man. What is wrong with you? Why did you hit someone? Young Master Chen's eyes lit up, looking at Su Jinchu with interest. And who are you? I'm her sister, and I'm taking her home now, Su Jinchu replied with a serious face. Su Yaoyao immediately retorted. You're not my sister. You've severed ties with our family. Su Yaoyao, come with me right now. Su Jinchu scolded sternly. Su Yaoyao was startled. She had never seen Su Jinchu so angry before. For a moment, she was too frightened to retort. Su Jinchu, with a serious expression, pulled her towards the exit. While young Master Chen watched them leave with an amused look. Su Jinchu, you followed a rich man, and now your temper has gotten bigger. Once outside, Su Yaoyao snapped, shaking off Su Jinchu's hand. Su Jinchu replied with a straight face, Su Yaoyao, I know you don't like me, and I don't like you either. If it weren't for Grandma, do you think I would care? Andy always hoped you would be better than me, nurturing you with various interest classes since childhood. Not so you could be wronged by others. If you still have a bit of self-respect, hurry up and leave here. Stop lecturing me. Who do you think you are? If it weren't for you finding a rich man, why would my mom keep nagging me to find one? Why would I have to endure this kind of humiliation? Su Yaoyao cried. Su Jinchu fell silent, frowning heavily before turning to leave. Xiao Chu, are you okay? Han Jing chased after her to ask. Su Jinchu shook her head. Let's go back. There were too many dishes that Zhou Yi ordered. They couldn't possibly finish them all. After all, they were all from the same company, so nobody minded. And everyone began to pack up the leftovers. Han Jing also wanted to pack some, but was stopped by Yuan Bowen. If you like it, I'll bring you next time. Why should I let you bring me? We're not. Not what? Yuan Bowen looked at her deeply. Han Jing cleared her throat and quickly turned to Sister Hua, asking, which one is the best to pack? After leaving the restaurant, Su Jinchu planned to take a taxi home, but saw Gu Mingchen's car parked by the roadside. What are you doing here? Didn't you say I'd take a taxi home? I happened to be nearby, so I came to pick you up, Gu Mingchen replied calmly, raising his hand to touch her head. In fact, his nearby was almost a detour through half the city. However, he wouldn't tell her that. Did you enjoy the meal today? Gu Mingchen asked again. Su Jinchu nodded. It was very good. Sister Hua said this restaurant is hard to book. I didn't expect you to get a reservation, and you even ordered all the dishes. How much was it? I'll pay you, I invited you. So I can't spend your money. Why are you so clear about the accounts between us? The man pinched her cheek. Jinchu blushed and said, brothers should be clear about accounts. I can't always take advantage of you. If you let me take advantage of you, we'll call it even. The man leaned in, brushing against her ear. Chapter 74. The young master in the TV drama Jinchu, come with me to my friend's birthday party. Heartbroken, taking advantage of Gu Mingchen's absence, found Jinchu and arrogantly demanded. Jinchu refused, saying, I won't go. I don't know your friend. It would be too awkward. If you don't go, I'll be upset, Heartbroken threatened her. Jinchu nodded. Go ahead and be angry. Heartbroken pleaded, cousin, please accompany me. I beg you. If being tough didn't work, she tried a softer approach, using her charm to pull Jinchu in. Jinchu was the kind of person who could be swayed by softness. If Heartbroken had continued to be forceful, she might have firmly rejected her. But with this sudden change, how could she bear to refuse? All right, I'll go with you. Great. Thank you, cousin, Heartbroken exclaimed happily and hugged her tightly. However, she quickly let go and said, cousin, please don't tell brother about this. He definitely won't agree if he knows. Isn't that bad? What if he gets angry when he finds out? Jinchu said worriedly. Heartbroken raised her hand to swear, if you don't say it. I won't say it. How would he know? Cousin, you're the best. Please go with me. Do you have another motive? Jinchu asked, looking at her suspiciously. If it were just a simple birthday party, there would be no need to beg her to go. Sure enough, Heartbroken blushed and nodded. There's a boy I knew when I was younger, and he will be there too. I haven't seen him in many years and don't know how he is now, so I want you to accompany me. Most importantly, our families are feuding. If our family finds out, they will definitely be angry, but if you're with me, at least brother won't be mad. I see, I'll go with you. Jinchu smiled lightly. I'll help you pick out a dress. Heartbroken happily went to choose a skirt, dressing both of them beautifully before they left. Gu Mingchen didn't know Jinchu was also going to the Hua family's house. He was pulled over by Tan Yuanqing and only had time to send Jinchu a text saying he wouldn't be home that night. When Jinchu received the message, she wanted to reply that she wouldn't be home for dinner either. However, before she could send it, Heartbroken snatched her phone and said, don't text brother, I'm done for if he finds out. Are you that afraid of him? Jinchu asked. Of course. Who in the family isn't afraid of him, except for grandpa and sister? Even grandpa and sister probably fear him deep down, otherwise. How could they always be under his control? Is he really that scary? Jinchu murmured. She didn't find Gu Mingchen scary. On the contrary, he seemed gentler and more mature than other men she had met. Why are you blushing? Heartbroken asked curiously. Jinchu came to her senses, her face reddening even more, and shook her head without speaking. How strange, Heartbroken shrugged. Soon, they arrived at the Hua family villa. Heartbroken handed over the invitation and took Jinchu inside. The large villa was brightly lit, and guests were everywhere, making it hard to imagine this was just a birthday party for an 18-year-old girl. Jinchu thought of her own 18th birthday, which coincided with the college entrance exams, leaving her no mood for celebration. Her grandmother had made her a bowl of egg noodles, but she hadn't dared to finish it, wanting instead to solve more practice questions. Feel free to wander around. I'll go greet some people first. Heartbroken dropped that line and left Jinchu alone. Ruoro. Jinchu called out anxiously, but in the blink of an eye, Heartbroken had vanished. Did you bring her? After Heartbroken left, she found Gu Yunheng and told him. Gu Yunheng showed a satisfied expression and praised. Our Ruoro is impressive. Cousin Yun, will brother really come later? Will she really find out about brother's identity and break up with him? Heartbroken asked curiously. Gu Yunheng confidently said, women hate being deceived by their men. She must be the same. Don't worry, they will definitely break up. Then why doesn't cousin Yun just tell her brother's identity directly? Heartbroken murmured. Why don't you say it directly? Gu Yunheng countered. The siblings looked at each other and fell silent, because neither dared to confront Gu Mingchen directly. Jinchu couldn't find Heartbroken and could only wander alone. Pretty women never lacked for attention. Countless men approached her, asking which socialite she was. She politely declined each time, and the men, understanding her hints, didn't press further. Only one person persisted even after being rejected. Jinchu had no choice but to tell him, I'm from the Gu family. She wasn't wrong. She was Gu Mingchen's wife, so of course, she was part of the Gu family. But unexpectedly, the man sneered, saying, I know who you are. Your last name is Su, and Su Yaoyao is your sister. Jinchu was taken aback, carefully looking at the man before finally recalling where she had seen him. Wasn't this the Chun Xiao who had hit Su Yaoyao in the restaurant? Remembered? Chun Xiao looked at her with a playful gaze. I don't know how you got in, but I want to expose your identity as long as you. He leaned closer, making his intentions clear. Su Jinchun was frightened and stepped back, sternly saying, "So what if you know? It's not a secret. I don't know what your relationship with Su Yaoyao is, but I'm different from her." "How are you different?" Chen Xiao looked at her with interest. Soon, he smiled again. "Indeed different. You're much prettier than her. So naturally, you're worth more." "How much?" "Name your price. As long as it's not too outrageous, I can satisfy you." "Shameless." Su Jinchun angrily scolded. Chen Xiao didn't he expect her to directly scold him instead of discussing a price, and he immediately became furious. He stepped forward and grabbed her wrist, pulling her toward a secluded area. "What are you doing? Let go of me." Su Jinchun struggled. "Let her go?" Suddenly, someone approached and grabbed Chen Xiao's wrist, sternly scolding him. The person had a strong grip, forcing Chen Xiao to release her. Su Jinchun looked gratefully at the newcomer, only to find it was Zhou Junqi. But today, he looked very different from usual. He usually dressed casually. Today, however, he wore a well-fitted white suit, and his hair was neatly styled, looking like a young master from a TV drama. "Who are you?" Chen Xiao shook his injured arm and questioned darkly. "Zhou Junqi." Chen Xiao was taken aback, snorted coldly, and left with a dark expression. Su Jinchun was surprised and said to Zhou Junqi, "I didn't expect you to be so impressive." Zhou Junqi blushed and quickly explained, "It's not me. It's the elders in my family who are impressive." "But sister, what are you doing here?" "I came with a younger sister to attend her friend's birthday party, but I don't know where she ran off to now." "What about you? You're very different today. I almost didn't recognize you." Chapter 75. You don't know who I am. Isn't it strange for me to be dressed like this? Actually, I'm not used to it either. The tie is too tight, and I can hardly breathe. Zhou Junqi awkwardly tugged at his tie and said. Su Jinchun smiled lightly. Seeing that he had pulled his tie askew, she quickly reminded him, "Your tie is crooked. That's why it feels uncomfortable. Just straighten it out." "How do I straighten it?" "Can you help me, sister?" Zhou Junqi's face turned red as he asked. Su Jinchun bit her lip, feeling a bit shy and unsure if she should help him. After all, there is a distinction between men and women, and she is married, so it's better to keep a distance from the opposite sex. "Sister, can't you help me?" Zhou Junqi pleaded pitifully. Su Jinchun, being soft-hearted, could only reluctantly say, "You lower your head, and I'll help you fix it." Zhou Junqi was overjoyed and quickly lowered his head. Su Jinchun only learned how to tie a tie after marrying Gu Mingchen. There was no other way. Gu Mingchen always asked her to tie his tie whenever he wore formal attire. Even though her skills were terrible at first, tying it all crookedly, she persisted. Through continuous practice, her tie-tying skills became more and more proficient. Her pure white, smooth fingers deftly untangled Zhou Junqi's tie, straightened it out, and then retied it. Zhou Junqi's eyes followed her fingers closely. Because of the tie-tying, they were very close. Their breaths intertwined, and he could even see the fine fuzz on her jade-like cheeks, which looked so cute. "Sister, it's almost done." Su Jinchun thought he was urging her, and quickly replied. Su Jinchun. Gu Mingchen happened to walk over, saw this scene, and his face darkened as he shouted. Su Jinchun had just finished tying the tie and was startled by his shout, causing her to shiver. Zhou Junqi quickly reached out to support her waist, nervously asking, "Sister, are you okay? You dare to touch her?" Gu Mingchen was furious, striding over and grabbing Su Jinchun's arm, pulling her away from Zhou Junqi. "Mingchen, what are you doing here?" Su Jinchun asked in surprise. Zhou Junqi frowned, pained, and reminded, "If you pull her like that, it will hurt her." He recognized this man as Su Jinchun's husband, feeling both envy and jealousy. His emotions were very complicated. "My person, I know how to care for her. But you, what were you doing just now?" Gu Mingchen questioned coldly. Seeing his expression, Su Jinchun knew he misunderstood and quickly explained. "Just now his tie was crooked, and I was just helping him fix it." "Does he not have hands?" "He needs you to help him? Besides, how do you two know each other?" "I didn't know you knew someone like him." The man coldly snorted. "Meeting twice. There's no way it's just a casual acquaintance. This matter, I'll explain to you when we get home." Su Jinchun softly tugged at his sleeve. Zhou Junqi couldn't stand her submissive posture and couldn't help but introduce himself. "My name is Zhou Junqi. I met Sister Su by chance due to an accident. I rarely wear formal attire, so I don't know how to fix my tie and could only ask Sister Su for help." "You say, who are you?" Gu Mingchen asked with a deep gaze. "Zhou Junqi." Gu Mingchen's expression became serious as he said to Su Jinchun, "You go over there and eat something. You won't hit him, will you?" Su Jinchun asked worriedly. Gu Mingchen's expression didn't look good, appearing as if he was ready to eat someone. "Humph, don't worry. I won't stoop to the level of a child." Gu Mingchen coldly snorted, narrowing his eyes. Zhou Junqi was speechless and quickly retorted quietly, "Even if it really came to a fight, I might not be worse than you. You'll find me later." Su Jinchun left, but still felt uneasy, looking back 3 times. Zhou Junqi jealously said, "Sister really treats you well. You shouldn't hurt her." On what basis are you saying this to me? Gu Mingchen questioned with a gloomy gaze. Zhou Junqi's face turned red, unable to answer. He was too young and naive, with all his thoughts written on his face. Gu Mingchen coldly snorted, his tone dark. Some people can be liked, and some cannot. I don't care if you like her innocently or are seeking revenge for your brother. From now on, put away those thoughts that shouldn't exist. You know my brother? Who are you? Zhou Junqi asked curiously. You don't know who I am? Gu Mingchen frowned. He thought Zhou Junqi was pretending to be foolish. But looking at his innocent eyes, he felt he wasn't faking it. Of course, I don't know who you are, but I know you have a girlfriend. We met in B City. Your girlfriend hit me with her car. So, you're deceiving sister? That is not my girlfriend. It's my cousin. Although I feel there's no need to explain to you to prevent you from gossiping in front of Su Jinshan, I'll still tell you. By the way, my name is Gu Mingchen. Gu Mingchen? You are Gu Mingchen? Zhou Junqi looked at him in surprise. I've been wanting to meet you since I knew you were coming. I wanted to see you last time at the bar, but unfortunately, you didn't come. No. We have met, but in another way. Your brother often mentioned you to me, and every time he did, he was very proud. I'm very sorry about your brother's matter. If you have any grievances, you can come at me. This has nothing to do with Su Jinshan, Gu Mingchen said in a low voice. Since you are Gu Mingchen, then the person you like must be my sister? Zhou Junqi murmured. Gu Mingchen frowned. Was this kid not quite right in the head? Why did he suddenly mention his sister when talking about his brother? Cough. My relationship with your sister is complicated. In short, you just need to remember one thing. Su Jinshan is mine. Saying that, he turned and left. Sister is not yours. She only belongs to herself. Zhou Junqi looked at his back and muttered quietly. Is it you? He Ruara suddenly appeared and exclaimed in surprise upon seeing him. Zhou Junqi turned around to see her, thinking she was Gu Mingchen's cousin, and immediately turned dark-faced and walked away. Stop right there. Who allowed you to leave? He Ruara shouted, chasing after him and blocking his way. Get out of the way, Zhou Junqi said with a cold face. I won't talk to unreasonable people. I'm unreasonable. He Ruara was both angry and amused, hands on her hips, saying, Last time it was clearly your fault, and you still owe me an apology. How can you say I'm unreasonable? Young Master Zhou, so you are here? Someone came over to greet Zhou Junqi. He Ruara's eyes widened in surprise, incredulously murmuring, You are Zhou Junqi? Her Junqi brother is actually him? Chapter 76. The interrupted good thing. Su Jinchu held a small tray, picked 2 nice-looking desserts, and sat at a corner table to taste them. Gu Yunheng watched her from afar, her cheeks puffing as she ate, resembling a little hamster he once raised. A smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. Who knew someone could be so cute, even while eating? Susu. Just as Gu Yunheng was about to walk over, Gu Mingchen stepped ahead and reached Su Jinchu's side. You're back? How was it? You didn't get into a fight, did you? Su Jinchu was both surprised and delighted to see him, and quickly asked with concern, You're back? What's the matter? You didn't get into a fight, did you? Gu Mingchen was speechless and raised his hand to pat her head, saying, I don't have violent tendencies. How could I possibly fight? To be honest, Zhou Junqi is actually the younger brother of a friend of mine. I just didn't recognize him at first since it's been years. Su Jinshu breathed a sigh of relief and said with lingering fear, It's good you didn't misunderstand. I was worried you might. Let's go home, Gu Mingchen suggested. Su Jinshu wanted to say she came with Hiruro and should at least say goodbye to her before leaving. But suddenly, she remembered that Hiruro hadn't said goodbye to her before disappearing. This was her friend's birthday party, so it should be fine. She sent a message to Hiruro and left with Gu Mingchen. Gu Yunheng watched them leave, feeling anxious and helpless. The original plan was for Gu Mingchen to be the special guest tonight. At that point, Su Jinshu would discover his identity from the audience, and he could appear at the right moment to comfort her. People are most vulnerable when they are at their weakest, making it the best opportunity to break down their defenses. But in the end, reality was harsh. Gu Mingchen unexpectedly didn't play by the rules and took Su Jinshu away. Mr. Huan knew Gu Mingchen was leaving but didn't say anything. Everyone knew Gu Mingchen did whatever he wanted, even disregarding the old Master Gu's face, let alone anyone else's. Only Miss Hua felt a bit sad. She had thought Gu Mingchen would be the special guest at her birthday party, but unexpectedly he left. Ruoro, why did your cousin leave so suddenly? Hiro had seen the WeChat message Su Jinshu sent and replied honestly, he was taken away by a woman. Miss Hua exclaimed in surprise. But she quickly realized she had lost her composure, sighed softly, and quickly adjusted her expression. It was normal for a man like Gu Mingchen to have women around him. She should have thought of that long ago. Ruoro, come with me. Miss Hua smiled slightly, showing a proper smile, and hooked her arm through Hiro's as they walked out. The birthday party officially began. After Miss Hua let go of Hiruro, she hooked her father's arm and went on stage. Hiruro took the opportunity to find Zhou Junqi. Once she got close to him, she didn't dare to speak, merely standing beside him and occasionally stealing glances. The face she had previously found loathsome somehow looked more appealing the more she looked at it, especially after knowing his identity. Why do you keep looking at me? Zhou Junqi finally couldn't hold back and questioned. Ah, how did you know I was sneaking a look at you? Heruo asked in surprise, her face turning red. Zhou Junqi was speechless. He was indeed a sports student, a bit oblivious, but her sneaking glances were too obvious for him to not notice. I'm not blind. Heruo felt embarrassed, scratching her head and asking, do you really not remember me? My name is Heruo. Humph, of course I remember you. When you were driving in B City and threatening to run me over, you told me your name. How could I possibly forget? Zhou Junqi replied coldly. Heruo hurriedly explained, I didn't know it was you back then. If I had known, I definitely wouldn't have said that I would run you over. Besides that time, can you remember when else you heard my name? Think carefully. When we were kids, didn't you also hear my name before? Miss. Zhou Junqi said angrily, I don't remember knowing you as a child, but that doesn't matter. What matters is how can you be so unkind? You can avoid running over people you know, but run over those you don't? That is just terrible. I'm terrible. Heruo was very speechless and a bit sad. After all, it was hard to hear such an evaluation from someone she liked. I'm not. You misunderstood me. I'm not that kind of person. I already know what kind of person you are. You don't need to explain any further. Also, stay away from me. And don't keep appearing in front of me. Zhou Junqi didn't want to entangle with her anymore and left. Heruo was extremely upset and left the birthday party before it ended, crying all the way back to Gu Mingchen's house. She ignored the servant's attempts to stop her and ran upstairs. At this moment, Gu Mingchen was embracing his little wife, claiming his rights. Just then, a loud knocking sound suddenly interrupted them. Who is it? Gu Mingchen asked. Jinchu was panting, gradually regaining her composure, and nervously tightened her grip on Gu Mingchen's arm. Woo, cousin, sister-in-law, are you in there? Heruo cried out. Heruo. Gu Mingchen gritted his teeth, angrily getting out of bed and putting on his clothes. He wanted to lock this troublesome girl in a small dark room. Don't be impulsive. Jinchu quickly put on her clothes to stop him, running out the door ahead of him, grabbing Heruo and escaping. The man was speechless. Just a moment ago, she had seemed weak and helpless, and he had cherished her, but unexpectedly, she could run so fast now. It seemed he didn't need to be too protective of her in the future. Sister-in-law, where's my cousin? Heruo cried as she asked. Jinchu, also tired from running, let go of her hand and said, you should be thankful I brought you away quickly, otherwise, your cousin would definitely want to kill you. Heruo noticed the hickey on Jinchu's neck and instantly blushed, feeling so embarrassed that she wished she could find a hole to hide in. Even though she was still young, she wasn't foolish. With so many teaching tools, how could she not know what that was? No wonder her cousin wanted to kill her. She had ruined her cousin's good thing. It would be strange if he didn't want to kill her. Sister-in-law, I think I should leave first. We'll talk next time. You're already here. Just say a few more words before you go, Jinchu said. No, sister-in-law, I really want to leave now. Otherwise, it might be too late. And I won't be able to leave, Heruo said, not listening to Jinchu's pleas, and hurriedly left. Gu Mingchen came over, only to find Jinchu alone. Where's Heruo? She left, Jinchu replied. The man snorted coldly, saying, she ran away fast. Otherwise, I would have taught her a good lesson today. Don't be too hard on her. After all, she is still a child, Jinchu said gently. However, the man leaned closer to her, deliberately acting spoiled. I'm also pitiful. Why don't you pity me a little? How are you pitiful? Don't act spoiled with me on purpose, Jinchu said, feeling speechless and blushing. But unexpectedly, the man held her hand, touched a certain place, and asked in a low voice, do you think I'm pitiful? Fortunately, the night is still long. They still have plenty of time. Chapter 77. Stopped at the company entrance. Jinchun had just gotten out of the car and walked to the entrance when she heard someone calling her name. She turned her head to look and saw Zhao Shili approaching. What are you doing here? Jinchun frowned and questioned. In the past, she would use the respectful form of address, but not anymore. Zhao Shili smirked and said, marrying a rich man really does change a person. Your temper has gotten bigger. You don't even have the basic respect anymore. I really wasted my years raising you. Jinchun's face darkened as she said seriously, first, you never raised me. Since I can remember, even my father has never given me a penny for support. It was my grandmother who collected scrap to raise me little by little. So we have no nurturing relationship. Second, didn't you receive $1 million and buy off your relationship with me? What is the point of saying this now? Third, it's not that I have a bad temper because I married a rich man. I've always been like this. The reason I held back before was for my grandmother. Now that I don't need to endure for her, of course, I want tea. 1, 2, 3. The young lady is indeed a talented person, so quick with her words that I'm left speechless. However, one thing you said is incorrect. You claim your grandmother raised you with scrap, and that has nothing to do with us. Although we didn't give you a penny. If it weren't for you, your grandmother's scrap money would have certainly been used for us, so you still grew up with our money. Su Jinchun. She didn't expect anyone could be so shameless to this extent, and for a moment, she didn't know what to say. As the saying goes, it is wise to associate with the wise, not to argue with fools. Some people are stubborn in their views. Even if she argued, it would be meaningless and would only make her look foolish. Are you done? If you're done, you can leave. Of course, I'm not done. And you can't leave. I finally found you. I waited for you at your old company all day and didn't see you. Later, I found your colleagues to ask and learned that you actually transferred to the headquarters. I've always said you were someone who would succeed, and I was right. What do you want to say to me? Su Jinchun interrupted her impatiently. Zhao Xiuli smiled awkwardly and said, your dad is having a birthday dinner tonight and wants you to come home. He misses you and even cried when he mentioned you yesterday. Su Jinchun was speechless. If I remember correctly, his birthday is still half a year away. Why does he want to celebrate now? Zhao Xiuli, embarrassed, explained. It really is still half a year, but your dad hasn't been feeling well lately, and he wants to cheer himself up. So he decided to celebrate his birthday and make it lively. I understand. I will prepare a birthday gift and send it over. After talking for so long, was it just about wanting a birthday gift? Ever since she got into college, not only did they not give her a penny for living expenses, but they also asked for gifts every year for birthdays, Father's Day, the Spring Festival, and various other reasons. She had already gotten used to it. Jinchun, your dad doesn't just want a gift this time. He wants you to come back. He wants to see you. You have to go back, Zhao Xiuli urged eagerly. Su Jinchun said, when you accepted the million, you said that from then on, we would have no relationship. In this situation, how do you expect me to go back? I will send the gift back. Don't say any more, or I'll be late if I don't go in. Jinchun, you have to agree. If you don't, I want to be able to explain to your dad, Zhao Xiuli said, immediately reaching out to grab her arm and pleading loudly. Her voice was so loud that many people coming and going at the company in trance stopped to watch. Although she had just transferred to the headquarters and knew few people, being held like this by Zhao Xiuli was still embarrassing for Su Jinchun. Auntie, please let go quickly. What are you doing? If you think it looks bad, just agree to me. If you agree, I will let go right away, Zhao Xiuli said. Su Jinchun pulled hard, trying to break free. Unexpectedly, Zhao Xiuli was surprisingly strong, probably using all her strength. No matter how Su Jinchun struggled, she refused to let go. More people were watching. Su Jinchun also noticed that Tian had gotten out of the car. To avoid being seen and ridiculed by her, she could only hurriedly agree to Zhao Xiuli. Okay, I'll go over tonight. Really? That's great. You go to work now. Work hard, and we'll wait for you to come home tonight. Zhao Xiuli happily let go and walked away in high spirits. Su Jinchun breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly lowered her head to walk into the company. Who was that woman just now? Why was she bothering you? Tan Yuanqing suddenly appeared next to Su Jinchun and asked. Su Jinchun was startled and looked at him with a shocked expression. Tan Yuanqing smiled and explained, I saw it at the entrance. I was going to help, but I wasn't sure who she was. And since she was a woman, I didn't want to go over. Su Jinchun was taken aback, not expecting President Tan to be such a warm-hearted person. That's my stepmother. We haven't been in touch for a long time. She wants me to go home tonight for my dad's birthday. Oh, then you should go back, Tan Yuanqing said. At that moment, a group of people walked over. Tan Yuanqing couldn't continue the conversation and turned to enter the president's exclusive elevator. Su Jinchun followed the crowd into the elevator. And when they reached the floor of the second department, she exited with the crowd. Su Jinchun, I saw everything just now. Suddenly, Tian called out to her from behind and snorted. Su Jinchun turned around, confused, and asked, what did you see? Did you see her bothering you? I saw President Tan talking to you. I didn't expect you to be so capable, getting close to President Tan so quickly. But I advise you to give up on that thought. President Tan isn't someone you can think about, Tian said with a cold snort. Su Jinchun was speechless. She didn't know why Tan Yuanqing spoke to her, but they really only exchanged a few words. She didn't know anything and was judged to be deliberately flirting with President Tan, which was simply spreading rumors. Tian, I thought only some idle old ladies like to gossip and spread rumors, but I didn't expect someone as young as you to learn to take many shortcuts. I don't know whether to congratulate you or pity you. You think I'm spreading rumors? Tian shouted angrily. Yes, that's exactly what I mean. Su Jinchun shrugged and nodded. After saying that, she ignored her and turned to enter the office. Tian was so angry that she stomped her feet. This Su Jinchun was too despicable. How could she be so high and mighty, so self-righteous? Xiaomei, do you know? This morning I saw Su Jinchun and President Tan standing together, chatting intimately. Really? Xiaomei turned around and told others. This morning I saw Su Jinchun and President Tan being very close. 3 hours later, the version that circulated was that Su Jinchun and President Tan were being affectionate. Chapter 78. Su Yaoyao's boyfriend. After work, Su Jinchu sent a message to Gu Mingchen and took a taxi home. On the way, she casually bought a bottle of mid-range wine as a birthday gift for her father. Anyway, no matter what she gave, Su Daji wouldn't like her. It was just a formality, so she chose something at random. Jinchu, you finally made it. I've been looking forward to you. Su Jinchu knocked on the door, and Zhao Shuli opened it. Seeing her, Zhao Shuli displayed a mixed expression of surprise and joy, warmly inviting her inside. This rare enthusiasm made Su Jinchu quite uncomfortable, so she handed over the gift. Zhao Shuli took it without even looking, placing it aside, clearly happier that Su Jinchu had come than concerned about the gift. Humph. Su Yaoyao walked over and rolled her eyes at Su Jinchu with a cold snort. Su Jinchu didn't mind. She was used to Su Yaoyao not liking her. If Su Yaoyao had suddenly been warm like Zhao Shuli, that would have been even more unusual. Jinchu's here. Come over and greet Chen Xiao. Su Daji stood up and reminded Su Jinchu loudly. Only then did Su Jinchu notice that there were other people in the house. And that person was Chen Xiao, who had previously bothered her at the birthday party. He had even hit Su Yaoyao during their first meeting. Miss Su, we meet again. Chen Xiao flashed a cheeky smile, raising his hand to greet Su Jinchu. Su Jinchu's expression darkened as she said to Su Daji, Dad, do you know how he treats Yaoyao? How can you accept him as Yaoyao's boyfriend? Do you know who Chen Xiao is? He's the heir of the Chen group, way better than your husband. Who doesn't he even have a proper job? Why wouldn't I accept such a good son-in-law? As long as you're happy, I've already given the gift. I think it has nothing to do with me, so I'll leave now. Feeling that her kindness was taken for granted, Su Jinchu was quite upset and was about to leave. Zhao Shili rushed over at that moment, blocking her way, and yelled at Su Daji, what are you doing? You said you wanted your daughter, but now that she is here, you want her to leave. If she really leaves, you'll regret it. Yes, Jinchu, it's Dad's fault. I shouldn't have spoken to you so harshly. Don't be mad at your dad. Su Daji suddenly seemed to realize and quickly apologized to Su Jinchu. Su Jinchu looked at him in surprise, wondering if he had drunk some fake wine today. Otherwise, why was he suddenly so different and apologizing to her? Let's sit down and have a drink together to celebrate your dad's birthday. Zhao Shili hurriedly pulled Su Jinchu to sit down, shoving a glass of wine into her hand without giving her a chance to refuse. Su Jinchu had no choice but to accept the glass, looking bewildered. Su Yaoyao looked outraged, watching her as if she wanted to say something but didn't dare to. Only Chen Xiao remained calm, smiling at her, although his smile was somewhat creepy and made people uncomfortable. I think I should leave. Su Jinchu felt a vague sense of unease and struggled to stand up. Zhao Shili pressed her down firmly, saying, You came all this way. If you leave without having a drink, are you angry with your dad? I'm not, Su Jinchu protested. Since you're not, just drink this glass, Zhao Shili insisted. Yes, drink it, Su Daji echoed. With no other choice, Su Jinchu drank the wine. Originally, she thought that once she finished, she could leave, and they wouldn't have any reason to stop her. However, she didn't notice that as she drank. Su Daji and Zhao Shili were overjoyed, while Chen Xiao looked lewdly and couldn't help but lick his lips. Only Su Yaoyao bit her lip, revealing her unwillingness. However, these people were not happy for long, as the doorbell suddenly rang. Who is it? Zhao Shili went to open the door, clearly displeased. When the door opened and she saw who was outside, her expression changed instantly. Su. Gu Mingchen ignored her and walked straight in to find Su Jinchu. Su Jinchu's eyes lit up, and she stood up excitedly, asking, What brings you here? Of course, I came to find you. It seems some people have forgotten our previous agreement. Since that's the case, shouldn't the benefits obtained be returned? Gu Mingchen narrowed his eyes, looking quite displeased as he glanced at Zhao Shili. Zhao Shili trembled in fear. She had spent the million already. What could she use to pay it back? You're Su Jinchu's husband? Chen Xiao, who thought he was about to succeed, was suddenly interrupted and felt very displeased, questioning with a stern face. Gu Mingchen hadn't even noticed there was an extra person in the house at first. Now seeing him, he frowned slightly and asked, And you are? He is my boyfriend, Chen Xiao, the heir of the Chen group, Su Yaoyao said proudly. So it's someone from the Chen family, Gu Mingchen said with a bland expression. It was normal for someone of his class not to know about the Chen group. Chen Xiao sarcastically commented, uninformed. Suddenly, Su Jinchu felt a darkness in front of her eyes, and her body swayed involuntarily. Su, what's wrong? Gu Mingchen noticed immediately and hurried to support her. Zhao Shili quickly shot a look at Su Yaoyao. Aren't you going to help your sister to rest? Oh, Su Yaoyao replied reluctantly. No need, I'll take her home. Gu Mingchen wrapped his arm around her waist and carried her away. Su Jinchu's consciousness was already starting to fade, leaving her unable to speak. She weakly leaned against the man's embrace, obediently, making one feel heartache. Gu Mingchen glanced at her and quickened his pace. Meanwhile, at the Su household, Su Jinchu being taken away by Gu Mingchen made Chen Xiao furious. I'm sorry, Chen Xiao, we didn't expect that man to come suddenly, Zhao Shioli said cautiously. Su Daji also smiled along. Yes, this isn't our fault. Su Yaoyao pouted, looking wronged. She left, but I'm still here. You can still look at me. You? Chen Xiao snorted coldly. If we can't get her, we'll break up. Otherwise, what makes you worthy of being my Chen Xiao's girlfriend? After saying this, he shrugged off her hand and left. Chen Xiao? Su Yaoyao's eyes brimmed with tears, panicking. Zhao Shioli was also anxious, chasing after Chen Xiao to apologize until the door was slammed shut. Don't cry. Today was such a near miss. We were almost successful. But don't worry. To help you marry into the Chen family, your dad and I will definitely help you. Mom, you must help me. I have to marry Chen Xiao, otherwise, you'll lose face, and we will always be overshadowed by Su Jinchu. Su Yaoyao hugged her mother, complaining aggrievely. Zhao Shioli assured her, don't worry, my good daughter. I'm willing to do anything for you to marry into a wealthy family. Chapter 79. Bringing a woman to the hotel room, so uncomfortable. After Su Jinchu was carried into the car by Gu Mingchen, she completely lost consciousness and was anxiously twisting towards him. To the nearest hotel, Gu Mingchen ordered with a serious face. At this point, if he still didn't understand what was going on, he would be a fool. Fortunately, Chen Xiao from the Su family arrived in time. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. The car quickly arrived at the hotel, where Li Yu, who had already been notified, was waiting inside. What happened? Li Yu asked hurriedly upon seeing him carry someone in. Gu Mingchen coldly replied, she was drugged. Quickly check how serious it is and whether she needs her stomach pumped. While checking Su Jinchu, Li Yu explained, I'm not asking what happened to her. I'm asking what happened to you. Why are you carrying a woman? What is your relationship with her? Get to the point. How is she? Gu Mingchen asked urgently. Li Yu looked at him in surprise. He had never seen him so anxious for anyone before. It's a very common party drug, usually used in bars and KTV places. The side effects aren't severe, just a temporary loss of consciousness. It will feel better if a man is present. Of course, if there's no man, cold water can also help. Soaking in cold water will improve the situation. Li Yu had seen this situation too many times and could tell what was going on at a glance. He quickly explained everything to Gu Mingchen. Upon hearing this, Gu Mingchen saw Su Jinchu pulling at her clothes. Without saying another word, he dragged Li Yu out and threw him outside. Li Yu thought to himself, was he going to find a man for her? But before he could finish his thought, he was thrown out. He threw me out. Does he want to handle it himself? Li Yu murmured, and his expression changed instantly. He quickly took out his phone and called Tan Yuanqing. Do you know that young Master Gu is with a woman? There are only two types of people in this world, men and women. If he's not with a man, he'll be with a woman. Is that strange? Tan Yuanqing replied. Li Yu said anxiously, what I mean is, he has a woman with him, and they are in a hotel room right now. What? He's in a hotel room with a woman? It seems he doesn't truly love that Miss Su, Tan Yuanqing said excitedly. I knew the CP I was shipping was true love. What Miss Su? Li Yu asked in confusion. You don't have to worry about Miss Su. She's not important. Send me the hotel location immediately. I'm going to catch them in the act. Is that okay? If I ruin his good time, he might kill me. Li Yu was very worried, thinking about Gu Mingchen's concern for that woman. Tan Yuanqing assured him, don't worry, I won't betray you. Upon hearing that, Li Yu immediately sent the location. He then hurriedly ran to a convenience store to buy a bottle of drink and a bag of sunflower seeds, hiding away to prepare for the show. After receiving the hotel address, Tan Yuanqing hurriedly found Gu Mingmei, telling her about Gu Mingchen sleeping with a woman in the hotel. What? Didn't he say he liked Su Jinchu? How did he get involved with someone else? Gu Mingmei slammed the table, standing up in anger. Tan Yuanqing advised her. Calm down. All men are the same. Besides me, how many are truly faithful? He said, puffing his chest out like a proud peacock. Seeing his showy appearance, Gu Mingmei rolled her eyes. While putting on her jacket, she walked out. I want to see for myself what kind of woman he has found this time. I'll go with you. Tan Yuanqing eagerly followed her. When the two arrived at the hotel, Li Yu was so tired he was about to doze off. Following the room number, Gu Mingmei knocked on the door loudly. Gu Mingchen had just caught his breath after a shower and was preparing to cuddle with his wife when he heard the knocking, frowning in displeasure. After checking the surveillance, he found it was his sister and Tan Yuanqing. Only then did he reluctantly open the door instead of calling the police. What are you doing here? Gu Mingchen asked with an unhappy expression as he opened the door. He had just finished showering and was wearing a hotel bathrobe, the tie loosely fastened, revealing a strong chest. A man after an intimate encounter carries a lazy sexiness. Moreover, he was already a very sexy man, and at this moment, he was overflowing with hormones. Not to mention women. Even men couldn't help but feel stirred. Tan Yuanqing quickly reached out to cover Gu Mingmei's eyes. Anxiously scolding Gu Mingchen, "Put on some clothes. You look like a brothel worker. It's so embarrassing." Gu Mingchen was speechless and reminded him, "She is my sister. I'm her brother. Are you jealous of me? What are you thinking about all day long?" Tan Yuanqing retorted. Gu Mingmei was also very speechless. She pushed Tan Yuanqing's arm away and then black-facedly pushed her brother away. "What are you going in for?" Gu Mingchen was startled and hurriedly chased after to block her. "Of course, I want to see what kind of woman is inside. Besides Su, who else could it be?" Gu Mingchen frowned. Gu Mingmei scoffed, mocking, "How could that be? If it were really her, why would you take her out to a hotel room? Exactly, do you think we?" Tan Yuanqing also scoffed, disdainfully curling his lips. However, before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly thought of something. His expression darkened, and he closed his mouth, looking at Gu Mingchen in surprise. "What's wrong?" Gu Mingmei asked, puzzled by his change in expression. Tan Yuanqing awkwardly cleared his throat and quickly asked Gu Mingchen, "It wouldn't be her stepmother, would it?" "Help me check the Chen group," Gu Mingchen said in a gloomy voice. Tan Yuanqing nodded and immediately pulled Gu Mingmei outside. "What's wrong? Why are you pulling me?" Gu Mingmei questioned angrily as she was dragged out of the hotel and shook off Tan Yuanqing. Tan Yuanqing quickly explained to her how he saw Jinchu being entangled by her stepmother and then told Gu Mingchen what had happened. So, it must be her stepmother who tricked her back home and drugged her. Fortunately, President Gu arrived in time. Otherwise, it would have been a big deal. So, the woman inside must be Jinchu, and it can't be anyone else. This is too much. How can there be such a family? Gu Mingmei frowned, feeling heartbroken. Tan Yuanqing said, "There are all kinds of people in the world. This is quite normal. It's just that she is unfortunate to encounter such disgusting family members. But don't be too angry. President Gu will handle this well. We don't need to intervene. But he just asked me to investigate the Chen group. Could this matter also be related to the Chen group? If I'm not mistaken, it should be Chen Xiao, the son of President Chen. He is a playboy and has teased me before. Seeing someone as innocent as Jinchu, he would definitely be tempted." "What? He has teased you before? What kind of person is he? I'll check all his information immediately. If President Gu doesn't deal with him, I will." Tan Yuanqing shouted angrily. Chapter 80. Getting intimate in the storage room, Gu Mingchen walked in and lifted the blanket, intending to lie down. Unexpectedly, Jinchu opened her eyes, her face flushed, and whispered, "Who was outside just now?" She didn't hear it clearly, but was vaguely aware of someone talking outside. One of the voices was definitely Gu Mingchen's, which she heard clearly. However, there was also a man and a woman whose voices sounded familiar, but she couldn't recall where she had heard them before. "Weren't you asleep?" The man looked surprised, then raised his hand, his long fingers gently gliding across her face. He thought she must have fallen asleep from exhaustion, but it turned out she was still awake. "Since you're not asleep, I'm fine now." Jinchu quickly held his fingers, her face reddening as she spoke softly. After that brief moment, she had already clarified many things in her mind. She knew Zhao Xiuli had drugged her, understood why she was sent home, and also knew how Gu Mingchen had helped her detoxify. "Tell me if you're feeling unwell. With me here, I won't let you be unhappy." The man withdrew his fingers and leaned down to kiss her forehead. Jinchu closed her eyes, and 2 tears rolled down her cheeks. It would be a lie to say she wasn't sad. Even though she had never held any expectations for them, they were still her closest kin. Being betrayed and hurt by family, no matter how deep the bond, was equally painful, especially since Su Daji was involved in this matter. It made her heart ache even more. She had long known that her father didn't like her, but she never expected him to be so indifferent. "Sleep." Gu Mingchen noticed her tears but didn't comfort her. He didn't know how to console someone who had been hurt by their own family. Even though he had conflicts with his grandfather and sister, he knew they loved him. So he couldn't empathize fully. He could only domineeringly wrap his arms around her waist, allowing her to lean against him and sleep. Jinchu buried her head in his chest and sobbed softly. She didn't know how long it had been when she fell into a drowsy sleep. The next morning, when she woke up, Gu Mingchen was already gone. It was then that she remembered she had forgotten to ask him who the person talking to him was. "Jinchu, are you okay?" Gu Mingchen took a half day off for Jinchu, so she went to the company in the afternoon. As soon as she sat down, Sister Lure walked over and asked with concern. "Huh?" Jinchu was taken aback and quickly shook her head, saying, No, I'm fine. She thought Sister Lure might know about her being betrayed by her family, and felt her face flush with shame. Sister Lure, looking worried, said, "It's good that you're fine. I saw you took a leave this morning and thought you were feeling down because of this matter. Don't take it to heart. These people in the company love to gossip and talk nonsense. Those who are innocent will remain innocent. I believe you are clear." "What do you mean? Those who are clear will remain clear?" "Sister Lure, I don't understand what you're talking about." Su Jinchun looked confused. She felt that Sister Lure wasn't talking about her being plotted against by her family, but something else. However, she couldn't think of anything else that would prompt such comments. "Jinchun, you still don't know? The company is spreading gossip about you and President Tan," Sister Lure said in surprise. "What gossip about me and President Tan?" Su Jinchun frowned and immediately stood up to ask. Sister Lure relayed what she had heard. Su Jinchun's eyes widened. They were actually saying she was getting intimate with President Tan, who saw them and spread such ridiculous rumors. "I don't know how it got out. But anyway, that's what people are saying in the company. You just started working here, and now you have this kind of gossip. Someone must be targeting you deliberately. Be careful in the future. Don't let anyone set you up," Sister Lure said earnestly. Su Jinchun nodded. Suddenly, she thought, what if this gossip reached President Tan's ears and he misunderstood? "I'll go find President Tan and explain." "Don't go," Sister Lure stopped her. "This kind of thing will clear itself. If you go find President Tan now, it will only confirm those rumors. Maybe President Tan doesn't even know about it. If you go now, it would be like admitting it yourself. If he finds out and gets angry, he might even fire you. President Tan is a reasonable person. He wouldn't be so unreasonable," Su Jinchun replied. Sister Lure said, "What do you know? President Tan has always liked our maison. He is never polite to women who want to get close to him. To prove his innocence to maison, firing you is the quickest and easiest way." Su Jinchun thought, "It sounds like I'm just a dispensable pawn." However, while she didn't go to find Tan Yuancheng, someone else did. Gu Yunheng angrily questioned Tan Yuancheng. "How dare you get intimate with Su Jinchun? Have you forgotten whose person she is?" "She is my cousin." Tan Yuancheng was on a call with Gu Mingmei when Gu Yunheng suddenly barged in and shouted, nearly causing his heart to stop. "Maison, Yun Xiao is going crazy. I'll send him to the mental hospital first and explain to you later." After saying that, he hung up and rushed towards Gu Yunheng. "Gu Yunheng, are you trying to frame me in front of Maison? Do you want to die?" Gu Yunheng was also speechless. He didn't expect Tan Yuancheng to be on the phone with his cousin. While dodging, he explained, "I didn't know you were on the phone with Maison. If I had known, I wouldn't have said that. Besides, it was your fault first. How can you still shout at me?" "What do you mean I was at fault first? What did I do? I am loyal to Maison. The sun and moon can testify to that. I am completely different from you fickle people. If this were ancient times, I should be awarded a chastity plaque." "A chastity plaque? The whole company is talking about it. It's even reached our branch company, and you still don't know?" Gu Yunheng sneered. Tan Yuancheng stopped chasing, hands on his hips, panting as he asked, "What is being said? What should I know?" Gu Yunheng was also running out of breath, holding his waist and panting. "I heard at the branch company that you and Su Jinchun were getting intimate in the storage room and were caught by someone. You didn't hear any rumors at all?" "No, whether you heard it or not isn't the point. The key is whether it's true." He didn't even dare to touch Gu Mingchen, yet he dared to touch her? "Who spread the rumor that I was getting intimate with Su Jinchun in the storage room?" Tan Yuancheng felt like his eyes were about to pop out, shouting angrily. "You were getting intimate with Su Jinchun in the storage room?" Gu Mingchen pushed the door open and walked in, his face as dark as a thundercloud. "Tan Yuancheng, why are you suddenly here?" Cough, cough. "I just remembered I have something to do at the branch company. I'll be leaving first." The instigator, Gu Yunheng, actually tried to sneak away at that moment. "Gu Yunheng, stop right there." Tan Yuancheng tried to chase him, but was blocked by Gu Mingchen. With a sinister look, he asked, "Aren't you going to explain to me why you were getting intimate with Su Jinchun in the storage room?" Chapter 81. Unraveling the rumor I'm wronged. Who is spreading the rumors? If I find out, I will definitely kill him. Tan Yuancheng howled at the sky, wishing he could immediately commit suicide in front of Gu Mingchen to prove his innocence. Gu Mingchen looked at him coldly as he shouted his grievances, and waited for him to finish before slowly saying, "There's no smoke without fire. Such rumors suddenly spreading in the company. Do you bear no responsibility at all?" "Of course not. I don't even know who threw this blame on me. You know me. I am loyal to your sister. How could I possibly be with another woman, let alone your woman? Am I crazy to provoke you?" Tan Yuancheng explained eagerly. Gu Mingchen knew he was wronged, and even without the explanation, he believed there was nothing between him and Su Jinchu. However, what he wanted wasn't an explanation. The whole company is talking about it. "Even if I believe you, you can rest assured, I will definitely investigate this matter thoroughly and give you an explanation," Tan Yuancheng immediately assured. "All right, I will wait for your good news. Gu Mingchen finally showed a satisfied expression. You didn't come to me just because of the rumors, did you? After calming down, Tan Yuanqing asked with confusion. How is the investigation on Chun's group going? The last time I asked you to look into it. Of course, I've investigated it clearly. Tan Yuanqing snorted. Hua is quite a character. He started off selling hardware with a cart. Later, by chance, he came into some money. Although he has no education or skills, he has guts, strategy, and money. After earning his first pot of gold, he funded a computer science student named Guan Chao to develop software. Guan Chao is a computer expert and managed to come up with something in less than a year. Hua used this to establish Chun's group and quickly grew the company. In recent years, he has become a leader in this industry. Is Chao his heir? Gu Mingchen asked again. Tan Yuanqing nodded. Yes, he is his second son. The first son was rather unfortunate. At that time, he hadn't made his fortune yet, and his wife couldn't stand the poverty and left him. He raised two sons alone. The eldest son was killed in a car accident while he was out doing business. Chao wasn't originally called Chao. It was only after Hua became successful that he changed his son's name to Chao. Anyone who sees him has to respectfully call him Chao. After making his fortune, Hua remarried 5 or 6 times and kept many mistresses outside. Unfortunately, he never had another son or daughter, only Chao as his sole heir. So he is very spoiled. He doesn't have much skill in managing the company, but he has quite a knack for bullying others. He opened an entertainment company, which is essentially his harem. No wonder he doesn't recognize me. He is just a nouveau riche, Gu Mingchen sneered. What are you planning to do? Tan Yuanqing asked. Gu Mingchen's eyes darkened, and he said coldly, those who dare to scheme against me will know the consequences of being ruthless in this Jiangqing. Just tell me what you need me to do, and I will guarantee to deal with him. Tan Yuanqing clenched his fist. Gu Mingchen looked at him in confusion. Tan Yuanqing quickly explained. Your sister said he used to flirt with her. Such an arrogant scoundrel deserves to be cut off from his lineage. There are plenty of people who pursue my sister. Instead of worrying about other men's futures, you should think about how to explain the matter regarding Su to my sister. Huh, does it even need an explanation? Your sister will definitely not believe it. How could she possibly believe there is something between me and Su Jinchu? Tan Yuanqing immediately waved his hand with a smile. Moreover, even if she believes it, she wouldn't care. We need to find out who started the rumors. Such a person cannot stay in Gu's group. Gu Mingchen was too lazy to argue with him, shrugged, and left after saying that. Tan Yuanqing assured, don't worry, you don't need to say it. I will definitely not let him off the hook once I find out. He immediately called his secretary to start investigating the people who spread the rumors one by one. Although the company was large, there were only these people. If he really wanted to investigate a matter, he would not believe he couldn't find out. No one in the company expected it was just a scandal. The company had often been rumored about, which leader hadn't been the subject of a little gossip. Even if the leaders found out, none of them would really care. Rumors become more solid the more attention is paid to them. Everyone was busy, and after a while, they would forget about it, and it would gradually fade. Instead of going through the trouble to investigate, it was better to spend time on something useful. So no one expected that this time it would be taken so seriously. Orders were passed down layer by layer to investigate and inquire, unraveling the truth. They really traced it back to Tian. Where did you hear these words? The manager questioned Tian with a stern face. Tian trembled in fear. Her hands tightly clenched together. I can't name the next person. You are the source. It was Xiaowen. Xiaowen told me. Tian quickly came up with a name in a panic. Bring Xiaowen here, the manager told the secretary. The secretary nodded and immediately went to call Xiaowen. Tian turned pale with fright. She didn't expect that casually blaming someone would lead to them being called over for confrontation. You're talking nonsense. I heard it from Xiao Zhang and then told Sister Xiao Huang. When did I ever say these things to you? After Xiaowen came in and learned the reason. She angrily pointed at Tian and asked. Tian's face flushed, biting her lip. The manager said coldly, Xiaowen can name both the source and the recipient. How do you explain that? I heard Su Jinchu say it to me. She was boasting that she was close to President Tan, that she was President Tan's person. Tian, stealing her heart, shifted the blame onto Su Jinchu. At this moment, if the manager still didn't understand what was going on, he would be a fool. However, since it was such a big deal, he didn't dare to make a decision alone. He immediately called Tan Yuanqing to report what had been investigated. Tan Yuanqing asked Tian to come to his office. This was Tian's first opportunity to go to the vice president's office. But she didn't expect it to be in this manner. President Tan, I'm sorry, I really didn't mean it. It was Su Jinchu who boasted to me. And that is how I found out about these matters. If it weren't for her boasting, how could I possibly know? As soon as she entered, Tian tearfully recounted her story, shifting the blame onto Su Jinchu. Tan Yuanqing snorted coldly, looking at Tian Tian and saying, I checked the surveillance. You only saw me talking to Su Jinchu, so you got angry and spread rumors, right? But do you know why I was talking to her? Why? Tian Tian murmured. Tan Yuanqing replied, because Su Jinchu's husband is my best brother. Do you think she would say something like she was close to me to you? Tian Tian's face instantly turned pale, and she looked at him in fear. I quit. I will resign immediately. Coming back to her senses and wiping her tears, Tian Tian immediately stated her decision. However, how could Tan Yuanqing let her off so easily for such baseless rumors? You think resigning will solve this matter? Do you think Su Jinchu is easy to bully, or am I easy to bully? Chapter 82 Sudden Apology. Jinchu. Do you know that Tian Tian has been called away? Sister Lure rushed to Su Jinchu's side and said mysteriously. Su Jinchu nodded. There was such a big commotion about the investigation into the person spreading rumors. Although they didn't question her, how could she not know about it? She also didn't understand why Tan Yuanqing cared so much, insisting on finding the person who spread the rumors. However, now, this scandal probably seemed even more colorful in everyone's minds, but no one dared to speak up anymore. I suspect the person spreading the rumors is her. I wonder how the company will handle it, Sister Lure said. Su Jinchu replied. If it really is her who spread the rumors, how the company decides to handle it is not our concern. Aren't you worried at all? Sister Lure asked. Su Jinchu questioned in confusion. What should I be worried about? I'm also one of the victims. If she gets punished, it's also a relief for me. That's true, Sister Lud said. This way, no one will dare to bully you in the future. Tian Tian is back. Suddenly someone shouted, and everyone in the office craned their necks to look outside. Su Jinchu and Sister Lure also looked over, only to see Tian Tian walking in with swollen eyes. Her face serious. As soon as she entered, she first glanced at Su Jinchu. Sister Lure, standing next to Su Jinchu, was frightened by her gaze and whispered, She won't come over to hit you, will she? Su Jinchu clenched her fists, feeling somewhat nervous that she might come over to hit her. So, she secretly pulled out a clipboard from under the table to defend herself if she attacked. Su Jinchu, I'm sorry. I apologize to you. It was I who spread rumors and created trouble, disseminating unfavorable rumors about you and the company. Please forgive me. After striding over with a fierce look, Tian Tian suddenly changed her tone, bowing and lowering her head to apologize to Su Jinchu. Su Jinchu looked at her in surprise. Not only was she stunned, but everyone else in the office was also taken aback. Sister Lure even pinched her own arm, thinking she was dreaming. This is Tian Tian, the proud and arrogant Tian Tian. How could she suddenly apologize to someone? Can you really forgive me? Tian Tian bent for a long time without receiving a response from Su Jinchu and couldn't help but ask. Her voice choked. Su Jinchu didn't expect her to be waiting for her answer. You deliberately harmed me, spreading unfavorable rumors about me and the company. If I report this, it could be considered a crime. Since I joined the company, you have been targeting me. A simple apology doesn't mean I will forgive you. I'm not a saint. However, I can promise not to report you. I accept your apology, but I won't forgive you. In the future, let us keep our distance and not interact. Su Jinchu said sternly, expressing her thoughts. Tian Tian breathed a sigh of relief, straightening up and saying, As long as you accept my apology, rest assured, I will definitely not have any interaction with you in the future. Because I have resigned. Or rather, I was fired by the company. After saying this, she gave a self-deprecating smile and began to pack her things to leave. Su Jinchu showed an expression of surprise, and the others also looked shocked. After Tian Tian left, Sister Lure curiously said to Su Jinchu, She was fired. So why did she still come to apologize to you? Shouldn't she have made a scene before leaving to vent her anger? I don't know. I find it strange too. Su Jinchu felt equally puzzled, thinking that based on Tian Tian's character, she shouldn't leave in such a subdued manner. All right, you all hurry back to work. Wen Fong walked over, reminding them with a stern face. Everyone quickly put away their curiosity and returned to their positions to work seriously. Wen Fong cast a cold glance at Su Jinchu before returning to her office. They didn't know why Tian Tian was fired but still apologized to Su Jinchu, while she understood. What other reason could there be besides being threatened? What exactly is Su Jinchu's background? Why does President Tan protect her so much? Yuan Zong, Tian Tian has been fired. Wen Fong found an opportunity to meet with Yuan Shi. Yuan Shi, leisurely sipping tea, said calmly, That girl was too high profile in her work. I've said long ago that she wouldn't make it. It's better that she has been fired. Being so high profile and not knowing how to restrain herself will eventually lead to trouble. What is the relationship between this Su Jinchu and President Tan? At first, I thought she was someone under Supervisor Yuan, but she denied it. Wen Fong said in confusion. Yuan Shi replied, I still can't figure out what is going on with her. I asked my son about it, but he also denied it. But you know he never tells me the truth about anything. Denial doesn't mean it's not true. And over the years, look at who he has cared about. This Jinchu should be the first person he has sent to the headquarters using his power. Regardless of whether she is or not, their relationship must be significant. So, you still need to keep an eye on her and see if she has any private interactions with that brat. Yuan Zong. After all, I'm just her supervisor. I can keep an eye on her during work hours, but I can't monitor her after hours. If you really want to know, why not hire a private detective to find out? When Fong said awkwardly, Yuan sure snorted coldly. Do you think I haven't thought of that? I hired 2 before, but they were both found out by that brat. He said if there's a 3rd time, he would sever ties with me as a father. Do you think I dare? When Fong. Indeed, it's like a chicken pecking at a chicken, one thing suppresses another. No matter how capable I am, I can still be easily controlled by my son. Miss Su, nice to see you again. After work, Jinchu came out of the company, and a red Ferrari stopped beside her. The window rolled down, revealing Gu Mingmen's stunningly beautiful face. Sister Mei? Jinchu exclaimed in surprise and joy upon seeing her. Get in the car. Gu Mingmen smiled. Jinchu showed a conflicted expression. Gu Mingmen said, we can't stay here too long. I don't want to get fined. Hurry up and get in. Just call your husband and let him know. I won't do anything to you. Jinchu awkwardly opened the car door and got in. She sent a text message to Gu Mingchen. However, Gu Mingchen's car was right behind, and he saw her get into her sister's car. He replied, got it. Then he instructed the driver to follow their car. Gu Mingmen saw this in the rearview mirror, smirking, and sped up. Soon, she made several turns in the bustling area and lost Gu Mingchen's car. Let us grab a meal together. Gu Mingmen parked the car in front of a restaurant. Jinchu quickly said, I'll treat you to dinner to thank Sister Mei for taking me home last time. All right, you treat. Gu Mingmen didn't stand on ceremony with her. After all, it was her brother's money, so she didn't mind. After entering, the manager saw her and hurriedly came over to greet her. Miss Gu, this way please. You have the same surname as Gu? Jinchu asked in surprise. Chapter 83. Seeing someone you dislike, Gu Mingmen nodded and calmly asked her back. What? Do you know other people with the surname Gu? Jinchun blushed in embarrassment and explained, I mentioned it to Sister Mei last time. My husband also has the surname Gu. This surname isn't rare. What do you want to eat? Gu Mingmen handed over the menu without changing her expression, allowing Jinchun to order. Jinchun had never been to this restaurant before and felt that it was different from others when she walked in. Now, seeing the prices on the menu, she finally realized what was different. The prices here seemed particularly expensive. Just a glass of water costs 188. It's practically robbery. What's wrong? Not to your taste? Gu Mingmen noticed she was holding the menu without ordering and asked curiously. Jinchun smiled awkwardly, thinking that the prices were clearly not to her taste. However, she felt embarrassed to say it out loud. After all, their relationship was not very close, and since she had just boasted about treating someone to a meal, she certainly couldn't go back on her word. I've ordered. Sister Mei, you see what you want to eat. She quickly ordered the cheapest pasta and handed the menu back to Gu Mingmen. Gu Mingmen didn't think she was only ordering one dish because it was too expensive. She assumed Jinchun wasn't hungry. So, she casually picked a few of her favorite dishes from the menu. That's it. Gu Mingmen handed the menu to the waiter. Jinchun swallowed nervously. The dishes she had ordered were all quite expensive. She anxiously touched her bag. The money in her WeChat account might not be enough. But luckily she brought a credit card and hoped the limit would cover it. I heard about your scandal with General Manager Tan, Gu Mingmen said. Jinchun looked at her in surprise and subconsciously asked, how did you hear about it? Gu Mingmen smiled and reminded her, don't forget, I'm from the headquarters. Otherwise, why would we have met at the branch last time? Jinchun blinked, finally connecting the dots. No wonder she saw her at the branch. It turned out she was there with General Gu. So, she is from the headquarters. Why haven't I seen you at the headquarters? But, I just transferred to the headquarters a few days ago. I haven't been to many places or met many people, Jinchun said. Gu Mingmen replied, we're not in the same department, so it's normal you haven't seen me. But I've heard about you and General Manager Tan. You're quite famous in the company. Everyone knows your name, Jinchun. Those are just rumors, Jinchun said, her face turning red. I only exchanged a few words with General Manager Tan, and a colleague who dislikes me saw it and spread rumors. I have no relationship with General Manager Tan. We've hardly spoken. To my knowledge, General Manager Tan doesn't have a girlfriend. He has never had rumors with other women. Maybe he really likes you. Have you thought about it? Gu Mingmen teased with a smile. Jinchun quickly replied seriously, I'm already married. No matter how good General Manager Tan is, he has nothing to do with me. Sister Mei, please don't say such things again, it will upset me. Gu Mingmei didn't expect her to be so serious and felt a bit awkward. Just then, Chen Xiao walked in with a female model. When Su Jinchun saw him, she immediately clenched her fists. Although she didn't confront Su Daji and Zhao Xiuli about what happened last time, she had guessed the reason. After waking up, she was furious and wanted to confront Su Daji and Zhao Xiuli and settle scores with Chen Xiao. However, she was afraid that Gu Mingchen would find out and also confront them, causing a big mess. So, she endured it and pretended nothing happened. Feeling relieved that Gu Mingchen didn't suspect anything. What are you looking at? Did you see someone you dislike? Gu Mingmei noticed her abnormal reaction and followed her gaze. Soon spotting Chen Xiao, Su Jinchun quickly snapped back to reality, relaxed her fists, and calmly said, "It's nothing, Sister Mei. Which department are you in?" "Logistics," Gu Mingmei replied. She was the company's president, managing all matters big and small. Even if it was logistics, it was still significant. "Oh, so you're in logistics. I'll come find you when I have time," Su Jinchun smiled and said. Seeing her demeanor, one might think she was a high-ranking leader. If she were a leader, Su Jinchun would feel embarrassed to approach her. But since it was logistics, they could interact more. "Miss Su, we meet again." Chen Xiao soon spotted Su Jinchun and came over to greet her with the female model. In the entire restaurant, only Su Jinchun and Gu Mingmei's table stood out, making it hard for him not to notice. However, Gu Mingmei had her back to him. It was only after greeting Su Jinchun that he noticed Gu Mingmei. He was momentarily stunned and then quickly smiled flatteringly at Gu Mingmei, saying, "So the beautiful lady is also here. I've missed you since our last hasty goodbye. You miss me and miss Su. Isn't your affection a bit too widespread?" Gu Mingmei mocked with a chuckle. Chen Xiao glanced at Su Jinchun and then at Gu Mingmei. Both women were stunning in their own right, and he did feel a bit conflicted about whom to choose. However, recalling what he had heard last time, he knew Gu Mingmei was not an ordinary character. After all, a woman who could appear at such a business banquet is no one's appendage. It was clear she had an impressive background. Such a woman was best admired from afar. He dared not provoke her. So in the end, he focused his attention back on Su Jinchun. This kind of ordinary girl, without power or influence, was naturally a plaything for men. If there was blame, it was for her having such an enchanting face. "I have great respect for you, and I truly miss Miss Su. Miss Su, remember to greet me next time you go home. We'll meet again," Chen Xiao said. Looking intently at Su Jinchun and speaking provocatively, Su Jinchun's face flushed with anger. How could he calmly say such things after what he did to her last time? "Chen Xiao, didn't you say you'd bring me to eat? Let us go eat." The female model, unhappy, shook Chen Xiao's arm and acted cute. She had worked hard to find an opportunity to have dinner with him and couldn't let it slip away just like that. "Okay, let us go eat. Miss Su, see you next time." Chen Xiao wrapped his arm around the model's waist as they left, waving goodbye to Su Jinchun and winking. Su Jinchun clenched her fists again. After Chen Xiao left, Gu Mingmei asked Su Jinchun, "Do you have a grudge against him?" "Sort of. P.S. Just a jerk." "Sister Mei, don't be deceived by his appearance," Su Jinchun said through gritted teeth, quickly warning her. Gu Mingmei chuckled and slowly said, "Don't worry. My son is already 4 years old. What kind of man haven't I seen? How could I be dazzled by someone like him? Besides, he is not the kind of man worth my time. Sister Mei, I'm going to the restroom." Su Jinchun saw the female model with Chen Xiao and got up to head toward the restroom. She quickly stood up and said goodbye to Gu Mingmei before leaving. Chapter 84, Guessing Their Relationship. Is it you? In the restroom, a woman came out to wash her hands. Upon seeing Su Jinchu standing by the sink, she immediately frowned in displeasure. Women naturally feel hostile towards those who are more beautiful than themselves, especially when it's a woman their man obviously likes. "How long have you known Chen Xiao?" Su Jinchu asked casually. The woman replied smugly, "Just met, but Chen Xiao likes me very much. So it's useless for you to be jealous of me. Right now, the person Chen Xiao likes is me. You are already a thing of the past. Even if he had a little fondness for you before, that is long gone. I don't want him to have any fondness for me at all. Do you believe that?" Su Jinchu said. The woman scoffed. "You're just saying that because you can't have the grapes, claiming they're sour. Chen Xiao doesn't like you, and you are deliberately saying such things to provoke me. I speak the truth, and if you don't believe it, that's your problem. I was originally going to help you out since we are both women, but since you don't need it, then suit yourself. After all, in this world, those who want to die cannot be stopped." Su Jinchu shrugged. Hearing the word die, the woman became anxious and quickly questioned, "What do you mean? What are you talking about? You don't want to know, so why are you asking so much?" Su Jinchu deliberately said, "Curiosity is inherent in everyone, and especially when in the dark, it intensifies." The woman's curiosity was completely piqued by Su Jinchu's words. The more Su Jinchu didn't want to say, the more she wanted to know. "Tell me, what did you mean by what you just said?" Don't worry, I won't treat you unfairly. I will definitely mention you in front of Chen Xiao, so he remembers you, the woman promised Su Jinchu. Su Jinchu disdainfully replied, thanks, but there's no need for that. Please don't bring me up in front of him, because I don't want him to remember me at all. I avoid him. So why would I want him to recall me? Why do you avoid him? The woman quickly pressed. Looking at Su Jinchu, she didn't seem to be lying. After all, it was Chen Xiao, a man many women aspired to be with. Why would she avoid him? Was there something she didn't know? You want to know? Su Jinchu asked. The woman nodded. Su Jinchu beckoned her closer with a finger to listen. Actually, Chen Xiao. The woman's face gradually changed, and after hearing her words, she immediately furrowed her brows and asked, is that true? Otherwise, why would I avoid him? Many people know. It's just that no one dares to speak out. Otherwise, how could it have so easily come to you? It's understandable. A man like him has had so many women. It's normal for there to be issues. No wonder he suddenly took a liking to me. It turns out this jerk, even if I wanted to be with him, I would still be risking my life. The woman gritted her teeth in anger, grabbed her bag, and quickly left. She dared not return to the restaurant, running straight out the door. Afraid of being discovered by Chen Xiao, Su Jinchu watched her leave and couldn't help but smile slightly. Things were going even more smoothly than she had imagined. So her mood improved significantly. What's wrong? What happened that has you so happy? After returning to the hall, Gu Mingmei curiously asked upon seeing her expression. Nothing. Su Jinchu replied with a smile and shook her head. On Chen Xiao's side, he was getting anxious as the woman didn't return after waiting for a while. He took out his phone to call her, only to find it was turned off. Chen Xiao was furious. It was the first time a woman had stood him up. He stood up angrily, kicked the chair, and left in a huff. Seeing this scene from a distance, Su Jinchu felt even better and immediately raised a glass of water to toast Gu Mingmei. Sister Mei, I toast you. Okay. Gu Mingmei raised her glass, clinked it with hers, took a sip, and then set it down. Sister Mei, you just mentioned your son is already 4 years old, and you are married? Su Jinchu asked curiously. Gu Mingmei nodded. I was married, but the relationship was not good, and I divorced long ago. My son is with me. I'm sorry. Su Jinchu didn't expect her to be divorced and apologized for her presumptuousness. Gu Mingmei replied, it's okay. It's all in the past. I don't dwell on it anymore. A woman can still live well without a man, and my son has his uncle's love, so he doesn't lack for paternal affection. Uncle, do you have brothers? Su Jinchu asked. Gu Mingmei nodded. I have a younger brother. We have relied on each other since childhood and have a very good relationship. Sister Mei. Su Jinchu lowered her head, smiled bitterly, and slowly said, is your brother named Gu Mingchen? That's my husband. Gu Mingmei, how did you guess? There was no hint at all. How did you suddenly guess this? Su Jinchu replied, at first, I didn't think of this angle. Even when I just found out your last name is Gu, I didn't think you were siblings. But when you mentioned you have a younger brother, I suddenly made the connection. Plus, I remembered seeing his sister at the Western restaurant before, and now that I think about it carefully, it seems to be you. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to hide this from you. He didn't tell you, so I couldn't directly tell you either. Gu Mingmei apologized. Although she was apologizing, there was no trace of sincerity in her tone or expression. Su Jinchu pressed her lips together, raised her head to look at her, and asked, you don't like me, do you? Her directness left Gu Mingmei at a loss for words. Her lips moved slightly, but she didn't know what to say. After a while, she sighed softly and said quietly, it's not that I don't like you. I just feel it's not suitable. I know, our families are not a good match. If it weren't for him and me being betrayed together, he wouldn't have married me out of a moment of heartbreak. We met under unexpected circumstances and got married under unexpected circumstances. At first, I thought he would divorce me quickly, but it's been so long. And he hasn't mentioned it at all, so You've fallen in love with him? Gu Mingmei scoffed, asking. She used an affirmative tone. No one knew better than her how excellent her brother was. It was only natural for a girl like her to fall for him. Su Jinchu shook her head and said, if he wants to break up with me, I will agree. I won't cling to him. Sister just said it earlier. A woman can still live well without a man. So, love or not, that shouldn't come from your mouth. Gu Mingmei looked at her in surprise, her eyes revealing disbelief. She didn't expect her to say such a thing. This girl is quite interesting. I'll go pay the bill. Su Jinchu smiled and stood up to go to the front desk to settle the bill. Actually, she could have called the waiter over. However, she didn't want Gu Mingmei to see her using a credit card, so she decided to go to the front desk herself. Just after she finished paying, Gu Mingchen arrived. He rushed in and first saw Gu Mingmei. He walked straight over to her, his face serious and anxious as he asked, where is she? Gu Mingmei raised her head slightly and said, over there, she's going to pay the bill. Why are you here? Su Jinchu asked in surprise upon seeing him. Gu Mingchen was about to explain, but Gu Mingmei said, she already knows our relationship. She knows I'm your sister. Huh. Gu Mingchen also showed a surprised expression. Jinchu asked him, have you eaten? This is what sister left. If you haven't eaten, you can have some. Gu Mingmei smiled and said, don't make it difficult for him. He won't eat anyone else's leftovers, not even mine. Huh. He clearly eats at home too, Jinchu murmured. Every time she couldn't finish and didn't want to waste it, he would eat it without complaint. Gu Mingchen, you wouldn't, would you? Gu Mingmei was astonished. Chapter 85. The reason for a bad mood. I've already eaten. Have you finished eating? Let's go home after you're done. Gu Mingchen didn't want his sister to question him further, so he pulled Jinchu away. Gu Mingchen, you haven't answered my question. Why are you leaving? Gu Mingmei was indeed curious about the matter. However, Gu Mingchen had already taken Jinchu away, not even giving her time to say goodbye to Gu Mingmei. I haven't said goodbye to your sister yet. After being pulled into the car, Jinchu couldn't help but complain. Gu Mingchen coughed lightly and said, there's no need. Don't eat with her next time, so she won't bully you. She didn't bully me. Mei Jia is really nice. She seems like a straightforward person, and I like her a lot, Jinchu said enviously. Fearless straightforwardness must come from a good upbringing. How could such a life not be enviable? Are you full? The man suddenly asked. Jinchu blushed and shook her head. She really wasn't full. She had only ordered a plate of pasta because she was afraid of spending money, and it was also very unappetizing. Plus, she hadn't eaten much while talking to Gu Mingmei, so how could she be full? I remember the last time you took Zhou Junkie to eat near Jiangda. Was there a restaurant you liked? Take me there to try, the man suggested. You've already eaten, haven't you? Jinchu asked in surprise. The man smiled slightly and raised his hand to touch her head, saying, you just tricked my sister. Otherwise, how could she let us leave so easily? The third restaurant to the right of Jiangda has good food. Let's go there, Jinchu suggested. The man nodded and instructed the driver to go to the address she mentioned. It was already 8:30 p.m., well past mealtime. Therefore, there weren't many people waiting at the restaurant, and there were a few empty seats. Jinchu found a window seat and scanned the QR code to order food. Look at what you want to eat. Jinchu handed her phone to Gu Mingchen for him to order. Just order what you like. You know my taste, he said. Then I'll just pick. Jinchu blushed and chose 4 dishes that both of them liked. The boss served the dishes quickly, and soon all 4 dishes were served. To be honest, Gu Mingchen had never eaten at such a small restaurant before. He hesitated for a moment, picked up his chopsticks, and after a while of hesitation, put a piece of food in his mouth. Jinchu had already eaten a lot. When she lifted her head and saw his actions, she froze for a moment, quickly realizing that he wasn't used to the environment here. I'm sorry, I forgot to ask if you could eat here. Jinchu quickly apologized. Gu Mingchen said, it's fine, as long as you like it. Besides, if you can eat, I can definitely eat too. Can eat, but still eating so reluctantly. Suddenly, a voice came from the next table. Jinchu and Gu Mingchen looked over and saw a group of 7 or 8 big boys at the next table. And one of them was speaking. Since they had also ordered hot pot, steam was rising all around. They hadn't noticed when they came in that Zhou Junkie was among this group. Zhou Junkie. Jinchu was surprised. But soon she thought that he was a student at Jiangda, so it was normal to eat nearby. Su, let's go. Gu Mingchen frowned and stood up to take Jinchu away. But I haven't eaten enough, Jinchu instinctively said. Gu Mingchen's face darkened as he said, whatever you want to eat, let the chef at home make it for you. Since your sister said she hasn't eaten enough, why not let her stay and eat until she's full before leaving? Why do you have to take her away now? The food made by the chef at home can't be as good as this. Zhou Junkie stood up, sternly reprimanding Gu Mingchen. Gu Mingchen narrowed his eyes, coldly saying, my family matters are none of your business. Junkie, what's going on? Do you need help? Several big boys at the same table stood up, asking Zhou Junkie. Zhou Junkie shook his head. It's fine, you all eat. After saying that, he walked over to their table and sat down, saying, sister, sit down and continue eating. I feel full again. I don't need to eat anymore, Jinchu quickly replied. Although she didn't know what was going on between Gu Mingchen and Zhou Junkie, she didn't want to cause a dispute between them over a trivial matter. Sister, if you want to eat, just eat. Don't be afraid of him, Zhou Junkie reminded. Gu Mingchen chuckled, deliberately provoking him. She's my wife. She will only like me. So why would she be afraid of me? Zhou Junkie, you little kid won't understand matters between adults. I'm already an adult, and even if I don't understand, I know that it's such a simple principle to let your woman eat until she's full. As for you, have you always been so domineering? No wonder my sister would leave you. Who could stand someone like you? Zhou Junkie angrily accused. Jinchu was just about to continue persuading the two not to argue over such a small matter when she heard Zhou Junkie say such words. She was instantly stunned, looking at him in surprise. Gu Mingchen frowned tightly. He hadn't expected Zhou Junkie to be so outspoken and immediately pulled Jinchu away. Let her go. After Zhou Junkie reacted, He quickly chased after them. But Gu Mingchen had already taken Su Jinchun into the car and instructed the driver to leave. After Zhou Junqi chased out, he only caught a whiff of exhaust fumes. He let out a low growl in anger, his fists tightly clenched. What did Zhou Junqi mean by what he just said? After the car drove away, Su Jinchun saw Zhou Junqi chasing them in the rearview mirror. Her eyes flickered as she asked Gu Mingchen, "Are you in a bad mood because of him?" Gu Mingchen, in a bad mood, said, "I didn't hear what he said. So don't ask, just pretend you didn't see him today." Su Jinchun bit her lip, secretly thinking that they had clearly seen each other. "Is it because of his sister that you're unwilling to say anything?" "Okay, I understand." She lowered her head dejectedly, her long eyelashes trembling slightly. It seemed that he had a deep relationship with Zhou Junqi's sister, which was why he cared so much. "If you want to eat anything else, tell the kitchen. I have to go to the study for something. You should rest early and don't wait for me." After returning home, Gu Mingchen didn't forget that she hadn't eaten enough. He first gently supported her shoulder and spoke to her. Then, he let her rest and not wait for him. Su Jinchun nodded, saying, "I'm already full. You go to your thing, don't worry about me." After watching him go to the study, her eyes fell heavily. She returned to her room, took out her phone, and called Han Jing. "Jingjing, are you asleep?" "Of course not. My husband just released a new skin, and I'm preparing to grab it," Han Jing said excitedly. Su Jinchun suddenly felt very envious of her. She devoted all her enthusiasm to the second dimension and didn't have to worry about betrayal. "Xiaochu, it's so late. Did you call me for something?" Han Jing suddenly realized and quickly asked with concern. Su Jinchun replied with an expressing her doubts. He must have liked someone before and still likes her now. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in a bad mood just because he heard something related to her. I can feel that after he met Zhou Junqi, he was in a bad mood. Chapter 86. Going all out against the bad dad. What are you planning to do? Xiaochu, Han Jing asked with concern. Su Jinchu pursed her lips and said softly, "I don't know. I should have realized it long ago. A man like him can't possibly be emotionally blank. We met because he was betrayed by the person he liked, and out of sadness, he married me. So, I should have accepted that he has someone else in his heart. But you're still sad, right?" Han Jing said quietly. "Of course," Su Jinchu said with a bitter smile. "To say I'm not sad would be a lie. After all, we're husband and wife. How could I not be sad that he has someone else in his heart? But don't worry, I'm not too heartbroken. I'm just curious about what kind of person he likes and why he married me. I used to think it was just a moment of impulse after being betrayed by his girlfriend, but now I feel it's not that simple. I've met that woman, and I don't think their feelings for each other are that deep. So, I'm really curious about why he married me. Since you know Zhou Junqi, why not ask him? He must know his sister well. You might find out the reason," Han Jing suggested. "Yeah, that makes sense," Su Jinchu nodded. "I'll ask Zhou Junqi when I get the chance." "Jing, thank you. Between us, there's no need to be polite. I'm just giving you a little advice. But if you're still feeling down and want to go out for some good food, I'm always here for you," Han Jing said generously. "Okay, if I need anything. I won't be polite." Su Jinchu smiled as she hung up the phone. However, just after she hung up, the hospital suddenly called her again. "Hello, this is Su Jinchu. Is there something wrong with my grandmother?" Seeing the hospital's call, Su Jinchu felt a surge of anxiety and quickly asked once connected. "Miss Su, we couldn't reach Mr. Gu, so we had to call you. If you're available, could you come to the hospital? Please rest assured, Su Laotai's health is fine. It's just that other family members have come to take her home, and we cannot keep refusing the requests of the patient's family." "What? Someone from the family is here to take my grandmother home? Wait for me, don't let them take her away. I'm coming right now." Su Jinchu couldn't understand who wanted to take her grandmother out of the hospital, but after hanging up, she quickly changed her clothes and left. She initially wanted to say hello to Gu Mingchen and hoped he would go with her, but when she reached the study door and raised her hand to knock, she vaguely heard him talking on the phone. No wonder the hospital couldn't reach him. He had been on the line the whole time. "Forget it. Since he's busy today and in a bad mood, I'll just go alone. Uncle, arrange a car for me. I need to go out." "Yes, ma'am." "Does the sir know you are going out?" Butler Wu asked. Su Jinchu nodded. "Of course he knows, but he's busy, so don't disturb him for now." "Understood." Butler Wu showed no suspicion and quickly arranged a car to take her there. On the way, Su Jinchu began to wonder who wanted to take her grandmother out of the hospital. Since her grandmother fell ill, her uncles and aunts had avoided her like the plague, fearing they would be implicated. She had been the only one insisting on treating her grandmother and paying the medical bills all along. So why suddenly did someone want to take her grandmother away? "Miss Su, you finally made it. Hurry and go take a look." If it weren't for our nurses and the hospital security stopping them, they would have taken Su Laotai away. However, since they are her close relatives, we can't keep blocking them. A familiar nurse rushed to her. "I'm going over now," Su Jinchu said, quickly following the nurse. When she got there, she was shocked to see Su Daji and Zhao Xiuli. "What are you two doing here?" Su Jinchu asked in surprise. Upon seeing her, Su Daji immediately stopped shouting at the nurse and security, pointing at her. See? My daughter is here. Ask her if I'm not my mother's son. Can I take her home? What qualifications do you have to say you're my grandmother's son? What qualifications do you have to take her away? Su Jinchu, though not knowing exactly what was happening, felt her face turn pale with anger at his words and shouted back. Su Jinchu, I'm your father. How dare you speak to me like that? Su Daji yelled angrily. Why wouldn't I dare? As a son, you have never supported the elderly. When grandma needed medical expenses, you dodged faster than anyone else. And as a father, you've never shown any care for me, constantly morally blackmailing me and sucking my blood like a leech. You haven't been qualified in either role, so why should I be afraid to speak to you? You unfilial daughter, you're so rebellious. Su Daji trembled as he pointed at her, angrily scolding. Su Jinchu ignored him and said to the hospital administrator, I'm responsible for the medical expenses. So whether grandma is discharged or not is also my responsibility. If anyone comes to cause trouble again, feel free to call the police. Don't hesitate. Understood, Miss Su. The administrator nodded immediately. Zhao Xioli, who had been silent, finally couldn't hold back and stood up to say, Jinchu, we all know you're a filial child. Your grandma's illness is thanks to you. Otherwise, she wouldn't have made it this far. But your father is your grandma's eldest son. You can't just bypass him in her matters. He wants to take your grandma home for her sake too. Her illness is basically incurable. Staying in the hospital is just a waste of money and serves no purpose. It's better to go home and spend her last days with family. That's easy to say. But who will take care of grandma once she's home? You two can't even take care of yourselves, let alone her. Even if it costs money, I'm the one responsible. It has nothing to do with you. So why do you care? Su Jinchu retorted coldly. Zhao Xioli's face turned red with anger as she shouted, Su Jinchu, now that you've married a rich man, you've become arrogant. You don't even care about your own parents. You just talk back? Look at her. Is there such an unfilial daughter? What qualifications do you have to say you're my mother? Su Jinchu said coldly. Have you forgotten the last time you deceived me into coming home, drugged me, and planned to sell me to someone else? I didn't report you last time out of blood ties. So, do you want me to report you now? What nonsense are you talking about? Who drugged you? Zhao Xioli denied it vehemently. However, her image as a shrew had already taken root in people's minds. Su Jinchu, on the other hand, was both filial and gentle, and what she said was believed by everyone. Thus, the people around began to criticize her, calling her truly heartless and malicious. Su Daji, what are you still doing? This is your daughter. Take her away from here. Zhao Xioli, embarrassed by the accusations, angrily ordered Su Daji to use force to take Su Jinchu away. In fact, their purpose for coming today was not to take Su Laotai away at all, but to get Su Jinchu. Chapter 87. Helping her again, Zhao Xioli gave a command, and Su Daji rushed over to grab Su Jinchu, pulling her out. The hospital staff saw this and came over to intervene. Zhao Xioli rushed over like a shrew, shouting at them, Are you going to meddle in the affairs of a biological father and daughter? Let us see who dares to interfere. Her shout really stunned everyone. Although they all recognized Su Jinchu, they were ultimately just bystanders. Su Daji was her biological father, and if things escalated, they wouldn't have a leg to stand on. Let go of me. I want to go back with you. Su Jinchu struggled fiercely, trying to break free from Su Daji's grip. However, Su Daji was an adult man in his prime, and with his strength holding her, how could she easily escape? Just as they were pulling her to the elevator doors, the elevator opened, and a tall boy stepped out. Without saying a word, he rushed over and rescued Su Jinchu from Su Daji's grasp. In the process of rescuing her, he pulled too hard and sent Su Daji tumbling onto the ground. Ouch, my back. Su Daji squatted on the ground, holding his back and moaning in pain. Ah, husband. Are you okay? Zhao Xioli screamed and rushed over to support Su Daji. Sister, are you alright? The one who rescued Su Jinchu was none other than Zhou Junqi. He didn't care about Su Daji, only concerned about Su Jinchu's situation. Su Jinchu shook her head and thanked him. I'm fine. Thank you for saving me again. Sister, who is this person? Should I call the police? Zhou Junqi asked. Su Jinchu immediately took out her phone and said, I'll call the police. You still have the face to call the police? You injured your father. This matter is not over. Zhao Xioli sat on the ground, crying out like a spoiled child. Zhou Junqi's eyes widened in disbelief. Sister, he is your father? By blood, yes, but there are no feelings. Not only is there no affection, he even wants to sell me, Su Jinchu said angrily. She had already called the police. Although she was unsure if she was in the right, she chose to report the matter first. Su Daji and Zhao Xioli never expected that Su Jinchu would actually dare to call the police. The police arrived quickly, and the two of them tearfully accused Su Jinchu of being an unfilial daughter. However, Everyone in the hospital testified for Su Jinchu, stating that it was Su Daji and Zhao Xiuli who were causing trouble first. The police weren't foolish. They quickly realized that it was a story of a scummy father and a wicked stepmother trying to take advantage of a pitiful girl. This is a hospital. You are causing a disturbance here. We can arrest you for disrupting public order. The police sternly criticized Su Daji and Zhao Xiuli. Su Daji and Zhao Xiuli were reprimanded to the point of lowering their heads, not daring to speak. However, Zhao Xiuli was unwilling to let the matter end like this. Gritting her teeth, she pointed at Zhou Junqi and said, "What about him injuring my husband? It can't just end like this. He didn't do it on purpose. He was saving me. It was self-defense," Su Jinchu immediately replied. The police showed a troubled expression. While that was what she said, Su Daji insisted he was injured. And since this was a hospital, if they really found something wrong, Zhou Junqi's actions couldn't really be classified as self-defense. "It's okay. I'll have my lawyer handle it," Zhou Junqi said. The police were surprised. "This kid has a lawyer? All right, hurry and call your lawyer over to handle this," they said. Having a lawyer made things much easier. Dealing with such a rogue was exactly what lawyers excelled at. Zhou Junqi made a call, and soon a middle-aged man arrived. He wore gold-rimmed glasses and looked very shrewd. However, upon seeing Zhou Junqi, he bowed respectfully and called him young master. Zhou Junqi said to him, "Lawyer Wang, please handle this matter. Let me know the results once it's done, but don't let my dad know first." "Okay, I understand." Lawyer Wang nodded. Zhou Junqi turned to Su Jinchu and said, "Sister, leave the matter to Lawyer Wang. Don't worry, he will handle it well. Do you want to go home now? I can take you back." "I'll go in and check on my grandmother first," Su Jinchu replied. Zhou Junqi immediately suggested, "I'll go in with you. I want to see grandma too." His eagerness and warmth made it difficult for Su Jinchu to refuse, so she could only bring him along to greet her grandmother. Fortunately, her grandmother was in a VIP room with good soundproofing, so despite the commotion outside, she hadn't heard a thing. Of course, this was also related to her current physical condition. The illness had caused her body's organs to age, making her particularly drowsy these days. Even during the day, she spent most of her time sleeping. Sometimes, when Su Jinchu came to see her and spoke to her, she would unknowingly fall asleep. Upon seeing Su Jinchu enter, her grandmother lifted her frail hand, touched her face, and soon fell back into a deep sleep. Su Jinchu held her grandmother's hand, her eyes turning red. After sitting by her bedside for a while, she reluctantly released her hand, covered her with a blanket, and left. Although Zhou Junqi followed her in, he only greeted her grandmother, who did not respond to him. After leaving the room, he asked with concern, "Sister, what illness does grandma have?" Hospitals treat diseases, not lives. In this world, the most uncontrollable thing is aging and death, Su Jinchu said, tears streaming down her face. Crystal clear tears slid down her porcelain white cheeks, making anyone who saw her feel heartbroken. "Sister, don't be sad. Whenever I have time in the future, I'll come with you to visit grandma," Zhou Junqi said, wanting to give her a tissue to wipe her tears, but realizing he didn't have any, not even a handkerchief. Anxiously, he could only promise her. Su Jinchu, with tears in her eyes, thanked him. "Thank you, but I'm not sad anymore. During this time, while grandma has been ill, I've come to understand many things and have accepted this reality. It's just that tears don't listen to me. They flow out not because I'm sad. Sister, let me treat you to milk tea," Zhou Junqi said, his eyes shining brightly. "They say when people are sad, they should eat something sweet. That way, their mood will improve. I'll treat you to milk tea. It's sweet, and you won't be sad after drinking it." "Okay, but I'll treat you. You helped me again today, so I should treat you to milk tea," Su Jinchu replied. "As long as I can drink milk tea with my sister, it doesn't matter who pays," Zhou Junqi smiled brightly. The two of them left the hospital and went to a nearby milk tea shop to buy 2 cups. After buying the milk tea, Su Jinchu didn't rush to leave but asked him, "Do you have time now? Is it convenient to chat?" "Of course I have time. I can stay with you as long as you want to talk," Zhou Junqi eagerly nodded. Happiness came so suddenly that he didn't know how to react. He was so excited that he almost choked on his milk tea. Chapter 88. The literature of white moonlight substitutes. Gu Mingchen stayed alone in the study until deep into the night. Once his emotions calmed down, he opened the study door and walked towards the bedroom. He thought Su Jinchu had long since fallen asleep. However, upon entering the bedroom, he discovered that Su Jinchu was not there. "Su." He furrowed his brows and called out, but there was no one in the bathroom either. "Butler Wu, where did Madam go?" He hurriedly came down from upstairs and called Butler Wu to inquire. Butler Wu, draped in a robe, got up and asked anxiously, "Madam hasn't returned yet? She went out?" "Yes, she left around 9 o'clock and even asked me to arrange a car for her. She went to the hospital. Madam's grandmother is in the hospital. There must have been something going on that required her to go," Butler Wu explained. Gu Mingchen frowned and immediately took out his phone to call the hospital. The hospital confirmed that Jinchu had indeed been there. She had a confrontation with her father and stepmother and even called the police, but it was all over now. If something like this happens again, let me know first. Prepare a car. I'm going to the hospital, Gu Mingchen ordered with a stern face after hanging up the phone. Butler Wu nodded and quickly arranged for a car to take him to the hospital. In fact, he wanted to explain that he had asked Madam before arranging the car. But he felt that explaining now was pointless. It seemed that in the future, no matter what happened, he had to report to the gentleman first and could not fully trust Madam. On the way, Gu Mingchen called Jinchu. However, just as he dialed, he was informed that her phone was off. He didn't know if it was out of battery. With no other option, he could only put down his phone and have the driver circle around near the hospital to see if he could run into her. Meanwhile, Jinchu heard her phone ringing and took it out, but before she could see who was calling, the phone shut off. It's okay, let's continue chatting, Jinchu said, putting her phone back in her bag and speaking to Zhou Junqi nodded, holding a cup of milk tea in his hand. This was the first time he was drinking milk tea so seriously. He usually wouldn't drink such sweet drinks. However, because Jinchu treated him, the milk tea that he originally found unpalatable tasted good. You just said you have an older brother and an older sister? Are they both in Jiangcheng? Jinchu asked. Originally, yes, but then my older brother passed away and my sister went abroad. That's why my dad called me back, Zhou Junqi replied. How could this happen? Jinchu showed a surprised expression. Zhou Junqi sighed and explained, my surname is Zhou, but I don't take my father's surname. I take my mother's. My mother was my father's first wife, and they were well matched when they married. They loved each other very much after marriage, so they had my brother and sister, one son and one daughter. However, after my sister was born, my mother's health declined. So when she unexpectedly got pregnant with me, she initially didn't plan to keep me, but she couldn't bear to terminate the pregnancy, so she returned to my grandparents' home to carry me. However, during this time, another woman entered my father's life. With my mother away and no one to supervise him, my father got involved with that woman. When my mother gave birth and brought me back, she found out and couldn't tolerate it. In anger, she divorced my father and declared that I would take her surname, severing any ties with my father. What about your brother and sister? They were both older by that time, had a good relationship with my father, and didn't want to leave him. So, they stayed with my father while I lived with my mother at my grandparents' house. We would see each other once a year. Are they familiar with Gu Mingchen? Jinchu asked. Zhou Junqi nodded, his expression serious. The two families are family friends, and the relationship has always been good. My older brother grew up with Gu Mingchen. Their relationship is closer than that of real brothers. My sister is a year younger than Gu Mingchen and often spent time with them. I met Gu Mingchen when I was young and knew long ago that if nothing unexpected happened, he would be my brother-in-law. Then, how did they break up? Jinchu asked. Since they were well matched and had deep feelings, they shouldn't have broken up. This. Zhou Junqi pursed his lips, unsure whether to tell her. You can say it. It's okay. I know he has someone in his heart. I can accept any answer, Jinchu encouraged. Because of my older brother, Zhou Junqi said. My brother passed away unexpectedly, and the person responsible for this accident was Gu Mingchen. That's why our family's relationship with the Gu family fell to freezing point. Perhaps it was also for this reason that my sister broke up with him and went abroad. I see, Jinchu murmured. Are you okay, sister? Zhou Junqi noticed that Jinchu's face looked bad and quickly asked with concern. Jinchu shook her head. I'm fine. Do you have a photo of your sister? Yes, but it's from a few years ago. I haven't seen her in 2 or 3 years, so I don't know what she looks like now. Zhou Junqi quickly took out his phone, flipped through it, and showed her a photo of him with his brother and sister. Jinchu took his phone and looked closely. The girl in the photo looked around 20, very young and beautiful. However, she felt that she looked somewhat familiar. Don't you think your sister looks a bit like you? Zhou Junqi said. Then he excitedly added, no wonder when I first saw you. I felt a sense of familiarity. It turns out your eyebrows and eyes are very similar to my sister's. Jinchu thought to herself that she now understood the reason Gu Mingchen married her. Longing for someone unattainable, so he started looking for a substitute for his white moonlight. Engaging in literature like Wan. Suddenly, she thought of something and her face turned pale. Sister, what's wrong? Why does your face look so bad? Are you feeling unwell? Zhou Junqi noticed something was off and quickly asked with concern. He was afraid she had a fever, so he reached out and placed the back of his hand against her forehead to check her temperature. What are you doing? Gu Mingchen arrived and saw this scene. Immediately furious as he scolded, Zhou Junqi was startled and quickly stood up. However, he soon calmed down and defiantly said to Gu Mingchen, what are you shouting about? I was just chatting with my sister. I saw she was feeling unwell and wanted to check if she had a fever. What if you scared her with your shouting? You're not feeling well? Come here, let me take a look, The man frowned and waved at her as soon as he heard Su Jinchu was unwell. Su Jinchu bit her lip lightly, looking deeply at him but did not move. Still not coming over? The man was displeased and once again ordered in a low voice. Zhou Junqi was furious and was about to retort Gu Mingchen. Who did he think he was, to command others? However, Su Jinchu quickly shot him a glance, gently shook her head, and then walked towards Gu Mingchen. I'm fine. It was a misunderstanding. Junqi thought I was sick. Why did you come here? It's late. Let's go home first. Junqi, goodbye. Su Jinchu calmly explained to Gu Mingchen and then turned to wave at Zhou Junqi. Zhou Junqi frowned tightly, feeling uneasy about letting Su Jinchu go back with Gu Mingchen just like that. However, he had no standing to stop her. Su Jinchu's affectionate way of addressing Zhou Junqi made Gu Mingchen very unhappy. He wanted to remind her, but in front of Zhou Junqi. Reminding her would make him seem petty. He could only suppress his anger and wrap his arm around her shoulders as they left. Before leaving, he turned his head and shot a warning glare at Zhou Junqi. Chapter 89. You will also get jealous. Zhou Junqi was not to be outdone and glared back fiercely. However, at that moment, his phone rang, displaying his father's name. Hello, Dad. Where are you? The voice was deep and serious, clearly displeased. Zhou Junqi's eyes widened as he suddenly remembered why he was at the hospital. His father was unwell and had been hospitalized. He was there to keep him company. But upon encountering Su Jinchen, he had completely forgotten. I'm sorry, Dad. Please wait for me a moment. I'll be there soon. Shen Jinchi hung up the phone angrily. Fortunately, it wasn't an emergency. If it had been, he would have needed his son to sign for treatment. He might have already died without knowing where he was. Indeed, a child raised away from one's side is not as considerate. After hanging up, Shen Jinchi felt increasingly that he could not rely on Zhou Junqi. After thinking for a moment, he took out his phone and called his daughter. How could you be with Zhou Junqi? Gu Mingchen questioned unhappily on the way back. Su Jinchen calmly replied, my father and Zhao Xiuli caused a scene at the hospital. Fortunately, Zhou Junqi was there, so I didn't suffer. I thanked him, bought him a cup of milk tea, and chatted for a while. That's all. Stay away from him in the future, Gu Mingchen said. The Gu family has some grievances with the Shen family. Who knows what he's planning? I know there are grievances between the two families, Su Jinchen said. Zhou Junqi told me, but no matter what the grievances are, they have nothing to do with him and me. I'm just an outsider. And he has just returned to the Shen family. He is still a Zhou. It's not as complicated as you think. In any case, I don't like you interacting with him. He likes you, can't you see that? Gu Mingchen said angrily. Must you force him to be so direct? Su Jinchen replied. He's just a kid. To me, he's like a younger brother. You may see him as a younger brother, but he may not see you as an older sister. No matter how young he is, he's already an adult, a grown man. I understand the desires of adult men better than you. All right, I understand. I'll try to avoid interacting with him more. Su Jinchen pursed her lips and did not continue to argue but obediently agreed. Her compliance made the man feel guilty instantly. He raised his hand to touch her cheek and apologized. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be harsh with you. I was just too worried about you. And I know he likes you. Seeing you with him would definitely make me jealous, so I inevitably spoke too harshly. Please don't be angry. Jealous? So you also get jealous of me? Su Jinchen said with a bitter smile. The man frowned slightly, not understanding why she said that. However, thinking of something more important, he hurriedly asked, what did Su Daji and Zhao Xiuli go to the hospital for? They want to take Grandma away, Su Jinchen said heavily. But I feel they have ulterior motives. Perhaps their ultimate goal is not Grandma but her. However, she dared not say these words to Gu Mingchen, fearing he might act impulsively. But soon, she self-deprecatingly laughed. Perhaps she was being overly sentimental, even if he knew the reason. He might not be willing to do anything for her. After all, she was just a substitute. As long as she was by his side, nothing else mattered. In the future, if you encounter such things, no matter what I'm doing, you must tell me. Don't face it alone, Gu Mingchen said, placing his hand on the back of Su Jinchuan's hand, speaking affectionately. Su Jinchen forced a smile, but thinking of the reason he married her. She couldn't smile no matter what. However, her guess was not wrong. Su Daji and Zhao Xiuli's ultimate goal was indeed not Grandma but her. After their plan failed, the two of them pushed and shoved their way back home. When they reached the door, none of them dared to go in. What if we didn't handle the matter well? What if Chen Xiao gets angry? Su Daji asked nervously. Zhao Xiuli scolded him angrily. It's all your fault. If you hadn't been so slow to react, we could have handled it better. You should have pulled that girl back from the start, so we wouldn't have run into someone meddling. There were so many people in the hospital, we might not have succeeded at first anyway. Let's not dwell on whose responsibility it is. We should think about how to face Chen Xiao, Su Daji said impatiently. Zhao Xiuli frowned. She didn't know how to explain to Chen Xiao. She didn't know what was wrong with Chen Xiao today. He suddenly stormed into their house with people, smashing things and hitting Yao Yao twice. When they tried to plead for mercy, they were also scolded by Chen Xiao. He demanded that no matter what method they used, they must bring Su Jinchun back to him tonight. Otherwise, their family of 3 would not have a good time. Yao Yao was locked in the house, and they were kicked out, not knowing where Su Jinchun was living now and with the office already closed. They had no choice but to think of going to the hospital to take the old lady, using this method to force Su Jinchun to appear. Why don't we just not go home? Su Daji suggested. Zhao Xiuli angrily slapped him, scolding, do you have any conscience? If we don't go home, Chen Xiao will deal with Yao Yao. She's your biological daughter. Are you planning to ignore her life or death? Chen Xiao likes Yao Yao after all. They are dating. How could he really do anything to her? Do you have any brains? Do you think he truly likes Yao Yao? Does he really consider her a girlfriend? Zhao Xiuli was so angry she didn't even want to hit him. Hitting her own hand hurt. Forget it. If we die, we die. Let's go home. Su Daji gritted his teeth and dragged Zhao Xiuli home. But when they reached the door, Zhao Xiuli pushed him in first and followed him inside. Didn't bring her back? Chen Xiao, sitting on the sofa, coldly snorted and asked with a gloomy expression when he saw only the 2 of them return. Su Daji timidly explained, Chen Xiao, it's not that we didn't bring her back. We really couldn't. She already knows about the last incident and doesn't believe us, refusing to come back. We have no way. Don't tell me the reasons. I don't want to hear them. What I want is the result, Chen Xiao said darkly. Zhao Xiuli quickly added, yes, we know you want results. But for the moment, we truly have no way. How about you give us a little more time? We will definitely find a way to bring Su Jinchun back for you to deal with. It seems you think my temper is good and easy to negotiate with. Chen Xiao slowly stood up. He clapped his hands, and someone brought Su Yao Yao out of the room. 2 people were holding the gagged Su Yao Yao, and seeing her, Zhao Xiuli's heart ached, and if it weren't for Su Daji holding her back, she would have rushed forward. However, she didn't rush over. Chen Xiao walked to Su Yao Yao's side, raised his hand, and slapped her hard, sneering, if you don't bring her to me, I'll have to torture your daughter. Whenever you bring her over, I'll let her go. After saying that, he waved his hand, and the people took Su Yao Yao away. No, Chen Xiao. You can't take Yao Yao away. Zhao Xiuli tried to stop him. However, she was kicked in the stomach by Chen Xiao, and both she and Su Daji fell to the ground. Chapter 90 confirming something with you. Su Jinchu saw Han Jing waving at her as she got out of the taxi. Sorry, I'm late. I'll treat you to milk tea later. Su Jinchu jogged over and apologized to Han Jing first. Han Jing said, what are we being polite for? Even if you weren't late, you should still treat me to milk tea. But let's hurry inside now. If we don't go in soon, we won't make it. Su Jinchu nodded and took her hand as they ran inside together. This was the cultural square where an event was taking place tonight. Han Jing learned about it through a second-dimensional WeChat group, and after some inquiries and spending a bit of money, she managed to get in. Are you absolute quiet? Yes, it's me. You're the unique flower in the quiet valley? Bro, we finally meet. Han Jing excitedly hugged a girl who looked like she came out of an anime. Su Jinchu stood awkwardly to the side, feeling confused just from hearing their names. Fortunately, they didn't spend too much time getting emotional. The girl said to them, Dai Lu is inside. She's the special guest today. She's quite something now. She used to be just a small model, but now she's singing and acting in TV shows. TSK, she's really made it big. It's hard for an ordinary person to invite her. Only because the person in charge used to help her did they manage to bring her here. But she's got a big attitude now. With 2 assistants and several bodyguards around her, not letting outsiders get close easily. What can we do to get close to her? Han Jing asked. The girl shrugged and said, how would I know? Getting you in here is already quite something. The rest is up to you. You should help to the end. You can't just do half a job. Han Jing complained. The girl replied, I really can't help with the rest. I'm just a backup dancer. Not powerful enough to get Dai Lu to see you. You'll have to figure it out yourself. I have to go now. With that, the girl dashed away. Han Jing stomped her foot in frustration and looked apologetically at Su Jinchu, wanting to explain. But Su Jinchu patted her shoulder and said, I understand. I have a way to handle the rest. What way do you have? Han Jing asked. Su Jinchu smiled and told her to find a place to sit and wait for her. Then, she proactively approached the staff at the venue, helping with tasks and offering small suggestions. Soon, the people there seemed to treat her like one of the staff. I forgot to take my clothes. Can I borrow yours to wear for a bit? After getting familiar, Su Jinchu asked a female staff member. The staff member looked at her and smiled, saying, You're not one of us, right? Are you here to chase after Dai Lu? Su Jinchu felt embarrassed, not expecting to be recognized so quickly. Yes. I really like her and want her autograph. Even if I can just say a word to her, it would be worth it. You girls are crazy for your idols. Risking everything. You're so pretty. Aren't you more beautiful than her? Why do you still like her? The staff member shook her head, clearly not understanding. Su Jinchu pleaded, Please, can you help me? All right, I'll lend you my clothes, but you have to leave after you get her autograph. The staff member couldn't resist Su Jinchu's earnest request, especially remembering how she helped earlier, and agreed to her request. Su Jinchu was overjoyed and quickly changed into the work uniform to go to Dai Lu's lounge. Even wearing the work uniform, Dai Lu's bodyguards still stopped her. I'm here to deliver something to Teacher Dai, Su Jinchu said. An assistant came out, arrogantly stating, just give the stuff to me. No, I have to hand it to Teacher Dai myself, Su Jinchu insisted. The assistant, annoyed, said, if I tell you to give it to me, just give it to me. No need for so much talk. Teacher Dai is resting. She doesn't have time to see you. What is all the noise about? Dai Lu, hearing the commotion, stepped out and asked unhappily, it's you? She recognized Su Jinchu at a glance. Although she was wearing the work uniform, her face was too memorable to forget. Teacher Dai, do you know her? The assistant asked in surprise. Dai Lu looked at Su Jinchu and, at that moment, turned around and said, come in. Su Jinchu's face lit up with joy. She quickly nodded and followed Dai Lu inside. The assistant was confused, not knowing what just happened. She hurriedly called the manager to inform him that Dai Lu had met a woman. You met a woman, and you're telling me? Next time tell me when you meet a man. The manager hung up angrily. How come you're wearing our work uniform? Once they were inside, Dai Lu sat down on the sofa, looking at Su Jinchu with an arrogant gaze. Su Jinchu looked back at her. In the short time they hadn't seen each other, Dai Lu seemed to have changed a lot. She was already beautiful before, but now she was even more so. Her features were still the same, yet somehow different. Both her looks and aura were much better than before. Do you think I look prettier than before? Dai Lu asked proudly, noticing Su Jinchu's expression. Su Jinchu nodded honestly. Yes, you've become even more beautiful since I last saw you. Of course, I'm not just a model anymore. I'm also an actress, about to appear on the big screen, so I have to be even prettier. I've had some minor adjustments, and it really worked well. If you're interested, I can introduce you to the doctor. Oh, no need, thank you. Su Jinchu quickly shook her head in refusal. Realizing why Dai Lu looked more beautiful, she had undergone adjustments. Well, you already look great, and Mr. Gu likes you. As long as he likes you. Just stay as you are, Dai Lu shrugged. Su Jinchu pursed her lips and looked at her, saying, actually, I came to find you today because there is something I want to ask you. What do you want to ask? Go ahead. Did you have a fight with Mr. Gu? Hurry and tell me how you two had a falling out. I want to be entertained, Dai Lu said excitedly. Su Jinchu felt awkward and quickly explained. We didn't have a fight. I'm just curious about something and want to confirm it with you. Oh, what is it? Dai Lu's expression showed disappointment upon hearing they hadn't fought. How did you meet Lin Siyuan and end up with him? Logically, you already have Gu Mingchen. You shouldn't like someone like Lin Siyuan. What is going on? Su Jinchu took a deep breath and asked her pressing question. Why are you suddenly asking me this? Dai Lu was startled, her expression flustered. Su Jinchu said, because there are some things I want to confirm. I don't care what you want to confirm. It has nothing to do with me, Dai Lu said sternly. I'm about to work, so you should leave quickly and don't come looking for me again. I won't tell you anything. What are you hiding? Su Jinchu said eagerly. Let me guess. The reason you got together with Lin Siyuan was because Gu Mingchen instructed you to. He wanted you to seduce Lin Siyuan to show me his true colors. So I would break up with him? Chapter 91 The Conspiracy from the Very Beginning. How did you guess everything? Dai Lu looked at Su Jinchu in disbelief, murmuring. Su Jinchu smiled bitterly. As she had guessed, it was indeed a conspiracy from the very beginning. I didn't say anything. These are all your assumptions. You've guessed everything now, and I won't give you any answers. Please leave here immediately. Dai Lu snapped back to reality and firmly asked Su Jinchu to leave. However, even though she denied it, Su Jinchu already knew the answer. Dai Lu was unwilling to admit it, surely for her own reasons. Su Jinchu didn't want to put her in a difficult position. She just nodded and left. But before she left, she quietly said, actually, you were never his girlfriend. You were just a cover for him. Dai Lu stomped her foot in frustration. How could she have guessed it again? Clearly, so many people hadn't suspected anything, yet she could figure everything out. However, this matter was very serious. Thinking of how Gu Mingchen had gone to great lengths to stage this drama just to get Su Jinchu, she realized that now she knew the truth, and it was from her. Although it wasn't her who had told Su Jinchu, it was still inextricably linked to her. Therefore, she immediately called Gu Mingchen to report this matter to him. Didn't I tell you not to call me again? Gu Mingchen answered the phone impatiently. I don't want to call you either, but there's no other choice, Dai Lu replied. Su Jinchu just came to me to verify her relationship with Lin Siyuan. I didn't say anything, but she guessed everything. It really wasn't me who told her, it was her own deduction. What happened between you two? Never mind. Whatever happened has nothing to do with me. I just want to inform you that she knows you plotted against her, but it's not because I told her. I understand. Gu Gu Mingchen fell silent for a long time after hearing her words, then responded in a low voice. After hanging up, Dai Lu let out a long breath. She couldn't afford to offend Gu Mingchen. Everything she had was given to her by him. However, if he wanted to take it back, it would be an easy task. Prepare the car. Gu Mingchen stood up and instructed Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi reminded him, we have an appointment with Guanchao today. Cancel it. I have more important matters. Gu Mingchen said in a low voice. Nothing and no one was more important than Su Jinchu. Therefore, he had to find Su Jinchu right away. Okay. Zhou Yi nodded and immediately took out his phone to call Guanchao to cancel their meeting. After getting into the car, Gu Mingchen called Su Jinchu. But she didn't answer. After thinking for a moment, he called the hospital to ask the nurse if Su Jinchu had gone there. Upon learning that she hadn't, he called Han Jing. Besides the hospital and Han Jing, he couldn't think of anywhere else Su Jinchu could go. She was just with me. But Xiao Chu has already left, Han Jing said. Do you know where she went? Gu Mingchen asked. Han Jing replied, how would I know? Her eyes were red when she left. Mr. Gu, although Xiao Chu didn't say it clearly to me, I know it must be related to you. I don't care who you have in your heart, but since you're married to Xiao Chu, you should be with her properly. If you can't be sincere, then just divorce her. Xiao Chu isn't someone who can't live without you. I am sincere. Gu Mingchen replied in a deep voice before hanging up. Even Han Jing didn't know where she went. It seemed he could only search aimlessly. Isn't that Su Jinchu? Su Daji and Zhao Xiuli went to the old house to find something and unexpectedly saw Su Jinchu at the intersection. Su Jinchu had unknowingly walked here. This was where she lived with her grandmother when she was young. At that time, Su Daji didn't want her, so he left her with Grandma Su, who raised her alone while scavenging for trash. Although the place was small, it was the warmest place of her childhood. Later, when the area was slated for demolition, Grandma's children all emerged, each wanting a piece of the pie but unwilling to accept her and Grandma, only urging them to move out quickly. Later, when Grandma was hospitalized, she moved to the dormitory. The old house was completely vacated, and she heard it would be demolished in 2 months. Since no one lived there anymore, she wandered here without realizing it. After discovering her arrival, she initially wanted to leave immediately, but didn't know where to go. She could only sit on the stone steps, quietly shedding tears. How did she end up here? Is it possible that my mom is no longer okay? Su Daji asked. Zhao Xiuli said, no matter the reason. It's a stroke of luck. Call Chen Xiao right away and tell him she's here, so he can come and catch her. Right, I almost forgot about this big deal. Hurry and call Chen Xiao to get Yao Yao back. Su Daji nodded while taking out his phone to call Chen Xiao. Upon receiving the news, Chen Xiao immediately came in person with people. This Su Jinchu not only looked down on him, but also maliciously slandered him. Now the whole circle knew he had a dirty disease, and no woman dared to approach him. He had to settle the score with her today. Is she about to leave? After finishing the call, Su Daji and Zhao Xiuli hid nearby to monitor Su Jinchu. After a while, Su Jinchu stood up, seemingly preparing to leave. Zhao Xiuli panicked and pushed Su Daji, saying, aren't you going to stop her? Stop? How can I stop her? If I show up, she'll definitely notice us. You still have to go stop her. If she leaves, we won't be able to explain to Chen Xiao. Zhao Xiuli insisted. Hearing Chen Xiao's name made Su Daji feel scared, so he could only muster the courage to run out and block Su Jinchu. What are you doing here? Su Jinchu was startled and took 2 steps back. After realizing it was him, she frowned and said, I came to take a look. How did you end up here? What do you mean you? I'm your dad. You should speak to me with respect. Su Daji scolded angrily. Su Jinchu coldly snorted, like father, like daughter. You know what kind of person you are. If you want me to respect you, you should first have some self-respect. Enough, I won't talk to you about this. Since you're here today, come home with me. I have something to discuss with you. Su Daji, unable to argue with her, resorted to being unreasonable. However, Su Jinchu wasn't a fool. As soon as she heard he wanted to take her home, she immediately realized what he was up to. Sure, I'll go home with you. You lead the way, and I'll follow behind. Lead the way? It's been a few days since you went home. Have you forgotten the way? Su Daji scoffed. Just as he turned around, Su Jinchu suddenly ran in the opposite direction. For a moment, he didn't react. It was Zhao Xiuli who noticed first and immediately shouted to remind him, Su Daji, she's running away. Hurry and chase her. Chapter 92. Asking for help after a chance encounter. Help. Help. Su Jinchu shouted as she desperately ran towards the street after leaving the alley. There were many people on the street. Surely, someone would be willing to help her. Stop, you unfilial daughter, stop right there. Su Daji shouted while chasing her. Out of breath and nearly fainting from exhaustion, Su Jinchu, Gu Yunhong, driving by, saw her running towards him and immediately stopped the car, rolling down the window in surprise. Mr. Gu, please help me. Su Jinchu was momentarily stunned upon seeing him but quickly reacted, pulling open his car door to get in. Gu Yunheng, still unaware of what was happening, called out, "What are you doing? Why are you getting in my car? You need to explain first." "There's no time to explain, mister. Gu, just drive," Su Jinchu urged as she got into the car. However, Gu Yunheng was being stubborn. After misinterpreting Su Jinchu's earlier advances, he had been frustrated for a long time. Now seeing her so eager to get into his car, he felt he couldn't let her lead him around like before. So instead of driving, he stopped the car and got out, opening the door. "I'm not driving until you explain yourself. Why did you get in my car? What does it mean? Didn't you say you weren't interested in me? If you're not interested, why get in my car? Is this really the time to talk about that?" Su Jinchu exclaimed, seeing that Su Daji was about to catch up. "Mr. Gu, please, just drive. You're being chased? Who is it?" Gu Yunheng quickly turned around, scanning the area. Soon, he spotted the approaching Su Daji. "Just a middle-aged man," he scoffed, disdainfully saying, "You want me to drive you away from him? You're underestimating me. I could take him down with my bare hands. Even if two came at me, he'd regret chasing you. What is going on?" Suddenly, a van stopped near Su Daji, almost hitting him. The door opened, and Chen Xiao stepped out. Su Daji quickly pointed towards Gu Yunheng and Su Jinchu, saying, "Chen Xiao? They are over there." Chen Xiao walked around the van towards Gu Yunheng's car. Su Jinchu widened her eyes and urgently knocked on the car window, shouting, "Mr. Gu, hurry and get in. Just one person, what is there to be afraid of?" Gu Yunheng replied dismissively. He unbuttoned his shirt cuffs, planning to show off in front of Su Jinchu and demonstrate how he could take down both men. However, as Chen Xiao approached, he was followed by several others. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9 men in total, all dressed in black and wearing sunglasses, their muscles visible even through their clothes. Gu Yunheng's expression finally changed. He instinctively stepped back, trying to open the door to leave, but it was already too late. As he tried to escape, Chen Xiao swung a baseball bat, smashing it against the car window. Su Jinchu screamed in fright and covered her head. "What are you doing? Stay away from her," Gu Yunheng shouted at Chen Xiao, pointing at him. Chen Xiao glanced at him, impatiently telling his men, "Teach him a lesson." "What are you doing? What do you want? You dare to commit violence in broad daylight?" Gu Yunheng questioned, retreating as the men advanced. "Chen Xiao, you're looking for me, not him. Let him go." Su Jinchu hurriedly stepped out from the other side of the car and stood in front of Gu Yunheng, addressing Chen Xiao sternly. Chen Xiao sneered, looking at her with amusement. "Didn't he expect you to have some guts? I remember your man isn't him. What? Have you moved on to another? Looks like you're not the virtuous woman you claim to be. If that is the case, why didn't you agree to be with me from the start? We wouldn't have all this trouble." "You jerk, what are you saying?" Gu Yunheng yelled in anger. Chen Xiao mocked him. "What qualifications do you have to curse at me when you're hiding behind a woman? If you had the guts, you'd face me one-on-one. I assure you, I'd make you lose your teeth." "Mr. Gu, it's not your business. Just leave here quickly," Su Jinchu urged, blocking Gu Yunheng from rushing forward. "I can't just leave you behind," Gu Yunheng protested. "I said it's my own business. It has nothing to do with you. Just go," Su Jinchu pleaded again, lowering her voice. Chen Xiao scoffed, "Leaving isn't that easy. I don't like this guy, and you're protecting him so well. Today he has to stay too. Don't just stand there. Get Miss Su and this man in the car. I want to entertain them well." "Yes," the 9 men replied in unison, rushing forward to grab Su Jinchu and Gu Yunheng. Su Jinchu stood in front of Gu Yunheng, protecting him as they retreated. Gu Yunheng was surprised at her willingness to protect him. Seeing her small figure standing in front of him, he instinctively reached out to shield himself. His heart moved. Since his parents passed away, no one had ever stood in front of him like this to protect him. To see someone doing that for him again. Unexpectedly it was her. "Chen Xiao, I already called the police. There are surveillance cameras here. If you dare to lay a hand on us, the police will definitely not let you go." With nowhere to retreat, Su Jinchu shouted as a reminder. Hearing police, the 9 men hesitated, glancing at Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao laughed disdainfully. "Who are you trying to scare? You think you're clever enough to fool everyone? When did you call the police? I didn't see anything. Don't believe me? Fine, I'll show you my phone." Su Jinchu took out her phone and opened the call log, the first entry indeed being 110. Just then, the sound of police sirens could be heard. Chen Xiao began to panic. He thought he had taken Su Jinchu away without anyone noticing. Unexpectedly, she had called the police. Though fearless, he was still afraid of the police. "Let us go," he ordered, quickly getting into the van with his men, instructing the driver to leave. Once the van drove off, only Su Daji was left. He stood there, stunned, staring at Su Jinchu and Gu Yunheng. After a moment of daze, he suddenly turned and ran. Gu Yunheng thought they were doomed today, but it turned around so quickly. He immediately joyfully held Su Jinchu's shoulders and said, "Great. They're gone. We won. The police are here. Let us go to the station to give a statement." Su Jinchu frowned, and pushed his hand away, turning to walk towards the police car. How could he not leave when told to, still so proud and arrogant? Was he stupid? Chapter 93. Getting angry with the scumbag Gu Mingchen and Jinchu went to the police station to give their statements. At his strong insistence, the police quickly brought Chen Xiao in for questioning. However, Chen Xiao firmly claimed that he had been drinking at a club all night and hadn't gone anywhere. Officer, I have witnesses and surveillance footage, Chen Xiao said with a smirk. Gu Mingchen, furious, rushed over and grabbed his collar. There are also cameras at the intersection, and so many people saw it. Do you think everyone is blind? The police officer reminded him to watch his behavior. After being released, Chen Xiao straightened his collar and shrugged at the police, saying, Officer, you saw it too. If he dares to treat me like this in front of the police, he's definitely the type to slander and spread dirt on others. So, I am truly innocent. You scumbag. Gu Mingchen's anger flared, and he wanted to teach Chen Xiao a lesson again. However, Jinchu stopped him. Are you crazy? Do you want to go back in there? She scolded. Even the little beauty knows this, and you, a man, don't understand? It's really disappointing, Chen Xiao mocked. After saying that, he proudly got into a car parked by the roadside and drove away. Don't worry, I won't let this guy off, Gu Mingchen assured Jinchu after Chen Xiao left. Jinchu frowned, thinking that Chen Xiao's ability to sabotage the roadside surveillance was more cunning and despicable than she had imagined. Such a person shouldn't be provoked. Once entangled, it would be hard to shake off. Of course, she was already entangled, so she couldn't let Gu Mingchen get involved any further. This is my own business. You don't have to worry about it. Mr. Gu, you should go home quickly and don't wander around outside anymore. It's dangerous for you to be out with your head not working well. What do you mean it's your business? You're a girl who got into such trouble. And you think no one can help? Gu Mingchen shouted. You can't help. You'll only make it worse, Jinchu replied crossly. Gu Mingchen awkwardly said. I didn't expect him to bring so many people, but you don't need to worry. I'll find a lawyer once I get back and investigate this guy's background. I'll definitely find a way to deal with him. You really don't need to worry about it. Just go. Jinchu said impatiently, wanting to leave. But unexpectedly, Gu Mingchen somehow found his way there. After the car stopped, he hurriedly got out. Su, how are you? Are you okay? I'm fine. Jinchu instinctively dodged his hand and took a step back to respond. Her evasion displeased Gu Mingchen, who reached out again to touch her, only to have her dodge him once more. Did you two have a fight? Gu Mingchen, observing the scene, sensed something was off and immediately walked over excitedly to ask. Are you happy? Gu Mingchen asked ominously. Gu Mingchen cleared his throat and replied, No, I was just curious. But I'm not curious anymore. You two can chat slowly. I'll leave first. He caught a taxi and left. Why is he here? Gu Mingchen asked Jinchu, frowning after Gu Mingchen had left. Jinchu maintained a stern face and replied, We just happened to run into each other. I thought he could save me, but in the end, I had to protect him. Don't worry, he's fine. My marriage isn't going well, and I won't let my career be affected. I must protect the chairman's grandson at all costs. How is your marriage not going well? Aren't we doing fine? He reached out to hold her hand again, wanting to prove that their marriage was fine. However, Jinchu dodged again. Looking him straight in the eye, she coldly said, Since you found your way here, it means you already know the reason. So, do you still want to keep pretending? Aren't you tired? What am I pretending about? I admit, I instructed Dai Lu to seduce Lin Siyuan and deliberately roll in your wedding room for you to see. However, it takes two to tango. If Lin Siyuan were a man of integrity, he wouldn't be easily seduced by Dai Lu. If you're angry because of him, you're foolish. That kind of morally bankrupt man isn't worth it. I've never been angry because of Lin Siyuan. Don't you know why I'm angry now? Jinchu said. Heartbroken. The reason for her sadness was never Lin Siyuan. The pain she felt now was 10 times worse than when Lin Siyuan betrayed her. After all, when she was with Lin Siyuan, he always said he liked her. But she knew he didn't really like her. He was only attracted to her appearance. But Gu Mingchen was different. Although at first, she constantly told herself that their marriage was purely accidental, and if one day he wanted to break up with her, it would be expected. However, during this time they spent together, he treated her so well that she began to believe he had some feelings for her. It was because of this illusion that when the truth was laid bare before her, it hurt even more. If it's not because of Lin Siyuan, then what is it? Gu Mingchen asked. Jinchu bit her lip, unsure if she should bring up the matter of Zhou Junqi's sister. Buzz buzz buzz. Jinchu's phone rang, and she quickly snapped back to reality to answer it. Hello, Xiaochu, are you okay? Is your husband looking for you? Did you find him? Han Jing asked. Jinchu quietly replied, Yeah, we're together, don't worry, we're fine. That's good. I was so worried, afraid you might be in trouble. Since he has found you, you two should talk it out. If you can't reach an agreement, call me, and I'll definitely come to support you immediately. Han Jing said. Okay, I understand. Jinchu hung up the phone. Gu Mingchen watched her answer the call, frowning, recalling how she hadn't answered his call earlier, and couldn't help but ask in a low voice, "Did you deliberately not answer my call before? I think we should take some time apart to think about our relationship." Jinchu took a deep breath and expressed her thoughts. Gu Mingchen was both angry and amused, scoffing. "You want to break up with me just because of that scumbag Lin Siyuan? Have you forgotten how good I've been to you during this time? Do you mean to say that our affectionate moments together aren't worth as much as a Lin Siyuan?" "I said it has nothing to do with Lin Siyuan," Jinchu reiterated. After saying that, she turned and left, quickly getting into a taxi. Chapter 94. The white moonlight has returned to the country. Gu Mingchen was so angry that he clenched his fists. He said it had nothing to do with Lin Siyuan. So why was he upset? He wanted to chase after her, but felt it was meaningless. Moreover, he had more important things to do. So, he called Yuan Bowen and asked him to inform Han Jing to take good care of Jinchu. "Why don't you go care for her yourself?" Yuan Bowen asked. Gu Mingchen replied with a straight face, "I don't want to care." Yuan Bowen shrugged after hanging up the phone, but still put on his coat to find Han Jing. Ever since she suspected he liked her last time, she had been deliberately avoiding him. This time, he could find a reason to go see her. After Gu Mingchen hung up on Yuan Bowen, he immediately called Zhou Yi and asked him to arrange a meeting with Guan Chao. He had first canceled the meeting earlier that day and now urgently needed to reschedule. Guan Chao was also very angry. However, he still showed up, only to say to Gu Mingchen with a dark face, "Mr. Gu, if you don't have the intention to cooperate, our meeting is a waste of time." "Is this enough sincerity?" Gu Mingchen directly threw out his chips. Guan Chao quickly picked up the contract and looked at it, his eyes nearly popping out when he saw the terms. He thought Gu Mingchen would give him a lot, but he didn't expect it to be even more than he imagined. "Why?" Guan Chao asked in confusion. "Nothing comes for free. If it's falling from the sky now, there must be another reason." Although he was a science guy focused on technology, he wasn't stupid. "Because I will do whatever it takes to make Chunhua lose everything." The man slowly stated his reason. Guan Chao's pupils widened in shock. He looked at Gu Mingchen, and although he didn't know how much of what he said was true, his expression told him he wasn't joking. "Agree to my terms, and you won't just be able to break free from Chunhua's constraints. Moreover, the company will be yours from now on. You can develop it however you want without having to worry about anyone else. I'll give you a minute to decide. My patience is limited. If you don't agree, I can find someone else. It might be a bit troublesome, but I believe no one would turn down money." "Okay, I agree," Guan Chao answered without needing a minute. Such a good deal wouldn't come a second time. If he missed this chance, he would be completely out of options. Gu Mingchen slightly curled his lips. He knew he would agree. The conditions he offered were something no one could refuse. Chen Xiao? Without the resources of the Chen family, how can he still be arrogant? "You investigated the Chen family before?" Gu Yunheng found Tan Yuancheng and asked eagerly. Tan Yuancheng nodded and asked in confusion, "What's wrong? How do you know about the Chen family? Do you have a connection with them?" "Of course I have a connection, an enemy connection." Gu Yunheng gritted his teeth. "What happened?" Tan Yuancheng immediately showed a gossiping expression and urged, "Hurry up and tell me, so I can be entertained." Although Gu Yunheng was very angry at Tan Yuancheng's attitude, he still spoke about his conflict with Chen Xiao. Upon hearing this, Tan Yuancheng quickly said, "You don't need to worry about this. Aiken will definitely not let Chen Xiao off easily. Leave it to him. Chen Xiao will die a miserable death. Am I that important in his eyes? He would deal with Chen Xiao for me." Gu Yunheng asked in confusion. Tan Yuancheng sneered. "He's not doing it for you. He's doing it for Jinchu. He asked me to investigate Chen Xiao because of Jinchu. I think he should have already acted. It won't be long before that Chen Xiao knows the consequences of offending him. So, you don't need to worry about it anymore, to avoid causing him trouble." "Speaking of Jinchu, you seem to be getting closer to Aiken. Do you know if he and Jinchu had a fight?" Gu Yunheng's eyes turned, pretending to casually ask. Tan Yuancheng shook his head. "I don't know, but isn't it normal for men and women to argue? It's not the feudal era where we emphasize mutual respect, but I think their argument is not simple. Don't you really know the reason?" Tan Yuancheng was about to respond. "I'm not a worm in his stomach. How would I know?" But before he could say it, his phone rang. He picked it up and was surprised to widen his eyes. "What's wrong?" Gu Yunheng asked. Tan Yuancheng murmured, "I think I know the reason they argued." "What?" Gu Yunheng asked excitedly. Tan Yuancheng showed him the message on his phone, lowering his voice and saying, "Shen Manzi has returned to the country." The news of Shen Manzi's return was quite sudden. After all, she had been away for 3 years, and apart from her closest relatives, no one had any news about her. Now, her sudden return surprised not only old friends, but even passers-by. The media even specially reported her return, broadcasting it on the large screens in the city. Jinchu was walking down the street when she saw the news about Shen Manzi's return on the big screen. The reporters went to the airport to welcome her back, live broadcasting the event, dressed in a long black dress, wearing sunglasses, and with fiery red lips. Shinmanzi looked both beautiful and cool. The reporter asked her, "Why did you suddenly choose to return at this time?" Shinmanzi took off her sunglasses. Her beautiful eyes fixed on the reporter as she replied, "I just wanted to come back." "Do you have a problem with that?" The reporter said, "Of course not. It's just that I've heard your brother has returned to the Shin family. You chose to come back at this time. It's inevitable. Are you speculating about my family matters? You don't look like a reporter. You look more like someone sent by those who can't stand our family doing well." Trying to annoy me, Shinmanzi coldly interrupted him, putting her sunglasses back on and continuing to walk forward with a heroic demeanor. Her few words left the reporter speechless, his face turning red. This was a live broadcast, and everyone was watching. She was so impressive that everyone was amazed. However, those who knew her understood that this was Shinmanzi. 3 years had passed, and she hadn't changed at all. This woman was incredible. Han Jing leaned closer to Su Jinchu and looked up at the big screen with her. "Yeah, she's really impressive," Su Jinchu murmured. From the big screen, she recognized that this woman was Zhou Junqi's sister, Gu Mingchen's first love. With such a beautiful and cool first love, it's no wonder he couldn't forget her and even went so far as to find a substitute to reminisce. If she weren't that substitute, she would definitely be moved by their feelings. Unfortunately, she was that substitute, and her position made her feelings different. Now, she could only feel sorry for herself. "Are you really not going home tonight?" Han Jing asked again. Su Jinchu nodded but quickly added, "If it's inconvenient for you, I can stay outside." "It's definitely convenient. There's nothing inconvenient about it. The dormitory is originally just for the two of us, and you're always welcome to come back," Han Jing hurriedly said. Su Jinchu awkwardly said, "But I was originally an employee of the branch and only had the right to stay in the dormitory. Now that I've been transferred to the headquarters, can I still stay in the branch dormitory? Wouldn't that be inappropriate? Anyway, no one checks the dorms. If I don't say anything, who would know?" Han Jing said, "Even if someone finds out, it doesn't matter. Just ask Supervisor Yuan for help. He will definitely find a way to solve it." "How are things between you and Supervisor Yuan now?" Su Jinchu asked curiously. Han Jing's face turned red, and she quickly explained, "What do you mean by how are things? It's still the same. We're just senior and junior colleagues and have a superior-subordinate relationship. There's no possibility of anything else." Chapter 95. Everyone knows except him. Gu Mingchen finished talking with Guan Chao late at night, unaware that Shinmanzi had returned to the country. When he got home, he was surprised to find Gu Mingmei there. "What are you doing here?" Gu Mingchen frowned, taking off his coat and handing it to the maid. Gu Mingmei replied, "I came to see you. It's so late. Where have you been?" "Just some business. If you're fine, you can leave." "Susu isn't home," Gu Mingchen said. Gu Mingmei's brow furrowed, and her expression grew serious. She looked at Xiaowen, who awkwardly said, "Madam hasn't returned yet." Gu Mingchen immediately took out his phone to call Su Jinchu. "Sorry, the number you dialed is not available. She's not answering your calls. It seems you two really are having a conflict." The impact of a first love is indeed significant. It's only been a short time since she returned, and it has already caused issues between you, Gu Mingmei sighed. Gu Mingchen asked in confusion, "What first love? What does that have to do with me and Su Jinchu? Don't tell me you don't know that Shinmanzi is back?" Gu Mingmei said with an exaggerated expression. Gu Mingchen was taken aback and quickly replied, "I truly didn't know." "When did she come back?" Gu Mingmei was speechless, thinking he must have known about Shinmanzi's return but was worried about his feelings and the possibility of a fight with Su Jinchu. She had come to check on them, but it turned out she was being overly sentimental. He didn't even know Shinmanzi had returned. "Since you didn't know Shinmanzi was back, why would you argue with Su Jinchu?" "We were arguing over other matters. It has nothing to do with Shinmanzi." "Why would she suddenly return? Isn't Zhou Junqi already back at the Shin family?" "How would I know? You might as well call her directly and ask," Gu Mingmei said intentionally. Gu Mingchen's face darkened. After a moment of silence, he took a deep breath and said, "If there's nothing else, you can go back. Don't worry. I won't contact Shinmanzi again. I'm not at ease. Just mentioning her makes your expression change. How can I not worry?" Gu Mingmei said. Gu Mingchen immediately took out his phone and called Tan Yuanqing. "Take my sister away." "I'm not convenient," Tan Yuanqing replied. Gu Mingchen snorted coldly, "Don't think I don't know. You're definitely nearby. You have 3 minutes to come over, or don't even think about entering our Gu family's door in the future." "Okay, it won't take 3 minutes. 2 will be enough." Tan Yuanqing happily hung up. 2 minutes later, he arrived at Gu Mingchen's house on time, persuading Gu Mingmei to leave with him. "If you have something, just call me. Don't forget, I'm always your sister," Gu Mingmei said earnestly before leaving. Gu Mingchen nodded, urging Tan Yuanqing to hurry and take her away. After they left, he immediately took out his phone to search the news. However, he didn't even need to search. News about Shinmanzi's return was everywhere. It was just that no one dared to tell him, which was why he had remained unaware of the matter. Seeing Shun Manzi's actions at the airport, Gu Mingchen smiled bitterly. She really hadn't changed at all. It seems your first love is back. Yuan Bowen called him and immediately said. Gu Mingchen asked, is she with Han Jing? Otherwise, could she still be with me? Tell Han Jing to take good care of her. I'll come to pick her up when I have time, Gu Mingchen instructed. Yuan Bowen asked in confusion, I'm curious. She knows who your first love is, but why doesn't she know your identity? When do you plan to tell her? Out of humanitarianism. I want to remind you that there is a difference between being proactive about revealing things and being passively exposed, especially for girls. Deceit is something that cannot be forgiven. I know my own matters. You should take care of yourself and Han Jing. As far as I know, your father has started arranging blind dates for you again. Gu Mingchen hung up the phone. Yuan Bowen shrugged, his good intentions going unappreciated. Gu Mingchen took out his phone and scrolled through a number he hadn't dialed in 3 years. After hesitating for a long time, he ultimately didn't call. Forget it, whether she comes back or not has nothing to do with him now. His two most important tasks were to bring down the Chen family and to wait for Su Jinchu to calm down so he could bring her home. Did you hear? Our prince's first love has returned. Of course, I heard. It was all over the news yesterday. Such a big deal. How could I not know? Su Jinchu arrived at the company, only to hear her colleagues whispering together. At first, she didn't pay much attention, but when she heard the words first love, return, and young lady of the Shin family, she couldn't help but frown. This version of the story sounds a bit familiar. Isn't it about Gu Mingchen and Zhou Junqi's sister? The annual meeting date was set, and surprisingly, it was moved up by half a month this year. At this time, another colleague rushed in to announce important news. As soon as everyone heard about the annual meeting, they immediately set aside the gossip about the young lady of the Shin family. After all, the former was just entertainment, while the latter concerned their own interests. Every year during the annual meeting, the company would distribute many benefits. Even if one didn't win the grand prize, just the Sunshine Award was enough to excite everyone. Isn't it usually around the same time every year? It shouldn't be off by a week. Why is it suddenly half a month early this year? It seems the old chairman is going to announce the heir. Our chairman will be changing soon, someone speculated. Everyone sighed. With a new emperor comes new courtiers. Once the chairman changes, it will inevitably bring considerable turmoil to the company. However, such high-level matters had little to do with them as small employees. They just hoped the young heir would have a better temperament and be more generous, providing them with more benefits. Jinchu, is this your first time attending the head office's annual meeting? I'll tell you, you're in luck. If the chairman announces the heir this year, he'll surely give out more benefits to appease everyone, Lu Heir said excitedly to Su Jinchu. Su Jinchu smiled awkwardly and nodded. Right now, she was not interested in benefits. Her mind was filled with Gu Mingchen, and she couldn't think of anything else. After sleeping in the dormitory last night and being apart for a whole night, she realized how deeply Gu Mingchen had seeped into her life. She had initially thought their marriage was just a momentary impulse. Aside from gratitude in times of danger, she wouldn't have any deep feelings for him. But after a sleepless night, she realized she was wrong. She didn't know when it started, but her feelings for him had grown into a deep affection. Did Gu Mingchen call you today? After work, Su Jinchu went directly to find Han Jing to have dinner together. They were dining at a restaurant near their apartment when Han Jing curiously asked her. Su Jinchu shook her head. No, aside from a call last night. There hasn't been any news all day. That's too much. You've already moved out, and he hasn't reacted at all? Han Jing said angrily. At that moment, the restaurant door opened, and a few handsome boys walked in. One of them spotted Su Jinchu, his eyes lighting up as he immediately ran over excitedly. Chapter 96. Want to date my younger brother sister? What are you doing here? Zhou Junqi ran up to Su Jinchu, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Han Jing's eyes lit up upon seeing Zhou Junqi, and she quickly elbowed Su Jinchu, asking, Xiao Chu, who is this younger brother? This is Zhou Junqi. He has helped me several times before. Su Jinchu quickly introduced him to Han Jing. Zhou Junqi smiled and greeted Han Jing. Hello, sister. Hello, I'm Han Jing. You can call me Han sister or Jing sister. Han Jing introduced herself with a starry-eyed expression. No wonder everyone likes cute younger boys nowadays. Indeed, the charm of younger brothers is quite powerful. Who can resist a big boy with sparkling eyes and a face full of collagen? Tone it down a bit. Don't scare the kid, Su Jinchu reminded her in a low voice. Han Jing replied, Zhou brother wouldn't be scared. He looks like a sunny, healthy big boy. What hasn't he seen? Brother, haven't you eaten yet? Come sit down and eat with us. No, I came with my classmates. I just wanted to say hi to my sister. I'll go over there now, Zhou Junqi said, blushing. Su Jinchu nodded. Han Jing watched him walk over to another table, where he sat down and flashed a brilliant smile at them. because he smiled at them. A whole table of cute younger boys turned to look at them, also beaming. This scene was simply too pleasing to the eye. Being young is great. Seeing them makes me feel youthful again. You're not much older than them. Stop talking like you're ancient, Su Jinchu said. Han Jing quickly leaned in and whispered, "Does this younger brother like you?" Su Jinchu was taken aback and quickly replied, "Of course not. Don't talk nonsense. He's just a kid. Please. Kids don't look at adults with that kind of gaze. He likes you. He looks pretty good. If you really don't like Gu Mingchen anymore, you could give him a try. Cute younger boys are very appealing. You know everything about other people's affairs, but when it comes to your own, you're blind and deaf?" Su Jinchu teased her. Han Jing blushed and defended herself. "That's because I have nothing to do. I can only be clear about your affairs when you have something going on. All right, enough of this. Let us hurry up and order. I'm starving." Su Jinchu shook her head. Every time the topic of Yuan Bowen came up, she pretended to be clueless, not knowing how much longer she could keep pretending. The two girls ordered 3 dishes and finished eating quickly. Just as they were about to leave, Zhou Junqi ran over to say goodbye. "Did your sister come back?" Su Jinchu asked. Zhou Junqi nodded. "It was quite sudden, but I'm very happy. Now that she is back, my pressure isn't that big anymore. Otherwise, my dad always keeps an eye on me, and it's very stressful." "Has she met her old friends?" "I met with my friends yesterday," Zhou Junqi said again. Su Jinchu smiled awkwardly. Although Zhou Junqi didn't say it outright, she guessed that the friend he mentioned was Gu Mingchen. No wonder he hadn't contacted her. With his white moonlight back, she, as a substitute, was naturally dispensable. "Enjoy your meal. We're leaving first," Su Jinchu bid him farewell. Zhou Junqi waved goodbye and watched them leave before returning to his seat. "Younger brothers are great. What a pity. I'm not dating. Or I do really want to find a younger brother to date." Han Jing turned back at the corner and saw Zhou Junqi still standing at the door, unable to help but sigh. What kind of younger brother is so good that it makes you think about dating? Suddenly, Yuan Bowen appeared behind her, tugging at her collar and questioning her. Han Jing jumped in surprise and shouted, "How did you suddenly appear? Aren't you going home?" Yuan Bowen ignored Han Jing and looked at Su Jinchu, asking. Su Jinchu awkwardly said, "Manager Yuan, I'm living in the dormitory. I hope it doesn't bother you." "It doesn't bother me. I'm just asking. If it's convenient, I'd like to talk to her alone," Yuan Bowen said. Su Jinchu quickly nodded, indicating he could go ahead. Han Jing shouted, "Xiao Chu, save me. I don't want to talk to him alone." Su Jinchu immediately turned to leave, pretending not to hear. Han Jing was speechless and could only turn to Yuan Bowen and plead, "Senior, I have something else to do. Please let me go back to the dorm. I also have something very important to discuss, so we'll talk first, and then you can go," Yuan Bowen said, holding onto her collar tightly and dragging her to the car he had parked by the roadside. Su Jinchu watched them get into the car and leave before finally breathing a sigh of relief. It wasn't that she was heartless. She could see how much Yuan Bowen liked Han Jing. How could she bear to be the one to break them apart? What is going on? It was going well during the tests. Why did problems suddenly arise? In the Chen Group office, Chen Hua angrily threw a document in front of Guan Chao and questioned him. Guan Chao calmly looked at the document, picked it up, and slowly said, "I've said before that this project is not feasible. It was President Chen who insisted on going ahead, and now this result is expected." "Guan Chao, stop being sarcastic. When I sponsored you to join the company, it was to make money for me. Now that the company is in trouble, it's your responsibility. And you should fix it." "I can certainly fix it," Guan Chao said. "By selling the company, this issue can be resolved." "What? Sell the company? Absolutely not." Chen Hua widened his eyes and immediately denied it. Guan Chao coldly said, "President Chen, this isn't a discussion, it's a notification. You know very well that our company is not a physical enterprise. Once we encounter such issues, you have no chance of recovery." "Who says I have no chance of recovery? I still have. My shares have already been sold. You have no chance now," Guan Chao interrupted him. Chen Hua was shocked, his eyes wide. After a moment, he trembled and asked, "Who did you sell the shares to?" "To me." Gu Mingchen walked in with Zhou Yi. Behind them was a lawyer, already prepared with all the documents, just waiting for Chen Hua to sign. Chen Hua looked at Gu Mingchen with confusion. Gu Mingchen revealed his identity, and Chen Hua's eyes widened in surprise. "Why? Your Gu Group is such a big company. Why do you want to go against my small company?" Chen Hua didn't understand. Gu Mingchen sat elegantly in a chair, his long legs crossed, resting his hands on the armrests, lightly tapping, "Because you have a good son." "Chen Hua." Chen Xiao hurried over here as soon as he heard the news about the company's troubles. However, before he even arrived at the company, he was caught by the police who had been lying in wait nearby. "Your entertainment company is suspected of illegal transactions. Please come with us for an investigation. I want to call my lawyer." Chen Xiao shouted in frustration. There had been many complaints against him for illegal transactions before. But hadn't he always managed to evade them? He thought this time would be the same, that someone would be willing to take the blame for him. As usual, he thought he could solve all his problems with a bit of money. But he never expected that he no longer had money. His father Chenhua had no money, and naturally, he didn't have any either. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Without money, who would still be willing to take the blame for him? Chapter 97. Choosing under threat of life, Han Jing was dragged into the car by Yuan Bowen, which drove all the way to the Quajiang Bridge before stopping. Senior brother, why did you bring me here? After getting out of the car, Han Jing shivered in the cold wind, rubbing her arms as she asked, trembling. Yuan Bowen took off his coat and draped it over her, then pulled out a steaming bag of roasted chestnuts from the car. Here, have some chestnuts. Why do we have to eat chestnuts here? We could eat them in the car, or in the city. If that's not possible, we could just find a park. It's so cold here, and so high up. What if we accidentally fall? Han Jing complained while peeling the chestnuts. Yuan Bowen gazed deeply at the shimmering river and said in a low voice, you have a point. It is pretty high here. Who knows? We might just fall if we're not careful. Senior brother, are you okay? Han Jing sensed something was off in his tone, and, with her head tucked down and eyes blinking curiously, asked. Yuan Bowen turned to look at her, a smile curling at the corner of his lips, and asked, Jing Jing, how long have we known each other? A long time. Han Jing, with no sense of time, could only respond with a long time. Yes, a long time. You should understand me. If I want to do something, I will definitely do it, right? Right. So you're a good leader. It's great to be with you. Han Jing quickly flattered him. Yuan Bowen continued, my dad has started arranging blind dates for me again. I heard he's already set up a blind date, and hopes I'll find time to meet her. Why is your dad doing this? It's the modern age. How can he still arrange blind dates? That's so low. Han Jing scoffed. Yes, I don't want to go on blind dates either. But without a girlfriend. I can't explain it to him, so he will keep arranging these blind dates for me. Weren't you rumored to be with the heir last time? Just keep it going. Han Jing reminded him. Yuan Bowen replied, that won't work anymore. She's already taken, and I've been dumped. Then you can find the next one. Just find someone to pretend to be your girlfriend, and you won't have to worry about blind dates. Han Jing suggested again. Yuan Bowen smiled and nodded. Your suggestion makes a lot of sense. Hee, I told you I'm smart. Han Jing joked. But who should I find to pretend to be my girlfriend? Yuan Bowen asked. Han Jing's expression fell, and she quickly said, I don't have anyone suitable to introduce to you. You have to figure this out yourself. But I think you would be perfect, Yuan Bowen said. Han Jing. Sorry, I suddenly remembered I have something to do. I'm leaving now. She clutched the chestnuts and turned to run. However, now that the conversation had reached this point, how could Yuan Bowen let her escape? He grabbed her collar, pulled her back, and pressed her against the bridge's railing. Senior brother, what are you doing? You know I'm afraid of heights. What if I fall? Yuan Bowen snatched the chestnuts from her arms, holding them in one hand and pressing her down with the other. Choose, the chestnuts or you falling down. Chestnuts, chestnuts. Of course, I choose the chestnuts. Choosing the chestnuts means you have to be my girlfriend. Come back home with me to meet my dad. So he can stop thinking about arranging blind dates for me, Yuan Bowen said. Han Jing's eyes widened. What does that have to do with each other? I've never heard of eating chestnuts and having to give myself to someone in return. There's no inherent connection, but I've connected them, Yuan Bowen said. I'm not choosing. Why should I make this choice? Han Jing stubbornly refused. Yuan Bowen wrapped his arms around her waist, and they both leaned over the edge together. Don't lean down. It's too scary. Aren't you afraid of heights too? Why must we both go down together? So, will you agree or not? Yuan Bowen continued to ask. Okay, I agree to you. I'm really at my wit's end with you. Is that good enough? Han Jing shouted with her eyes closed. In the next moment, Yuan Bowen released her from the railing, and they both breathed a sigh of relief. However, Yuan Bowen's expression seemed even worse, and he appeared a bit weak, leaning against the car without moving. Seeing him like this, Han Jing realized his fear of heights was more severe than she thought. He must have been even more scared just now. You, harming yourself while trying to harm others, is it really worth it? Han Jing questioned angrily. Yuan Bowen, with a pale face, smiled at her, nodding. It's worth it, didn't you just agree? My sacrifice wasn't in vain. Han Jing replied. It's just pretending, not real. It's just to help you deal with your dad. Once he stops considering blind dates for you, we can break up. Okay. Yuan Bowen readily agreed. His quick agreement made Han Jing feel uncomfortable. She felt strange inside but didn't know what to say. Clearing her throat, she quickly opened the car door and got in, asking him to take her back to the dormitory. Su Jinchun had already lain down. Hearing the noise at the door, she immediately sat up and asked, Jing Jing, are you back? Yes, I'm back. Why are you still awake? Are you okay? What did Director Yuan want with you? Su Jinchun asked. Han Jing's expression was awkward as she sheepishly said, it's nothing, just a small matter. I'm dead tired. I'm going to take a shower first. Okay. Su Jinchun nodded. After lying back down, she didn't fall asleep immediately. Her phone kept buzzing that night, either with Gu Mingchen's calls or messages. However, she didn't answer a single one and didn't reply to any messages. That night, both of them lay in the dormitory, tossing and turning, with countless thoughts racing through their minds. The next morning, Su Jinchun left first. After all, the headquarters was farther away. As soon as she stepped out, she saw Gu Mingchen parked by the roadside. Su. Upon seeing her come out, Gu Mingchen immediately opened the car door and walked towards her. However, when Su Jinchun saw him, she turned and walked in the opposite direction, moving even faster. Su, let me take you to the company. With his long legs, he quickly caught up to her and grabbed her arm. Let go of me. Su Jinchun turned around, her expression cold. It's hard to get a taxi here. Let me take you to the company. I have something to talk to you about on the way. The man insisted, his tone becoming even gentler. As the saying goes, don't hit a smiling face. With him being so humble and gentle, Su Jinchun found it difficult to continue being harsh. What do you want to talk to me about? Her tone unconsciously softened a lot. The man smiled, knowing she wouldn't remain cold forever. Get in the car first. We can talk after that. He took her arm and led her into the car. As soon as she sat down, the man pulled out the breakfast he had prepared, saying, You haven't had breakfast, right? I've prepared it for you. It's all your favorites. Don't do this. Su Jinchun frowned. With him being so humble and gentle, how could she be heartless enough to leave him? Chapter 98. A great gift for you, Su. I've already thought it through, Gu Mingchen said seriously. Looking at Su Jinchu. Su Jinchu's heart trembled, her eyes revealing panic as she looked at him nervously. Had he finally made up his mind to break up with her? After all those days of loving each other, it seemed the substitute could never compare to the first love. The first love was back, and everything had to come to an end? Just say it. No matter what the result is, I can accept it. Her heart felt like it was bleeding. But she had already lost her self-respect, and she had to maintain her pride. She had told him from the beginning that he could bring up a breakup anytime he wanted. Those promises were vivid in her memory. She wouldn't forget them. Nor would she make it hard for him. Even if her heart was breaking, she couldn't show a hint of it. I was wrong about designing the incident with Lin Siyuan, and I apologize to you. I promise it won't happen again. So can you forgive me? Don't be mad at me. To express my apology and show you my sincerity, I have a great gift for you. What great gift? Su Jinchu looked at him in confusion. Gu Mingchen took out his phone and showed her a video. Su Jinchu was stunned for a moment when she saw the footage, then quickly grabbed it to look closely. Are you satisfied with this great gift? Are you happy? Gu Mingchen asked, smiling as he noticed the joy on her face. How could he get caught? Last time we called the police. I was fully prepared, which is why it worked. Don't worry, he won't escape this time. The court will announce its verdict in a few days. I'll take you to watch, Gu Mingchen said triumphantly. Su Jinchu nodded excitedly. You have to take me to the court session. Can you forgive me and come home with me? Gu Mingchen held her hand and asked tenderly. Su Jinchu bit her lip, finally realizing what he had just requested. She had returned, and he was asking her to go home with him. Did that mean he couldn't get back with her because he needed her as a substitute? Her? Who is she? Gu Mingchen was momentarily taken aback. But he wasn't stupid. He quickly thought of someone and couldn't help but smile. Su, are you angry because of Zhou Junqi's sister? So, you're not mad at me because of Lin Siyuan, but because of Zhou Junqi's sister? I saw her photo. Her eyes and brows look a lot like mine. Is that why you chose me? Su Jinchu asked softly. Gu Mingchen replied, What are you talking about? How could you have such a misunderstanding? Su, I swear I have never noticed any similarities between you and her. In my eyes, you are completely different people. There's nothing alike. Who told you that you two look alike? Zhou Junqi. He has hardly seen his sister a few times. How would he know you two look alike? He must be trying to sow discord between us. I saw the photo. I can judge for myself, Su Jinchu defended Zhou Junqi. Gu Mingchen said earnestly, I don't care how you see it or what Zhou Junqi says. In short, in my eyes, you two are completely different. I have never been with you because of any similarities. If I wanted a substitute, I could find someone more obedient. Why would I choose you? You're stubborn and hard to please. When you're angry, it drives me crazy. What do you mean? Are you saying I have a bad temper? Su Jinchu asked angrily, catching the underlying meaning of his words. The man immediately reminded her, Look at you. You explode at the slightest provocation. And you say your temper is good? If I really wanted a substitute, I would definitely choose someone who obeys me. After all, there are no feelings involved. I wouldn't pick someone with a bad temper to argue with me. There seemed to be some logic in that, but if that wasn't the reason, then why did he choose her? Su Jinchu couldn't figure it out. This matter had been bothering her, and the substitute explanation seemed the most reasonable. Just then, Gu Mingchen was about to explain further when his phone suddenly rang, and he frowned when he saw who was calling. Hello, Grandpa. I'm coming home. I have something to discuss with you. The old man spoke briefly and hung up. Gu Mingchen sighed and said to Jinchu, Su, Grandpa called me home. I'm almost at the company entrance. You go in first, and I'll pick you up after work tonight. No need. You don't have to pick me up. There's a typhoon tonight. Come home with me, Gu Mingchen said firmly, holding her hand. Jinchu bit her lip, and after a moment, she nodded slightly, her cheeks flushing. Although Gu Mingchen didn't specify the reason, his denial of treating her as a substitute was enough to make her happy. Since she wasn't a substitute, she had no reason to continue sulking. Going home with him would give them both a chance to clarify things. Having a good talk was the rational thing to do as adults. Jinchu, you seem to be in a good mood today. Did something happy happen? Lure asked teasingly as she saw Jinchu walk in. Jinchu smiled and nodded. Yes, something happy happened. How enviable. These days, finding something that makes you happy is harder than winning the lottery. But soon there will be something unhappy. Get yourself mentally prepared. Huh? What unhappy thing? Jinchu asked, surprised. At that moment, when Fong walked in, after scanning the office, she called out several names. Zhao Shikai, Wang Yuan, Jinchu, Lure, you four come in. Lure, what does Supervisor want us for? Jinchu stood up and walked in with them, whispering to Lure on the way. Lure replied, it must be about an outdoor assignment. We have a project that requires going out, and Supervisor wants to know who is willing to go today. But usually everyone likes to go out for assignments, right? Jinchu said, that's usually the case, but the weather forecast says there's a typhoon today. Who would want to go out in this weather? Lure explained. Jinchu felt embarrassed. She had been preoccupied with her thoughts lately and hadn't paid attention to the weather. Sure enough, after when Fong had them in, she asked who was willing to go out for the assignment. Supervisor 1. I took leave at 4 p.m. to pick up my child from school. I really don't have time. Lure spoke up first to explain. After that, she shot Jinchu a look, urging her to find an excuse quickly. However, before Jinchu could catch on, Wang Yuan spoke up first. Supervisor 1. I also have to pick up my child. The school is letting out early due to the typhoon, and my wife can't make it. I have to go. As far as I know, neither of you have children, so you have no reason to say that. Zhao Shikai was about to speak, but before he could, when Fong shot him a cold glance and looked at him and Jinchu felt awkward. What excuse was she supposed to come up with now? I can go. I have time. She could only respond with a forced smile. Zhao Shikai also couldn't find an excuse and said, I can go too. I have time. Great, you two are going out today. Be careful, when Fong said. Jinchu and Zhao Shikai nodded, and the four of them went out together. As soon as they stepped out, Lure lamented, why did you agree? You should have fought for it. Jinchu sighed. She wanted to fight for it too, but how could she do so in this situation? I just hope the weather forecast is wrong, and the typhoon doesn't come. Chapter 99. Intentionally scratching his car. Grandpa, why did you call me back in such a hurry? Is there something important? Gu Mingchen asked as he entered the old residence. Old Master Gu waved his hand, motioning for him to come and sit down. Sit down? There's something very important we need to discuss. Gu Mingchen had no choice but to walk over and sit on the sofa opposite him. Old Master Gu looked at him with a serious expression and said, have you heard about Shinmanzi coming back? Gu Mingchen's eyes darkened, and he nodded gravely. Yes, I know. What do you think about this matter? Old Master Gu asked. Gu Mingchen forced a smile and said, what can I think? It's their freedom to come and go. It has nothing to do with me. I know Shin Jianxi. The reason he called Shinmanzi back at this time is obvious. Our Gu family has always held the position of the richest in Jiangxing, and the Shun family wants to stir things up. Shun Jianxi doesn't have the capability, so he brings his daughter back to confuse you and suppress our Gu family. So, Aiken, you need to be clear-headed and not let a woman cloud your judgment. Grandpa, you're overthinking it. Leaving aside whether I would be confused by Shinmanzi, her personality wouldn't allow her to use beauty to achieve her goals. Moreover, I trust her. She's not interested in the position of the richest in Jiangxing. She probably came back because her stepmother is causing trouble again and is worried her naive brother can't handle it. It's about her family matters and has nothing to do with our Gu family. Look at you, speaking up for her again. Old Master Gu said angrily. The grudge between our Gu family and the Shin family has long been established. Do you think the Shin family will let it go so easily? Haven't they made enough small moves in these 3 years? The annual meeting is coming soon, and I will hand over the Gu group to you. Shinmanzi's return at this time definitely has ulterior motives. Just say what you want to say. Don't get worked up. If you say it's not simple, then it's not simple. Don't worry, I definitely won't meet her, and I won't be confused by her. Gu Mingchen saw his grandfather getting agitated and couldn't help but cough. He quickly calmed him down and encouraged him not to get excited. Old Master Gu finally sighed in relief and said with satisfaction, if you can think this way, I will be at ease. I heard you're still with that girl surnamed Sue. Bring her back sometime. Don't always be with others without giving them a proper status. Grandpa, are you planning to accept her? Her family background is very ordinary, and it's not a match for our Gu family. Gu Mingchen smiled. Old Master Gu said sternly, what else can I do? I've heard from your sister. Although the girl comes from an ordinary background, she's kind-hearted, honest, and proactive. She's a good child. It's not her fault she comes from a poor family. And compared to those you dated before, she's already quite good. Especially compared to Shinmanzi. If I had to choose one, I would definitely choose her. Alright, I'll definitely bring her back when I find the time. Gu Mingchen nodded with a smile. It seemed that things were going even smoother than he had imagined. He could tell her about his identity at this annual meeting and bring her home. Stay with me for dinner before you go back. Old Master Gu made another request. Gu Mingchen's cheerful expression immediately fell. Grandpa, I suddenly remembered I have something urgent to attend to. I have to leave. You little brat, what urgent matter could you have? You run off when I ask you to have dinner with me. Old Master Gu scolded him angrily. However, Gu Mingchen didn't listen at all and had already rushed out. Since it was still early before Jinchu got off work, Gu Mingchen asked the driver to take a leisurely drive after leaving the old residence. But during this drive, an incident occurred. A sports car came by and scratched their car. The driver was furious and got out, angrily accusing, you did that on purpose, didn't you? Such a wide road with no cars on either side. How could you still scratch us? It's definitely not an accident. I did it on purpose. How much will I pay you? The woman got out of the car and took off her sunglasses. The driver was momentarily stunned. Having been with the boss for many years, how could he not recognize this woman? Please wait. The driver's attitude immediately changed as he hurried back to report to Gu Mingchen. Gu Mingchen had already seen the woman from the car and sighed softly. After opening the car door and getting out, he looked at her with deep eyes and said, long time no see. Yes, it's been exactly 3 years. The woman smiled at him. Gu Mingchen glanced at the two scratched cars and asked meaningfully, did you want to create an accident the moment we met? If I wanted to create an accident, it wouldn't be a scratch. It would be a direct crash, and we'd all be done for. The woman said slowly. So, you intentionally forced my car to stop to say something? Gu Mingchen asked. I have time now, can we chat? The woman looked at her watch and proposed. Gu Mingchen replied, sorry, I don't have time. I just came out of the old residence, and Grandpa specifically reminded me not to be confused by you. So, I dare not chat with you alone. Grandpa would definitely be very angry if he found out. What qualifications does your Gu family have to be angry? The woman said coldly. Don't you feel a bit guilty about the debts owed to our Shin family? See, we're back to square one. How can we continue this conversation? Gu Mingchen said. The woman took a deep breath and quickly calmed her emotions, smiling as she said, I'm sorry. I got a bit excited. It won't happen again. However, I genuinely want to talk to you. After 3 years apart, don't you have anything to say to me? Thinking carefully, there really wasn't much to say. Gu Mingchen said. The woman snorted and slowly said, but I have something to say to you. If you don't want to talk to me, I can go find Jinchu. I think she would be very willing to chat with me. You found out about her so quickly? Fine, you choose the place to talk. Gu Mingchen's gaze darkened, and he finally agreed. The woman smiled triumphantly, turned around, and got in her car, saying, let your driver follow me. Gu Mingchen sighed and turned back to his car, instructing the driver to follow her. Not letting him get into the same car as her was her way of showing leniency. Upon reflection, there was really nothing to complain about. However, after driving for over an hour, they finally stopped. As Gu Mingchen got out of the car, he couldn't help but complain, Shinmanzi, is there something you can't talk about casually in a CAF in the city? Why do we have to drive so far out to the suburbs to chat? Look at this place, don't you remember? This is where we had our first date. Shinmanzi closed the car door and reminded him as she walked inside. Gu Mingchen, this is where I bought 3 years ago and have kept maintained as it was. Of course, it hasn't changed. The only thing that has changed is our relationship. Chapter 100. Intentionally locking her up. Why is this place so remote? Zhao Shikai and Jinchu took a taxi to the construction site. Upon arrival, they saw desolation all around and couldn't help but complain. Jinchu asked, what is this project about? Zhao Shikai explained, our company invested in a film and television base 2 years ago, but the relocation residents refused to move. This matter has been on hold for 2 years, and only this year did we find a partner to restart the project. This was originally not our department's business. I don't know why manager one took it upon himself. Let's just take a look. You follow me. I'll chat with the person in charge for a bit. And then we can go back, Zhao Shikai said. Jinchu nodded. She wasn't clear about this project either, so she could only follow behind Zhao Shikai. However, when they found the person in charge, the manager immediately began to vent when he learned they were from Gu Group. He complained about delayed salaries and the uproar caused by the original residents. In short, he unloaded a pile of problems onto the two of them. Manager Wang, telling us this doesn't help. We're just here to do a survey, Zhao Shikai explained with a bitter smile. Manager Wang replied, I have no choice. Who else can I talk to? I ask you both to relay my words to the higher-ups when you return to the company. Otherwise, I can't reach them. Okay. We will pass on what you said. I have a document here that needs your signature. Once you sign, we can leave, Zhao Shikai said, taking out the document for him to sign. Manager Wang looked at it, but didn't sign immediately. Instead, he said, I just remembered I have something to take care of first. I'll sign after I handle it. Manager Wang, don't go. It will only take a moment to sign. Zhao Shikai tried to stop him, but Manager Wang refused to sign under any circumstances and insisted on handling his business first. Zhao Shikai couldn't stop him and could only watch as he left. This Manager Wang, I think he's deliberately avoiding signing and is just stringing us along. Zhao Shikai said angrily. Jinchu advised him, there's nothing we can do if he won't sign. It's still early, we can wait for him. There's a typhoon coming in the afternoon, and if it hits, we might have a hard time leaving. Zhao Shikai said gloomily, I'm frustrated too. But if Manager Wang won't sign, there's nothing we can do. The two could only continue waiting in the office, which turned into a 3-hour wait. During this time, Zhao Shikai chatted with Jinchu about various topics. However, in the midst of their conversation, Jinchu suddenly mentioned that she was married. Zhao Shikai was taken aback, immediately losing interest, and muttered, I didn't expect you to be so young and already married. Do you want to go look for Manager Wang? Jinchu suggested. Zhao Shikai nodded and quickly went out to find Manager Wang. Jinchu waited in the office, but Manager Wang didn't return and neither did Zhao Shikai. She had no choice but to call Zhao Shikai. To her surprise, when he answered, he said, Jinchu, I'm sorry, my sister just called. She said she can't leave work, and I need to go pick up my nephew. Manager Wang is still busy and said he can only sign later. I've left the document at the door. You can get it signed when Manager Wang comes back. I really apologize for this, and I'll treat you to dinner tomorrow. How can you just leave me here alone? Jinchu said anxiously. Zhao Shikai replied helplessly, I really can't help it. If he keeps refusing to sign, you should just leave. Tomorrow. We can find Manager Wang and apologize. Whatever she decides is fine. After saying that, he hung up. Jinchu heard the buzzing sound on her phone and put it away in frustration. She walked to the door and indeed saw the document lying on the ground. This Zhao Shikai could have come in to explain things clearly, but chose to sneakily leave the documents here and run away. It was too much. With no other choice, she picked up the document and went to look for Manager Wang. Hello, where is Manager Wang? She asked the workers nearby. The workers shook their heads and said they didn't know. After asking several people, all said they didn't know where Manager Wang was. Unable to find anyone, Jinchu could only return to the office. The monk can run, but the temple can't. She didn't believe that Manager Wang wouldn't come back. However, to her surprise, Manager Wang really didn't come back. The sky gradually darkened, and the wind picked up. The workers began to pack up and leave. And soon the entire construction site was empty, leaving only Jinchu in the office, unaware of the situation outside. When she finally noticed it was dark, she hurriedly opened the door to go out, but a gust of wind slammed the door shut again. What is going on? It was then that she realized it was pitch black outside, and all the busy workers had disappeared. She quickly pushed the door open again, but the wind was howling. Dark clouds were rolling in, and the buildings on the construction site were creaking ominously, which was terrifying. Is anyone there? Is anyone there? Jinchu shouted several times. But there was no response. It seemed she was the only one left. She had to take out her phone to call for a ride to leave. However, no taxis were willing to accept the order. Just when she managed to find one willing to take her, the driver quickly called back to ask her to cancel. Your area is suburban, and the typhoon is coming. I can't get there right now. Please, driver, come pick me up. If you don't come, I won't be able to leave here, Jinchu pleaded. The taxi driver also begged her, I really can't make it. I need to get home now. My wife has urged me several times. Please, cancel the order. With no choice, Jinchu had to cancel the order herself. A gust of wind blew past, and raindrops began to fall heavily. Jinchu had no choice but to run back to the office. At least it could shelter her from the wind and rain. Crash. A loud noise outside startled Jinchu. She hurriedly leaned against the window to look outside and saw a tall building collapsing, crashing onto a nearby low building. No wonder it made such a loud noise. I can't stay here. Jinchu looked to the other side and found 2 tall buildings next to her office swaying in the wind and rain. If they collapsed, her makeshift office wouldn't withstand it. So, before that happened, she had to leave quickly. However, when she went to open the door, she found that the door, which had opened easily just moments ago, was now stuck and wouldn't budge. Is anyone there? Is anyone there? She pounded on the door and shouted loudly. In just that brief moment, someone had locked the door from the outside. In the cafeteria, a loud crash signaled the pouring rain. Gu Mingchen looked out the window. frowning slightly. The weather forecast was indeed accurate. The typhoon had truly arrived. What? Are you anxious to pick someone up? Shinmanzi teased, noticing his thoughts. Yes. It's about time. I need to go pick her up from work, Gu Mingchen said as he stood up. However, Shinmanzi said, why not call her first? She might not be at the company. Chapter 101. Ignoring danger to show affection, Gu Mingchen frowned tightly, his deep-set eyes fixed on her. Shinmanzi raised her head and flashed him a meaningful smile. Susu, where are you? Gu Mingchen picked up his phone and called Su Jinchu. As soon as the call connected, he asked in a low voice, where are you? On the other end, Su Jinchu's voice was filled with tears. Ah Chun. I'm at the construction site. The door is locked. I can't get out. Gu Mingchen's body stiffened, and he immediately said, tell me the address. I'll come find you right away. Aye. Su Jinchu was about to respond when her phone suddenly went black due to low battery. How could it suddenly run out of battery? Su Jinchu stared at her dead phone screen, feeling speechless, and quickly rummaged through her bag for a charging cable. However, when she found the charging cable, the lights in the office went out as well. Instantly, the entire office was plunged into darkness. Outside, the wind and rain raged, as if it were the end of the world. Susu, Susu? Gu Mingchen called out anxiously, unable to hear her voice. He dialed again, but was met with the message that the phone was turned off. Did you do this? Gu Mingchen put away his phone and questioned Shinmanzi with a stern face. A hint of sadness crossed Shinmanzi's eyes as she sighed. Am I such a despicable person in your eyes? If it wasn't you, how would you know? She should be at your Gu Group's film-based project. This is my gift for you, and also my sincerity. But now there's a typhoon outside, and that's in the outskirts. Are you sure you want to take the risk to go? Shinmanzi asked. Gu Mingchen didn't answer her and immediately turned to leave, using his actions to show her that he would go. While walking, he called someone. Go to the outskirts. He ordered the driver as soon as he got into the car. The driver looked surprised. At this time, going to the outskirts was not a wise decision, let alone leaving the area. The typhoon was here, and it was even more dangerous in the outskirts. Boss, are you sure you want to go to the outskirts? Absolutely. Gu Mingchen replied firmly, showing no hesitation. The driver had no choice but to start the car. Having been by Gu Mingchen's side for so long, he understood his character well. Once he made a decision, he would not change it. Boss, the road ahead is closed. After driving for more than an hour, they suddenly encountered a roadblock. Take a detour, Gu Mingchen said decisively. The driver had to find another way around. Gu Mingchen's phone rang. It was the rescue team calling him. As soon as he stepped out, he had called them, hoping to get help. Although he was eager to rescue Su Jinchu himself, he wasn't foolish. Professional matters should be left to professionals. So he quickly contacted the rescue team near the film base and asked them to go save her first. The rescue team was nearby, and since Gu Mingchen knew their leader, they arrived quickly. Su Jinchu was trembling in the dark office, scared out of her wits. When she suddenly heard someone calling her name, she stood up to respond loudly. The rescue team members sawed through the door lock and rescued her from inside. Now, she was in the rescue vehicle, so she called Gu Mingchen to let him know she was safe. I'm fine now, don't worry. I'm with the rescue team. Everything's okay. Gu Mingchen felt a pang in his heart and responded in a low voice. Wait for me. I'm coming right away. Don't come over. It's too dangerous. I'm safe with the rescue team. Su Jinchu looked outside. The rain was still pouring heavily, showing no signs of letting up. This was the outskirts, and even taxis were unwilling to come here. She was even more worried about Gu Mingchen coming. Wait for me. Gu Mingchen's tone was firm as he hung up the phone. Since he was young, his grandfather had taught him that a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. No matter what, he must remember how precious his life is and cannot take risks for anyone or anything. He had always remembered this, so over the years, he knew how to protect himself. But at this moment, he completely threw those survival rules aside. The thought of Su Jinchu made everything else seem unimportant. In this world, there was someone who would make him abandon everything, ignore danger, and disregard all else. Your boyfriend? A member of the rescue team asked curiously after overhearing their conversation. Su Jinchu's face turned red as she explained, he's my husband. The team member remarked, I thought he was just a boyfriend. Only a boyfriend would be so passionate to come find you in this weather. Generally, husbands wouldn't have that kind of enthusiasm. You two are quite unexpected. Su Jinchu's face turned even redder, but her heart felt as sweet as if it were soaked in honey. About half an hour later, Gu Mingchen's car finally arrived. He ignored the driver holding an umbrella for him and ran straight into the rescue vehicle, getting soaked in the rain in just seconds. However, he didn't care about that. Upon seeing Su Jinchu, he hugged her tightly. Thank goodness, you're safe. Why didn't you bring an umbrella? You're soaked. Su Jinchu felt a pang of distress. Gu Mingchen then realized he was drenched. He quickly released her, worried that his wet clothes would make her wet too, though her clothes were already soaked. She was currently wrapped in a blanket given by the rescue team. Is there another blanket? Jinchu asked the rescue team. The rescue team quickly brought out a new blanket for her. Jinchu hurriedly draped it over Gu Mingchen, each of them wrapped in one. Moreover, Gu Mingchen's was pink, looking quite comical. Jinchu couldn't help but laugh, but quickly complained, I told you not to come over. Why did you still come? It's so dangerous. Do you see me unhappy? Gu Mingchen asked her, his gaze intense. Jinchu's lips couldn't help but curve upwards, although she wanted to hold it back. But she was too happy to contain it. Gu Mingchen smiled again. I knew you would be happy. That's the meaning of me taking the risk to come. The rescue team members thought to themselves, running out to rescue someone in this weather was already tough enough. Now they had to endure being fed dog food on the side. Showing affection so openly, they seemed to disregard anyone else's safety. Is it okay to leave the car here? The driver also got on, and since the rescue vehicle was safer, they all took the rescue vehicle back to the city. However, this meant Gu Mingchen's car would be left behind, which worried Jinchu. It's fine, it's just a car. It's not as important as you are, Gu Mingchen said. Mr. Gu, when we rescued Miss Su, we found that the door lock had been locked from the outside. It appears to have been done deliberately. With such a large iron lock, it couldn't have been locked by itself. The rescue personnel informed Gu Mingchen about the incident. I understand, Gu Mingchen said, his eyes darkening. He held Jinchu's hand for a while before softly saying, tell me everything that happened today, every detail. Okay, Jinchu replied, looking at his serious expression. Although she didn't understand why he wanted to know, she recounted everything that happened from the time she arrived at work until the rescue, leaving nothing out. Chapter 102. Worried he would be involved, do you suspect that someone intentionally locked me inside? Jinchu asked, biting her lip as she looked at Gu Mingchen. Gu Mingchen smiled slightly, holding her hand as he said, it's still uncertain, it might just be an accident. But don't worry, I'll handle this matter well. Jinchu nodded and said softly, I have no grievances with them. They have no reason to intentionally lock me inside. It's better to investigate this matter clearly. What worries me more is that they might not be targeting me, but the company instead. Why do you say that? Gu Mingchen asked. Jinchu immediately recounted Manager Wang's complaints to him, saying he expressed so many grievances, which shows his dissatisfaction with the company. However, he couldn't think of a solution. I suspect they want to create a major incident to make the company pay attention to this project. Unfortunately, I was unlucky enough to be here and became their target. Gu Mingchen looked at her in surprise, not expecting her to think so deeply. In fact, when she spoke to him earlier, he had already guessed this point. He just didn't dare to tell her for fear of scaring her. He didn't expect she would think of it too. I will handle it well, he assured her again. However, Jinchu said, although you are from the Gu family, you are not part of the company. How can you handle it? I think this matter should be reported to President Tan and let him deal with it. Gu Mingchen replied, I can handle it too. You don't need to worry about this, Jinchu said seriously. You haven't even entered the company. If you meddle in company affairs, people will be suspicious of you. If President Tan refuses to step in, I will tell President Gu. Although he has been transferred to the branch company, he is after all the grandson raised by the old chairman and should have a say at the headquarters. Whether it's him or President Tan, they are both more persuasive and more legitimate than you. Actually, buzz buzz buzz. Gu Mingchen's phone rang. He picked it up to answer. It was Gu Mingmei calling. As soon as he answered, Gu Mingmei's furious voice came through. Have you lost your mind? With such a strong storm, you actually went to the construction site? Do you want to die? What if something happens to you? What should I tell Grandpa? I'm on the rescue vehicle now. Don't worry. I'm fine, Gu Mingchen said, holding the phone away from his ear until she finished yelling before he comforted her in a low voice. But Gu Mingmei wouldn't listen and continued to scold him. Sis, I'm almost in the city. Wait for me at the company. I'll come find you. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Jinchu awkwardly asked, is your sister angry? That's just how she is. She worries about me and fears I might be in danger. But it's all out of concern for me. She might be angry at me, but don't worry. She won't be angry with you, Gu Mingchen explained. Jinchu suddenly remembered that his sister was also from the headquarters. Are you going to tell your sister about this matter? Don't mention it to her. Yes, just in logistics. She can't handle the matters of the upper management. If you tell her, she might impulsively go find the higher-ups and anger them, which would be troublesome. Don't worry, I know how to handle it. You go home first, and I'll go find my sister. Gu Mingchen gently squeezed her hand, letting the rescue team stop the vehicle by the roadside, and he got out with the driver. The rescue team took Jinchu back home. When Xiaowen saw her return in such a disheveled state, she was startled and quickly ran to draw her a bath and find her some clothes. First, help me charge my phone, Jinchu said hurriedly. Xiaowen nodded and quickly found a charging cable to charge her phone. After taking a bath and drinking the ginger water Xiaowen prepared to prevent a cold, Su Jinchun turned on her phone, which had charged a little. There were several missed calls from Sister Lu, Zhao Shikai, Supervisor 1, and Zhou Junqi. She returned their calls one by one to report her safety. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing she was fine. Only Zhou Junqi, with a strange tone, said, "Sister, don't worry. Such things won't happen again in the future." Su Jinchun laughed and said, "Of course, it's been so many years, and it's rare to encounter a typhoon. It's not like typhoons happen often, so it certainly won't happen again. I mean, just forget it. You should rest well." Zhou Junqi hesitated, wanting to say something, but ultimately didn't, and hurriedly hung up the phone. Su Jinchun frowned, feeling that Zhou Junqi seemed a bit strange. However, she didn't think much of it, and was more worried about Gu Mingchen. Would he be scolded by his sister? Are you out of your mind? How could you do something so dangerous? In the office of the president of Gu Group, Gu Mingmei angrily slammed the folder, pointing at Gu Mingchen and scolding him. Gu Mingchen sat in his chair, allowing her to vent. After she finished expressing her anger, he said in a low voice, "Sister, now that you're done scolding, shouldn't we think about what the other party actually wants?" Tan Yuancheng had also arrived and sat silently on the other side. Hearing Gu Mingchen mention serious matters, he immediately cleared his throat and handed over a prepared herbal tea. "President Mei, drink this to soothe your throat and calm down. I think Gu Zong is right. The incident has already happened, and he is unharmed, so we should think about the deeper meaning behind this matter." "Humph, what deeper meaning could there be? They just want this project to have a fatal accident so that it will be shelved again," Gu Mingmei said coldly. "But why target Su Su?" Gu Mingchen asked. "Isn't it obvious? They must have known about her relationship with you, which is why they targeted her," Tan Yuancheng replied. Gu Mingchen shook his head. "I asked Su Su. Everything that happened today seems to be a coincidence, but every link cannot withstand scrutiny. If the other party is targeting her because of me, something feels off. We don't need to think too deeply about the reasons. We should first find out who is behind this and who planned all of this. It's time for our company to clean house and kick out those with ulterior motives," Gu Mingmei said firmly. "The annual meeting is coming soon. New officials must show their fire. Sister, my fire after taking office might be a bit strong, so you all need to hold on." Gu Mingchen smiled, his eyes deep and serious. Tan Yuancheng couldn't help but shiver. His expression was a bit eerie. However, it was also understandable. Someone almost touched his woman. It was normal for him to be angry. Just like Chun Xiao, who was overconfident and unaware of his own limits, insisting on provoking him. Wouldn't he end up the same way? But since Shinmanzi has returned, why are you still so nice to Su Jinshan? Are you intentionally trying to provoke Shinmanzi? As the two left together, Tan Yuancheng asked curiously. Gu Mingchen replied, "Tan Yuancheng, although we are childhood friends, I have to say, your emotional intelligence is really low." Tan Yuancheng was speechless. Was his emotional intelligence low? No one had ever told him that. Chapter 103. The arrogant young lady Shinmanzi returned home to find everyone having dinner. Her stepmother, Wan Mairu, stood up and asked flatteringly, "Manzi, have you eaten dinner yet? If not, I can have someone bring you new bowls and chopsticks." With a loud slap, Shinmanzi walked up to Wan Mairu and, without hesitation, slapped her across the face. "Shinmanzi, are you crazy?" Wan Mairu covered her face, staring at her in disbelief and anger. "Mom, what's wrong with you?" "Shinmanzi, what right do you have to hit my mom?" Wan Mairu's daughter, Shinmanjia, quickly stood up to support her mother and questioned Shinmanzi. Shinmanzi's brother, Shin Chongyang, also stood up but said nothing, only looking deeply at Shinmanzi. "Manzi, what is going on? How could you hit your aunt?" Shun Jianqi stood up with a stern face and questioned her. Zhou Junqi immediately positioned himself in front of Shinmanzi, saying to Shun Jianqi, "Dad, maybe there's a misunderstanding. Let my sister explain first." Shinmanzi glanced at him, surprised that he would defend her. However, even without his support, she was not afraid of Wan Mairu and her children at all. "You asked me why I hit you? Fine, let me make it clear why I hit you. You know Zhou Junqi has a close relationship with Su Jinchu and even likes her, while Su Jinchu is from the Gu family. So, you killed two birds with one stone by having someone target Su Jinchu at the film base during today's typhoon. If Su Jinchu dies, it can not only hit Zhou Junqi hard, making him realize that life in the Shin family isn't that easy, but also halt the film base project since a life was lost. In this way, the film base project that our Shun family invested in can be completed first, seizing the market opportunity." Zhou Junqi widened his eyes in shock, completely unaware of how Wan Mairu knew about his feelings for Su Jinchu. Moreover, Wan Mairu intended to use this matter to target Su Jinchu? "Sis, is what you said true?" Zhou Junqi asked in disbelief. Shinmanzi gave him a glance, remaining silent as she coldly stared at Wan Mairu. Wan Mairu's face turned red, her eyes flustered, clearly feeling guilty after being exposed. "I'm doing this for the sake of our Shin family," Wanmairu weakly explained after a long pause. Shinmanzi snorted coldly and turned to her father, asking, "Is this also your intention, father?" "It's natural for the Gu family to pay a price for my elder brother's death," Shun Jinchi said sadly. Shinmanzi's eyes darkened as she glanced coldly at Wanmairu, replying to Shun Jianshi, "You're not wrong. My brother's death and the price paid by the one who harmed him are both natural. But whether his death is related to Gu Mingchen is still uncertain. How can you be so sure that Gu Mingchen is the one who harmed him? Why did I leave 3 years ago? If everyone insists on this, then I see no reason to stay any longer. Do you still like that Gu Mingchen? You don't even care about your elder brother's death for him?" Shun Jianshi accused angrily. Shinmanzi replied, "I already told you 3 years ago who I would choose between him and my brother. Otherwise, I wouldn't have left for 3 years. Now that you want me back, I can return and help the Shun family rise again. But I hope such things won't happen again in the future because it's truly too low. Zhou Junqi doesn't need your misguided education. Competition between companies doesn't require the blood of innocent people. If this happens again, I will call the police. Manzi, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. This matter has nothing to do with your father. It's all my own decision. I just want to do what's best for the Shin family. And I was confused for a moment. Please don't be angry with your father." Wanmairu quickly apologized to Shinmanzi, taking all the blame upon herself. "Mom." Shinmanjia shook her arm, clearly unhappy that she was taking all the blame. Wanmairu shot her a look, shaking her head, signaling her not to speak. Shun Jianqi took a deep breath and assured Shinmanzi, "Okay, there won't be such things happening again. Your aunt has realized her mistake. You shouldn't dwell on this. This matter is over. Let us sit down and eat." Zhou Junqi looked at everyone in disbelief. He had just learned that they had almost wanted to kill the girl he liked to train him. Although it had not succeeded, they had still tried. Now, just with a few casual words, this matter was just brushed aside? "You are going too far. How can you treat a life so lightly? I will call the police." Once he realized what was happening, he shouted indignantly, ready to take out his phone to report their heinous actions to the police. "You all eat slowly. I will personally educate my own brother." Shinmanzi snatched his phone away with one hand, pulling him by the collar and dragging him upstairs. "Sis, don't pull me. It's choking me." Zhou Junqi cried out as Shinmanzi dragged him up the stairs, the grip too tight. At 163 meters tall, Shinmanzi was much shorter than Zhou Junqi, who stood at 182 meters. He really didn't understand how his petite sister was able to reach his collar, let alone how she had the strength to pull him upstairs. Not only did he not understand, but the people downstairs were also left dumbfounded. Shinmanjia was so scared that she tightly gripped Wanmairu's arm. Wanmairu was pained by her grip and shot her a glare, pushing her away. Clearly, they were both daughters. Why was her daughter so much worse than Shinmanzi? Only Shun Jianshi showed a satisfied expression. This was his daughter Shinmanzi. She was a more satisfying heir than the previous Shun Yi. "What do you think of this matter?" Once they got upstairs and entered the room, Shinmanzi released him and closed the door, questioning him. Zhou Junqi quickly rubbed his neck, feeling like he had almost choked just now. "They went too far. They actually investigated me? They almost harmed Sister Su. I will call the police to arrest them." "Idiot," Shinmanzi scolded. "What is the use of calling the police? Those words I just said are just my claims. Not a single one can become valid evidence. What evidence do you have to prove that they did all this? That they wanted to kill Su Jinchu? Sis, you must know the truth, right? You know everything. There must be evidence," Zhou Junqi said excitedly. Shinmanzi rolled her eyes. "I know the whole truth, but that doesn't mean there is evidence. Even if there is evidence, they can find reasons to absolve themselves. The simplest way is to find someone to take the blame, as long as the price is right. There are plenty of people willing to take all the blame for them. Zhou Junqi, I let you know all this not so you can call the police on them, but to make you understand that you are no longer the Zhou Junqi you used to be. Whoever you like and whatever you do could become someone else's target. Starting today, you need to see the reality clearly. You are the future heir of the Shin family, no longer that naive athlete Zhou Junqi." Chapter 104. The first active flirt. Su Jinchun waited for Gu Mingchen to come back, and while waiting, she unintentionally fell asleep on the sofa. When Gu Mingchen returned home and saw her sleeping, he walked over and carefully picked her up. However, after just a few steps, Su Jinchun opened her eyes. Her beautiful eyes were filled with the confusion of just waking up, and as she blinked, her long curled eyelashes trembled like butterfly wings, brushing softly against his heart. Awake? Unable to help himself, he leaned down and kissed her tender red lips, his voice soft to the point of surprising himself. "You're back?" Su Jinchun seemed to suddenly wake up, happily stretching out her arms to wrap around his neck. The man couldn't resist leaning down to kiss her again. Softly murmuring an affectionate Su Jinchun's face turned red, and realizing he was still holding her, she quickly struggled to get down. "I can walk myself. I'll carry you. I'm heavy. You're heavy, but I can carry you." Shyly, Su Jinchun buried her face in his chest. Although there was no one else around, she still felt embarrassed. The man carried her back to the room and placed her on the bed. However, he intentionally leaned against her, refusing to get up. I'm tired, I can't get up. How can you be that tired? Hurry up, you're heavy. Su Jinchun laughed as she pushed him. Gu Mingchen held her hand, rolled over to pin her beneath him, and leaned down to kiss her forehead, her cheeks, and finally landed on her tender lips, sucking and teasing. At first, their breaths were steady, but gradually, both of them began to lose control. For the first time, Su Jinchun actively trembled as she placed her hands on his waist, exploring his body. Su. The man gasped, biting her earlobe, and looked at her in disbelief. Su Jinchun blushed and tilted her head to kiss his chin, shyly whispering, I want you. The words I want you exploded in Gu Mingchen's mind like a landmine, shattering all rationality. Pure as a gesang flower, enchanting as a mandala. It must be her they were talking about. As you wish. He swore in a husky voice, intertwining their fingers, love surging to engulf them both. The night is still long. Hiruo called old Master Gu and immediately burst into tears. Grandpa, talk to my mom and let me out. I'm already so big. What does it mean for her to keep me locked up at home? Grandpa, if this goes on, I'm going to go crazy. Okay. I'll have your cousin Yin pick you up. Don't cry. I'll call your mother to scold her. Old Master Gu hurriedly comforted her. After hanging up, he called Gu Yunheng to have him pick up Hiruo. The typhoon had just passed, and Gu Yunheng was relaxing in a bar when he received the old man's order. He answered with but was furious after hanging up. That brat. What is she making a fuss about it this time? And she wants me to pick her up? Since she's your cousin, just go pick her up. We can all have fun together. Someone suggested with a smile. But as soon as the words fell, Gu Yunheng shot them a fierce glare. Do you dare to interfere with my cousin's decisions? After the warning, he picked up his coat and left. He received a call from her father and, though unwilling, had to let Gu Yunheng take her away since he was already there. Keep an eye on her. And don't let her have any contact with the Shin family. He reminded Gu Yunheng with a serious face before leaving. Gu Yunheng assured her, Aunt, don't worry. I will keep an eye on my sister and definitely won't let her contact anyone from the Shin family. But as soon as they were outside, Hiruo happily shouted, Great, I'm finally out. I'm going to find Zhou Junkie. Aunt just told you not to contact anyone from the Shin family, and you're going to find Zhou Junkie? Gu Yunheng angrily slapped her on the head. Hiruo yelled, Why did you hit my head? It will make me stupid. I don't care. I just want to find Zhou Junkie. He didn't grow up in the Shin family and knows nothing. Why can't I find him? Why should we, the younger generation, bear the grudges of the older generation? That's not fair. You can tell those words to your aunt. I can send you back home right now. Gu Yunheng coldly huffed. Hiruo's face changed immediately at the mention of going back, and she playfully grabbed Gu Yunheng's arm, saying, Cousin Yun, don't be mad. I was just joking. Please don't send me back. I want to go to cousin's house. Take me to his house. I want to find Su Jinchun. Hearing Su Jinchun's name, Gu Yunheng's expression changed. He cleared his throat and pretended to be casual, asking, Are you very familiar with Su Jinchun? Yeah, we're somewhat familiar. She doesn't respond to hard pressure, but if you act cute with her, she'll agree to anything. She's relatively easy to deal with. She treats you well. But you're thinking about how to deal with her? Is there anyone like you? Gu Yunheng scolded her with a straight face. Hiruo exclaimed, What's wrong? Why are you scolding me for her? She has no money and no power, nothing at all. I'm your real cousin. If she's nice to me, isn't that expected? If there comes a day when you don't like her, I might still say good things for her, give her some compensation. And she'll be the one who benefits by trying to please me. Humph, don't worry, a woman like her. Once you leave Achun, there will naturally be others who like her, no need for your pity. Gu Yunheng coldly huffed. For instance, he was waiting for his chance. But he didn't know when it would come. How do you know that after leaving my cousin, there will be other men who like her? Hiruo asked, puzzled. Gu Yunheng's expression froze for a moment before he quickly said, Just guessing. Men like gentle women, not like you. What is wrong with me? Anyway, you definitely don't like gentle women. You like enchanting women. I know that. Hiruo said proudly. Gu Yunheng frowned. Did he like enchanting women? It seemed like he did in the past. But why did he now like Su Jinchun? Thinking carefully, Su Jinchun's personality hardly matched any of his requirements for women. If he had to find one thing, it would be her appearance. Her face almost hid his aesthetic point. Every time he saw her, he felt a physiological impulse. If it was just because of her face, he could easily find another woman who resembled Su Jinchun. Why was he so obsessed with her? Here we are. You can go in by yourself. I have something to do. When the car arrived at Gu Mingchen's house, Gu Yunheng stopped the car and let Hiruo get out. Hiruo complained, Why didn't you take me inside? I still have to walk a long way. Walking a little bit won't break your legs. Why are you so lazy at such a young age? Go in by yourself. I have something to do. Gu Yunheng said impatiently, and after complaining, he didn't take her inside, and immediately turned the car around to leave. Hero angrily kicked the air at his car. What could he be doing? He was definitely going to find a woman. Forget it. If you want to leave, then go. It's not like I can't walk. Hero rang the doorbell. And when the servant came to open the door, she dashed inside. Sister-in-law, I'm here.